Chapter 1. The Fierce Empress. Offer me 100,000 spirit stones and join me in dual cultivation, so that I may conceive. In the realm of Xiantian, within a forbidden territory known as Daxu, a woman clad in a fiery red dress stood with an air of defiance. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Her beauty was ethereal. The fiery hue of her gown contrasted sharply with her slender waist, accentuating her voluptuous figure. However, at this moment, the enchanting goddess bore flushed cheeks, her allure fully on display, as her captivating gaze fixated intently on the youth before her, as if she longed to leap into his arms. The young man, cornered at the precipice of a cliff by the goddess' advances, hastily shook his head. 100,000 spirit stones? To make you pregnant? Absolutely not. I'm already betrothed. No sum can tarnish my virtue. Yi Chen, bound by an engagement, could not acquiesce to her impudent demand. Moreover, it appeared that her intent for dual cultivation was merely a guise to utilize him as a vessel for her own gain. Should he comply, he would undoubtedly be drained to the last drop. I am not here to negotiate. I am here to inform you. No sooner had she spoken than a graceful figure, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, lunged at Yi Chen, the exquisite Empress Linglong pinning him beneath her. You. Before Yi Chen could utter a word, her luscious lips silenced him. Ugh! The woman, the Empress Linglong from the upper realm, was a formidable force, renowned for her might. Yet, after seizing the legendary Taitsong divine furnace, she was besieged by numerous emperors and, gravely wounded, was forced to flee to the lower realm. Though she escaped with her life, a peculiar poison had been implanted within her, and unless she engaged in dual cultivation with a man of abundant yuan yang, she would perish within 3 days. Hours later, as Yi Chen opened his eyes, he found himself gazing into the enchanting visage of the Empress, who regarded him intently. With Yi Chen's yuan yang aiding her recovery, the Empress appeared considerably revitalized. You are shameless, Yi Chen exclaimed in anger, having clearly rejected her, yet she had resorted to force. With that, he attempted to rise. Where do you think you're going? 2 mountain-like forms descended, pinning Yi Chen once more beneath them. After several more hours, Yi Chen awakened again. Just kill me. Despair filled his eyes as he looked at the Empress Linglong. How could I ever bring myself to do that? Not only will I not kill you, but I can also heal the injuries to your dantian. At this revelation, Yi Chen's heart surged with a mix of surprise and hope as he gazed at the Empress Linglong. He was the young head of the Yi family in the city of Leiyun within the Great Qin Empire. A year prior, he had ventured to the outskirts of Daxu in search of spiritual herbs to heal his fiancée, Wang. However, he was ambushed, fell unconscious, and was ultimately cast into the forbidden realm of Daxu, perpetually facing danger. Had it not been for Empress Linglong tearing through the fabric of reality to rescue him, he would have likely perished there. If only he could restore his dantian. With hope gleaming in his eyes, Yi Chen looked at the Empress, yet he could see that her gaze was filled with avarice and demands. Yi Chen shivered, swallowing the words that nearly escaped his lips. After hours of relentless exertion, he felt utterly drained, devoid of any reserves. I am too deeply poisoned. I require your continued assistance in dual cultivation to detoxify. No. If this were to continue, he would truly become a mere husk. Yi Chen shook his head vehemently. Fear not. I am well aware of what I am doing. As the Empress spoke, she gently gestured in the void. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with light as he was suddenly drawn into a mysterious space. This was an immortal island nestled within the starry river. At the center of the island stood a massive bronze alchemical furnace. The bronze furnace, supported by 3 legs and adorned with 2 ears, was intricately engraved with 9 true dragons and 9 divine phoenixes, standing sentinel as if guarding the furnace itself. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened as he caught sight of the 2 grand characters inscribed in golden divine runes at the center of the furnace. Refined God. This Taitsong divine furnace is a treasure I risked my life to seize from the upper realm. It harbors the essence of the Taitsong world, where all is as one desires. The Taitsong world differs from the lower realm in this realm. The flow of time can be altered at will. Currently, The flow of time here is such that one day in the outside world equates to 1 year in this realm. As she spoke, the Empress waved her hand, summoning countless rare, spiritual herbs. This divine furnace can refine celestial beings from the heavens, merge the sun, moon, and stars, and transmute all things in existence. I will harness the power of 10 radiant suns to reforge your bones, using the essence of the Xian Emperor to reconstruct your Dantian. However, this process will be excruciating. You will feel as though your body is being scorched by the sun. Such torment is not something everyone can endure. I ask you, do you wish to proceed? The Empress Linglong fixed her gaze upon Yi Chun, awaiting his response. Proceed, then step inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chun leaped into the refining furnace, and in the next instant, flames erupted from the furnace, enveloping him. Boom! In a heartbeat, every inch of his skin and flesh was engulfed in excruciating pain. An unimaginable agony surged through him. Yi Chun gritted his teeth, his nails digging deep into his flesh, drawing forth blood. The searing flames completely enveloped him. It hurt, oh, how it hurt! Yi Chun could feel his body igniting, a force within him relentlessly burning, attempting to reduce him to nothingness. In this process, it was not only his flesh and blood being consumed, his meridians and skin were incinerated, along with the impurities and filth within him. As the fierce flames continued to scorch him, his shattered Dantian turned black, melting into a pool of liquid. Rise! With the Empress Linglong's commanding shout, countless spiritual herbs soared into the refining furnace from all directions, their essence spilling forth to envelop Yi Chun, forming a precious cocoon of spiritual liquid. As the spiritual liquid nourished his shattered Dantian, it seemed as though something within sought to be reborn through the flames. With the refining furnace trembling from the boundless starry river, suns began to surge towards Yi Chun, while streams of Xian Emperor essence also poured in from all sides, merging into his body. Radiant sun for bones, Xian Emperor for flesh. The refining furnace quaked as the original body was melted down, and new bones and flesh began to grow anew. Golden light burst forth from Yi Chen's Dantian, heralding his rebirth through fire. Linglong awaited this moment. A golden sprout, radiant with light, soared from the depths of the starry river. The sprout, enveloped in Xian Emperor essence, bore intricate divine runes that shimmered with mystery. Even a single rune caused the surrounding void to subtly distort, radiating blinding divine light. Now comes the most crucial step. Young man, you must endure. Linglong whispered solemnly, her expression grave. The flames encircled the sprout as it descended upon Yi Chen's Dantian. The moment the sprout made contact, it fused into his Dantian, becoming one with it. Furthermore, as the sprout took root, boundless celestial light radiated outward. Soon, the sprout began to grow rapidly, absorbing the immense power surrounding it. An hour later, the flames that had enveloped Yi Chun dissipated entirely, leaving only a massive blood cocoon within the refining furnace. After a brief moment, a hand tore through the blood cocoon from within, and Yi Chun emerged. He exhaled a long breath, and upon realizing where he was, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although the Empress had warned him, he had not anticipated such a grueling ordeal, the pain reaching unimaginable heights. With a gentle leap, he exited the refining furnace, glancing at his hands. They were as smooth as jade, pure and unblemished. Seeing his hands, which were even more delicate than those of a woman, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. He could feel a profound transformation within him. His bones, flesh, and skin had all undergone a qualitative leap. His physical form was now vastly more powerful than ever before. Wait, my Dantian. The Dantian was the most critical aspect of a cultivator. With this thought, Yi Chun hurriedly inspected his meridians and Dantian. What is this? Yi Chun gazed in astonishment at his Dantian, which had transformed from its shattered state into a vast ocean of golden spiritual energy. Moreover, his meridians had expanded tenfold, resembling flowing rivers. My Dantian, Yi Chen's heart soared with excitement, while the Empress Linglong chuckled softly beside him. This can no longer be called a Dantian, it is a Danyu. Danyu? At this revelation, confusion flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. He had never heard of such a term. The cultivation knowledge of the lower realm is indeed rather lacking, to not even know of a Danyu. Allow me to explain. The spiritual energy stored within a Danyu is several times, even dozens of times, that of a Dantian. Furthermore, even if the size of a Danyu is the same, the quality of the spiritual energy within a golden Danyu is exponentially superior to that of a standard Dantian. In essence, you alone are equivalent to a dozen cultivators of the same realm. Could it be that he would dominate his peers? Yi Chen clenched his fists, overwhelmed with exhilaration. However, before he could fully process this revelation, a fragrant breeze swept in, and the Empress Linglong once again pinned him down. The investment has already been made now. It is time for you to put in the effort. Chapter 2. The bittersweet saga of over 3 centuries on the Xiantian continent. In the southern region, within the bustling city of Thundercloud, a figure traversed the streets, instantly captivating the attention of passers-by. It was Yi Chen. Was he truly alive? 3 years prior, in a desperate bid to procure a life-saving elixir for his fiancée, he had ventured into the Great Ruins. The Great Ruins, renowned as a grave for celestial beings, were a realm where spiritual energy was severed and rules shattered, an abode where survival was nigh impossible. Countless souls had sought to enter over the years in pursuit of fortune, only to meet their demise within. Yet, against all odds, Yi Chen had emerged unscathed. However, why could he not sense his own cultivation? A year ago, he was the pride of Thundercloud City. Now, bereft of cultivation, had he not become a mere husk? As the murmurs of the crowd enveloped him, Yi Chen exhaled deeply. A year. No, it had been over 300 years. How had he endured such an interminable span? He had been subjected to relentless extraction for 300 years before being released. The Linglong Empress had been ensnared by a deep poison and had drawn upon him within the Taitsong realm for the entirety of those 3 centuries, barely managing to suppress the venom coursing through her veins. After each dual cultivation session, she would cast him into the Taitsong space, exploiting the temporal discrepancy between the realms to allow him to recuperate, only to extract him again for further sustenance. Were it not for the myriad alchemical techniques imparted to him by the Empress, enabling him to fortify his essence with various spiritual herbs, he might have been drained to the point of desiccation. Nevertheless, his existence had been wretched. Within the Great Ruins, where the world's spiritual energy was entirely cut off, his cultivation had stagnated, leaving him without a trace of power. However, under the guidance of the Linglong Empress, he had made considerable strides in formations, elixirs, talismans, and beast taming. Hailing from a higher realm, her knowledge far surpassed that of the lower realms, and thus, for over 300 years, they had engaged in this cycle of extraction and replenishment. It was not until recently that the Linglong Empress had sent him from the Taitsong realm, granting him liberation. Yet, recalling her words before his departure, Yi Chen felt his legs weaken. Yi Chen, in 1 year's time, I shall depart the Great Ruins to seek you. By then, your cultivation must reach the transformation realm. Only then can you assist me in fully eradicating the poison. With this thought, Yi Chen shook his head incessantly. No, I must attain the transformation realm. On the Xiantian continent, the cultivation levels are classified as follows: Body Refining Stage, Qi Refining Stage, Foundation Establishment Stage, Core Formation Stage, Nascent Soul Stage, Transformation Stage, Void Refining Stage, Integration Stage. Great Ascension Stage, Earth Immortal, True Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai, and Deluo, 14 major realms in total. Each realm is further divided into 9 tiers. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for him to cultivate to the transformation realm within a year. Yet, Yi Chen glanced at the ring upon his finger and smiled faintly. Before his departure, the Linglong Empress had entrusted him with the Divine Refining Furnace, along with a fragment of spiritual consciousness. Within lies my cultivation experiences from the upper realm, along with numerous techniques. While they may seem trivial in the upper realm, they shall greatly aid your cultivation. With these resources, it seemed plausible for him to achieve transformation within a year. If you fail to reach the transformation realm, do not blame me for draining you to a husk. The Empress's threat echoed in his ears. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Yi Chen resolved to return to the Yi family first. Just then, a woman appeared in the distance. She was a vision of beauty, a rare gem indeed. Upon seeing her, Yi Chun hesitated momentarily before striding towards her, but it was unexpected that his first act upon returning would be to seek out Wang Rongrong, such a devoted man. Alas, he had encountered such a predicament. Had he not been so infatuated, he would not have risked his life to venture into the great ruins. Yet this ardor was misplaced. The crowd buzzed with chatter, occasionally erupting into uproar. Ignoring their discussions, Yi Chun approached Wang Rongrong directly. Rongrong, you were supposed to have perished in the great ruins. How is it that you have returned? Wang Rongrong's expression was tense. Yi Chun's unexpected appearance left her flabbergasted. Rongrong, have you recovered from your injuries? Yi Chun inquired, observing her rosy complexion, his brow furrowing. Years ago, Wang Rongrong had been poisoned while fetching a spiritual herb for him. In his search for antidotes, he had risked everything to venture to the edge of the great ruins for herbs, only to be ambushed and grievously wounded, cast into the depths of the ruins. Yet now, it appeared she was unharmed. What was the meaning of this? Was it not said that without a spiritual herb to sustain her, she would not survive beyond a month? Panic surged within Wang Rongrong as she looked at Yi Chun. However, upon noticing his lack of cultivation, she exhaled a long breath. I consumed some of the spiritual herbs you sent previously, and the poison within me has been purged that I cannot believe you have returned alive. Since you are here by chance, it would be best if you remained out of trouble and did not create any disturbances as before did I in truth. Wang Rongrong's poison had not been severe. She had feigned illness to extract more spiritual herbs from Yi Chun. Moreover, her injuries had not resulted from fetching herbs for him, but rather because he was the most promising catch in her pond, from whom she sought to gain further advantages. Once she learned of Yi Chun's disappearance in the great ruins and could no longer acquire more herbs from him, her injuries had miraculously healed to avoid any hindrance to her schemes. Wang Rongrong's tone was cold, laced with condescension. You possess no cultivation now. You are unworthy of my company. From this day forth, do not seek me again. Our paths shall no longer intertwine. Her words. A glimmer of frost crossed Yi Chun's gaze. He had just overheard the truth of how Wang Rongrong had feigned illness to extract herbs from him. He had risked his life, delving into the great ruins to gather spiritual herbs for her, only to receive such a betrayal in return. Why? Yi Chun's fists clenched tightly, his voice a frigid inquiry. At your own foolishness. I am now a 9th-layer body refining cultivator, mere steps away from the chi refining stage. Yet you, Yi Chun, are but a mere shell. Do you truly believe a shell can wed me? Wang Rongrong scoffed, her disdain for him palpable that a husk was not worthy of her glanced. In my pursuit of an antidote for you, I risked everything, and yet you have deceived me so cruelly. How could you treat me in such a manner? Yi Chun's fury ignited within him. He had not expected to encounter such a situation immediately upon emerging from the great ruins. Was it merely a handful of pills? Did she wish for me to feel guilty for her actions? Such delusions. I advise you to distance yourself promptly. My lady is destined for Chen Shaolong. He shall arrive shortly to claim her hand. The elixirs you sent are but trifles compared to what Chen Shaolong possesses. Do you even comprehend who Chen Shaolong is? He is of one of the 4 great families of the White Dragon City, a figure you can only look up to. The Great Qin dynasty was divided among 9 major factions, with Thundercloud City under the White Dragon sect, and White Dragon City serving as the sect stronghold, a far cry from the insignificance of Thundercloud City. Upon hearing the maid's words, Wang Rongrong nodded to Yi Chun. In a few days, I shall proceed to the Yi family to annul our engagement. Do not pursue me further. I fear Chen Shaolong may misinterpret your intentions. At this proclamation, the onlookers erupted in astonishment that it was a spectacle to witness such a heartless betrayal. Indeed, Yi Chun, the young master, ventured into the great ruins for her sake. How could she be so shameless? Yet, who could have anticipated that within just a year, the healed Wang Rongrong would turn her back on him? Not only that, but the Wang family had thrived by leeching off the Yi family, transforming a once inconsequential clan into a second-rate family. With the various elixirs and spirit stones obtained from Yi Chun over the years, they had amassed considerable wealth. Previously, they had exhausted every means to ascend to the Yi family, and now they had likely employed some scheme to align themselves with the Chen family, promptly seeking to sever ties with the Yi family. Such cunning! As Yi Chun listened to the crowd's discussions, Wang Rongrong remained unfazed, a cold smile curling her lips. They were merely a collection of insignificant fools that in this world, power was paramount. Once she ascended to the pinnacle, all these people would bow before her like dogs. Very well. Indeed, Yi Chen's clenched fists relaxed. His earlier fury dissipated. If you wish to annul the engagement, then I shall grant you your wish in 3 days' time. I shall personally visit the Wang family to formally dissolve our engagement. Chapter 3. The annulment of engagement. Yi Chen spoke with an impassive expression. Since this woman sought to sever their ties, he would ensure it was done thoroughly. Humph, consider yourself clever. Wang Rongrong's maid chuckled triumphantly. Believing Yi Chen to be intimidated by Chen Shaolong's status, her eyes glimmered with derision. However, since you wish to annul our engagement, shall we discuss the return of all the elixirs and spirit stones I have gifted you over the years? These were given with the intention of marriage. If we are to part ways, you must naturally return them. As her words settled, Wang Rongrong stared at Yi Chen in disbelief. She had not anticipated that he would demand the return of everything he had gifted her over the years. Looking at the Qingfeng sword, along with the storage bracelet and golden phoenix hairpin he had bestowed upon her, Wang Rongrong felt a pang of pain. Before she could respond, Yi Chen continued, not only that. A year ago, I became betrothed to you, and my Yi family offered a generous bridal gift of 200,000 spiritual stones along with numerous elixirs. You Wang family have yet to expend these. I presume 3 days hence, I shall pay you a visit, and I hope your Wang family will have all these prepared. Having spoken, Yi Chen turned to leave, deeming further conversation unnecessary with such a woman. Yi Chen, stop right there. Wang Rongrong, disregarding her image in front of others, was already seething with rage. Why, Yi Chen, how dare you demand back what you have given away? Are you even a man? Wang Rongrong erupted angrily. Hearing her furious outburst, Yi Chen turned coldly to face the pair. Under the piercing gaze that seemed to chill the very air, Wang Rongrong and her maid fell silent, unable to utter another word. However, it was not long before Wang Rongrong regained her composure. Why, Yi Chen was merely a worthless individual. What right did he have to speak to her in such a manner? With this thought, her confidence surged once more. You dare claim to be the heir of the Yi family? When you swore an oath to me, you personally bestowed these gifts upon me. Now, I merely seek to annul our engagement. And you want to reclaim them? Things that have been given cannot be taken back. You voluntarily gave them to me, and since they were given willingly, they are mine. Men are truly untrustworthy. As she spoke, tears of grievance welled in her eyes. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers erupted into a cacophony of derision. Heavens, she dares to play the victim. Such audacity is astounding. How shameless can one be? Indeed, even the women of the southern quarters know that once they accept payment, they must serve their patrons diligently. To accept money yet refuse to fulfill obligations. What a cunning scheme. I fear even the people of Bailong City can hear of this. Amidst the mockery, Wang Rongrong steadfastly clutched the weapon Yi Chen had given her years ago. A month hence, the preliminary competition of Tianhua Peak in Thundercloud City would commence, as the foremost power within the Bailong sect. If the Wang family could secure a place in Tianhua Peak, they would elevate themselves to a first-rate family in Thundercloud City. Thus, she was resolute in her refusal to return what she held. My lady, do not fear him. At that moment, a maid beside Wang Rongrong stepped forward. My lady, you were once betrothed to him. Though the marriage was never consummated, you have waited over a year. In this light, if you annul the engagement, he would still be obliged to share half of the family fortune with us. With this thought, the maid placed her hands on her hips and confronted Yi Chen. You, surnamed Yang, in consideration of the past engagement, if you voluntarily relinquish half of the Yi family's assets to our Wang family, our elders may graciously choose to forgive you. Slap? Before she could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Yi Chen struck her face with great force. What are you daring to utter such words in my presence? Not even your Wang family head has the right. Though Yi Chen had lost his cultivation, he had reached the Qi refinement stage before entering the Great Ruins, and such a strike was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary maid to withstand. Ah! The maid cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground while clutching her swollen face, glaring at Yi Chen with venomous resentment. You worthless fool, dare to strike me. My lady, you must stand for me. The maid clung to Wang Rongrong's leg, weeping pitifully, her demeanor one of utmost grievance. Witnessing this, Wang Rongrong's expression darkened. To strike a dog, one must regard its master. Yi Chen's audacity to act violently before her was tantamount to slapping her face. A discarded waste could dare to act against her in public? Yi Chen, how bold you are to lay hands on my maid. I had intended to show you some leniency, yet you have proven so insolent. Today, I shall make you aware of the heights and depths of this world. Hearing this, Yi Chen let out a cold laugh, shaking his head in disdain. Within the great ruins, every time he had endured torment from that Linglong empress, he had trained his body within the Taitsong realm. Thus, despite his lost cultivation, his physique had undergone a remarkable transformation. Apologize on your knees to my maid, and I may choose to overlook this transgression. Observing Yi Chun's calm demeanor, Wang Rongrong hesitated to act rashly. The Yi Chun of a year ago had been the most esteemed talent of Thundercloud City, an existence that many young heroes looked up to. Although he had lost his cultivation now, the remnants of his former prestige made her wary. Humph, spare me your empty words. You must return what I bestowed upon you, and furthermore, the gifts my Yi family has given your Wang family must be returned in full. Otherwise what? Before she could finish, a chilling voice interrupted from a distance. They all turned to look. They beheld a middle-aged woman striding toward them with purpose. Third aunt. Upon seeing this woman, Wang Rongrong cried out in excitement. She dared not confront Yi Chen herself, but her third aunt possessed a higher cultivation and could easily handle a powerless Yi Chen. Third aunt, Yi Chen is bullying me and humiliating our Wang family. Wang Rongrong clung to the middle-aged woman's arm, sweetly appealing for support. Very well. Third aunt shall seek justice. The middle-aged woman approached Yi Chen. Her name was Yang Xiao, a respected elder of the Wang family, who doted on Wang Rongrong. Now that Wang Rongrong had come to complain, Yang Xiao was determined not to let Yi Chen off easily. That it has been a year since we last met, Yi Chen, and you have grown increasingly arrogant, daring to shout at Rongrong and insult our Wang family. Yang Xiao glared at Yi Chen, and upon confirming his lack of cultivation, her disdain deepened. Fool, a worthless wretch with no cultivation dares to raise his voice before our Wang family. Apologize to Rongrong at once, or I shall break your legs. Yang Xiao's chilling words rang out. Hearing this, Yi Chen surveyed her with a dismissive glance and smiled lightly. Yang Xiao, you were not so bold when last we met. Back then, you were eager to kneel and polish my shoes. In the past, the Wang family had been pitiably small, and with Yi Chen being the pride of Thundercloud City, when he came to propose marriage, Yang Xiao had endeavored to curry favor with him, almost groveling. Now that the Wang family had risen to become a second-rate family in Thundercloud City, and Wang Rongrong had allied herself with the esteemed Chen Shaolong, while Yi Chen stood bereft of power, the contrast made Yang Xiao look down upon him with contempt. Little waste, I shall slay you now. At Yi Chen's mockery, Yang Xiao could no longer contain herself. She raised her hand to strike him, intending to teach him a harsh lesson by breaking a few of his bones. Today, I shall eliminate you, and with young Master Chen present, let us see if your Wang family dares to object. Yet as she lifted her hand, a voice imbued with murderous intent resonated from behind. If my family's young master loses even a hair today, I shall demand the entire Wang family pay in blood. Hearing this threat, Yang Xiao halted abruptly. Yi Chen turned to face the newcomer, smiling as he greeted them. Sixth uncle, you truly arrived the swiftest. The newcomer was none other than Yi Yang, the sixth elder of the Yi family. Upon seeing Yi Yang approach with his entourage, Yang Xiao stood frozen in place, unsure of how to proceed. After all, she was no match for Yi Yang. Yi Yang, your Yi family is truly too overbearing. Yang Xiao glared at him defiantly. In response, Yi Yang merely furrowed his brow, casting a scornful glance at Yang Xiao. Overbearing? It seems to me that it is your Wang family that is being audacious, taking our Yi family's possessions, yet refusing to return them. Hearing Yi Yang's words, Wang Rongrong's eyes glistened with tears as she looked at Yi Chen with a sorrowful gaze. Yi Chen, do you truly harbor no feelings for the past? Must you be so heartless? At this, Yi Chen let out a cold laugh. They had deceived him first, and now they expected him to reminisce fondly? This woman likely thought that by showing weakness, she could manipulate him. With that thought, Yi Chen lifted his chin haughtily. Very well, if you truly are a beggar, then kneel before me and kowtow. Perhaps I may bestow these few items upon you. Why you? Hearing Yi Chen's humiliation, Wang Rongrong's heart roared in defiance, yet tears brimmed in her eyes. Why Yi Chen, if you continue to speak like this, there will be no chance for reconciliation between us. At this point, she still thought to employ such tactics against Yi Chen. Such a manipulation had worked previously, but he would not fall for it again. How delightful. Very well. Yi Chen, you have said it. From this moment forth, our relationship is severed. With that, Wang Rongrong cast the weapon and storage bracelet she held toward Yi Chen. All the spiritual stones and artifacts you gifted me are contained within. Now we owe each other nothing. As she spoke, her eyes reddened as if she had suffered a grievous injustice. That I reclaim my belongings, and you dare to weep? Yi Chen scoffed coldly while holding the storage bracelet. This Wang Rongrong, even now, sought to portray herself as the victim that as for her earlier claim of being free from obligations. Yi Chen shook his head. Do not forget, at the time of our engagement, my Yi family bestowed upon your Wang family 200,000 spiritual stones and numerous elixirs. Can you truly consider it settled if you do not return this bridal gift? Yi Chen smiled mockingly. I shall give your Wang family 3 days to gather 200,000 spiritual stones. 3 days hence, I shall arrive to annul our engagement. As for the possessions of the Yi family, even if your Wang family were to consume them, you must return them to me. With Yi Chen's words resonating, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Young Master Yi is indeed serious. Without the support of the Yi family, can the Wang family still be considered a second-rate clan? Indeed, they are merely an insignificant family, foolishly believing that they have transformed into phoenixes simply by perching upon branches. It is true that young Master Yi was deceived by that woman in the past, allowing her to act recklessly, but now he has seen through her true nature. The Wang family shall no longer be permitted to drain the blood of the Yi family. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Wang Rongrong's face turned crimson, wishing she could bury her head in the ground. Uncle Lu, let us depart. Yi Chen smiled at Yi Yang. Upon learning that Yi Chen would be coming, he was the first to seek him out. This gesture would not go unremembered. Come, let us return home. Surrounded by the Yi family members, Yi Chen and Yi Yang swiftly exited the scene. Watching Yi Chen leave, the last vestige of color drained from Wang Rongrong's face. She could still recall how Yi Chen had once groveled before her. She had hoped that his recent actions were merely a ruse to draw her in. But now, Yi Chen has irrevocably changed. Not only has he reclaimed the gifts he previously bestowed upon her, but he also desires to retrieve the betrothal gifts given to the Wang family. Miss, do not be disheartened. This Yi Chen is now but a worthless man. Utterly unworthy of you, a handmaiden consoled Wang Rongrong from the side. Moreover, young Master Chen Shaolong is the heir of the Chen family in Bailong City. With his backing, we need not fear a lack of spiritual stones or treasures. Wang Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Yi family may hold some standing in Leyyan City, but in Bailong City, they are inconsequential. With young Master Chen Shaolong supporting us, I do not believe the Yi family would dare to come to our Wang family to cause a scene. If they wish to reclaim their spiritual stones, let us see if they possess the audacity. Wang Xia, previously intimidated by Yi Yang, now stood firmly against the Yi family if they could ally with the powerful Chen family. What could the Yi family possibly amount to? Upon hearing this, Wang Rongrong nodded in agreement. Half a month prior, she had caught the attention of young Master Chen Shaolong from the Chen family, who had been ardently pursuing her ever since. Were we not already planning to annul the engagement with the Yi family during this time, since Yi Chen wishes to dissolve the engagement? This is even better. It will prevent young Master Shaolong from misunderstanding. Wang Rongrong clenched her fists as she spoke. Indeed, I have heard that young Master Shaolong has been discussing important matters with the city lord at the city lord's residence these past few days. Let us spread the word. I am eager to see if the Yi family dares to approach us, Wang Xia added, embellishing the situation further, casting a glance at the crowd engaged in fervent discussion. Wang Xia hastily led Wang Rongrong away from the scene. Meanwhile, the members of the Yi family gathered joyously, each face aglow with smiles. The entire clan was immersed in elation, for the long-absent young patriarch had finally returned after more than a year. In the conference hall, the Yi family members excitedly surrounded Yi Chen. Chener, you have finally returned. This past year has nearly driven me to madness. Yi Chen's grandfather, Yi Zhen, strode forward, embracing him with fervor, having raised Yi Chen since his parents disappeared over a decade ago. Their bond ran deep. Grandfather, I was foolish in the past, but rest assured, I shall no longer be a cause for your concern upon my return. Yi Chen felt a surge of emotion. Throughout his time in the wasteland, he had yearned for the day he could reunite with his clan. Now, he was finally back. By the way, Shinner, how did you enter the wasteland? They say you ventured in to gather herbs for Wang Rongrong. But I suspect the matter is not so simple, Yi Zhen inquired. His curiosity piqued after a moment of calm that I was merely operating near the wasteland and had no intention of entering. However, I was unexpectedly ambushed and lost consciousness. By the time I awoke, my Dantian had been destroyed, and I found myself within the wasteland, Yi Chun recounted. Bang! Upon hearing this, Yi Zhen rose in fury, slamming his palm down and shattering the table. Despicable! What audacity to lay hands on our Yi family's young patriarch. Investigate thoroughly, and that individual must be executed by slow slicing. The blatant ambush on the young patriarch of the Yi family was an affront to their honor. The other elders were equally incensed by the news that Yi Chun had significantly contributed to the Yi family and was destined to be their future leader. His safety was paramount to the clan's prosperity. After a moment of silence, Yi Zhen managed to quell his anger and turned his gaze to Yi Chen. One does not grow without enduring hardships. Surviving great trials will surely lead to future blessings. Indeed, Chun'er has matured significantly compared to before. Yang chimed in, offering words of comfort. But soon his expression turned grave as he recounted the Wang family's misdeeds against Yi Chun. The actions taken by the Wang family had long been intolerable in his eyes. Upon learning that the Wang family had allied with the Chun family of Bailong City, the Yi family members were filled with fury. Were it not for our Yi family, the Wang family would still be an inconsequential clan. Now they dare to challenge us, merely a second-rate family. Truly infuriating. To annul the engagement without returning the betrothal gifts is simply outrageous. I have seen shamelessness before, but never such audacity. This is absolutely unacceptable. In a moment, the Yi family members united in their outrage. However, when they heard of Yi Chen's actions, Yi Zhen and the elders burst into laughter. Such individuals should be dealt with in this manner. They must learn what it means to respect boundaries. When the time comes to annul the engagement, young patriarch, just give the command, and we shall follow you. Excellent, splendid. Yi Zhen looked at Yi Chun with satisfaction. Before entering the wasteland, Yi Chun had been like a devoted servant to Wang Rongrong, devoid of dignity. But now, after a year of trials, he had finally matured. With a sigh of relief, Yi Zhen gazed at Yi Chun. One must sever ties with such a woman to avoid tarnishing the Yi family's name. The elders of the Yi family voiced their agreement, clearly sharing a long-standing dissatisfaction with the Wang family's various exploitative actions against them. Had it not been for Yi Chen's sake, they would have long severed ties with the Wang family. Now that the Wang family had sought their own demise, they were more than willing to teach them a lesson. Yi Chun wholeheartedly endorsed this outcome. However, he was painfully aware that his cultivation had been rendered null, leaving him without any prospects for advancement. Yi Zhen sighed at this thought. Yi Chun had been the most promising member of the younger generation in the Yi family of Lian City. Now that he had lost all his cultivation, how could he accept such a harsh reality? Chun'er, do not worry. No matter what transpires in the future, as long as I am here, you shall always be the young patriarch of the Yi family. And no one can replace you. As for your cultivation, do not fret. I have some old friends who can assist you in restoring it. Though Yi Zhen's heart ached for Yi Chen's plight, he did his utmost to comfort his grandson. Yes, grandfather, you need not worry. I am fine, Yi Chen replied with a smile. The 3 years in the wasteland had tempered his character. He would not be subdued by this setback. He had long since learned to remain unperturbed by fortune or disgrace. Well, if you can put your mind at ease, then I too can rest easy. Yi Zhen nodded in agreement. Rest assured, young patriarch. Your innate talent is extraordinary. You will surely regain your cultivation. Other elders chimed in as well. After a cup of tea, everyone's gaze fell upon Yi Chun. Feeling the warmth from so many elders' support, Yi Chen's heart swelled with gratitude. Even with his cultivation lost, these elders still stood by him. By the way, Chun'er, what is the wasteland truly like? It is said to be unfathomably deep. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Yi Chun sighed softly. After I entered the wasteland, I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I was deep within it. However, it is strange that within the wasteland, cultivators' powers are completely suppressed, and no spiritual energy can be mobilized. One can only rely on their physical body to navigate. As he spoke, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. When he awoke in the wasteland, he encountered considerable troubles. Had it not been for that woman in red, he might have perished there. Yet, recalling the tribulations he faced over those 300 years in the Taitsong world made him weak at the knees. extinguishing any gratitude he felt if it hadn't been for the Taitsong world providing him a respite. He would have surely met his end. Suppressing these thoughts, he recounted some of his experiences in the wasteland, deliberately omitting the encounter with the mysterious woman in red. This enigmatic figure was best kept a secret, as revealing it could invite unforeseen complications. However, even this small portion of information left the elders of the Yi family astounded. After half an hour of contemplation, the astonished elders fell into deep thought, striving to piece together the clues Yi Chen had shared. "All right, Chener, after enduring such hardships, you must rest well," Yi Jin said, concern etched on his face. The other elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chener should return and recuperate. "We shall handle the other matters." Listening to these words, Yi Chen nodded in agreement, rising to his feet and following the maid back to his chamber. Upon entering, he found his room to be impeccably tidy. Retaining the same appearance it had a year prior, it was evident that throughout the past 3 years, the Yi family had diligently maintained his quarters. After dismissing the maid, Yi Chen securely closed the door and cautiously caressed the ring on his finger. This was the Qianquan ring bestowed upon him by the empress. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen extended his spiritual consciousness into its depths. His awareness plunged into a realm of chaos, and soon after, he found himself within the vast expanse of the Taitsong world. Gazing at the imposing medicinal furnace within this realm, Yi Chen clenched his fists in excitement. Although his dantian had transformed into a golden dan domain, his cultivation had long since vanished. To expedite his recovery, the empress had entrusted him with the Taitsong Divine Refining Furnace. With a deep breath, Yi Chen began to examine the information left for him by the empress. It comprised her insights accumulated over thousands of years in cultivation, alchemy, and array formations, along with the operational methods for the Divine Refining Furnace. Following the empress's guidance, Yi Chen retrieved his storage bracelet. Extracting all of his spiritual stones and the items he had requested from Wang, casting them all into the Divine Refining Furnace. This collection included various treasures bestowed upon him by the Yi family, as well as items reclaimed from Wang, valued at no less than several 100,000 spiritual stones. Flames surged within the Divine Refining Furnace, swiftly melting the contents inside in the blink of an eye. Weapons, spiritual stones, and treasures were refined. After more than a dozen breaths, a drop of pale azure liquid shot forth from the furnace, gently descending before Yi Chen. From this droplet of spiritual liquid, he could distinctly sense an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, igniting a sense of impatience within him. This was the primordial spiritual liquid formed from the fusion of rare materials in the Great Void. The essence the Linglong Empress had produced was of a far superior grade compared to what Yi Chen had achieved. Thus, the primordial liquid she crafted bore a different hue. The items Yi Chen had cast into the Divine Refining Furnace were merely spiritual stones and low-grade treasures, resulting in this pale azure liquid of equivalent quality. According to the Linglong Empress, should he procure higher-grade rare materials or top-tier spiritual stones, he would be capable of refining even more potent primordial liquids. Yi Chen absorbed the droplet of spiritual liquid directly as the primordial liquid coursed through him. It instantaneously transformed into the purest essence, dispersing throughout his body and continuously nourishing him. Boom! In an instant, Yi Chen felt his cultivation surge dramatically. In just a few breaths, he reached the 9th layer of body refinement and then broke through to the Qi refinement stage. At this juncture, his advancement did not cease. Qi refinement 1st layer, Qi refinement 2nd layer, Qi refinement 9th layer. Yi Chen astonishingly surged straight to the 9th layer of Qi refinement before finally halting. After a considerable time, he slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant light flickering within them. Not only had his cultivation been fully restored, but he had also made significant progress, ascending to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Yi Chen clenched his fists in exhilaration, then fixed his gaze intently upon the Divine Refining Furnace before him. According to the information left by the Linglong Empress, not only could the furnace refine the blood and flesh of spiritual beasts, the essence of heaven and earth, and mystical elixirs, but it could also extract and integrate the special physiques of cultivators into his own body. Moreover, even corpses could be purified for their residual cultivation essence, allowing Yi Chen to absorb it. Extracting the essence while discarding the dross, he could utilize this essence to elevate himself. This was Yi Chen's greatest reliance for advancing to the god transformation stage within a year. Otherwise, achieving such a feat in just 1 year would have been utterly inconceivable. With his cultivation now enhanced, it was time for him to choose a cultivation method. The Yi family possessed a treasured family technique. A 7th-tier method, one of the strongest in Thundercloud City in the Xiantian continent. Cultivation methods and spells were categorized from weak to strong, spanning from 1st to 9th tier, with 9th-tier techniques representing the pinnacle of the Daiqin dynasty's martial arts. As a prominent family in Thundercloud City, the Yi family's possession of a 7th-tier method was something that evoked envy from countless factions. However, Yi Chen would certainly not opt for his family's technique at this moment. The Empress had mentioned in the information she provided that 9th-tier methods were merely an introduction to cultivation techniques and spells. Above the 9th tier lay the King tier, Emperor tier, Imperial tier, Saint tier, and God tier, each of which was further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. In this light, the Yi family's 7th-tier method appeared almost trivial. Yet, considering that Thundercloud City was merely a frontier town, possessing a 7th-tier technique here was indeed impressive. Within the Divine Refining Furnace, there existed a technique, though its tier was unknown even to me. However, based on my deductions, it may surpass the God tier. I shall tentatively classify it as the Immortal tier. Regrettably, I have been practicing my current technique for tens of thousands of years, making it difficult to switch to a new one. I suppose this is a stroke of good fortune for you. The Empress had once conveyed this to Yi Chen before her departure to Haiti that time. She appeared somewhat regretful, for this was indeed a technique that transcended the God tier, since she could not cultivate it. It was only fitting that Yi Chen did if he could master this technique. With this thought in mind, a spark of excitement flickered in Yi Chen's eyes at a technique that even the Linglong Empress held in such high regard. Inscribed within the Divine Refining Furnace must undoubtedly be a remarkable treasure. Chapter 6. The Wang family's plans. With this thought, Yi Chen hurriedly probed his spiritual consciousness into the Divine Refining Furnace. At that moment, the furnace was enveloped in darkness, obscuring all visibility. After a long while of searching without any discovery, Yi Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he quickly dismissed this notion from his mind and continued his exploration of the furnace. Moments later, a ray of light suddenly pierced through the darkness. Hope reignited. Yi Chen clenched his fists in excitement as his spiritual consciousness surged forward. Almost immediately, countless ancient characters illuminated the walls of the Divine Refining Furnace. And upon seeing these inscriptions, Yi Chen's heart trembled. These were the ancient divine runes. Such runes only existed from the primordial era when the heavens and earth were first formed. With the conclusion of that era, these runes faded from the world. Yi Chen had only encountered these ancient characters in certain ancient texts. Yet now, they were vividly appearing before his eyes, imprinted within the Divine Refining Furnace. Following this, the ancient runes seemed to come alive, one by one flying from the walls and surging into Yi Chen's mind. He felt an overwhelming torrent of information forcefully invade his consciousness, causing a splitting headache. Only after a considerable time did he begin to recover. Exhaling deeply, Yi Chen finally had the energy to examine the content flooding his mind. To his astonishment, it was a legacy of divine runes. With this ancient runic inheritance, comprehending it posed no challenge for him. After hastily reviewing the information, Yi Chen awakened from the inheritance with a surge of joy. The ancient refining divine art. 5 ancient characters floated before him, exuding an intense aura of the wilderness. A cursory examination of the technique sent waves of astonishment through Yi Chen's heart. According to the text, when this technique is cultivated to its zenith, one could refine the heavens and devour all spirits, rendering all things in the world subject to refinement and consumption. Overwhelming, utterly domineering. As Yi Chen contemplated the domineering nature of the ancient refining divine art, he could not help but inhale deeply. To neglect such a tyrannical technique would be akin to forsaking humanity itself. Without delay, he commenced his study of the ancient refining divine art. As the technique began to circulate within him, the divine refining furnace trembled slightly, then gradually began to rotate. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within the entire room became agitated, transforming into waves that surged toward Yi Chen. The ancient refining divine art had the capability to communicate with the divine refining furnace. After Yi Chen cultivated this technique, The furnace began to autonomously absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, condensing it and integrating it into Yi Chen's body. Soon, some of this spiritual energy flowed into Yi Chen's Dan domain, while the remainder surged into the divine refining furnace. Upon entering the furnace, this spiritual energy began to coalesce, subsequently transforming into drops of mysterious spiritual liquid. Unlike the primordial spiritual liquid, these mysterious droplets were infused with an exceptionally rich spiritual essence. Without hesitation, Yi Chen commenced the process of refining and absorbing these mysterious liquids. Although there were only a few droplets within the furnace, the essence contained within them was vast. Boom! An overwhelming pressure suddenly emanated from Yi Chen. Foundation establishment stage. Yi Chen's eyes shot open in surprise that he had not anticipated that the ancient refining divine art would prove to be so formidable, allowing him to elevate his cultivation to the next level. With this realization, Yi Chen eagerly continued his study of the ancient refining divine art. Meanwhile, within the grand estate of the Wang family, a tall, middle-aged man sat in the main seat of the hall. His face contorted with rage. Before him stood Yang Xiao and Wang Rongrong at this moment. Wang Rongrong was dabbing at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, wiping away her tears. Crying? You still have the face to cry. The entire city is abuzz with news that Yi Chen will come to our Wang family to annul the engagement in 3 days. This is all you're doing. This individual is none other than Wang Rongrong's father, the head of the Wang family, Wang Tuesday father. I have clearly intended to dissolve the engagement with the Wang family for quite some time. Why do you still strike me? Wang Rongrong lamented, wiping away her tears in indignation. After confiding in Wang Tu about the matter, she had expected her father to support her, but to her astonishment, he erupted in fury, rebuking her harshly and even delivering a stinging slap across her face, igniting her inner resentment. Wang Tu, still seething with anger, cast a glance back at her. Upon noticing the red mark on his daughter's cheek, the scolding words that had been poised on his lips were swallowed back. With long hair and short sight, the reason our Wang family has managed to ascend to the status of a second-rate family in the past 2 years is solely due to the resources provided by the Yi family. Without the resources and connections granted by the Yi family, how could we have reached this point? Wang Tu gestured toward Wang Rongrong, as though speaking to a wall, because we have an engagement with the Yi family. Families in Leyun City and the surrounding areas regard us as one with the Yi family, which is why they are willing to conduct business with us, yielding substantial profits. But your reckless actions of proposing the dissolution of the engagement with Yi Chen have torn our relationship with the Yi family asunder. Observing Wang Tu's evident trepidation regarding Yi Chen and the Yi family, Wang Rongrong defiantly gazed back at her father. What is there to fear? Yi Chen is merely a second-generation heir relying on his family's legacy. And furthermore, he is currently a mere waste with no cultivation. Wang Rongrong scoffed, her head held high in disdain towards Yi Chen. Indeed, master, Yi Chen is nothing but a waste. There is no value in forming an alliance with such a person. Besides, isn't young master Chen Shaolong currently pursuing Rongrong? If we could establish a connection with the Chen family, the Yi family would be of no consequence. Wang Xiao, standing nearby, chimed in to embellish the sentiment. Hearing this, Wang Tu slammed his hand on the table in frustration, exuding an air of disappointment. What standing does the Chen family possess? How could they possibly come to our Wang family, let alone take Rongrong as a wife? The Chen family may not come, but the Yi family is right here in Leyun City. How could we withstand the wrath of the Yi family? As he spoke, Wang Tu's anger intensified, his gaze towards Wang Rongrong turning sharp. Master need not worry. At that moment, Wang Xia stepped forward that I witnessed with my own eyes how young Master Chen Shaolong expressed his affections for Rongrong with utmost enthusiasm. This is not mere flattery. I believe you can rest assured. Young Master Chen will surely come to propose within a few days. Upon hearing Wang Xia's words, Wang Tu's expression gradually softened. If an alliance with the Chen family could indeed be forged, then the Yi family would be inconsequential. Yet, as of now, young Master Chen Shaolong had yet to approach our Wang family with a proposal. Just as Wang Tu finished speaking, a resounding voice echoed from outside the Wang family residence. Young Master Chen Shaolong of the Chen family from Bailong City pays his respects to the head of the Wang family. At this declaration, the members of the Wang family hurriedly rose to greet the visitor. Wang Tu strode ahead of the crowd, warmly welcoming the guest. As for the previous topic, if they could align with the Chen family, the Yi family would be nothing. within the grand hall of the Wang family. All the members surrounded a distinguished young man in the center. This man possessed a strikingly handsome visage, radiating an innate authority, accompanied by an elderly gentleman whose ordinary appearance belied a formidable presence. You have my apologies for the distant welcome, young Master Chen. It is our Wang family's honor that you are willing to visit us. Rong, quickly bring tea for the young master, Wang Tu urged. Casting a knowing glance at Wang Rong, who promptly stepped forward with fragrant tea in hand, presenting it respectfully. Young Master Chen, please enjoy the tea. As Wang Rong approached, Chen Shaolong, initially lacking interest, suddenly became invigorated. What a delightful teacup in preparation for Chen Shaolong's arrival. Wang Rong had adorned herself meticulously. Upon receiving the teacup, Chen Shaolong inadvertently brushed against Wang Rong's delicate hand, stirring something within him, just as he intended to pursue further intimacy. Wang Rong gracefully evaded him. Young master, please sip the tea slowly, do not be hasty, and be careful not to burn yourself. With a flirtatious glance cast in Wang Rong's direction, Chen Shaolong found it nearly impossible to suppress the urge to seize her. However, being well-versed in societal affairs, he quickly regained his composure. The tea is delightful, and the person even more so. Hearing Chen Shaolong's words, Wang Tu's anxious heart finally eased. Clearly, the young master held a genuine interest in his daughter. This made matters considerably simpler as the group settled at the table. Amidst the clinking of cups, Wang Tu subtly informed Chen Shaolong of the situation between Wang Rong and Yi Chun, embellishing the narrative with his own flair, portraying Yi Chun in an unfavorable light. Humph, this young patriarch of the Yi family truly has audacity, Chen Shaolong remarked, his brow furrowing in disdain. Rest assured, Wang family head, now that I am aware of this matter, I shall not allow him to continue his misdeeds. Just spread the word in Leyun City. With my presence, I find it hard to believe that a mere young patriarch of the Yi family would dare to defy my wishes. If he truly dares to act recklessly, then I shall bring ruin upon him and his entire family. Upon hearing such confident proclamations, Wang Tu's joy knew no bounds, and he hastily urged Wang Rong to toast to Chen Shaolong. As Chen Shaolong extended his arm, attempting to encircle Wang Rong's waist, she shyly stepped back, but offered a beguiling smile that ignited a fire within him. Young master, my daughter Rong is still an unwed young lady. Somewhat bashful, perhaps during your stay in Leyun City, you could enjoy some outings together. Wang Tu beamed, thoroughly pleased with his daughter's demeanor. Father, what are you saying? Wang Rong's face flushed crimson as she turned to retreat, covering her face in embarrassment. Haha, my daughter has a delicate disposition. Wang Tu feigned a reprimand, though inwardly he felt only satisfaction with her behavior. It was best to keep Chen Shaolong intrigued. This way, the young master would be inclined to assist the Wang family. Miss Rong is captivating. I shall remain in Leyun City for a while longer, allowing time for us to grow closer, Chen Shaolong declared, rising from his seat. Wang family head, I must pay a visit to the city lord's mansion. I will take my leave for now. As Chen Shaolong excused himself, the elderly gentleman behind him silently followed suit. The members of the Wang family and onlookers from other families rose to see him off at the entrance. Wang Rong's aunt approached with warmth. Young master, regarding Rong's situation, before she could finish, Chen Shaolong cast a scornful glance at the various families present in Leyun City. The matters of the Wang family are my Chen family's affairs. I will see who among you dares to cause trouble. Instantly, the Wang family felt reassured. With Chen Shaolong's status, a single word from him would suffice to quell any dissent. Thank you, young master. I too am eager to witness whether that waste from the Yi family dares to approach us. With newfound confidence, Wang Tu boldly proclaimed. Old Lu, what progress has been made in the investigation? After departing the Wang family, Chen Shaolong promptly inquired of the elderly gentleman trailing behind him. Young master, we have uncovered the truth. The reputation of this Wang family woman has spread throughout Leyun City. She is indeed a schemer. Oh, pray, do elaborate. What you might not know, young master, is that she was engaged to Yi Chun, the young patriarch of the Yi family, a year ago. Not only did she toy with the Yi family, but she also maintains ambiguous relationships with several young masters from other families in the city. The Wang family is filled with greedy individuals. Upon hearing this, Chen Shaolong's expression turned icy. Just as I suspected. This woman appears innocent, yet she is no different from the courtesans I encountered in Bailong City. It is merely a transaction. Why feign purity? Chen Shaolong spat in disdain. Then, young master, shall we intervene in the Wang family's affairs? Indeed, we shall. Chen Shaolong smirked coldly that a single word can determine fate. Does the Yi family dare to act recklessly? My primary purpose in coming to Lei City is to forge an alliance with the city lord. And in the meantime, to indulge in the company of a few charming women is a delightful bonus. Though this woman is somewhat promiscuous, I see potential in her. She is worthy of gracing my bed. After this incident, the Yi family will have antagonized other families in Lei City, leaving them with no choice but to align themselves entirely with our Chen family. By then, I shall have the Wang family present her to me as a plaything. Do they dare refuse? Playing hard to get? They think they can use me as a pawn. Laughable. Upon leaving the Wang family, a fervor enveloped the household. Head, what shall we do next? Inquired an elder of the Wang family. Immediately disseminate this news throughout Lei City. I want everyone to know of our Wang family's close ties with the Chen family of Bailong City. I wish to see if the Yi family dares to approach us. In the realm of Taitsong, Yi Chen exhaled deeply. Over the span of 100 days, he had finally mastered the ancient and mysterious art of divine refinement, a technique that has been passed down since the eternal era. Undeniably powerful, throughout his stay in the Taitsong realm, he devoted himself tirelessly to his training, which allowed him to grasp this formidable method. While a mere half-day had elapsed in the outside world, he still had ample time to continue his cultivation. It was now time to delve into the art of spells. With the method in hand, he required offensive techniques as well. The empress had bestowed upon him numerous spells of varying ranks, each one capable of astonishing the world if unleashed, yet his current strength was insufficient for their practice. After a thorough search, Yi Chen finally discovered a spell he could barely manage to learn, the true dragon sword technique. After a brief moment, Yi Chen opened his eyes. This was a royal-grade low-tier sword technique known as the true dragon sword technique. Currently, he could only learn the first 3 forms. The subsequent moves were beyond his current cultivation level. In the outside world, it would have been impossible to achieve proficiency in such a short time, but within the confines of Taitsong, the circumstances were entirely different. The weapon felt too light, weighing the long sword in his hand. Yi Chen frowned. The sword was of too low a grade. In the Xintian continent, weapons were categorized as follows: mortal weapons, magical weapons, spiritual weapons, magic treasures, spiritual treasures, transcendent spiritual treasures, and Xintian supreme treasures. Each category further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The sword in his possession was merely an upper-tier mortal weapon, significantly diminishing its potency. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen exited the Taitsong realm and retrieved 9 upper-tier mortal weapons from his family's treasury, which he promptly cast into the Divine Refinement Furnace. The furnace not only refined weapons, but also concocted elixirs and forged artifacts. 3 weapons of the same level could be fused to create a weapon of a higher grade. After tossing the 9 weapons into the furnace, they soon melded into a single middle-tier magical weapon. With a focused thought, Yi Chen intended to extract the weapon. Yi Chen felt a twinge of confusion. The magical weapon from the furnace was much heavier than he had anticipated. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hands and finally retrieved the weapon. This was an octagonal dark golden broadsword, exceedingly weighty. Even Yi Chen found it required considerable effort to wield. This sword had absorbed the essence of the 9 upper-tier mortal weapons, and combined with the furnace's refining process, it had undergone a qualitative transformation. Furthermore, the blade of this octagonal broadsword was unparalleled. Yi Chen had intentionally crafted it this way. As the saying goes, the sword's edge knows no bounds, and this weapon, forged in the Divine Refinement Furnace, though merely a middle-tier magical weapon, was far more formidable than the average of its kind. Yi Chen had designed this hefty octagonal broadsword specifically to strengthen his physique. Following the moves of the true dragon sword technique, he began to practice with great speed. After a stick of incense burned, Yi Chen sighed with relief, leaning on the long sword. This octagonal broadsword truly tested one's strength. One had to exert their full power to wield it effectively. However, the thought of the impending marriage annulment with the Wang family made him snort coldly, prompting him to continue his frenzied sword practice. A day later, after spending 300 days in the Taitsong realm, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. In the outside world, barely 2 days had passed. Yi Chen had now become proficient in wielding the octagonal broadsword, and he could execute the first 3 moves with ease. All things under heaven can be severed, he mused, and with the sword's brilliance. He decided to name it the Azure Edge Sword. As he played with the broadsword in hand, he nodded in satisfaction. The true dragon sword technique was unmatched in its dominance, and even his enhanced physique struggled to keep up, especially when paired with such a heavy sword. Yet, with the time dilation effect of the Divine Refinement Furnace, his mastery of the true dragon sword technique became increasingly adept, having spent a sufficient amount of time in this realm. It was now time to venture out, to the Wang family for the annulment, and perhaps to test the other capabilities of the Divine Refinement Furnace by eliminating a few adversaries. Chapter 8. Provocation of the Yi clan upon leaving the Taizong realm. Yi Chen strode toward the Yi family's assembly hall. The atmosphere within was tense. You have all heard about the Wang family situation, have you not? Yi Zhen initiated the inquiry. The members of the Yi family nodded in unison. Who would have thought the Chen family from the White Dragon City would become involved? This could lead to trouble. One elder lamented. What is there to worry about? Even if it is the Chen family. What can they do? We are in the right, and the annulment must be executed cleanly. All bride price must be returned. Another elder asserted that it won't be that simple. How could the young master of the Chen family ignore us if we go to annul the marriage? Another elder countered. Are we to simply refrain from going? If we do that, it would be a disgrace for our Yi family. Several elders retorted. As these elders engaged in heated debate, Yi Chen entered the hall with decisive steps. Of course we must go. Since it is our Yi family's possession, they must return it as they took it, he declared. Upon seeing Yi Chen's entrance, all the elders rose slowly, their gazes drawn to him. Chener, your cultivation has returned? Yi Zhen inquired. Upon entering, Yi Chen had not concealed his cultivation level, openly displaying his foundation establishment stage. Thus, Yi Zhen quickly realized that Yi Chen had not only recovered, but had grown even stronger than before. You have reached the foundation establishment stage, and your aura is more robust than the average cultivator, Yi Yang remarked. Hearing this, the other elders looked at Yi Chen with excitement. This was the best news in over a year. Yi Chen had once been the unrivaled prodigy of Thundercloud City, destined to be the pillar of the Yi family. Now that he had regained his cultivation, it was indeed a momentous occasion. Thanks to the blessings of the elders and the resources of the family, my cultivation has recovered in recent days, Yi Chen affirmed. Upon hearing Yi Chen's confirmation, Yi Zhen's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Excellent. Now let us see what storm the Wang family can conjure. Uncle Yi Liang's expression turned icy. If we are to annul the marriage, I will accompany Chener to ensure the Wang family returns the entire bride price. Every last coin. As these words were spoken, the assembly nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is our Yi family's property. They cannot monopolize it. However, the Wang family has allied with powerful forces, namely the Chen family from White Dragon City. If it were just the Wang family, we elders would have no trouble overpowering them. But with the Chen family backing them, we must tread carefully. The Chen family is one of the 4 great clans of White Dragon City. Deeply connected to the White Dragon sect, we, the Yi family, are merely one of the hundreds of cities under the sect's jurisdiction, and we cannot contend with such a colossal entity. If they were to turn hostile and threaten Chener, should we injure him, the Chen family will send formidable experts to our Yi family. How would we defend ourselves then? Several elders voiced their concerns. Listening to their words, the others nodded in agreement. Their worries were not unfounded. Offending the Chen family could lead to monumental troubles for the Yi family. Are we to let the Chen family ride roughshod over us simply because we fear their experts? Fourth Uncle Yi Qing scoffed, approaching Yi Chen. If you are afraid, you need not attend. I will accompany Chener to the Wang family. If your only concern is the Chen family, then there is no need for worry. Just then, Yi Zhen interjected nonchalantly. They are merely one of the 4 great clans of White Dragon City. Should they come to exact retribution, I will find a way to deal with them. Upon hearing this, the other elders exchanged glances, but soon fell silent. Although they were uncertain of Yi Zhen's confidence, they were well aware of his character. Why Yi Zhen would not speak without reason, if he said so. He must have his reasons. Very well, since the clan leader has spoken, we need not worry about this matter. The elders reassured themselves, rising in unison. The Yi family had always been united, unwavering against outsiders. Hearing Yi Zhen's words, Yi Chen regarded his grandfather with surprise. He had heard of the Chen family's reputation in Thundercloud City. Though he held no fear, his grandfather's comments stirred many thoughts within him. It seemed that the Yi family harbored many secrets, and these secrets allowed Yi Zhan to remain unperturbed by the Chen family's threat. Could it be that his family was indeed a hidden superpower? Yi Chen pondered in confusion. Yet, after surveying the surroundings, he shook his head, dismissing the notion that it certainly did not appear that way as Yi Chen contemplated. Yi Zhan had already issued orders. Fourth, you and Chener will go. I want to see if the Wang and Chen families dare to lay a finger on you. The Yi family has always possessed an indomitable spirit, should the Wang family approach with a gesture of reconciliation. The members of the Yi clan might consider their past connections and choose to resolve matters discreetly. However, the Wang family's brazen arrogance indicates they believe Yi Chen and his kin would not dare to retaliate, thus emboldening their haughty demeanor. Given such an attitude, the Yi family shall not indulge them. If confrontation is what the Wang family seeks, then they shall have it in full measure in matters of this nature. The Yi family is far from timid. Heeding Yi Zhan's directives, Yi Qing respectfully accepted his orders and resolutely followed in Yi Chen's wake. Yi Chen, endowed with unparalleled talent since childhood and having rendered significant contributions to the Yi family, commanded unwavering trust from his elders despite their seniority. Meanwhile, the other clan elders of the Yi family were eagerly preparing for action. With the head of the family's assurance, they felt no fear towards the Chen family. Grandfather, await my good news. With that declaration, Yi Chen strode out of the Yi family's council hall, eager to witness the magnitude of chaos the Wang family could unleash. Upon his departure, an elder of the Yi family stood up with a furrowed brow. Patriarch, since the Wang family dares to proclaim they have the Chen family's protection, I fear Chener's journey may not be entirely smooth. Upon hearing this, the other elders nodded in agreement. The potential for danger was palpable. Should the Wang family resort to lethal measures against Yi Chen, no matter how formidable Yi Qing might be, they could find themselves ensnared in peril. Acknowledging this, Yi Zhan nodded in response. Notify all members of the Yi family to remain on standby. If the Wang family knows moderation, we shall grant them a path of retreat, should they remain oblivious to their own limitations. Then from this day forth, there will be no Wang family in Leyun City. A withered camel is larger than a horse. What right does the Wang family have to disrespect the Yi family? If the Wang family seeks to establish dominance through humiliating the Yi family, then the Yi family does not hesitate to solidify their stance with the lives of several hundred from the Wang clan. This time, let all the other families in Leyun City understand the consequences of offending the Yi family. Yi Zhan proclaimed coldly, his eyes betraying no concealment of his murderous intent. This would be Yi Chen's first battle upon his return. A chance to establish his authority. Anyone who dared to threaten him would pay with their life. Chapter 9. The proposal to withdraw from marriage. Father, do you think that waste of a man, Yi Chen, will actually show up? Wang Riyun asked disdainfully, tugging at her father's sleeve. With the support of the Chen family's young master, she truly hoped to witness Yi Chen storming the Wang residence, only to be met with severe humiliation that he wouldn't dare. Wang too scoffed. While the Yi family may be a considerable force in Leyun City, compared to the Chen family's White Dragon sect, they are but ants. Rest assured, my daughter, even if he dares to come, it will merely be to apologize to you and our Wang family. We are no longer the Wang family that depended on them in the past. The Yi family cannot even be compared to giants like the Chen family. Wang Riyun felt reassured by her father's words, though she also found it somewhat boring not to witness Yi Chen's disgrace. Indeed, this situation was originally Yi Chen's fault. If he dared to come, he must kneel and beg for forgiveness. With the mighty Chen Shaolong as their backing, the Wang family felt emboldened. Many forces in Leyun City believed that upon receiving this news, the Yi family would not dare approach the Wang family. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and his uncle Yi Qing arrived at the entrance of the Wang family estate. Seeing Yi Chen approach, a Wang family disciple on guard sneered derisively. Ah, isn't this the young master of the Yi family? What brings you to our Wang family today? You wish to see Miss Ryun, I presume. Huh. Miss Ryun has instructed that aside from young master Chen Shaolong, no other stray cats or dogs are permitted to enter. In times past, Wang family members would never have dared to mock the young master of the Yi family in such a manner. They had previously witnessed Yi Chen grovel before Wang Ryun, and they held him in contempt as nothing more than a sycophant. Moreover, with the impending union between the Chen family and the Wang family, emboldened by the support of young master Chen, these Wang disciples grew increasingly arrogant. Seeing Yi Chen standing at the entrance with a cold expression, Several Wang family disciples shook their heads in disdain. A useless waste thinks he can enter our Wang family. He ought to take a good look at himself. Before the Wang disciples could finish their derisive remarks, Chen had already made his move. With a forceful stomp, he surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, instantly appearing before the Wang disciple and delivering a resounding slap to his face. Smack! A scream accompanied the sound of bones shattering. The Wang disciple was sent flying by Chen's blow, crashing heavily to the ground, blood and a few teeth spewing from his mouth. "What are you, to dare impede my path?" Chen coldly snorted, kicking open the door and stepping inside. Hearing the anguished cries from outside, the Wang family members quickly turned their gazes toward the entrance, eager to see who would dare to cause trouble in their home. However, upon recognizing Chen, their expressions transformed into mockery. Wang Tu and Wang Riyun also realized who had entered. "What audacity! How dare you harm my family's guards? Chen, you are courting death." Wang Riyun's face darkened instantly as she coldly remarked upon seeing Chen's brazen entrance. Unfazed by her words, Chen's expression remained unchanged, a hint of a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "With a new ally, you speak with such bravado. Cousin Yi, you have come uninvited and harmed our guards. This is exceedingly rude that if you do not clarify your actions today, do not blame me for teaching you the meaning of propriety." Wang Tu's eyes narrowed, glinting with a cold light as he regarded Chen. With Chen Shaolong backing him, he felt no trepidation. Why Chen raised an eyebrow, unwilling to engage in further pleasantries, and simply seized a nearby chair to sit down, then regarded Wang Tu with a sardonic smile. "What do you think I am here for, Wang family head? Surely you must know this." Wang Tu's face grew increasingly grim. This was an affront to him, a blatant provocation. First, he entered uninvited, injuring a guard. And now he appeared completely unrepentant. It was as though he held no respect for him whatsoever. "I believe Cousin Yi has come to offer congratulations to Riyun, as my daughter and the young master of the Chen family are deeply in love and will soon arrive in grand procession for their wedding. How about this? I am aware that there has been some discord between you and Riyun in the past, so if you kneel and apologize to her, along with a compensation of 100,000 spirit stones, we can put your previous insults to her behind us. Perhaps Riyun might even forgive you," Wang Tu said nonchalantly, his contempt and derision unmistakable in his gaze. In the past, such words would have thrown him into a panic. Yet the circumstances had changed. He could not believe Chen would dare to challenge the Wang family backed by the Chen family. Chen raised an eyebrow. The Wang family had become this audacious. But his expression soon turned frosty. "I am here to withdraw from the engagement." As for kneeling in apology after a brief pause, Chen interjected, disdainfully regarding the other. "What qualifications does your Wang family possess?" As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent. You seek death." Wang Tu sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed on Chen like a venomous serpent, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The Wang family had indeed secured the support of the Chen family. But they never expected Chen would dare to speak to them in such a manner. Audacious. Taking a deep breath, Wang Tu continued, "Withdrawing from the engagement is not impossible, but you must compensate Riyun. You and Riyun have long had a betrothal, and withdrawing from it would greatly impact the reputation of both the Wang family and Riyun." Smack. Before Wang Tu could finish, Chen coldly slammed his hand on the table. "Reputation? What honor does a promiscuous woman like her have?" Chen scoffed at. "A year ago, she was my fiancée, yet she cavorted with other young masters from various noble families, entangled in indecency, to withdraw from the engagement without returning the betrothal gifts. Such greed and shamelessness. Does she even have the right to speak of honor? For raising such a daughter and being unfaithful, does your Wang family have any dignity left?" As Chen's words fell, Wang Riyun's face flushed crimson. Meanwhile, Wang Tu's expression darkened to a stormy hue. "You, a junior, have no sense of decorum. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on propriety on behalf of the Yi family head." Without waiting for a response, Wang Tu charged towards Chen. With his cultivation at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, poised to enter the core formation stage, he deemed it a mere trifle to deal with a waste like Chen. Especially with Chen Shaolong's backing making him all the more reckless. "Humph, when did it become your Wang family's prerogative to educate the young master of the Yi family? Wang Tu, what are you even worth to speak so brazenly before me?" Just then, Yi Qing stepped forward, releasing his aura at the core formation stage, rendering Wang Tu motionless with fear. Very well. The marriage contract is hereby nullified. The Yi and Wang families are completely at odds. Wang Tu tossed a marriage contract forward, coldly gesturing. Someone, see our guest out. A few Wang family members approached with arrogant expressions. Even a formidable core formation cultivator was of no concern to them. Emboldened by the Chen family's support. Wang Tu, have you forgotten something? Yi Chen teased, looking at him with a mocking gaze. What else could there be? Wang Tu cast a frigid gaze upon Yi Chen. The murderous intent intensifying. Of course, it is the betrothal gift. 200,000 spirit stones, along with 1,000 vials of elixirs. Hand them over. Chapter 10. The threat of Chen Shaolong. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the members of the Wang family fell into a profound silence. Ever since Yi Chen had taken a liking to Wang Rongrong, the Wang family status had risen considerably. Over the years, their indulgences had become increasingly extravagant. Consequently, after the engagement, the majority of the 200,000 betrothal gift had already been consumed. The elixirs had also been squandered. Now, gathering such a substantial amount of spirit stones and elixirs within a short period was simply beyond the Wang family's capabilities. Here, this is the dowry you once bestowed upon us. 2 quilts from Nanyuan City, I am returning them to you now. After the engagement, the Wang family had tossed 2 so-called priceless embroidered quilts at Yi Chen. Such unimpressive items were worth mere trifles, with even a single piece from the Yi family's storeroom surpassing them by several multiples. To exchange a wealth of spirit stones and elixirs for nothing but 2 tattered quilts was nothing short of absurd. Since we are to annul the engagement, let us do so decisively. You have received your quilts. Now return our betrothal gift, Yi Chen declared, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the Wang family. Did they truly believe that the possessions of the Wang family were so easily relinquished? A mere marriage certificate was insufficient. Did they think that with the Chen family's backing, they could act with impunity before him? Yi Chen, he intended to make the Wang family understand that the possessions of the Yi family must be returned without fail. Casting his eyes around, Yi Chen found nothing that he sought, causing him to frown slightly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. What? Does your Wang family intend to greedily keep my spirit stones and elixirs? Yi Chen's gaze settled upon Wang Tuesday, the head of the Wang family, who had just been so arrogant, surely valued his worth to in the future, they would be a prominent family in Leyun City. They could not possibly covet such a trivial sum, could they? Listening to Yi Chen's words, Wang Tu's already ashen face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He had initially hoped to take advantage of this opportunity to sever ties with the Wang family entirely, as Wang Rongrong had already climbed the social ladder by allying with the Chen family. With the Chen family backing them, the Yi family would surely think twice before demanding the betrothal gift. Yet, Yi Chen was acting unpredictably, not only seeking to annul the engagement, but even demanding the return of the previous gifts. The Wang family had already indulged in the 200,000 betrothal gift. To return such resources would indeed cripple them. Head of household, we cannot comply, a Wang family youth exclaimed. Young Master Chen Shaolong has already pledged to protect our Wang family. This mere waste from the Yi family dares to speak against us? If he utters another word, we will break his limbs and throw him out. At this moment, Wang Rongrong could no longer contain herself. Yi Chen, are you still a man? Do you lack such magnanimity? To demand back what has already been given. If you were a true man, you would take the marriage certificate and leave the Wang family at once. Cease this insolence. Your behavior is truly contemptible. Beside her, Yang Xiao nodded vigorously. She had also received a considerable share of those spirit stones. Now asking the Wang family to return them felt more painful than having her flesh cut. Yi Chen, the marriage certificate has been returned to you. You and Rongrong are no longer bound. Let the past fade into oblivion. Rongrong has at least accompanied you for a few years, and these gifts are rightfully hers. At this, Wang Xiao lifted her chin haughtily. These betrothal gifts were voluntarily bestowed upon the Wang family. Since they were given willingly, they cannot be reclaimed in a divorce. It is customary to divide the assets. Hearing Wang Xiao's words, Yi Chen nearly burst into laughter. So, you mean to say that since Wang Rongrong did not obtain half of the Yi family's assets, I should be grateful to her? Yi Chen retorted, his fury transforming into a sardonic smile as he slowly rose to his feet. I will say this one last time. Return the betrothal gifts from that year. This is not a negotiation. It is a notification. Drawing a deep breath, Yi Chen's cold gaze fixated on Wang Tuesday. Wang Tu, I ask you one final time. Will your Wang family return the betrothal gifts or not? In response to Yi Chen's icy words, Wang Tu similarly shook his head with disdain. Return? It was your Yi family that willingly presented them to us. Now that the gifts have been given, what right do you have to demand them back? You think to have us return these spirit stones and elixirs? Dream on. The resources acquired through strength. Why should they be returned? Considering you once had a betrothal with Rongrong, if you apologize now, I will allow you to leave. Otherwise, when young Master Chen Shaolong arrives, I will not be so lenient. Upon hearing Wang Tu's insistence, Yi Chen nodded, a radiant smile gracing his face as he looked at the two of them. Your Wang family is truly devoid of shame. Even a courtesan knows to serve her master after receiving payment. Yet your Wang family is even less dignified. Impudent. Wang Tu could no longer contain himself. Charging at Yi Chen recklessly, a mere waste dares to insult my Wang family. Today, I shall break your legs and teach Yi Zhen a lesson on how to discipline you. As Wang Tu lunged forward, his uncle Yi Qing had already moved first. With a disdainful snort, he swiftly advanced towards Wang Tu's Dayu. Wang Tu felt a sense of foreboding. Yet at this point, there was no retreat. Bang! With a single kick, Yi Qing sent Wang Tu crashing to the ground, then stepped on him. Who do you think you are to dare lay a hand on our Yi family's young master? Today, I shall show you what it means to seek your own demise. With that, Yi Qing pressed down with force, shattering Wang Tu's sternum, before sending him flying. Wang Tu's anguished cries echoed as he fell into a chasm of pain. He was in the core formation stage. He was no match for his opponent. Today, the Wang family had but two choices: return the betrothal gifts or face annihilation. Yi Chen's voice was frigid. This is a notification, not a negotiation. If the Wang family refuses, the Yi family shall come personally to collect. As Yi Chen's chilling words reached the ears of the onlookers, the surrounding Wang family youths erupted in fury, rushing forward. Yi Chen, I warn you, young Master Chen Shaolong has decided to form an alliance with our Wang family. If you dare to act against us, you will make an enemy of young Master Chen. Kneel and beg for forgiveness, and our Wang family will show mercy. Otherwise, we shall eradicate your entire Yi family. A Wang family youth bellowed angrily. Thud. The tirade was abruptly silenced as Yi Chen, having closed the distance, delivered a single punch that shattered the youth's heart, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Blood saturating the earth. What are you to threaten me? Yi Chen spoke, a fierce aura emanating from him as he surveyed the Wang family members. Today, should anyone dare to act recklessly, there will be no mercy. As Yi Chen's words hung in the air, a cold scoff suddenly resounded from outside the door. And no mercy, such grandiose bravado. Today, I, Chen Shaolong, shall see how you intend to kill. Before his words faded, a figure clad in a green robe strode in. His gaze ultimately landing on Yi Chen. So you are Yi Chen. Kneel and bow. Swear fealty to me as a servant, and I may allow you to live. Pausing briefly, Chen Shaolong shot Yi Chen a sidelong glance. Otherwise, your entire Yi family shall be exterminated. Chapter 11. What are you barking like a dog? Who are you? Yi Chen turned his head, glancing towards the entrance of the Wang family. There stood Chen Shaolong, clad in a green robe, striding confidently forward. Behind him trailed two individuals, one an elderly servant, the other a middle-aged man who was none other than the lord of Leiyun City, Jiang Bei. The city lord had previously been restrained by the Yi family, so their relationship appeared amicable on the surface, yet was actually fraught with tension. Now, aligning with the Chen family, he likely sought to establish a connection with them. Seeing that Yi Chen did not recognize him, Jiang Bei let out a displeased scoff. He sauntered over to the head seat of the Wang family, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Chen. Impudent, how could you not even recognize the young master of the Chen family? At this, the elderly servant prepared to take action, but was swiftly halted by Chen Shaolong. I am Chen Shaolong, the young master of the Chen family from Bailong City. Since this is your first offense, I can grant you another chance to follow me. With a cold smile, Chen Shaolong regarded Yi Chen. Kneel and bow. Acknowledge me as your master, and you will become my servant. I can grant you a chance at survival. Otherwise, death awaits. These words were merely a means to taunt Yi Chen. He had no intention of offering him a path to survival. Beside him, Wang Rongrong helped Wang Tu to his feet, her eyes filled with malice as she glared at Yi Chen. Brother Shaolong, this Yi Chen has dared to injure my father. You must ensure justice for our Wang family." As she spoke, Wang Rongrong adopted a delicate demeanor, casting a helpless glance at Chen Shaolong. Her vulnerable appearance instantly piqued Chen Shaolong's interest. "Rongrong, do not worry that I will certainly seek justice for your Wang family." Before he could finish, Yi Chen let out a cold snort. What a wild dog. Daring to bark. Whose trousers have you tucked into to expose yourself? Yi Chen spoke disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Chen Shaolong's expression abruptly changed. After all these years, who dared to utter such nonsense to him? As the young master of one of the 7 branches of the Chen family, he wielded power over life and death. No one had ever dared to deny him. Yet, a mere young patriarch from the Yi family in Thundercloud City had the audacity to provoke him. "How bold of you to insult me, the young master." Chen Shaolong stood up abruptly, furiously pointing at Yi Chen. "I didn't say you were a dog. Why are you so agitated? It seems you are well aware of the truth. Or else how would you know I was referring to you?" Yi Chen replied coldly. Hearing these words, Chen Shaolong's face flushed with rage. Very well, very well." Chen Shaolong gritted his teeth, his gaze growing increasingly fierce. "You have successfully enraged me. Rest assured, I will not allow you to die so easily. In my fury, I will first dismember you, turning you into a human puppet, and then, before your very eyes, I shall annihilate your Yi family, relentlessly torturing you until you beg for death." As Chen Shaolong's words echoed, the expressions of all the Wang family disciples shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated such a brutal side to this young master of the Chen family. "Let me see if your bones are as tough as your words." As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura surged from him. Foundation establishment stage. Feeling this powerful presence, the Wang family disciples turned pale. In Thundercloud City, those geniuses of the same age as this young master of the Chen family were merely at the body refinement stage. Yet, this young master had already stepped into the foundation establishment stage. Although he had just entered this stage, the disparity in talent left everyone present in awe. The so-called geniuses of Thundercloud City were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Observing Chen Shaolong, Wang Rongrong's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, her face unable to contain her exhilaration. This was the true genius of a great family. In contrast, Yi Chen, the young patriarch of the Yi family, appeared to be a mere joke. Realizing this, Wang Rongrong cast a look of disdain at Yi Chen. Such a person deserved to be toyed with. As for the betrothal gifts, with this young master of the Chen family present, the Yi family would likely face extermination in Thundercloud City. Who would dare to demand betrothal gifts from her? Even the remaining assets of the Yi family would fall into her hands. "Seeing you so lacking in decorum, I shall take it upon myself to discipline you on behalf of your parents." A mere small family from Thundercloud City, yet they truly believed themselves to be a significant presence. At Chen Shaolong's humiliating remarks, Yi Chen's expression darkened considerably. His parents had gone missing when he was very young, yet they remained his most cherished family. How dare Chen Shaolong mention his parents? This man had sealed his own fate. "Discipline me? By your means? You hardly possess the qualifications." Yi Chen's gaze turned icy, his murderous intent unmasked. "The White Dragon sect has 9 peaks. Your Chen family is but one among them. Instead of seeking out talents in White Dragon City, you come to Thundercloud City to curry favor with the city lord, which only proves that you are merely a dispensable branch of the Chen family. If you truly belong to the main line of the Chen family, would you even bother with such a small place?" These words struck Chen Shaolong's heart like a dagger, and he was immediately filled with rage and shame. Clenching his fists, he trembled with fury. "I will tear you apart." With a roar, Chen Shaolong charged toward Yi Chen, his foundation establishment stage aura radiating powerfully. The Wang family erupted in cheers. This was the moment they had been waiting for. As long as Chen Shaolong eliminated Yi Chen, they would no longer have to worry about anyone demanding betrothal gifts. Not only that, but under the protection of the Chen family, they could easily unite with other families to swallow the Yi family whole. Many within the Wang family were already fantasizing about how to divide the Yi family's assets after killing Yi Chen. As for Yi Chen surviving, a powerless waste could never stand against a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if Chen Shaolong was merely at the first level of foundation establishment, he was not someone like Yi Chen, who had lost all cultivation, could possibly withstand. Watching the bloodthirsty Chen Shaolong, they seemed to envision Yi Chen's tragic demise right before their eyes. "Die." Chen Shaolong swiftly closed the distance, raising his palm to strike down upon Yi Chen. The power available to a foundation establishment cultivator far surpassed that of the Qi refinement stage. Chen Xiaolong's palm descended. A torrent of spiritual energy swirling around him, whipping Yi Chen's long robe as it billowed to go to hell, and remember not to provoke those beyond your reach in your next life. Wang too. Wang Rong, and the others laughed heartily from the sidelines. They had not forgotten the humiliation Yi Chen had inflicted upon the Wang family. Now, watching Yi Chen on the brink of death, they could hardly contain their anticipation. Witnessing this scene, Yi Qing's expression changed drastically, and he stepped forward urgently, attempting to intercept Chen Shaolong. But just then, an elder following Chen Shaolong moved as well. "Do not seek your own demise. The person my young master wishes to kill cannot be spared," the elder said nonchalantly, raising a hand, an invisible pressure emanating from him, firmly pinning Yi Qing in place, rendering him unable to move. Foundation establishment stage. Perfection in foundation establishment. Yi Qing glared at the elder, clearly enraged. Yet, under the elder's suppression, he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. "Today, you shall witness your so-called young patriarch die before your very eyes," the elder spoke coldly, then turned his cruel gaze aside. At this moment, Chen Shaolong had transformed his palm into a fist, aiming a devastating blow at Yi Chen's head. "Chener, quickly dodge," Yi Qing shouted anxiously at Yi Chen. Yet, Yi Chen remained rooted in place. As if he had not heard the shout, Yi Chen turned slightly, smiling at Yan.is that all you have. "You cannot kill me." Chapter 12. Who is the true waste, seeking your own demise? Seeing Yi Chen remain so arrogant even at the brink of death, Chen Shaolong roared, applying even more force as he brought his fist crashing down upon Yi Chen's head, just as the fist was about to land. Amidst the cries of all, the aura surrounding Yi Chen burst forth, and the green blade wrapped in red silk let out a soft cry as it shattered the silk and flew away. Without the weight of the green blade holding him back, Yi Chen's speed surged, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he retreated, evading Chen Shaolong's seemingly inevitable punch. Simultaneously, he retaliated with a punch of his own. Launching it toward Chen Shaolong's fist, the two fists collided instantly. How foolish to dare engage young Master Shaolong in a direct confrontation. This blow will surely end him. The Wang family cheered excitedly. To them, Yi Chen was utterly ignorant, failing to recognize the importance of allying with the Wang family. And now he dared to cancel the engagement and demand betrothal gifts. Now, he would not only fail to obtain the gifts, but would also lose his life. A complete loss. Yet in the next moment, the cheers abruptly ceased. "I must be seeing things. This kid actually blocked young Master Shaolong's punch." Chen Shaolong's punch, powerful as it was, from a foundation establishment stage cultivator, had clashed evenly with Yi Chen. "Ah, my hand." With a sharp intake of breath, Chen Shaolong clutched his fist, his face contorted in pain. He had not expected Yi Chen to withstand his attack. Moreover, in terms of physical cultivation, Yi Chen had surpassed him. Before Chen Shaolong could react, Yi Chen pressed forward, blocking his next attack, while simultaneously using the fallen green blade to strike down upon Chen Shaolong. Whoosh! The eight-edged sword sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, ringing sound. Chen Shaolong's expression changed dramatically. A resplendent sword materialized from his storage ring. Gripping the sword, Chen Shaolong swung it towards the green blade, believing he could easily block Yi Chen's fierce slash. After all, he wielded a middle-grade magic weapon. Clang! At the moment the swords collided, Chen Shaolong's complexion shifted drastically. The sword in his hand could not withstand the power of the green blade. It bore down upon him with an unmatched force. No! At that moment, Chen Shaolong finally realized the perilous situation he was in. If that sword truly struck down, he would be left crippled. In a panic, he frantically retrieved a collection of defensive treasures from his storage ring. He could not allow Yi Chen the opportunity to utilize any other treasures. This person hailed from the Chen family, and he undoubtedly possessed numerous powerful items. Prolonging the confrontation would only spell disaster for Yi Chen. Yi Chen pressed down with all his strength, the green blade's sharpness drawing ever closer to Chen Shaolong's head at this critical moment. All of Chen Shaolong's focus was on his head, and this was precisely the moment Yi Chen had been waiting for. In a flash, Yi Chen's left hand clenched into a fist, driving it toward Chen Shaolong's chest. Chen Shaolong, lacking combat experience, had focused all his defenses on his head, leaving a gaping flaw in his chest. By the time Yi Chen's fist came crashing down, it was already too late for him to defend. "No, you can't kill me." At this very moment, the specter of death loomed ominously over him, instilling a profound terror within his heart that he could scarcely fathom that events would spiral into such a dire predicament. As he faced oppression from other young masters within the Chen family, he had no choice but to depart from Bailong City, brandishing the Chen family banner to assert his dominance in various lesser locales. Leveraging his status as a young master and the prestige of the Chen family, he commanded a modicum of respect from any clan he encountered. The sensation of being revered was truly exquisite. Yet now, confronted with the specter of mortality, he plummeted from the heights of ecstasy to the depths of despair in an instant. "Spare me, spare me," Chen Shaolong cried out, his voice a wretched lament. The instinct for survival eclipsed the humiliation gnawing at his soul, and he fervently implored Yi Chen for mercy. This was merely a stalling tactic. If he could survive this ordeal, he was confident he could ensure Yi Chen's demise without a trace. What on earth has transpired? How could young Master Shaolong beg for mercy from a mere waste? It was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. The members of the Wang family looked on in disbelief, their eyes darting between Yi Chen and Chen Shaolong. They had anticipated an overwhelming display of power with Chen Shaolong as the scion of the Chen family, effortlessly dispatching Yi Chen. Yet now, the roles had reversed, and Chen Shaolong was pleading for mercy from Yi Chen. "That weren't you just so arrogant before?" Yi Chen's smile was cold as ice, his movements resolute, as he struck directly at Chen Shaolong's heart, showing no mercy in light of his pleas for clemency. "You little bastard, cease this at once." The elder, witnessing Yi Chen's assault on his master, could no longer remain a passive observer and charged at Yi Chen. However, he was unaware that Yi Chen was also poised to exploit the elder's moment of vulnerability. The instant the elder attacked Yi Chen, Yi Chen unleashed a lethal strike against him. "You old fool, I am Yi Chen, and how dare you lay a hand on a junior? Do you not feel any shame?" With Yi Chen's attention fixed on him, the elder had no choice but to turn and defend against Yi Chen before returning to confront Yi Chen. This diversion left Yi Chen unimpeded, and he unleashed a devastating blow toward Chen Shaolong's heart. Just as Yi Chen was about to pierce Chen Shaolong's heart with his fist, a light, airy voice interjected from the side. "Young Master Chen is my guest. Yi Chen, for my sake, I implore you, do not strike to kill." Zhang Bei, the lord of Thundercloud City, finally spoke up, clearly siding with Chen Shaolong. Yet Yi Chen had no intention of halting his assault. The energy of his fist surged as it tore through Chen Shaolong's garments and struck fiercely at his heart. "Please, please do not kill me. I am willing to serve you as your subordinate. I beg you, spare my life." Chen Shaolong shrieked in terror. Witnessing this, Lord Zhang Bei hastily stepped forward. "Stop. Yi Chen, this is the young master of the Chen family. If you take his life, you will be at odds with the Chen family." Not only did Lord Zhang Bei intervene, but Chen Shaolong's elderly servant also threatened Yi Chen with menacing words. Yi Chen's heart stirred slightly. Instead of hastily delivering a fatal blow, he seized the opportunity of Chen Shaolong's lost resolve, guiding the blade of his Qingfeng sword to rest against Chen Shaolong's neck. With the blade poised, any slightest movement from his opponent could spell instant death. "Old Bai, save me, please," Chen Shaolong cried out, his dignity shattered at that moment. Faced with the menace of death, Chen Shaolong was utterly paralyzed with fear, knowing only to plead for help. Having lived a life of luxury, he had never once had a sword held to his throat. "Yi Chen, release the young master. If he loses even a hair, your Yi family will face catastrophic retribution." Lord Zhang Bei's voice was icy as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Yi Chen, his steps deliberately advancing, clearly seeking a chance to rescue Chen Shaolong. "I warn you, should any harm befall the young master today, your entire Yi family shall perish." The elder Yang spoke coldly, attempting to coerce Yi Chen into releasing Chen Shaolong through intimidation. "Your Chen family certainly exudes a formidable presence. I am keen to witness how you plan to annihilate my entire Yi family." Just as Lord Zhang Bei and Elder Bai closed in on Yi Chen with their oppressive presence, a chilling voice echoed through the Yi Zhan. Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Bei's expression shifted abruptly to Yi Chen turned toward the entrance, where Yi Zhen strode in, accompanied by several esteemed elders of the Yi family. Seeing Yi Zhen's arrival, Zhang Bei quickly spoke up. "Yi Zhen, you have arrived just in time. Command Yi Chen to stand down. This young man is the esteemed young master of the Chen family. Should he come to harm, the Yi family will undoubtedly face grave troubles." Hearing Zhang Bei's words, Yi Jin glanced at Yi Chun, and upon seeing that Yi Chun had not been harmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Chen, are you all right?" Yi Chun smiled gently and shook his head. "Grandfather, do not worry, I am fine." But Yi Chen's gaze fell upon Chen Shaolong, clearly seeking guidance from Yi Jun on how to proceed. Although he had the ability to end Chen Shaolong's life at any moment, he was compelled to consider the implications of the threats posed. Yi Chun, release him immediately, or your entire family will be obliterated, Wang too shouted from the sidelines. Although Yi Chen's defeat of Chen Shaolong had taken him by surprise, he understood that if Chen Shaolong were to die within the Wang family, even if they were not the ones to deliver the fatal blow, the Chen family's wrath would inevitably be directed at them. Before Wang Tu could finish his sentence, Yu Jin shot a sharp glare at him. "Humph, you have no right to speak here." Presently, Wang Tu, emboldened by his association with Chen Shaolong, looked down upon the Yi family. He believed that Yi Chun and the Yi family would not dare to truly harm Chen Shaolong. Right. I merely wish to remind your Yi family that there are greater powers beyond you, and you should hasten to release him. If young Master Shaolong suffers even the slightest harm, your entire clan will face annihilation. Slap. Before Wang Tu could finish, Yi Zhan's gaze swept over a middle-aged man standing behind him. The man understood the unspoken command and swiftly appeared before Wang Tu, delivering a resounding slap that sent him flying. "Break every tooth in his mouth. I do not wish to hear his incessant prattle." Yi Zhan turned to Yi Chun. "Grandson, how should we deal with this fellow? He is from the Chen family of Bailong City." Yi Chun furrowed his brow in inquiry. Upon hearing this, Chen Shaolong felt a sense of relief. He feared nothing more than for his identity to be disregarded. Now that the Yi family acknowledged his status, a glimmer of hope emerged. "Humph, now that you are aware of my identity, why do you not release me immediately? Otherwise, within 3 days, your entire Yi family shall be left with nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chun made his move, the edge of his Qing Feng sword gleaming as it descended toward Chen Shaolong's arm. Thud! With the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, one of Chen Shaolong's arms fell to the floor. "You, cease this at once." The elder Bai's complexion turned ashen. He had not anticipated that Yi Chun would dare to strike Chen Shaolong at such a critical juncture. "Chun, act according to your own judgment. Whatever the consequence, I shall bear it for you." Yi Jin stated expressionlessly. "Act according to my own judgment?" Yet the Yi family, Yi Chen still harbored some concern, but upon seeing his grandfather's nonchalant demeanor, he took a deep breath, a cruel smile gracing his features. "What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am the young master of the Chen family." A scream erupted once more as Yi Chen's sword fell, severing Chen Shaolong's other arm. "Did you not wish to see me turned into a wretched creature? Then allow me to let you experience it first. Let us see if you can endure it." Yi Chun uttered coldly, raising his Qing Feng sword once more to strike at Chen Shaolong's legs. "You seek death?" Elder Bai could no longer remain idle, his 9th level Yuan Ying cultivation manifestly evident as he transformed into a fleeting shadow. Hurtling toward Yi Chun. "Dare to harm my family's young master, prepare to die." Humph! At that moment, Yi Jun also let out a cold snort, stepping forward, his 9th level Yuan Ying aura radiating in all directions. With Yi Jun standing in the way, Elder Bai, no matter how furious, could not lay a hand on Yi Chun. "Alas, Lord Yi Jun, I regret to inform you that I cannot permit this young master of the Chen family to die here. Not in Thundercloud City." With that, Jiang Bei lunged forward, this time aiming directly at Yi Chun. "You dare!" Yi Jun's fury ignited, and other elder members of the Yi family rushed forward to intercept Lord Jiang Bei. Yet, these elders were merely at the Jedon stage. While Jiang Bei had reached the 4th level of Yuan Ying, he easily repelled them. Yi Chun, cease this at once. I can grant you a complete corpse. Otherwise, I shall ensure your body is torn asunder," Jiang Bei declared with a chilling intent. Meanwhile, the members of the Wang family stood by, elated. As long as Lord Jiang Bei intervened, the young master of the Chen family would assuredly survive, while Yi Chun would be doomed to a fate worse than death. The oppressive weight of Yuan Ying surged toward Yi Chun, clearly intent on subduing him with overwhelming force. "You seek death." A silvery divine light erupted from Yi Jun's hand, hurtling swiftly towards Jiang Bei. The latter, who had originally charged towards Yi Chun with murderous intent, suddenly changed countenance and hastily recoiled. This beam of silver light soared into the air, radiating brilliance and expanding in size. In mere moments, it transformed into a resplendent jade decree. This is the Qin Emperor's jade decree. As Jiang Bei beheld the silvery decree floating above, a flicker of panic crossed his face. Yi Zhen, from whence did you pilfer the Qin Emperor's jade decree? Who on earth are you? Gazing at the jade decree, Jiang Bei's expression grew exceedingly grim, paralyzed by fear and unwilling to advance a single step. Humph, since you recognize the Qin Emperor's decree, why not hastily retreat? Considering your service to the royal family and your official title bestowed by the dynasty, I shall spare your life this time. While engaged in combat with Old Bai, Yi Zhen spoke coldly. Observing Jiang Bei's hesitance and refusal to flee, Yi Chen coldly scoffed and forcefully swung his sword, severing Chen Shaolong's 2 legs. Since you lack the courage to act, why not swiftly distance yourself? Hearing Yi Chen's scornful rebuke, Jiang Bei's face flushed crimson. He clenched his fists, tempted to retaliate. However, upon glancing at the Qin Emperor's jade decree above, he gritted his teeth and could only depart with a stony expression. Jiang Bei, you cannot leave. If you dare to flee, our Chen family will not spare you. Chen Shaolong bellowed. Da. He soon fell silent, as Yi Chen shattered his jaw and teeth with a single stroke of his sword, reducing him to a pitiful whimper. You wish to teach me a lesson? With your meager cultivation, do you think you can stand up for the Wang family? Yi Chen sneered, raising his long sword to thrust directly at Chen Shaolong's heart. Swoosh! The keen blade pierced through the heart, dark red blood sprayed forth, and Chen Shaolong fell lifeless to the ground, with no hope of resurrection. No. Upon witnessing this, Old Bai roared in fury and immediately retreated. Seeking to escape, attempting to flee, Yi Zhen scoffed derisively, forming a hand seal and then pointing at the Qin Emperor's jade decree. The jade decree moved with astonishing speed, transforming into a silver beam that soared above Old Bai. Subsequently, a colossal character emerged from the decree and descended upon Old Bai. Is this the jade decree of the Yi family? What is your connection to the Yi family in the capital? Before he could finish his sentence, the enormous character plummeted instantly, obliterating Old Bai into mere fragments, merely a servant, yet still daring to dream of rebellion. Shaking his head, Yi Zhen gently beckoned, reclaiming the Qin Emperor's jade decree. Grandfather, what treasure is this? To possess such formidable power? Yi Chen exclaimed excitedly as he gazed at the jade decree in Yi Zhen's hand. I shall explain this matter upon our return. First, let us resolve the affairs at hand. Yi Zhen waved his hand dismissively. Nodding, Yi Zhen's gaze turned murderous as he looked towards the Wang family members, who were already rendered speechless in shock. Your reliance? It has perished, Yi Chen spoke softly. Hearing this, Wang too bitterly shook his head and, trembling, produced a marriage certificate. I implore you, young Master Yi, for the sake of past friendships, spare the lives of my Wang family. Upon hearing these words, Yi Chen let out a cold laugh. From the very beginning, I stated that I had come to annul the engagement. You relied on the Chen family to act with impunity, and now you plead for friendship, taking the marriage certificate. He exerted a slight pressure with his fingertip, causing it to disintegrate into fragments. Wang family head, will you return the betrothal gifts or not? If you refuse to comply, then I will have our Yi family elders take action themselves. Chapter 14. Each one a good thing. Next, we shall address the main theme of today, collecting the betrothal gifts. The betrothal gifts Yi Chen received from the Wang family were a significant sum of resources. Such a substantial amount of spiritual stones would not be easily relinquished to the Wang family. Upon hearing Yi Chen mention spiritual stones and elixirs once more, Wang Tu's face was filled with bitterness. He had originally believed that by latching onto the Chen family's influence, he could disregard the Yi family and the matter of the betrothal gifts. Yet, he never expected Yi Chen to truly come to annul the engagement. Even more astonishing was that Yi Chen not only recovered his cultivation, but also made significant breakthroughs, overpowering Chen Shaolong throughout their confrontation. Furthermore, Yi Chen boldly wielded his sword, slaying Chen Shaolong on the spot. Dominant, powerful, the Yi family had become an insurmountable force on the other side. Wang Rongrong also looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the former sycophant, whom she had once looked down upon, possessed such immense strength. Is this truly the same Yi Chen who once endeavored to please her? Wang Rongrong could hardly believe her eyes, unable to accept that everything before her was real. Yet, The mangled remains of Chen Shaolong and the pungent scent of blood attested to the authenticity of the situation. The so-called waste she had previously scorned was not only not a waste, but an unimaginable prodigy. At this thought, Wang Rongrong felt an inexplicable pang of regret that Yi Chen seemed to be worthy of her. Just as she was lost in her reverie, Yi Chen's icy words snapped her back to reality. "Do you truly wish to forego these betrothal gifts?" Yi Chen asked coldly to at this moment. He gazed down at Wang Tuesday, young Master Yi. "We have erred." Wang Tu's eyes reflected desperation as he hurriedly spoke. "It was Rongrong's mistake, but rest assured, I will discipline her properly from now on. She will heed only your words." At this juncture, Wang Tu still fantasized that Yi Chen might have an interest in Wang Rongrong. Hoping to present her to him, Wang Rongrong rolled her eyes, and then purposefully puffed out her chest, showcasing her alluring figure in an attempt to captivate Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen currently held no interest in her or, indeed, in the majority of women. "Are you Wang family members deaf?" Yi Chen coldly rebuked, then raised his 8-sided broadsword and struck down upon a nearby stone table. The azure blade, sharp and unparalleled, cleaved the stone table in two. "Speak another word, and I'll sever you." Wang Tu's heart raced in alarm, and he hastily issued commands. "Everyone, immediately produce all the spiritual stones and elixirs belonging to our family, along with all the betrothal gifts young Master Yi has provided." Regardless of how much remains, the Wang family members sprang into action, and in a short while, several storage rings were presented. After receiving the rings, Yi Chen scanned their contents with his spiritual sense. His brows knitting together. "Wang Tu, do you think this meager offering will suffice to deceive me?" Yi Chen remarked, his face betraying a chilling intent. "The contents of these storage rings amount to no more than 30% of what I initially provided. Do you believe I lack discernment?" Upon hearing this, several Wang family members attempted to argue, but given Yi Chen's demonstrated power and the cold gaze of the Yi family elder, they dared not make excuses. "Young Master Yi, our Wang family is but a second-rate force. Please grant us some time, and we will ensure the full restitution of all items." Wang Tu trembled as he spoke. The betrothal gifts from the Yi family had already been squandered, and this 30% was their utmost limit. Gathering everything on short notice was an insurmountable challenge for the Wang family. "Grant you a few days?" Yi Chen scoffed mockingly, his eyes glinting with menace. "Since you cannot provide it today, then let your Wang family's lives serve as compensation," Yi Chen stated coldly. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Tu was instantly seized by fear. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, hastily explaining that he did not intend to delay, but rather that the Wang family simply could not produce anything at this time. "Very well, since you cannot provide it, we of the Yi family shall take matters into our own hands," Yi Chen declared, then turned to the Yi family elders behind him. "Young master, this Wang family lacks any substantial resources. I fear we will find nothing of value even if we dig 3 feet into the ground." One elder furrowed his brow. "Who claims the Wang family has no valuable items?" Yi Chen sneered, glancing at the Wang family members and then in the direction of their ancestral grave that, if I recall correctly, your Wang family's ancestral tomb lies just behind, does it not? You descendants have squandered your family's wealth, reducing the Wang family to a third-rate clan, yet your ancestors possess some influence. Surely there must be some treasures buried within that tomb. Yi Chen spoke icily. Although the Wang family was merely a small clan now, centuries ago, they had been a prominent family in Thundercloud City, comparable to first-rate clans. However, they had since fallen into decline. One of Yi Chen's objectives was indeed the corpses buried within that he had already retrieved Chen Shaolong's storage ring, but as for the corpse itself, its strength was merely at the foundation establishment stage, offering little value. But those corpses in the Wang family's ancestral tomb had once possessed far greater power and status, since the Divine Refinement Furnace is said to be capable of refining all things in the world, extracting their essence while discarding the dross. He naturally intended to exploit this function to its fullest. Yi Chen, do not go too far. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Wang Tu felt a surge of anger. Yet as he beheld the many formidable figures of the Yi family staring at him, he dared not utter a word. Going too far? Yi Chen coldly laughed. Is this not merely returning the favor? Your Wang family previously sought to use the Chen family to force me to kneel and bow. Have you forgotten so soon? Yi Chen let out an angry shout. He then stepped forward, declaring, "You of the Wang family may act with arrogance, but does that mean I cannot disturb your ancestral grave?" You sought to humiliate me before, and now I shall make you taste the bitterness of humiliation." With that, Yi Chun turned and bellowed, "Elders of the Yi family, heed my command. Dig up the Wang family's ancestral grave and apprehend all members of the Wang clan. The men shall be sold into the spirit stone mines as laborers, while the women will be sold into brothels, where they shall learn the ways of transaction, goods exchanged for payment. These are all precious treasures. Take everything of value from the Wang family. Not a single spirit stone shall remain. You insolent brat, we owe you merely 200,000 spirit stones, yet you intend to ransack the Wang family and eradicate us. If you consume what belongs to my family, you shall be compelled to regurgitate it." The Wang family protested. Moreover, today, with the elite of the Yi family assembled, should not the Wang family offer compensation? Yi Chen snorted coldly, leaving Wang Tu to wail in despair. In response, 2 elders of the Yi family acted swiftly, shattering his jaw, ensuring that the mining operation would not be hindered. "From this day forth, there shall be no Wang family in Thundercloud City. At your command." The elders of the Yi family responded in unison. Although the Yi family members typically favored reasoned discourse, they were not entirely unacquainted with martial prowess, since the Wang family could not repay the 200,000 spirit stones and 1,000 pills. They would have to forfeit other assets of their clan to settle the debt. Given that treasures were buried alongside the Wang family's ancestors, it was entirely justifiable to utilize these for repayment. Under the orders of the young clan leader, they commenced the excavation of the Wang family's graves and the capture of all Wang family members. The voices of the elders echoed in all directions as they promptly set to work. Seizing the opportunity when the gathered crowd was distracted, Yi Chun discreetly stowed the corpse of the old man into his Qinquan ring. He then proceeded alongside the elders toward the Wang family ancestral grave. The Wang family members attempted to intervene, but they were already preoccupied with their own predicaments, and the imposing presence of the Yi family instilled a sense of dread. Wang Tu clenched his fists in humiliation, yearning to strike down Yi Chun. However, his cultivation had already been sealed by several elders of the Yi family, leaving him powerless to do anything but watch as the Yi family advanced toward the Wang family ancestral grave. The ancestral grave of the Wang family lay deep within the mountains behind their estate. In their days of prosperity, the Wang family had fortified their ancestral grave with formidable defensive formations. It remained unclear who had deactivated the protective array surrounding the Wang family graves, but it soon became evident. Yi Chun, how dare you trespass upon my family's ancestral tomb? A guardian of the Wang family shouted as he rushed forth. Silence. The lead elder of the Yi family wasted no breath. With a powerful slap, he sent the group crashing to the ground. From this moment forth, this place belongs entirely to the Yi family. The elders of the Yi family surveyed the defensive formations before them. Is this truly a formation? It resembles nothing more than a turtle shell. After a cursory examination, the elders began their attempts to dismantle the array. Although the defensive formation of the Wang family's ancestral tomb held some merit, years of neglect had weakened its potency considerably. Consequently, faced with the assault of so many golden core experts, it was soon breached. Once the formation was shattered, the appearance of the Wang family's ancestral tomb was fully revealed to Yi Chun. His gaze swept across the various tombstones, eventually resting upon the largest mound at the center. This was the tomb of the first patriarch of the Wang family, a formidable figure who had reached the god transformation stage. The most valuable treasure buried within was not the accompanying artifacts, but rather his remains. Excavating this grave will suffice, Yi Chun commanded, and the Yi family members sprang into action. Before long, the earth was cleared, and the underground chamber was unearthed. He felt the rich spiritual energy emanating from the chamber. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, there are treasures here. He waved his hand, ordering everyone to rush inside. Remove everything within. All the members of the Yi family promptly complied. The burial goods of the first patriarch of the Wang family were indeed plentiful. Yi Chun paid little heed to the spirit stones and other precious offerings. Instead, he discreetly opened the coffin and slipped the body inside his Qinquan ring before sealing the coffin once more. At this moment, the attention of the Yi family members was focused on other treasures, leaving them oblivious to his actions. Soon, the items from the underground chamber were retrieved, reporting to the young clan leader. We have gathered the 200,000 spirit stones, with a surplus as well. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded in approval. Take everything back to the Yi family. The surplus shall serve as compensation for our hard work today. Distribute it among yourselves? Yes. The elders of the Yi family responded with great enthusiasm, then departed with their spoils. Wang Rongrong. The marriage contract is nullified. The dowry reclaimed. Our accounts are settled. Yi Chen stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Wang Rongrong. She appeared utterly disheveled, and as she looked up to meet Yi Chen's cold gaze, she experienced a moment of confusion. Was this truly the same Yi Chen who had once pined for her? The Yi Chen of old had seemed like a devoted fool, so subservient that she could only feel disdain. Yet now, as he regarded her with such indifference, she felt an inexplicable stirring within her. Women are often drawn to those who display strength. The more one treats them like goddesses, the less likely they are to be won over. To admire a woman from below will not earn her heart or body. Only by looking down upon them will they strive to ascend to one's bed. Take her away, Yi Chen commanded as he turned, leading the elders of the Yi family away, while Wang Rongrong was escorted to her designated place. Chen, your transformation is astonishing, Yi Chen remarked with pride as he observed Yi Chen in the past. Yi Chen had been gentle and refined, always treating others with kindness, avoiding conflict at all costs. His infatuation with Wang Rongrong had caused Yi Chen great concern. However, the current Yi Chen had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis, radiating with a sharpness akin to a sword drawn from its sheath. Grandfather, I apologize for the worry I caused you in the past. It shall not happen again, Yi Chen replied with a smile. After spending 300 years in the heavenly tomb, he had come to understand many truths. Before long, the group returned to the Yi family estate in grand procession. Yi Chen had initially intended to return all the spoils to the clan, but the other elders shook their heads in disapproval. You, young clan leader, are the future pillar of our Yi family. It is best that these resources remain in your hands for the time being, for you shall be the one to lead us in the future. After repeated refusals yielded no results, the resources were ultimately returned to Yi Chen. Once the other elders took their leave, he turned to Yi Chen. Grandfather, what exactly is the background of our Yi family? Until now, he had believed the Yi family to be merely a prominent clan within Thundercloud City, insignificant in the grand scheme of the great Qin dynasty. However, during the earlier encounter with the Wang family, his grandfather had wielded the Qin Emperor's jade token to subdue the intended aggressor. Jiangbei, the Lord of Thundercloud City. This artifact was one Yi Chen had never encountered before, igniting his curiosity. Seeing Yi Chen's inquisitive expression, Yi Chen pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Since you have seen the Qin Emperor's jade token and you are no longer a child, it is time you learn the truth. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen began to recount the tale. This Qin Emperor's jade token is no ordinary treasure. It was bestowed 6,000 years ago by the founding emperor of the great Qin dynasty to several subordinates who had rendered significant service. Our Yi family's ancestor was one such individual. Among those honored by the emperor, the Yi, Zhou, Shangguan, and Li families became known as the four great clans of the Great Qin. The four great clans of the Great Qin. Yi Chen was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the Yi family possessed such a grand lineage, one so illustrious as to be counted among the four great clans of the Great Qin. If our Yi family is truly this powerful, then why do we reside in such a remote place as Thundercloud City? Yi Chen questioned, perplexed that a family of such strength would surely be situated in one of the major cities. If not the capital itself, at the very least, they should be in cities like White Dragon City. Yet they were merely in Thundercloud City, which seemed incongruous. The most formidable forces of the Yi family are indeed in the capital. Thundercloud City is merely one of our numerous branches within the Great Qin. Yi Chen spoke. An unusual expression crossed his face. A branch. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, then shook his head. But the Qin Emperor's jade token signifies the Emperor's decree. This treasure is likely unique to our entire Yi family. If we are merely a branch, how could we possess such an artifact? Hesitating at Yi Chen's inquiry, Yi Chen appeared contemplative. After a moment, he seemed to resolve himself and looked at Yi Chen. Because our lineage should have been the main branch to take control of the capital, but a century ago, the Yi family experienced an internal strife, and the Zilong sect's faction seized the position of clan leader. Left with no choice, the head of our lineage at that time fled here with the decree of our ancestor. Internal strife? Forced to flee? Yi Chen was taken aback, realizing that the Yi family had such a convoluted past. Are we the main lineage of the Yi family? Yi Chen inquired, astonished. More than a century ago. Our lineage held dominion over the main branch for a millennium. Yet now, a century later, we find ourselves in such dire straits. Yi Zhen spoke with hesitation, his words laden with unspoken concerns. However, from the glint in his eyes, Yi Chen discerned the unyielding spirit that resided within Yi Zhen. What transpired a century ago that led to the rebellion of the Shaolong lineage, forcing those of us from the main branch to seek refuge in Leyun City? Did we not attempt to reclaim our rightful place and return to the capital? Yi Chen interjected urgently that it goes without saying that the resources in the capital far surpass those in Leyun City. Naturally, we made attempts. Yi Zhen sighed heavily. Yet, regaining what has been lost is no simple task. Over the past century, we have dispatched numerous clan members, all to no avail. The ancestral decree of the Yi clan demands that strength reigns supreme. Only those who triumph in the family competition held every 5 years may assume leadership of the Yi clan. Over a decade ago, when you were but an infant, your father ventured to the capital, striving to seize control of the clan through the family competition, only to meet with failure. Yi Zhen recounted this. He shook his head in sorrow. Furthermore, upon returning to the clan, your father bore grave injuries. His dantian shattered, rendering him a cripple. In search of a remedy for his dantian, your mother took your father away from the Yi clan, and they vanished without a trace. Just then, a voice tinged with anger pierced through from outside the door. Father, how could you discuss such matters with Chen? Did we not agree to keep this from him? Both men turned toward the entrance to see third Uncle Yihong entering, his anger palpable. A shattered dantian, grievous injuries. Yi Chen could no longer contain himself and turned to his grandfather Yi Zhen. Were we not told that my parents were merely traveling? Why are they injured? How could their dantian be destroyed? Why was the family competition so merciless? This contradicted all he had previously learned. Third brother, the plight of the eldest is a lingering sorrow for me. He be a member of the Yi clan, yet to dwell in such a place. Yi Zhen cast a resentful glance at Yihong. Third brother, I remember clearly the misdeeds they committed. Had they not incapacitated your elder brother, we might not have been relegated to this corner of Leyun City. Even if we had not reclaimed our position, as for why we must tell Chen. Yi Zhen turned to Yi Chen, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Chen has grown. He deserves to know the truth of his parents' past. We can no longer conceal this from him. Upon hearing Yi Zhen's words, Yihong found himself at a loss for words, ultimately only able to sigh in resignation. Grandfather, what is the truth at this moment? Yi Chen could not think of anything else. He yearned to uncover the events of that year. Today, I shall reveal everything that transpired. Yi Zhen proceeded to recount the events of that time to Yi Chen. Yi Chen's father, Yi Huang, was the foremost figure of the Yi family in Leyun City, having reached the stage of Jiedan before the age of 30. This led the entire Yi clan to pin their hopes of reclaiming the main branch upon him. Over a decade ago, during the clan competition, Yi Huang participated with great fervor. Initially, he surged forward, defeating numerous strong individuals from the collateral branches, and made his way into the top 3. Just when everyone believed Yi Huang would sweep aside the competition, members of the Shaolong lineage emerged to challenge him. The first prodigy of the Yi family from the Shaolong lineage was Yi Long. At the tender age of 10, he began cultivating qi. At 13, he entered the foundation establishment stage. At 16, he became a master of Jiedan, and by the age of 24, he had reached the Yuaning stage. In 3 exchanges, Yi Huang, despite exhausting all his means, could only withstand 3 strikes from the opponent before his dantian was destroyed, leaving him gravely injured. What was even more disheartening for the Yi family in Leyun City was that Yi Long had never exerted his full strength. With but one hand, he subdued Yi Huang. You worthless wretches do not deserve to be the main branch of the Yi clan. Today, I incapacitate you to impart a lesson. Remain hidden in the shadows and live in obscurity. Do not harbor any aspirations for the main branch, lest I take pleasure in extinguishing your lineage. With Yi Huang's dantian shattered and his cultivation lost, Yi Chen's mother sought to find healing elixirs for Yi Huang and subsequently left Leyun City. Vowing to return with unparalleled power, before departing, Yi Chen's mother entrusted him to Yi Zhen, and she never returned to Yi Long. Yi Chen clenched his teeth, his eyes alight with unmasked fury, the flames of rage surging within him. Chen, the Shaolong lineage has held the position of the main branch for a century. The vast resources they have accumulated have rendered them exponentially more powerful. if you do not possess absolute confidence. I implore you to act with caution, Yi Zhen cautioned with concern. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded calmly. Grandfather, rest assured, I am no fool. I will not engage in reckless actions. With that, Yi Chen departed the grand hall, making his way to his chamber. Yet, throughout his journey, the murderous intent within him remained unabated. Yi Long. This name was etched into his memory. Upon returning to his room, he secured the door and took deep breaths. Striving to regain his composure, over a decade ago, the adversary had already reached the Yuaning stage. Now, their power would be even more formidable. Though he longed for vengeance, he would not succumb to irrationality. Power, he needed absolute power. Only with immense strength could he avenge his father and restore his lineage to its rightful place. Exhaling a breath of frustration, Yi Chen entered the Taitsong world. Thud, he cast the corpse of the Wang family's ancestor into the refining god furnace and awaited patiently. This corpse had once possessed the cultivation of the transformation stage. One could only wonder what formidable power could be refined from it. And the spirit stones we retrieved. An idea struck Yi Chen as he produced several storage rings, emptying their contents of spirit stones into the refining god furnace. Alas, the spirit stones were too few. If only there were more. Yi Chen felt a twinge of helplessness. The spirit stones in his possession were limited. He could only proceed thus far. After a while, a drop of pale azure origin liquid and several drops of mysterious liquid imbued with spiritual energy emerged before Yi Chen's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen opened his mouth and swallowed the origin liquid, and the mysterious liquid hold that a torrent of spiritual energy surged within him, akin to a mighty river flowing through, nourishing every fiber of his being, rendering him more pristine and powerful. The origin liquid swiftly cleansed his flesh and elevated his cultivation. That Yi Chen experienced yet another breakthrough. A powerful aura radiated from him, causing his raven hair to billow as if he were a volcano on the verge of eruption. After a stick of incense, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Foundation establishment, third layer. His cultivation advanced yet again. Chapter 17. The Alchemy room. Aside from the elevation in rank, Yi Chen's physical strength also saw a notable enhancement, while it paled in comparison to the initial strengthening from the refining god furnace. The cumulative effect remained significant. Yi Chen glanced at his hands, white as jade yet brimming with immense power, nodding inwardly in approval. The origin liquid and mysterious liquid had proven immensely beneficial. It was unfortunate that the essence of that transformation stage corpse had been eroded by time. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly made his body even stronger. Nonetheless, this was already an extraordinary boon. Yi Chen pondered. With the spiritual liquids refined, he could now concoct various elixirs. To enhance his strength, he could utilize both spiritual liquids and elixirs to elevate his cultivation. During the 300 years of torment under the empress, she had taught him how to concoct various elixirs to expedite his recovery of combat prowess. Moreover, the refining god furnace was the most potent alchemical furnace in existence. Upon first learning that the refining god furnace could produce elixirs, Yi Chen was utterly astonished. The refining god furnace can refine elixirs? Yi Chen had initially believed the furnace was merely a sacred artifact for slaying and plundering. Child, do you not wish to expand your horizons? If it were solely for the purpose of erasing corpses, why would I strive so hard to seize it? The Linglong Empress had nearly drained him dry in her pursuit. The refining god furnace can refine spirits, refine gods, and of course, refine elixirs and artifacts. The refining god furnace is far more extraordinary than you can imagine. With this in mind, Yi Chen began to search his memories for suitable elixir formulas. Naturally, the information left by the Empress included various rare formulas. Soon, Yi Chen located a suitable formula, yet he found himself lacking any medicinal herbs in hand, rendering him unable to commence the alchemical process immediately. After much contemplation, Yi Chen resolved to venture forth. Tomorrow, he would visit the alchemy room of the Yi family in the city. On the following day, Yi Chen departed from the Yi residence, making his way towards the alchemy chamber situated in the heart of the city. As the foremost family in Thundercloud City, the Yi family not only boasted formidable combat prowess, but also maintained a diverse array of industries to support its stature. Among these enterprises, the most significant were several alchemy chambers. Throughout Thundercloud City, the Yi family owned a total of 9 alchemy chambers, 6 of which were dedicated solely to the sale of pre-prepared elixirs, while the remainder functioned as various herbal apothecaries. The alchemy chamber located in the city's prime area had engaged a master alchemist to concoct elixirs, and it was reported that 80% of the elixirs produced by the Yi family originated from this master's hands. Consequently, Chen made his way directly to this largest alchemy chamber, where the selection of herbs was also the most comprehensive. After a brief half-hour, Chen arrived at the family's alchemy chamber. A few Yi family guards stationed at the entrance promptly approached him. We greet the young clan leader. How may we assist you? Upon hearing this, Chen pondered for a moment before producing a list of herbal materials. Could you assist me in preparing these herbs? Upon hearing this, the guards exchanged glances, seemingly surprised. After a moment of hesitation, one of the guards smiled wryly and bowed slightly. Young clan leader, it is not that we are unwilling to assist you. But Master Lu has established rules that govern the use of herbs within this chamber. We cannot procure them without his permission. Master Lu? Chen was taken aback. Previously, he had not paid attention to the workings of the alchemy chamber. Hence, he was unaware of its regulations. Noticing Chen's confusion, a perceptive guard quickly elaborated. He is the master alchemist that our Yi family has invited from another city. Upon hearing this, Chen finally understood that this so-called Master Lu was the designated alchemist for the Yi family. It forbidden to access the herbs at will. Chen could comprehend this restriction. For alchemists placed immense value on their materials. If others could freely utilize the herbs, it could lead to numerous complications. Very well. But may I enter to inspect for myself? Chen nodded and then stepped into the alchemy chamber. Inside, the chamber was bustling with activity as people flowed in and out. Observing the scene, Chen silently acknowledged the prowess of Master Lu, as the elixirs produced here were evidently well received by cultivators. As he navigated through the crowd, Chen surveyed his surroundings. Although the Yi family could produce a wide variety of elixirs, not all were in demand. Some ordinary elixirs were priced affordably, attracting a steady stream of buyers. In contrast, the more expensive elixirs appeared to be less popular than he had anticipated. This realization left Chen somewhat astonished. Despite their superior efficacy, the pricier elixirs had surprisingly few purchasers, while Chen was surveying the area. Several managers spotted him entering and quickly approached with smiles. Young clan leader, what brings you here? Please feel free to instruct me. If you require any elixirs, I can arrange for them to be brought to you. The managers appeared quite anxious in Chen's presence. News of his recent actions had spread throughout Thundercloud City, and they were acutely aware that this young clan leader was no longer the same as before, prompting their excessive deference. What elixirs do you require, young clan leader? After a moment, one of the managers inquired cautiously that I do not need any elixirs. Rather, I require some herbs, which is why I am here to see what is available. Chen handed over his herbal list. The managers glanced briefly at the list before exchanging awkward glances, hesitating to fulfill his request. What is the issue? Is there something difficult at hand? Chen questioned with curiosity. The Yi family's alchemy chamber was already the largest in Thundercloud City. If it lacked the necessary materials, it was unlikely that any other establishment would have them. That it's not that we lack them. But one manager hesitated, and upon meeting Chen's probing gaze, he reluctantly continued. At present, all usage rights for herbs within the alchemy chamber require Master Lu's approval. Otherwise, once again, the name Master Lu surfaced. Chen furrowed his brow. Yes, I have heard of this, but as the young clan leader of the Yi family, surely retrieving some herbs from my own family should not pose a problem. Before Chen could finish his statement, the managers shook their heads in resignation. Young clan leader, I fear that may not be feasible. Master Lu has previously instructed that no herbs are to be touched by anyone. If they are, he will surely become enraged at as they spoke. The managers discreetly observed Chen. What if someone were to touch them? Would he truly dare to confront me? Chen's expression darkened. This was the Yi family's alchemy chamber. How could it be subject to the whims of an outsider? Where is Master Lu at present? Chen inquired, his displeasure evident. Master Lu has taken his apprentice out and has yet to return, reportedly to procure spiritual herbs from other major cities. Upon hearing this, Chen nodded and was about to stride towards the rear courtyard when suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside the alchemy chamber. Despicable Yi family, selling counterfeit elixirs and causing my brother's untimely demise. Chen turned to the entrance, where he beheld a group of over a dozen individuals carrying a coffin, vocally berating the Yi family alchemy chamber. Passers-by halted to observe the unfolding drama. As Yi Chun surveyed the group, his brow furrowed slightly. 4 of them were at the 2nd level of foundation establishment, 6 were at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and a few others appeared to be at the 3rd or 4th level of Qi refinement. It was evident that these individuals possessed considerable strength. At this moment, they were blocking the entrance of the alchemy chamber, vociferously demanding accountability for alleged fatalities caused by the elixirs. Those within the alchemy chamber, come forth. The Yi family must provide an explanation today. Your elixirs have taken lives, and you must pay for my brother's death. Chapter 18. Bowing and apologizing, the group continued their raucous shouting, ensuring that their grievances were heard far and wide. The managers felt a surge of panic. Allegations of elixirs causing death were a serious matter, especially for an alchemy chamber. Losing customer trust could lead to irreparable consequences. That if word spread, how could the Yi family's alchemy chamber continue to sell elixirs or maintain its standing in Thundercloud City? Quickly, someone go outside and offer them some spirit stones to disperse them, one of the managers ordered, wiping the sweat from his brow as he glanced nervously at Yi Chun, young clan leader. We never anticipated such an occurrence. With so many eyes watching, it would be prudent for you to return to the clan for now. Allow us to handle this matter, and you can return once it is resolved. Before the manager could finish, cries of distress and even louder curses erupted from outside. The Yi family's people have been assaulted. Your elixirs have caused deaths, and you think to appease us with mere spirit stones? Bring out the alchemy chamber's steward. We demand blood for blood, and I want them to pay with their lives. Furthermore, I demand that all members of the alchemy chamber don mourning attire for my brother and pay their respects. Upon hearing such outrageous demands, the manager's expressions turned grave. They were seasoned individuals who had weathered many storms and could easily discern that something was amiss. However, when they turned to Yi Chun, they all lowered their heads. They did not wish for the young clan leader to think they had failed him. Return? Yi Chun's brows knitted tightly together. This group was causing a ruckus right at the entrance of the alchemy chamber. How could he simply turn a blind eye and neglect his responsibilities as the young clan leader of the Yi family? Moreover, if they demanded a life for a life, he was eager to observe how they intended to carry out such a compensation, and whether they would require him, the young clan leader, to pay with his own life as well. With that, Yi Chun strode purposefully out of the alchemy chamber. Outside, the raucous group continued their clamorous protests. Many customers who initially intended to purchase elixirs hesitated, lingering uncertainly at the entrance. It was clear that this was the very outcome the troublemakers sought to achieve. Where is the steward of the alchemy chamber? Why have they not emerged? If they do not come out soon, I will set your alchemy chamber ablaze. The leading burly man shouted relentlessly. Enough? Yi Chun stepped forward, flanked by the managers, his eyes glinting with a cold ferocity as he fixed his gaze on the man. Who do you think you are? Begone at once. I have no intention of wasting words with a mere child like you. Summon your steward forth. How audacious! A few shopkeepers who followed immediately rebuked. How dare you? This is our young master Yi of the Yi family. Young master Yi. Upon hearing that Yi Chun was indeed the young master of the Yi family, the leader was momentarily taken aback. Clearly not expecting the fabled Yi Chun to be so young. Faced with Yi Chun's cold, murderous intent, the leader hastily stepped back several paces in panic. The news of Yi Chun killing the young master of the Chen family and leading a group to excavate the Wang family's ancestral grave had long spread throughout the entire Thundercloud City. Confronted by such a ruthless character, he felt a tremor of fear. I am Yi Chun, the young master of the Yi family. Who are you to dare cause a ruckus before our alchemy chamber? Yi Chun questioned with an imposing aura. You seek to exchange lives? Do you wish for me to pay with my life for your brothers? Hearing this, the burly man grew anxious, but he quickly regained his composure and swallowed hard. I am Yang Xiao, the leader of the White Tiger Hall on Tianqing Mountain. My brother consumed the medicinal pills from your Yi family's alchemy chamber and subsequently died from vomiting blood. Even if your Yi family is the foremost aristocracy in Thundercloud City, you cannot be unreasonable. Would that not chill the hearts of everyone? Jiang Sheng feigned calmness as he spoke, then pointed towards the coffin behind him, lamenting loudly, fearful that others might not hear. Old Lu, your death was unjust. You were so young, yet you perished prematurely after consuming the Yi family's pills. Now the Yi family seeks to oppress us. Is there no law? Is there no one to uphold justice? Those who sell counterfeit medicine and cause death are brazenly threatening us. now seeking to harm us as well, as Yang Xiao's voice rang out. The crowd of onlookers erupted into a flurry of whispers, some pointing fingers at Yi Chen. Young master, perhaps it would be best if you departed first, several shopkeepers urged Yi Chen, but he merely waved his hand dismissively. Approaching with a cold smile, are you certain that he died after consuming our Yi family's pills? Yi Chen challenged. The Yi family has sold no fewer than 30 to 50,000 pills. If they were truly lethal, many would have dismantled the reputation of our alchemy chamber long ago. Indeed, everyone, take a look. This is the gathering spirit pill, which can only be found at the Yi family's alchemy chamber. I still have several of the pills I purchased at that time, Yang Xiao exclaimed, producing a vial of pills from his bosom and shaking it before the crowd. The porcelain vial indeed bore the unique emblem of the Yi family, and the pills inside glimmered with radiant light, appearing indistinguishable from the Yi family's gathering spirit pills. He then took one out and fed it to a small dog he was holding. In mere moments, the dog began to spit out black blood and collapsed, lifeless. What? The crowd gasped, shocked that the esteemed Yi family would sell counterfeit medicine. This was truly shameless. I shall never purchase anything from the Yi family again. Upon witnessing the dog drop dead on the spot, the expressions of those present changed dramatically. Initially skeptical, the unfolding events now seemed to confirm everything. The Yi family was indeed selling counterfeit medicine. Young Master Yi, do you still wish to argue? Yang Xiao sneered coldly at the sight. Your status is exceptional, so I would not dare demand your life in return. Instead, how about this? If you kneel and bow to me 3 times, then guard my brother's spirit for 7 days, I shall show mercy and refrain from pursuing this matter further. Otherwise, Jiang Xing declared with a self-satisfied air, clearly resolved to not let Yi Chen off easily. Intending to humiliate him thoroughly, hearing such an overt threat, the shopkeepers were furious and prepared to take action, but Yi Chen merely raised his hand to signal them to halt. Are you certain these pills belong to the Yi family? Without a doubt, the emblem on this vial is unique to your Yi family, and the color of the pills. Could there be any other gathering spirit pills? Jiang Xiao replied, emboldened by his supposed evidence. In response, Yi Chen was not inclined to let Jiang Xiao off the hook. Bring forth the gathering spirit pills. Let all present bear witness today and verify whether the Yi family's gathering spirit pills are indeed counterfeit. Over the course of 300 years, his alchemical skills had reached an extraordinary level, and he was confident in his mastery. Chapter 19. The truth revealed with Yi Chen's command. A member of the Yi family promptly retrieved a jade vial containing gathering spirit pills in front of everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe. This is the gathering spirit pill crafted by our Yi family. Yi Chen stated, opening the porcelain vial and pouring out the pills onto the side. Several gleaming pills revealed themselves. See, these are identical to the pills I presented. Is the young master still attempting to deny it? Jiang Xing shouted, growing increasingly smug. Others in the crowd appeared puzzled, while the accusations had already been directed at the Yi family. Yi Chen not only failed to downplay the situation, but rather exacerbated it by openly displaying the pills. This was akin to throwing fuel onto the fire, placing the Yi family in a precarious position. Jiang Xiang's calls incited nearby onlookers to echo their agreement. Allow me to clarify, my Yi family marks every pill we produce with a special imprint, Yi Chen declared, pulling a magnifying glass from his Qinquan ring and meticulously examining the pills. Soon, a tiny character Yi appeared on one of the pills. It was nearly imperceptible unless one searched diligently. Ladies and gentlemen, can you see if these pills bear the unique imprint of my Yi family? Yi Chen then handed the pill and magnifying glass to a bystander, who examined it for a long time, but could not find the Yi family's distinct imprint. Others followed suit, yet all efforts yielded no results. Yi Chen had anticipated this outcome. This, Jiang Xiao attempted to interject. Ladies and gentlemen, there is one more point to confirm. My Yi family has never sold counterfeit medicine to you know what is most crucial for medicinal pills. Yi Chen's gaze swept across the crowd, interrupting Jiang Xiao. The initiative was now firmly in his grasp, and he was ready to launch his counteroffensive. It is the quality of the medicinal ingredients. The quality of the materials determines the efficacy of the pill. High-quality ingredients yield pills far superior to those made from inferior materials. While the gathering spirit pill may not be our most precious concoction, the materials used are of exceptional quality, including the rare gathering spirit mushroom, which, when combined with the flame dragon's fire, produces pills that radiate a brilliant glow. Yi Chen proclaimed to the crowd. the Gathering Spirit pill was not considered a high-tier pill. Its formula was widely known among alchemists, and many in the vicinity possessed some knowledge of alchemy, nodding in agreement. Young Master Yi, spare us the nonsense. After all this, do you intend to deny it? The imprint on my pills was accidentally blurred. Are you suggesting that such a grand family as yours would use this as a reason to evade responsibility? Jiang Sheng's sharp mind sensed an unfavorable turn in the conversation, hastily attempting to interrupt Yi Chen. Humph, today I shall make you submit. Yi Chen scoffed, casually picking up a Gathering Spirit pill. The reason our Yi family's Gathering Spirit pill differs from others is due to a flame dragon that we raise, which allows our pills to shine uniquely. Therefore, if the flame's properties were to change, the efficacy of the Gathering Spirit mushroom within the pill would also be affected. Bring me a wisp of the flame dragon's fire. Yi Chen coldly commanded. Several members of the Yi family hurriedly went to fetch the fire source. Seeing Yi Chen's proficiency in alchemy, Jiang Sheng and his companions grew anxious. Damn it, I have other matters to attend to. Once I have the chance, I will seek justice. But for now, we White Tiger Hall shall endure. Brothers, let's go. Jiang Sheng waved his hand in a flustered manner, signaling his companions to leave quickly. However, at this moment, Yi Chen would not let them escape so easily. Stop right there. Yi Chen coldly ordered. Whoever dares to take another step forward, I shall kill him. Do not think I lack the courage. I have already dared to excavate the ancestral graves of those aristocratic families, let alone your insignificant hall. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and over a dozen Yi family guards rushed forward, encircling Jiang Sheng and his companions. What do you intend to do? Is the Yi family planning to silence us? You sold us these pills that led to death, yet in broad daylight, you dare to attack us. Jiang Sheng shouted in a panic, trying to incite the crowd, but when he caught sight of Yi Chen's eyes filled with murderous intent, he was instantly struck with fear and fell silent. That why Yi Chen truly would kill him. Now you wish to leave? Is it guilt or something else? Today, with so many witnesses present, if it is indeed the case that my Yi family sells counterfeit medicine, I, as the young master, would pay with my life. Jiang Sheng stammered, terrified and at a loss for words. That why Yi Chen barked an order, and a cauldron carrying the fire source was pushed forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe. Yi Chen raised the intricately carved spirit concentration pill, emblazoned with the Yi family's emblem, and then placed it into the alchemical cauldron. As the flames roared to life, the pill began to dissolve gradually under the intense heat. The cauldron emitted rich spiritual energy due to the flames beneath it. Even after the pill had completely melted into a medicinal liquid, it continued to exude a luminous fragrance that wafted through the air. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is our Yi family's spirit concentration pill, whose efficacy remains unchanged from beginning to end, making it the finest choice for enhancing one's cultivation. With that, Yi Chen strode purposefully towards Jiang Sheng. Hand it over. Jiang Sheng's eyes flashed with ferocity as he contemplated shattering the porcelain vial. Yet Yi Chen, keenly aware of Jiang Sheng's intentions, swiftly appeared before him, seizing his wrist with a firm grip. A sharp crack echoed as bones fractured, causing a pill vial to clatter to the ground. Thinking of destroying the evidence, such delusions, you claim that this item was concocted in our Yi family's alchemical chamber. Today, we shall uncover the truth behind this pill, Yi Chen declared. After clearing the previous medicinal liquid, he effortlessly poured the remaining pills into the cauldron. What is that acrid odor? A pungent scent immediately permeated the air as the pills were added. The onlookers recoiled, covering their noses in disgust. The flames below blazed fiercely, gradually melting the pill. However, as the flames worked their magic, the surface of the pill began to exhibit bizarre colorations, and soon, glowing particles began to cascade from it. Goodness, this isn't the essence of the spirit concentration grass. It's actually powdered glow grass. These individuals truly dare to add anything. The few who recognized the spiritual herbs erupted in angry denunciations. That it was evident that the pills brought by these dozen or so people did not originate from the Yi family. How audacious! Grinding glow grass into powder and rolling it in here to impersonate the spirit concentration pill. You certainly possess a cunning mind, Yi Chen remarked coldly. The eyes of the Yi family managers sparked with murderous intent as they glared at the intruders. This matter was of utmost significance to the reputation of the Yi family. If word got out that the Yi family was peddling counterfeit medicines, their name would be irreparably tarnished. Who would dare purchase pills from the Yi family then? You claim these pills were purchased from us. that the Yi family is selling counterfeit medicines. It must be that you have mixed in falsehoods. Yang Xiao, drenched in sweat, was reluctant to admit defeat. Noticing the suspicious gazes of the crowd, he attempted to explain. Look at my brother. He has already passed away. Surely, that must be true. Who would lie about the life of their own brother? Your brother? Chen scoffed derisively. You truly believe that within your White Tiger Hall, a den of snakes and rats, there exists such a thing as true brotherhood? At this, Yang Xiang's expression shifted. In our White Tiger Hall, we are all as close as brothers, closer than blood relations. Then upon his death, you hastened to bring his coffin here to cause a ruckus, seeking to escalate the matter merely to extort compensation from me. Chen's gaze was icy as he regarded Yang Xiang. At this point, even if Yang Xiang possessed 8 mouths, he could not clarify the situation. Put the coffin down. Let me see how he met his end. It cannot be opened, Yang Xiang shouted, blocking Chen's path. Once a person is laid to rest, how can they be disturbed? Even if your Yi family is powerful, I will not allow my brother's resting place to be violated. We shall leave immediately. We cannot provoke the Yi family, nor can we hide from them. Humph. Chen snorted coldly. Now you wish to depart. That is rather too late. Do you think the Yi family is a place where you can come and go as you please? Since you assert that he perished after consuming our Yi family's pills, we must open the coffin to uncover the truth. As Chen approached, he delivered a swift kick, shattering the coffin. You. Yang Xiang attempted to rush forward to intervene. But the surrounding Yi family guards moved quicker, blocking his path. Chen, do you not understand the tenets of humanity? The dead deserve respect. How can you act in such a manner? Do you truly believe that the Yi family can dominate Thundercloud City? Yang Xiang lamented, his voice tinged with desperation, but Chen merely responded with a cold smile. Perished in an untimely manner. As his words fell, Chen placed his foot upon the corpse's arm. A sharp crack echoed as bones shattered, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Before Chen could speak, the deceased had already risen, clutching his arm and wailing in agony. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Perished in an untimely manner. I believe it is you who wishes to meet such an end. With the realization that the person in the coffin was alive, the gathered crowd understood the ruse. They had attempted to defraud the Yi family. Indeed, how shameless. To resort to such tactics to frame us is truly disgraceful. Yes, the Yi family has conducted business with integrity for many years, never deceiving the innocent. Murmurs circulated among the onlookers. The various managers of the Yi family breathed a sigh of relief. This uproar would not tarnish their reputation but rather enhance it. Yang Xiang, you have overstepped your bounds, daring to use counterfeit pills to frame the Yi family. A steward advanced, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at Yang Xiang. Seeing this, Yang Xiang stumbled backward in panic. This has nothing to do with us. It was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Now that my brother is fine, we shall take our leave. Apologies. Realizing their plot had been unraveled, Yang Xiang understood they had failed. He began to retreat hastily. Chen smiled disdainfully, waved his hand, and a dozen poised Yi family guards surged forward, encircling the group. Attempting to leave? It won't be that simple. Chen strode forward, casually picking up a counterfeit pill. His eyes glinting with murderous intent as he regarded the glowing imitation. You would do well to confess who orchestrated this. Perhaps I might spare your life. Otherwise, you shall surely perish here today. I have ample time to entertain myself. Chapter 20. Establishing authority. Listening to Chen's menacing inquiry, Yang Xiang could only lower his head, seemingly wanting to speak, yet unable to muster the courage. In the end, he merely shook his head in fervent supplication. No, it is all a misunderstanding. I am not being manipulated by anyone. Please, esteemed young master, show mercy and let us go. Yang Xiang's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Will you continue to be obstinate? Chen smiled slightly, his eyes glimmering with ferocity. Bang! Before Yang Xiang could react, a powerful punch sent him crashing to the ground, before the members of the White Tiger Hall could rush to his aid. Chen rained down several kicks upon Yang Xiang's chest, each strike forceful and unyielding. Puffed. The sound of shattering bones echoed as Yang Xiang spat blood, crying out in agony. Hearing their leader's cries, the members of the Chen spoke coldly, wielding his long knife as a piece of flesh fell to the ground. In a swift motion, before Yang Xiang could utter a word, Chen's blade descended once more. In mere moments, Yang Xiang endured a barrage of over 10 strikes, his body drenched in blood. "That I beg you, young clan leader, spare my life," Yang Xiao pleaded. "Speak," Chen commanded. Sheathing his knife and gazing icily at him. "The city," he began, but before he could finish, his eyes rolled back as he met his demise, a finely crafted dagger lodged in his throat. Who did this? More than a dozen guards and several stewards roared in unison. With a cold snort, Chen transformed into a blur, pursuing a figure within the crowd. This assailant moved with remarkable speed and stealth. Yet Chen detected him keenly. Thinking of escaping, he thundered, his form like a bolt of lightning, catching up to the individual in mere breaths and sending him flying with a powerful punch. "Now's your chance, flee." At that moment, the remaining members of the White Tiger Hall, witnessing the negligence of the Yi family's guards, recklessly scattered in all directions. However, unbeknownst to them, the Yi family's guards had already formed a double-layered encirclement. Upon seeing the attempt to flee, the second layer of guards sprang into action, ruthlessly eliminating the fleeing members. Within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the White Tiger Hall's members were all eradicated. Why is your Yi family so tyrannical? It is one thing to slaughter the White Tiger Hall, but how dare you seize me? The man who had been struck by Chen struggled to his feet. Shouting defiantly, "Slap!" Without hesitation, Chen delivered a sharp blow. "Did you think we were unaware of your actions? Many present witnessed you ambush Yang Xiao and kill him." As he spoke, Chen kicked the man back into the throng. "Slander! You are slandering me." Realizing his covert actions had been uncovered, the man paled and desperately attempted to defend himself. Hearing this, Chen chuckled coldly. "Search him. I wish to discover who it is that dares to conspire against my Yi family." Chen had no interest in explanations. He feared no family, regardless of their lineage. Upon hearing the command to search him, the man panicked and attempted to flee, only to have his arm snapped by a nearby Yi family guard. Young clan leader, he indeed possesses a complete set of throwing knives, seemingly poisoned. A few guards casually searched him and found concealed weapons at his waist. That a storage ring is not something everyone can possess. And the fact that he had hidden throwing knives on his person indicated a nefarious intent. Let us see which family he belongs to. The Yuan clan or the Yang clan? Chen remarked expressionlessly. Having just dealt with the Wang and Chen families, he was not about to let any unwitting individuals come to their doom. This man was Yuan Jie, a branch member of the Yuan clan, renowned for his expertise in poisons. Upon hearing this, Chen nodded coldly. "Very well. Gather the guards here and escort Yuan Jie to the Yuan clan." Yuan Jie had been scheming in the shadows. How could the head of the Yuan clan extricate himself from this affair? With Chen's command, 70 Yi family guards swiftly assembled. "Move out." With a single order, the guards began their imposing march towards the Yuan clan. 15 minutes later, upon arriving at the Yuan clan's gate, they found it firmly shut, silence enveloping the interior. "Old thief of the Yuan clan, come out at once," Chen bellowed, his voice echoing throughout half of Thundercloud City. Yet, no one from the Yuan clan responded, each member seemingly retreating like turtles into their shells. "Do you think that by not coming out, this young clan leader will be powerless against you?" Chen sneered. "Very well. Form a formation. Let me witness the might of the Yuan clan's defensive array." He turned to the assembled guards that in unison. The guards shouted, then dispersed to form the unique killing formation of the Yi clan. Poised for action. Kill. The booming voices of the Yi family guards resonated through the air, their collective power coalescing into a formidable force that instilled terror. Creak. At that moment, the gate of the Yuan clan swung open from within. And Yuan Tuo, the clan head, emerged, accompanied by Jiang Bei, the city lord. Yi Chen, as the young clan leader of the Yi family, you dare to come to our Yuan clan and cause a ruckus. Believing us to be defenseless, Yuan Tuo glared with murderous intent. Jiang Bei nodded in agreement. Young clan leader Yi, your Yi family has been utterly lawless, attacking the Yuan clan in front of the entire city. This is a blatant disregard for the laws of the Qin Empire. Let us resolve this. I will mediate, and you, Yi Chen, must apologize to the Yuan clan head, allowing this matter to pass. Apologize to him? Yi Chen shook his head and recounted the entire incident that had just transpired. City Lord, this Yuan Jie ambushed Yang Xiao to kill him and silence him, indicating that this matter is undoubtedly tied to the Yuan clan. In the end, Yi Chen's gaze turned cold as he fixed it upon Yuan Tu. If the Yuan clan does not provide me with an explanation today, I will not let this matter rest. As his words fell, The Yi family guards erupted in a fierce chorus. The overwhelming aura they exuded was earth-shattering. The sight of so many guards roaring in unison caused Yuan Jie's complexion to shift dramatically. His expression turning grim as he surveyed the surroundings. The Yi family guards were poised for action. Yuan Wen has been disowned by our Yuan clan 3 years ago. His personal actions have no connection to us. Yuan Tuo asserted, clearly abandoning Yuan Wen. Yi Chun was unfazed by this revelation. A branch member couldn't truly pose a threat. Yuan Tuo displayed remarkable decisiveness in forsaking a kin. Since this is Yuan Wen's personal action, I shall not implicate the innocent. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen turned and struck down fiercely upon Yuan Wen's shoulder with his sword. Yuan Wen let out a wail, his arm severed at the shoulder. To come here and frame my Yi family without any backing. You truly are either foolish or exceedingly foolish. Yi Chen sneered, then brought his sword down towards Yuan Wen's other arm. Is it not the Yuan clan head who instructed you to conspire against the Yi family? As he struck, he pressed for answers. No, it's not. It was all my own disdain for the Yi family, my own volition. Yuan Wen gritted his teeth, casting a glance at Yuan Tuo. Swish, before he could finish. Yi Chen's sword fell again, severing a leg. After a series of relentless inquiries, Yi Chen had reduced Yuan Wen to a pitiful state. Nearby, a Yi family guard channeled spiritual energy into Yuan Wen, ensuring that even in his state, he could not succumb to death. Next, I shall execute you by 1,000 cuts. Upon hearing Yi Chen's threat, Yuan Wen's spirit shattered, and he hastily cried out, I confess. I confess. It was the Yuan clan head and city lord Zhang Bei who incited the White Tiger Hall to slander the Yi family. As for me, if the matter comes to light, I alone will bear the consequences. With this confession, Yi Chen slowly turned, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Yuan Jie and Zhang Bei. Nonsense. Surely, young clan leader, you would not be swayed by his divisive rhetoric. This man is fabricating lies to damage the relations between our families. Yuan Tuo hurriedly interjected, with Zhang Bei nodding in agreement. Young Lord Yi, this is undoubtedly a fabrication. How could the Yuan clan head and I engage in such treachery? It is all his slander. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Bei leapt forward, a flash of sword light piercing Yuan Wen's brow. Youthful clan leader, let this matter be resolved. We are willing to compensate with 100,000 spirit stones. Zhang Bei proposed, bowing slightly towards Yi Chen. 300,000 spirit stones, and I shall consider this matter settled. Zhang Bei, a formidable figure in the nascent soul stage and an official of the Great Qin Empire, made Yi Chen reluctant to sever ties outright. However, allowing the matter to proceed without gain was not an option. Accepting 300,000 spirit stones was not a loss. Very well, Zhang Bei agreed without hesitation. Yi Chen nodded and then turned to Yuan Tuo. But I hope the clan head will look favorably upon my Yi family in the future. My sword has long been eager to sever certain heads. With that, Yi Chen swung his sword. Yuan Wen's head soared into the air. With a flick, it was impaled upon the entrance of the Yuan clan. Let this serve as a small warning. A moment for those with unclear minds to reflect. Having completed these actions, Yi Chen strode away with his entourage. The Yi family guards remained steadfastly at his back. Arrogant, audacious. Watching Yi Chen depart, Yuan Tuo's fury surged. Unable to contain himself any longer, he struck a nearby stone lion with a punch, shattering it instantly. City Lord, shall we simply allow him to continue his rampage? Yuan Tuo inquired, turning to Zhang Bei. As he observed Yi Chen fade from sight, Zhang Bei's eyes brimmed with a profound murderous intent. Humph, he cannot remain so arrogant for long. Someone will take care of him. Chapter 21. Alchemy extracting 100,000 spirit stones to reward the guards. Yi Chen returned to the alchemy chamber amid the admiring gazes of all present. Young clan leader, at this moment, the gazes of the stewards towards him had undergone a profound transformation. Although Yi Chen was once hailed as the foremost genius of Thundercloud City, he had previously spent his days cooing with Wang Rongrong, showing little regard for the family enterprises of the Yi clan. Consequently, the stewards had not paid him much attention, merely offering him respect out of deference to the old patriarch. However, after today, a seismic shift had occurred. Yi Chen acted with decisiveness and ruthlessness, executing his plans without a single flaw, leaving Yang Xiao and his cohort utterly powerless to retaliate. More importantly, during this period, Yi Chen's strikes were merciless and unyielding. traits essential for one destined for greatness. It was worth noting that he had once been merely a wealthy young man preoccupied with romance, yet his growth had greatly pleased them. Now, upon seeing Chen enter, the stewards hastily rose to their feet, respectfully welcoming him. If anyone dares to act recklessly in the future, you may summon me, and I shall deal with them in my own manner. Chen declared confidently. With the divine refining furnace at his disposal, he regarded those petty clowns with indifference. Should anyone dare entertain ill intentions towards the Yi family, Chen would ensure they understood the true meaning of torment. At your command, responded the guards and stewards in unison, their voices resonating with clarity. The recent display of Chen's prowess had left them astounded, and having received 100,000 spiritual stones from him, they were utterly devoted. After arranging everything, Chen once again presented the list of required medicinal materials to each steward, instructing them to prepare the finest alchemy chamber for him. Upon hearing Chen's directives, the stewards exchanged puzzled glances. After all, the alchemy chamber was typically reserved for alchemists. Although they harbored doubts, they refrained from questioning and complied with his orders. They did not believe that Chen could refine pills. Yet his current aura of leadership compelled them to instinctively choose submission and follow his lead. If only Master Lu were to return. One steward hesitantly glanced at Chen. Master Lu had presided over the alchemy chamber for a considerable time, and they could not completely disregard his authority. They looked to Chen, awaiting his final command. Chen furrowed his brow. Master Lu's esteemed reputation in the alchemy chamber had even begun to threaten the Yi family. This displeased him. Do not concern yourselves with him, that if Master Lu has any objections, he may come directly to me, and I shall handle it, Chen stated resolutely. The young patriarch of the Yi family, destined to lead it in the future, he could not allow himself to be overshadowed by a mere alchemist. Losing control over the alchemy chamber, he pondered. He considered that if Master Lu truly had the family's best interests at heart, he could be rewarded later. However, if he sought to leverage this situation to threaten the Yi family, Chen would not hesitate to teach him a lesson, making it clear who truly held power here. After a brief tea break, all the required medicinal materials were delivered, and he was escorted to the finest alchemy room. Once the room was sealed to prevent disturbances, Chen entered the Taitsong realm and began his preparations for alchemy. Others were unaware of his capabilities, and he had no intention of revealing them, believing that a degree of concealment would ensure his future safety. Within the Yi family's alchemy chamber, alongside several medicinal cauldrons, a cluster of fiery red flames danced. The flames blazed fiercely, emanating an oppressive heat. Chen observed the divine fire within the divine refining furnace and the fire serpent's flames in the chamber. He fell into deep contemplation. The Linglong Empress had once stated that during the alchemical process, to ensure the success rate of the concoction, the flames would be subdued rather than the strongest available. In this vast continent, there existed even more potent flames. The number of flames in the world was innumerable, each possessing its own unique characteristics, and their strengths varied significantly. The most common flame was known as the human flame. With 99% of the world's flames falling into this category, the next tier consisted of the demonic flames emitted by various creatures, alongside the earth's veined flames from below the ground. The two types of flames held no inherent superiority over one another, as both the demon race and the earth's flames had varying strengths. The fire serpent raised by the Yi family produced flames of exceptional quality, far surpassing the majority of other flames. Flames that surpassed the demonic and earth flames were referred to as celestial flames. As the name suggests, celestial flames are born from the convergence of the forces of heaven and earth, containing fragments of various rules and principles, some naturally occurring through the heavenly path, while others were cultivated through powerful practitioners' spells. As Chen continuously delved into the profound mysteries of alchemy, ancient red inscriptions began to appear within the divine refining furnace, radiating brilliant colors. This was the celestial fire scroll, left behind by the empress in the furnace, which she had only briefly glimpsed while desperately attempting to restore her body. Chen's gaze swept through the celestial fire scroll, and after a fragrant moment, he committed its contents to memory. The scroll documented countless flames that had emerged throughout various epochs. Those flames that made the list were all world-renowned treasures, with the least remarkable being celestial flames. Chen scrutinized the list from bottom to top. There were a total of 81 types of heavenly flames, of which 80 were basic heavenly flame varieties. while the remaining 11 were classified as advanced heavenly flames. Yi Chen's heart surged with waves of excitement as he contemplated the boundless mysteries of the world. Even flames were categorized into different ranks. Though they were all celestial flames, distinctions in strength existed among them. And the flames in the celestial fire scroll grew increasingly powerful. The higher one ascended on the list. Yi Chen's gaze lingered on the names of each flame until he finally focused on the top 11 advanced heavenly flame varieties. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen slowly withdrew his gaze. Advanced heavenly flame varieties were still beyond his reach. First, he would refine pills to enhance his cultivation. With a wave of his hand, dozens of medicinal materials appeared before him. Although their age was average, they sufficed for his current cultivation needs. In the future, he could seek out higher quality spiritual herbs on his own. Medicinal pills were the fastest means to elevate one's cultivation. And with ample pills at his disposal, he could swiftly enhance his prowess. Moreover, alchemists were revered figures across the Xiantian continent. Take the Yi family, for example. The stewards held Master Lu in high regard, practically fawning over him, which illustrated the elevated status of alchemists compared to ordinary practitioners. In the Xiantian continent, alchemists were classified into 9 ranks, from 1 to 9. Similarly, medicinal pills were also categorized from 1 to 9. When an alchemist reached the 5th rank or higher, they would earn a corresponding title. 5th rank Pill King, 6th rank Pill Emperor, 7th rank Pill Sage, 8th rank Pill Lord, and 9th rank Pill Saint. As for 10th rank pills and 10th rank Pill Emperors, those were legendary entities. Master Lu, whom the Yi family revered, was merely a first-rank alchemist, yet even such a minor figure commanded significant respect within the family. This only heightened Yi Chen's appreciation for the art of alchemy. Should he become an alchemist, it would undoubtedly aid him greatly in his future cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen calmed his mind and began to prepare for pill refinement. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he recalled the myriad lessons imparted by the Linglong Empress during his alchemical training. Following his recollections, Yi Chen meticulously placed each medicinal material into the divine refining furnace, forming seals with his hands to channel spiritual light as he began the alchemical process. The searing flames erupted around him, engulfing the medicinal materials in a wave of heat. Each step of alchemy required utmost concentration. Timing, location, and harmony among people were all essential. Every step was crucial. During his initial lessons in alchemy at the Grand Market, Yi Chen had committed the entire process to memory. He had become adept at managing every aspect of the alchemical timeline. Within the divine refining furnace, mere moments passed before the spiritual herbs began to exude gleaming medicinal liquid under the flame's relentless heat. The process of extracting the medicinal essence from the herbs was fundamental to alchemy. One had to remain vigilant, paying attention to every detail to successfully refine the complete medicinal potency. Should the temperature be too low, the medicinal effects would fail to extract, significantly diminishing the final pill's efficacy. Conversely, if the temperature was too high, the result would be nothing more than a pile of charcoal, rendering the spiritual herbs utterly wasted. Thus, this process was of paramount importance. The medicinal liquid within the divine refining furnace soon began to coalesce, and under Yi Chen's skilled guidance, the pills began to take shape. After a brief moment, several gleaming pills materialized within the divine refining furnace. Gently tapping the furnace, he caught a dozen pills as they flew out, nodding in satisfaction. "Hurry, someone. Master Lu is at the door of the alchemy chamber. Quickly prepare the resting room." In the alchemy chamber, Master Lu entered accompanied by several apprentices, prompting a few Yi family guards to rush inside to relay the message, "No need. I shall refine pills in the back courtyard." Master Lu replied, striding directly toward the rear yard. "Wait, Master Lu." A steward rushed to intercept him upon seeing Master Lu enter. "What is it?" Master Lu's expression soured, his displeasure evident. "Master, the young patriarch has arrived." "The young patriarch?" Master Lu furrowed his brow, then dismissively shook his head. "So what?" "Tell him I'm busy and have no time to attend to him." As he spoke, Master Lu proceeded toward the backyard. "Master, the young clan leader is currently engaged in alchemical practices in the Tianzi Great Alchemy Chamber. If you wish to concoct elixirs, I kindly ask you to wait a moment." Upon hearing this, Master Lu's countenance darkened at a visible pace. "Are you aware of the rules I have established? No one aside from myself is permitted to enter the Tianzi Great Alchemy Chamber, regardless of who they may be, not even the young clan leader of the Yi family." "But he is the young clan leader. Regardless of his status, even if he were Yushin, he would not be allowed to use the Tianzi-grade alchemy chamber. Chapter 22. Expulsion from the Yi family. Several managers furrowed their brows, their gazes turning cold. Typically, these managers held Master Lu in high regard. Yet this was the Yi family's alchemy chamber, the sole source of the fire flood dragon's flame in Lei Yun City. Unable to distinguish between high and low status? Now, this Master Lu dares to utter such words, showing complete disregard for the Yi family. Master, please choose your words carefully. The young clan leader is the future patriarch of our Yi family, the one who will govern us. Your words seem rather excessive, preposterous. Before Master Lu could respond, an apprentice accompanying him erupted in outrage. Master Lu is a first-grade alchemist. How dare you presume to advise him? Immediately summon Yi Chun out of the Tianzi-grade alchemy chamber. If you disturb Master Lu's alchemical process, it would be an egregious offense that you cannot bear. At these words, the managers were instantly enraged, their eyes flashing with fierce intensity as they pointed angrily at the apprentice. Huang Lin, what do you think you are? How dare you demand the young clan leader to exit? Years ago, you were no better than a wild dog. And if not for the young clan leader's kindness in offering you a meal, would you be alive today? Furthermore, the young clan leader has supported your cultivation and education, and now you dare to act so brazenly? You ungrateful wretch! The young clan leader should have let you starve outside. Upon hearing the reprimands from several managers, Huang Lin's earlier arrogance swiftly dissipated, his expression turning exceedingly grim. Huang Lin is now my disciple. You ought to show him some respect. He represents me and is not someone you can reprimand, Master Lu coldly stated. Huang Lin, emboldened by Master Lu's backing, lifted his head with a sense of superiority. My master is a first-grade alchemist, such a distinguished individual, and yet you dare to defy his established rules. It is utterly inexcusable. The alchemy chamber is a sacred place. My master has recently experienced an outburst of inspiration, significantly enhancing his alchemical skills, and we have just discovered another alchemy chamber, ready for use. How can Yichen cause a ruckus here and delay my master's work? With a disdainful snort, Huang Lin strode towards the Tianzi-grade alchemy chamber, grasping the door handle to open it. Just then, the door swung open from within. Who is causing such a commotion outside the alchemy chamber? Yichen's face displayed anger. The alchemy chamber is a place of tranquility, and had he not completed his elixirs, there would have been consequences. Earlier, he had attempted to refine a batch of elixirs using the fire flood dragon's flame, but found it difficult to control and unsatisfactory in potency. Fortunately, they had ultimately taken shape, albeit inferior to those produced by the Divine Refinement Furnace. He had planned to refine a few more batches when he was drawn out by the noise. Young clan leader. Although Huang Lin was emboldened, his bravado waned upon seeing Yi Chun in person, fearing he would draw attention. This must be the young clan leader, Yi Chun. I am Lu Ziyuan. Honored to meet you. Master Lu gave a slight bow, but did not even glance at Yi Chun, appearing utterly dismissive. Seeing this, Yi Chun's brows furrowed. This individual truly knows no bounds, though. It is Master Lu. I have heard much about your esteemed reputation. Yi Chen's demeanor remained calm and indifferent, while Huang Lin, cowering, returned to Master Lu's side. Young clan leader. Master Lu has recently been struck by inspiration and wishes to use the Tianzi-grade alchemy chamber. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun grasped the situation. I apologize, but I still need to use the Tianzi-grade alchemy chamber. Master Lu may wait a while, or utilize the Dizzy-grade alchemy chamber instead. Yi Chun spoke with tranquility. Yet Master Lu's expression darkened further. The Tianzi-grade alchemy chamber possesses the most potent flames, making it the ideal place for alchemy. He had come to regard it as his own, and how could he allow others to use it? Having already endured Yi Chun's prior usage, his anger was now reaching its peak. Huang Lin, sensing Master Lu's mounting displeasure, felt compelled to act. Young clan leader, the alchemy chamber is a place of great significance, not something to be trifled with. If you require spiritual herbs, you may request them from Master Lu, and he shall provide, but you ought not to return to this chamber. With that, Huang Lin made way. The implication of his words unmistakable. He intended to expel him. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, a murderous intent flickered in Yi Chen's eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing. Taking a deep breath, he recognized that Master Lu had contributed significantly to the Yi family and still held great value. He did not wish to sever ties. I assure you, while I am refining elixirs, I will exercise utmost care and will not damage anything. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Moreover, all the spiritual herbs I consume will be accounted for on my tab. Rest assured, there will be individuals to replenish them, ensuring you have what you need. However, before Yi Chen could finish, Master Lu's gaze fell upon the remaining herbs in the alchemy chamber, and, upon realizing Yi Chen had taken it upon himself to use them, his rage became uncontrollable, with your kind of reckless arrogance. You dare to think you can refine elixirs? You will only waste valuable materials. Get out of here immediately. As he spoke, Lu Ziyuan grasped Yi Chen's arm, intending to throw him out. Master Lu, I have already stated that I still require the use of the Tianzi-grade alchemy chamber and will not damage anything. Yi Chen stood resolute, impervious to Master Lu's attempts to budge him. Upon hearing this, Huang Lin's face twisted into a sneer. Young clan leader, the alchemy chamber is not a place you frequently visit. Nor is it a venue for you to act as if you were a lord. Do not cause unnecessary trouble. It is Master Lu who concocts elixirs and sells them for vast sums of spirit stones, allowing you to flaunt yourself before those women. Without him, you wouldn't even be able to enter such establishments. Get out of here swiftly. This is no place for you. You have already disrupted Master Lu's rules by using his materials without permission. It is fortunate he has not sought retribution against you. Withdraw now before you suffer the consequences. The alchemy chamber serves as a pillar of the Yi family's industry, and without Master Lu, it could not function. Thus, Huang Lin dared to show such disrespect toward Yi Chen, convinced he would leave in disgrace without further ado. Get out, you wastrel. Huang Lin's words were laden with provocation, which led Master Lu to regard Yi Chen with utter disdain, issuing commands without mercy. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's murderous intent could no longer be concealed. Initially, he had intended to grant some face to the opposition, but it was evident that courtesy was unnecessary. What did you say? Yi Chen's expression remained impassive. Why, Yi Chen? Get out of here this instant. You wastrel. Huang Lin's eyes brimmed with contempt, and his tone was commanding. Lu Ziyuan nodded in approval, pleased with his disciple's performance. Huang Lin, you are courting death. The managers nearby turned ashen, reprimanding Huang Lin harshly. Yi Chen lightly caressed the Qinquan ring adorning his fingers, his murderous intent intensifying. Court death. Humph. Without Master Lu, the entire Yi family will be on the brink of ruin. In the alchemy chamber, Master Lu is the law. He is the authority. Here, everyone must comply, no matter their status. Yi Chen's arrogance knew no bounds. He sought to oppress others based solely on his position as the young clan leader. What was he without that title? Clang. Before he could finish speaking, a melodious sound of a sword echoed throughout the vicinity. Yi Chen brandished the eight-edged Han sword, its blade gleaming like moonlight, swiftly piercing Huang Lin's mouth. With a flick of his wrist, he cleanly severed Huang Lin's tongue, the blade spinning, slicing through Huang Lin's wrist, blood bursting. With a commanding call, several guards swiftly approached to cleanse the blood from the ground. Once tranquility was restored, Master Lu finally emerged from his state of shock. Yi Chen, how dare you commit such a violent act in public? He is my disciple. How could you lay a hand on him? Upon hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he stepped forward, brandishing his sword. His formidable aura caused Master Lu to stumble back in fright. He is indeed your disciple. But prior to that, he was a servant of the Yi family. To show such utter disregard for hierarchy and dare to speak so boldly to his master, my mercy in sparing his life is already a great kindness. Letting him live today serves as a lesson to those beneath him about the consequences of disrespecting their superiors. Master Lu, do you take issue with my decisions? The murderous intent in Yi Chen's eyes was unmistakable. Master Lu trembled slightly. He was not a fool and could discern the implications behind Yi Chen's words. Taking a life might be simple, but a living individual possesses far greater power to instill fear. You audacious fool, Lu Zon roared in fury, pointing at Yi Chen. You speak nonsense, violating the rules I established, and have crippled my disciple, repeatedly challenging my limits. This matter will not simply pass. I shall petition the clan leader to strip you of your position as the young master. In Lu Ziyuan's eyes, Yi Chen was merely a brash young master, lacking the finesse of a true alchemist like himself. What? Your rules? At this remark, Yi Chen's face broke into a congenial smile. Are you certain you wish for me to adhere to the rules you have set? Master Lu, have you perhaps forgotten your own status? This alchemy chamber belongs to the Yi family, and so does the fire dragon. Everything here is a possession of the Yi family, so tell me. Why should I abide by your rules? Yi Chen's smile gradually turned frigid. As for you, when you first arrived at the Yi family 3 years ago, you were merely an apprentice. It was I, the Yi family, that aided your ascension to a first-grade alchemist. Over the years, you have honed your skills using the resources provided by the Yi family, and while your alchemical prowess has indeed flourished, it was due to our support. You truly believe that your abilities are your own. Without the Yi family, you are nothing. You wish for me to abide by your rules. Do you know who I am? Do you know who you are? Do you comprehend the concept of hierarchy? And now you dare to issue commands to me. Have you forgotten how you once sought our favor? The ingredients I use today are all from the Yi family and have no relation to you whatsoever. I will use them as I please. Should I choose to incinerate them, it is of no concern to you. Master Lu, I hope you remember. This is the Yi family, not the Lu family. Listening to Yi Chen's rebuke, Master Lu trembled with rage, wishing to retort but finding no words, for Yi Chen's assertions were undeniably true. I shall continue to use this alchemy chamber. You may wait outside. With that, Yi Chen strode away, returning to the alchemy room to resume his potion making. Lu Zuan, seething with anger, found himself at a loss for justification. When he first arrived at the Yi family, he had been cautious, fearful of making a mistake that would lead to expulsion. However, as time passed, and the Yi family began to treat him with increasing importance and respect, he had gradually come to expect such treatment. He had begun to regard the alchemy chamber as his personal property, establishing rules at will. Yet Yi Chen's recent words shattered the illusion, bringing him back to reality. Master Lu, the young master will not be here for long. Please wait a moment, and this alchemy chamber shall remain yours. One of the stewards remarked. Though this was contingent upon the condition that Lu complied with Yi Chen's commands, another nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. As long as you, Master Lu, dedicate yourself to alchemy for the Yi family, we shall surely reward you handsomely. Hearing their words, Master Lu's expression flickered with uncertainty, clearly engaged in an internal struggle. After a fragrant incense stick's duration, Yi Chen emerged from the alchemy room with vial after vial of potions in hand, while Master Lu remained silent, eventually retreating into the top-tier alchemy chamber once Yi Chen had departed. Young master, such matters require your intervention. Without your presence, no one can keep Master Lu in check, one of the stewards exclaimed excitedly. Had it not been for Yi Chen's display of formidable strength in subduing Master Lu, there is no telling what kind of turmoil might have ensued, potentially affecting the Yi family significantly. It is but a trivial matter. Remember to reward him generously with spirit stones in a few days. A slap on the back accompanied by a sweet treat will suffice. As long as he remains loyal to the Yi family, there shall be ample rewards for him. After leaving the alchemy workshop and returning home, Yi Chen gazed at the potions in his hand, a smile gracing his face. In the top-tier alchemy room, he had mastered the manipulation of the fire dragon's flames to perfection. The only limitation was his inability to produce potions for extended periods, a consequence of his insufficient soul power. In the realm of alchemy, beyond mastering the techniques, possessing robust soul power is paramount. Yi Chen's soul power ranked among the elite within his realm. However, to traverse further along the path of alchemy, he would need even greater soul strength. Enhancing one's soul power differs significantly from elevating one's cultivation or refining the physical body. The strength of the soul is often predetermined from the moment of birth. Unlike the other two, which offer numerous cultivation methods, viable options for increasing soul power are limitably scarce. Currently, the priority was to enhance his soul power to expedite his alchemical processes and subsequently elevate his cultivation. Yi Chen contemplated this. To concoct more potent potions, formidable soul power was essential. Should he ascend to a higher tier of alchemy, acquiring the necessary potions for his future cultivation endeavors would cease to be a concern. After much deliberation, Yi Chen began to scour through the techniques and secrets provided by the empress. After a fragrant stick's duration, he finally discovered a method to cultivate soul power among the myriad of cultivation techniques. The soul-forging divine art is a specialized technique aimed at cultivating soul power. Consistent daily practice would strengthen it. The essence of this divine art lies in the daily honing of one's soul power. Though progress may be slow, it is grounded in reality that if cultivated to a small completion stage, it would yield unexpected transformations. Not only would the speed of soul power cultivation increase, but it would also allow for the consumption of the soul power of others for one's own use. As long as there is sufficient soul power to absorb, in theory, one soul power could grow without limit. Chen was elated and hurriedly began studying the soul-forging divine art in the following days. Chen immersed himself in the ancient refining divine art, while concurrently practicing the soul-forging divine art, and took the opportunity to refine potions using the divine refining furnace. During this time, he prepared for the impending assault from the Chen family. However, what was unexpected was that despite Chen Shaolong's death so long ago, not a single member of the Chen family had appeared. Chen speculated that this was primarily because Chen Shaolong was not central to the Chen family, and few cared for his demise. Moreover, the internal strife among the great families likely pleased them. The emergence of the Qin Emperor's Jade Decree had instilled a degree of trepidation in some members of the Chen family. After all, while they held some power, they were still inconsequential compared to the four great clans of the Qin dynasty. With no disturbances, Chen relished the tranquility, using the opportunity to diligently enhance his overall combat strength. Time flew, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Upon achieving small success in the soul-forging divine art, Chen emerged from his seclusion. Without pausing for rest, he began contemplating ways to bolster his physical strength. The physical body serves as the foundation of all, since the terrifying empress had refined his body. His physical enhancement had been sluggish. He needed to gather some essence from the blood and flesh of demon beasts for refinement. As instructed by the Linglong Empress, the divine refining furnace could refine the essences of all things, extracting the power from the blood and flesh of demon beasts and subsequently infusing it into his own body. Chen fell into a brief reverie. Thundercloud City was nestled among the mountains, and there were plenty of demon beasts to hunt in the forests. Deep within the mountains, there were even beasts of level 5 and above, but the efficiency of hunting these beasts was far too slow. Searching for and slaying demon beasts, did he truly have to embark on such a journey? As Chen pondered, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. Of course, the Yang family is in the business of demon beasts. Why should I mobilize myself? With the Yang family's influence, they would undoubtedly capture numerous demon beasts. If there were high-tier beasts available for him to refine, then his physical strength could be elevated swiftly. Upon reflecting on this matter, Chen hurriedly made his way to the beast fighting arena of the Yang family, bearing the Qianquan ring. Chapter 24. The mysterious beast. During this period, news of the murder of the Chen family's young master and the annihilation of the Wang family spread throughout Thundercloud City. And the orchestrator of these events turned out to be Chen, a revelation that many aristocratic families found hard to accept. The Yi family's displayed strength during this time was exceedingly formidable, far surpassing what one would expect from the so-called first family of Thundercloud City. Simultaneously, Chen's sudden transformation evoked a sense of unfamiliarity and profound pressure among them. After disappearing for over a year, Chen had once been a sycophant of the Wang family, consumed by romantic affections. Yet upon his return, he had directly obliterated the Wang family and cast Wang Rongrong into the brothel. An immense contrast that left them utterly perplexed. Consequently, when Chen appeared at the Yang family's beast fighting arena, he instantly captured the attention of many. They had all visited the brothel, albeit without experiencing the splendor of Wang Rongrong, and were dismayed to hear that she had been purchased by a significant figure. Chen, however, remained indifferent. After all, she was merely a woman. What upheaval could she cause? Currently, the most fervent discussions revolved around when the Chen family would take action to eradicate the Yi family. Chen, did he dare to show his face? Was he not afraid of being slain by the Chen family? Some young scions of noble families watched him with a sense of mockery. The Chen family was no minor clan. Chen had committed a grave offense and yet dared to be so brazen. It was akin to courting death. He would not survive for long. The poor wretch. The third son of the Yang family cast a cold glance at Chen, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Could it be that the third son possesses some intelligence? A familiar young scion could hardly conceal his excitement and hastily inquired. I happened to catch a few words. Yang Xiao's gaze remained indifferent. He held no favorable regard for Chen, having killed the young master of the Chen family. Even if he had 9 lives, it would not suffice as compensation. Moreover, the Yi family had also offended the city lord, which would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Enough. Enough. There's no point in discussing a doomed individual. It would merely be a waste of time. Just then, as Yang Xiao conversed with his fellow young scions, Chen had already arrived at the designated area for selecting beasts. The beasts managed by the Yang family fell into 2 categories: combat type, which could accompany cultivators in battle and exhibited fierce temperaments, and auxiliary type, used as mounts or for transporting goods, characterized by their relatively gentle nature. The vast majority of fighting arenas featured these two types of beasts, with the Yang family predominantly possessing auxiliary-type beasts, as capturing combat-type beasts was exceedingly difficult and came at a tremendous cost. Chen examined these beasts one by one, his eyes scanning diligently. After a considerable amount of time, however, he still failed to discover any valuable beasts. Here, the highest grade of beasts was merely level 1 or 2, insufficient to meet his needs. Chen could only manage a wry smile. Realizing that he had been overly naive, what formidable beasts could possibly exist in a remote town like Thundercloud City? The Yang family's ability to capture level 2 beasts was already a testament to their considerable strength. Just as Chen prepared to leave, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a feeble little tiger curled up in a cage, at which point a gentle tremor resonated within his internal divine furnace. What is happening? Chen inspected his internal divine furnace, finding nothing amiss, and then turned his gaze back to the little tiger. This little tiger was merely a level 1 beast, not long since its birth, seemingly on the verge of death due to illness. Observing this spirit beast, Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. There appeared to be nothing unusual about this little tiger. Level 1 was already the limit of his capabilities. Yet inexplicably, he sensed a trace of terrifying pressure emanating from it. Could it possess a powerful bloodline within? Chen pondered for a long while, but could not discern the reason. Nevertheless, he had already concluded that this little tiger was extraordinary. Its essence might prove beneficial to him. Upon this realization, his eyes grew fervent. Regardless, this little tiger must be acquired. It could very well be a monumental opportunity awaiting him. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Chen approached the counter and inquired about the ailing little tiger. How much is this little tiger? The Yang family disciple, recognizing Chen, glanced at the little tiger but ultimately refrained from making an exorbitant demand. If it were anyone else purchasing it, it would be at least 100 spirit stones. However, for the young Master Yi, it would only require 80 spirit stones. Chen nodded lightly, then produced 80 spirit stones to hand over. Just then, a voice filled with mirth rang out behind him. This tiger possesses the rarest bloodline in the world. It is not for sale for less than 100,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the Yang family disciple hurriedly bowed, while Chen turned to see a fleeting glimmer of cold light in his gaze. I have met the third son. Your discernment is woefully lacking. Such a precious spirit beast was nearly sold at a bargain price. Yang Xiao approached Chen with a jovial demeanor, gesturing toward the Yang family disciple in silent rebuke. Witnessing this scene, Chen's heart stirred. Did this person also recognize the peculiar nature of the little tiger? Yet, if that were the case, why was it left here, and why was this little tiger treated so poorly? It should have been regarded as a treasure long ago. 100,000 spirit stones. It is likely that even level 5 beasts do not command such a price. Are you jesting? Chen's expression turned slightly frosty. If you cannot afford it, feel free to leave. Go on, you pauper. Such was the unrelenting humiliation that a flash of fierce light flickered in Chen's eyes, yet he maintained an outward calm. His tone, however, turned icy. 100,000 spirit stones is considered currency. I could produce 1,000,000 spirit stones if need be. Chen let out a cold snort. Humph, then I shall sell it for 200,000 spirit stones. If you genuinely have the means, then produce the spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Chen's expression darkened entirely. You'll make such an outrageous demand in my presence. Do you truly believe the Yi family is made of clay? Are you declaring war against the Yi family? Yang Xiao, do you wish to instigate a feud between our families? With that, Chen's aura surged, his foundation-building cultivation evident, while a fierce killing intent enveloped Yang Xiao. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from Chen, alongside the blatant hostility, Yang Xiao's complexion paled instantly. Chen's strength was so formidable that he was not a match for it. If Chen chose to strike him down now, he would have no means of resistance. However, to retract his words would be akin to slapping his own face. His expression fluctuated, but he ultimately managed to maintain a semblance of a smile. This price is not unchangeable. You merely need to wager with me. Before Chen could inquire further, Yang Xiao hastily continued. Let us engage in a wager. If I win, this little tiger is yours. But if you lose, you shall never set foot in the Yang family's beast fighting arena again. Hearing this condition, Yi Chun felt a stir in his heart. Very well. How shall we wager? In my Yang family, it is naturally a wager involving beasts. Yang Xiao chuckled, his demeanor exuding confidence. If it came to personal combat, he knew he would not stand a chance against Yi Chen. However, in a beast wager, he was confident of victory. What? Are you afraid? Yang Xiao sneered at Yi Chen's silence. How could Yi Chen be fearful? He was merely laughing inwardly. Before leaving, the Linglong Empress had imparted the language of the beast clan to him, enabling him to communicate with them, thus allowing him to command beasts with far greater finesse than his opponent could hope to achieve. Yang Xiao was destined to lose. Very well, since you have initiated the challenge, I shall gladly oblige. Upon agreeing, Yang Xiao's smile deepened, the mockery in his eyes unmasked. Yet, this prize is not sufficient. Let us add a little more. Chapter 25. Beast commanding more to add, excitement, and a hint of malice filled Yang Xiao's eyes. Having just been intimidated by Yi Chen's aura, he was eager to teach Yi Chen a lesson. It was evident that Yang Xiao intended to ensnare Yi Chen. After all, the Yang family had long been known for their beast-commanding prowess and naturally possessed techniques that could easily overpower an amateur like Yi Chen. Why Yi Chen had made a name for himself in Thundercloud City by slaying Chen Shaolong and destroying the Wang family. Today, he would serve as a stepping stone for Yang Xiao's own fame. However, what he did not realize was that this was precisely what Yi Chen desired. Observing Yang Xiao's confident demeanor, Yi Chen could not help but smirk inwardly. Are you so certain of your victory? If you lack the courage, then be gone. You are both poor and cowardly. Do not embarrass yourself here. Yang Xiao did not respond but instead sneered at why Yi Chen wished to laugh. Such a feeble provocation would not sway him, yet the current situation played to his advantage, and he decided to go along with it. What do I have to fear? I am the young master of the Yi family. With such a vast enterprise, why would I fear you? But what do you have to wager against me? Seeing Yi Chen's anger cloud his judgment, Yang Xiao was filled with excitement. His greatest fear had been Yi Chen retreating like a turtle. But now that Yi Chen had fallen into his trap, he would not let this opportunity slip by. As for offending Yi Chen or the Yi family, he was the third son of the Wang family. This was the Yi family's arena, and what was there to fear? As for the Yi family, having offended the Chen family from White Dragon City, they were destined for extinction. Thus, what did it matter if he made an enemy of them? Today he intends to ruthlessly trample Yi Chen beneath his feet, using him as a stepping stone to achieve fame in Leyun City, ensuring that everyone recognizes him as the true favored child of heaven. What extra flair can he add? Yang Xiao stroked his chin, feigning deep contemplation. After a moment of pretense, a cold smirk crept upon his lips. Merely wagering some spirit stones seemed rather mundane. Instead, let us make it more interesting. If anyone loses, they must present 30,000 spirit stones with both hands and bow thrice to their opponent. What do you think? Only then did Yang Xiao reveal his true intentions, aiming to humiliate Yi Chen. Upon hearing the demand, Yi Chen was taken aback. He never anticipated such a request from his opponent. However, he soon let out a mocking laugh and nodded in agreement. Very well, 30,000 spirit stones are nothing. Who doesn't he have that little sum? With that, Yi Chen maintained his furious facade and strode towards the viewing platform. Why Yi Chen? It's not merely 30,000 spirit stones. The loser must bow 3 times to the winner. Seeing that Yi Chen only acknowledged the spirit stones, Yang Xiao hurriedly reminded him 30,000 spirit stones were merely an opportunity to profit off his opponent. The crux of the matter was to stand on him and gain recognition. Spirit stones are trivial, but the act of bowing, Yi Chen feigned a look of difficulty. What? The illustrious young master of the Yi family lacks even this bit of courage. Truly disgraceful. Yang Xiao's voice was loud, drawing the attention of many. If we're to gamble, let us do it. Whoever loses must bow an apology. With that, Yi Chen seized Yang Xiao and headed toward the beast arena, appearing thoroughly incensed. The Beastmaster family not only sells magical beasts but also organizes beast battles to attract cultivators through the fierce clashes between these creatures. Consequently, Yang's family constructed a grand arena not far away. As they proceeded, Yang Xiao loudly proclaimed their wager, drawing the eyes of the crowd. This was to prevent Yi Chen from backing out, with so many witnesses, regardless of whether Yi Chen bowed or not. Yang Xiao would gain notoriety in Leyun City. Many followed them into the arena, and within moments, it was a sea of people. Clearly, someone was orchestrating this behind the scenes. It was impossible to gather such a crowd in such a short time otherwise. One side boasted the resounding reputation of having slain the Chen family's young master and annihilated the Wang clan, well known throughout Leyun City. The opposing side was the third young master of the Yang family, also a scion of a prestigious lineage, a figure of renown. Most importantly, the stakes of both sides were what excited the spectators the most. The loser would indeed bow an apology to the victor. Surely, such a wager couldn't be mere rumor. Many doubted that such a duel would occur. Yet once Yi Chun and Yang Xiao appeared in the arena, all doubts were dispelled. Cheers echoed to the heavens as the audience on the viewing platform shouted in excitement, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Even some noble families in the VIP section joined in the fervor. Everyone was keen to discover who would ultimately prevail. The young master of the Yi family is truly foolish. The art of beast mastery is the Yang family's forte. What right does he have to compete? It seems he will indeed have to bow in submission today. Regardless of who wins or loses between these two families. It spells good fortune. After today, these two families may very well become irreconcilable. Meanwhile, in the highest VIP section, a woman glared menacingly at Yi Chen below. Rest assured, he is bound to lose today. Yang Lai gazed at Wang Rongrong's stunning visage, speaking with utmost conviction. After Wang Rongrong was sold into a brothel, Yang Lai used his means to acquire her. She was indeed the most beautiful woman in Leyun City, a breathtaking beauty that stirred one's heart. This is merely the beginning. In the future, I will ensure Yi Chun kneels before me, witnessing the annihilation of the Yi family. Only then can my resentment find resolution. Wang Rongrong seethed through gritted teeth. Her hatred for Yi Chun was profound, and Yang Xiao's animosity toward him was entirely instigated by her. Today's provocation by Yang Xiao was also her suggestion. She wished to witness Yi Chun's humiliation firsthand. To see him kneeling in disgrace. Yi Chun, I will settle the score for the Wang family debt with you in due course. Wang Rongrong's eyes brimmed with malice, wishing she could personally rend him to pieces. At that moment, both Yi Chun and Yang Xiao had stepped into the vast beast arena. Yi Chun, today you are destined to lose. Yang Xiao sneered contemptuously. In his eyes, this wager was one he could easily dominate. To ensure his fame in Leyun City, he deliberately spread the news, attracting countless onlookers. Only in such a spotlight could he step over Yi Chun and ascend to the pinnacle. Oh, is that so? I hope you won't go back on your word after losing, otherwise, I won't hesitate to shatter your knees, ensuring you remain forever on the ground. Yi Chun replied with a faint smile, his voice icy. This Yang Xiao was not without wit. He had disseminated the news throughout all the families in Leyun City, deliberately excluding the Yi family, ensuring there would be no escape for him. Clearly, his confidence was overflowing. However, Yi Chun merely chuckled coldly within. If it were anyone else, they might fear the Yang family's beast mastery. But he, Yi Chun, held no such fear, having spent over 300 years in the Taizong realm. He was well-versed. Though beast mastery was not his primary focus, he was certainly not of a caliber that Yang Xiao could compare to. Even so, he was confident he could prevail against him. Yi Xiao possessed sufficient confidence to triumph in this round. With a hand gesture, Yi Chun channeled his spirit energy, sending a beam of light into the head of the black serpent he had chosen. He then directed it toward the arena. At this moment, cheers erupted as Yang Xiao had already taken his position in the beast arena. Is that a mantis? Upon seeing Yang Xiao's chosen beast, Yi Chun's expression shifted. The mantis behind Yang Xiao stood an impressive 3 meters tall, truly a giant. The massive green mantis bore crimson markings across its back, resembling glimmering swords from a distance, exuding a fierce aura. The blood jade mantis, a peak-level second-tier beast. What an extravagant choice! The crowd in the stands gasped in unison, many recognizing this magical beast. This wager held no suspense. One was a peak second-tier beast, while the other barely qualified as a first-tier. This was not a battle but a feast for the predators. The blood jade mantis possessed not only incredible speed, but also claws akin to magical artifacts, making it a match for any beast of the same tier, let alone this black serpent. Prepare to witness a spectacle. The young master of the Yi family is destined to kneel before the third young master of the Yang family. Many had already concluded the ultimate outcome of this wager. In their view, Yi Chun was simply too inexperienced, hastily agreeing to the bet. This was the Yang family's territory, and they were wagering their strongest skills. He had no advantages of time, place, or people. Most importantly, the terms of the wager included bowing in submission. This, given the current circumstances, it was evidently a trap, yet Yi Chun unwittingly walked right into it. Alas, I had thought the young master of the Yi family to be a paragon of excellence. After today's display, it seems his previous slaying of the Chen family's young master was merely the act of a brash fool. What a pity that the first family of the Yi clan is likely to decline under his stewardship. Just a mere clown. Does he truly believe that extinguishing the Wang family grants him the right to act with impunity? From all directions, derisive voices echoed, expressing their disdain for Yi Chen to them. The outcome was already decided. Yi Chen would suffer immense humiliation today, becoming a disgrace to the Yi family and a laughingstock in Leyun City. Wang Rongrong, witnessing this, also wore a mocking smile, accompanied by a hint of delight. She yearned for Yi Chen to experience the bitter taste of ridicule and humiliation inflicted by others, just as he was now. Yi Chen, kneel down and kowed out to me. Perhaps I might spare you. Yang Xiao laughed heartily, observing the black serpent beneath Yi Chen's feet, reveling in the pleasure of being able to humiliate him at will. How could he possibly compete fairly? From the moment he chose the demon beast, he had already gained an advantage, and this blood jade mantis was among the elite of the many formidable demon beasts belonging to the Yang family. Specifically arranged to thoroughly humiliate Yi Chen. As for Yi Chen's black serpent, it was merely a random catch, originally intended as food for other demon beasts. Let the battle begin. Yi Chen spoke calmly, remaining steadfast against the tidal wave of mockery from the crowd. Go, create a miracle. Hiss. The black serpent transformed into a streak of black lightning, charging towards the blood jade mantis with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, the blood jade mantis advanced toward the black serpent, its massive body resembling a looming dark cloud. Faced with such a colossal creature, the black serpent was filled with dread and sought to flee, too terrified to engage in battle. Yet Yi Chen's soul force surged, illuminating the black serpent's brow, forcefully suppressing its fear, compelling it to charge at the blood jade mantis. Hiss! The black serpent flicked its tongue, aiming to bite the blood jade mantis. With remarkable speed, the black serpent rushed forward, accompanied by a menacing rush of wind. Observing the scene, it seemed the black serpent still had a glimmer of hope for resistance. However, in the next moment, the blood jade mantis's pincers, akin to a razor-sharp sword, descended, poised to cleave the black serpent in two. Hiss! The black serpent screeched, transforming into a shadow as it sought to evade the pincers of the blood jade mantis. But the mantis's speed was too swift, severing a portion of the serpent's body. Splurt! Blood gushed forth as the black serpent wailed in agony. In just a brief encounter, the black serpent lost a segment of its tail to the blood jade mantis. Blood splattered, adding a hint of carnage to the arena. Excellent! Yang Xiao laughed with exhilaration, directing the blood jade mantis to continue its assault. After a successful strike, only merciless trampling remained. After a few more attacks, the black serpent would be sliced into pieces, and then he could force Yi Chen to kneel and kowtow. What first prodigy of Leyun City? Nonsense. Before me, he shall only kneel and bow. Hiss! The blood jade mantis, having tasted blood, became even more ferocious, its crimson markings glowing more vividly, appearing exceedingly terrifying. This was, after all, a blood jade mantis on the verge of breaking through to the third tier. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. Yang Xiao was indeed shameless, fearing he could not contend with the peak of the second tier, despite having reached the third tier demon beast. If he did not employ some means, he would likely face defeat this time. Nevertheless, Yi Chen remained confident. He would not be vanquished. If his opponent was so certain of victory, how splendid would it be to slap them in the face? Of course, should misfortune befall him and he lost, Yi Chen would not kneel to cow. A mere Yang Xiao was nothing more than a target. Resolute in his thoughts, Yi Chen gazed at the blood jade mantis. Observing the mantis, its powerful soul force was evident, teetering on the brink of a breakthrough, its energy more robust than ever. This was essentially a feast of soul power being presented to him. During this time, he had cultivated the soul forging technique in the Taitsong space. Although he had not mastered it, he could still devour the soul power of living beings if he could absorb the soul power of this blood jade mantis. Comparable to a third-tier beast, it would greatly enhance his own power. Although the blood jade mantis was formidable, he had ways to covertly siphon its soul energy. In the future, when refining elixirs, he would require a more powerful soul force for support. This was a golden opportunity. Everything would commence with this blood jade mantis. With that thought, a fierce glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, and his gaze towards the blood jade mantis transformed, as if he were appraising a delicacy. However, he did not intend to achieve victory so easily. To annihilate it, he must first incite its madness. Now is not the optimal moment. Chapter 27. Devouring soul power. As the clamor in the arena reached a fever pitch, the blood jade mantis lunged forward once more, its pincers, resembling long swords, wildly descending, intent on slicing the black serpent into pieces. Come, turn this little snake into minced meat, and I shall reward you handsomely. Yang Xiao laughed heartily, his excitement palpable as he contemplated how to celebrate this imminent victory. The pincers of the blood jade mantis fell with unparalleled sharpness. The black serpent could only awkwardly maneuver its remaining body. Hoping to evade disaster, slice it into pieces, Wang Rongrong shouted with fervor. She longed to see Chen kneeling in the dirt, enduring humiliation. The pincers of the blood jade mantis were about to strike the black serpent, and no one present believed a miracle would occur. Chen had already lost. Chen, kneel before me, Yang Xiao shouted with excitement, his eyes gleaming with malice. At that moment, his primary focus was not the clash between the two demon beasts but Chen, whom he despised for selling his beloved into a brothel. Oh, is that so? Yet I believe the one who should kneel is you. At that moment, the once ferocious blood jade mantis abruptly halted, its pincers hovering less than 3 inches above the black serpent's head. Looking into the mantis's eyes, confusion and vacancy replaced any trace of intelligence. Hiss. Seizing the opportunity, the black serpent charged at the blood jade mantis, aiming for its eyes. With a crisp sound, 2 bite marks appeared on one of the mantis's eyes as black venom began to spread inward. Roar. The blood jade mantis writhed in agony, rolling on the ground. Yet, in mere moments, it gradually quieted, its body enveloped in black venom. What a chance! Dust filled the arena as the blood jade mantis stirred up a cloud. Observing this, Chen swiftly formed a hand seal, launching a sudden grasp toward the nearby blood jade mantis. Hiss. The blood jade mantis attempted to evade, but its body was already overwhelmed by serpent venom, rendering it incapable of moving an inch. As the soul forging technique was enacted, a dark light surged from the mantis's head, flying into Chen's hand. With a thought, the soul power within his hand merged into his body, serving as the finest nourishment for his soul force. Indeed, the soul power of a third-tier demon beast was substantial, and the blood jade mantis, already formidable, sought to escape within his body. Yet how could Chen afford to grant it such an opportunity? Utilizing the beast taming method, he rendered the blood jade mantis utterly submissive, as the soul forging technique operated, continuously refining the immense soul power. Integrating it into his OWN. Chen's actions flowed seamlessly, unnoticed by the surrounding spectators. Just as the surrounding dust began to settle under Chen's control, the black serpent lunged towards the blood jade mantis's throat, injecting venom within. Hiss. The blood jade mantis let out a final wail. Its life extinguished, the once noisy arena fell into an eerie silence, before erupting into thunderous cheers moments later. Everyone witnessed the black serpent's venom slay the blood jade mantis, a scene none had anticipated. A first-tier black serpent had actually killed a peak second-tier blood jade mantis. Impossible. How could this be? Yang Xiao was left dumbfounded in the blink of an eye. The situation had undergone a stunning reversal. The black serpent, having merely lost a segment of its tail, had triumphed over the blood jade mantis. Come now, kneel. Chen coldly regarded Yang Xiao. At that moment, Yang Xiao remained in disbelief, awakened by Chen's words. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Chen. This doesn't count. You must have cheated. Chen's expression remained unchanged, suddenly turning icy. Doesn't count. So many witnesses are present. Do you intend to deny it? Cheating. The arena belongs to your family, and the demon beasts were provided by you. Am I the one cheating? You have always manipulated events from the shadows. I have never acted otherwise. Chen looked at Yang Xiao with disdain, his voice low but clear, echoing in the ears of the audience, who were incensed by Yang Xiao's attempt to renege. Third young master, you proposed this wager. Are you now going back on your word? Since you've lost, kneel and kowtow. Chen's demeanor was calm as he patiently awaited Yang Xiao's submission to fulfill their wager. Many in the audience exchanged glances, fully aware that Chen was leveraging their collective pressure to compel Yang Xiao to kneel. Chen, do not push your luck. Yang Xiao, red with rage, glared viciously at Chen. At that moment, he was consumed by humiliation. As the third young master of the Wang family, his esteemed status meant that if he truly knelt, how could he hold his head high in Leiyun City afterward? Such shame would haunt him for life. Push my luck? Chen shook his head. I merely demand you honor the wager you set. You stated that the loser must kneel and kowtow 3 times. What? Now that you see your defeat, do you wish to back out? Is the illustrious third young master of the Yang family truly such a shameless individual? Yi Chen's voice was cold and eerie, suffused with an air of lethal intent. Yang Xiao found himself at a loss for words, his face flushed with embarrassment. The thought of kneeling and bowing to Yi Chen was utterly inconceivable. However, he had previously dispatched individuals to various prominent families to witness Yi Chen's disgrace. Now, having lost, he found himself hoisting a stone that had fallen upon his own foot. Many present were esteemed figures of Lei Yun City. And to resort to such underhanded tactics before them stripped him of all dignity. Realizing this, Yang Xiao lowered his gaze, uncertain of how to proceed. It was merely a playful altercation among the younger generation. Why take it so seriously? Perhaps a handshake to reconcile would be more prudent to avoid damaging relations. Just then, an elderly voice resonated from the VIP area of the Beast Arena. Yi Chen turned to regard the source of the sound. An elderly man with graying hair was observing him intently. Indeed, one should not be overly aggressive. This was merely a jest. Another elder came to Yang Xiao's defense, but the glimmer of hidden malice in his gaze towards Yi Chen was palpable. Humph! Yi Chen scoffed softly, disregarding their words entirely. Who do you think you are? Do you expect me to show mercy? Unless you come forth to kneel and apologize on his behalf, I shall not let this matter rest so easily. The two elders' expressions darkened instantly at Yi Chen's blatant disregard. Young man, I am attempting to assist you. Your lack of gratitude and audacity is truly unbecoming. It was acceptable for the two old men to mediate. But to expect them to kneel for Yi Chen was utterly out of the question. If the tables were turned and I had lost today, would either of you have stood up for me? I advise you to silence yourselves. Yi Chen let out a derisive laugh, and then turned his gaze back to Yang Xiao. Hasten to kneel and present the spirit stones that I have no time to waste here. Yi Chen advanced 2 steps, coldly locking eyes with Yang Xiao, his gaze brimming with a fierce light. Yang Xiao wanted to unleash a tirade, yet he found himself devoid of justification. His complexion shifted erratically, alternating between shades of blue and white. If he did not kneel today, Yi Chen would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. But if he did kneel, it would mean his utter defeat. It seems your knees are too stubborn to bend. Allow me to assist you, Yi Chen declared, striding purposefully toward Yang Xiao. As Yi Chen approached, an overwhelming fear surged within Yang Xiao, his legs trembling under the weight of impending doom. In that moment, he realized that this was a man who had the audacity to kill the young master of the Chen family from Bailong City. He was certainly capable of eliminating him as well. Yang Xiao's heart quaked, and his knees involuntarily began to quiver. Perhaps it would be wiser to kneel and ensure his survival. Just as Yang Xiao was on the brink of capitulation, an invisible aura of malice manifested. Locking on to Yi Chen halted, turning with caution toward the entrance of the Beast Arena. There, a middle-aged man was quietly observing him, tall, with eyes glinting with lethal intent. Halt, or face death. The gazes of the two men clashed. And the middle-aged man's voice was icy. Death. Yi Chen's gaze turned frigid in an instant. I am most curious to see who possesses the capability to kill me today. Chapter 28. Do you wish to kill me? You are far from capable. Observing the family crest emblazoned on the man's chest, it was clear he belonged to the Yang family. Second uncle, please save me, Yang Xiao exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement upon spotting the middle-aged man. As if he had found a savior. Not worry. This is my Yi family's territory, and he cannot harm you. Should he wish for you to kneel, he will have to pay with his life. The man's gaze burned with intensity as he coldly regarded Yi Chen. With the various families of Lei Yun City gathered here, should Yang Xiao kneel, the Yang family would be utterly humiliated. Not only must Yang Xiao avoid kneeling, but he must also compel Yi Chen to kneel and pay for his previous actions. To dare act so arrogantly on the Yang family's turf. Yi Chen must be made to apologize. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept across Yi Chen's lips. It seems the Yang family intends to openly renege on the wager in front of everyone. How shameless! Yi Chen's voice dripped with derision, resonating through the crowd and inciting an even greater uproar. The onlookers had come to witness a kneeling apology. Their disappointment at not seeing such an event only fueled their desire for chaos. Mercilessly ridiculing the Yang family, the derisive remarks reached the ears of Yang Xiao's uncle, Yang Hua, rendering his expression increasingly grim. If word of this incident spread, it would severely tarnish the Yi family's reputation. However, he could not genuinely allow Yang Xiao to kneel, for that too would spell disgrace for the Yang family. Yang Xiao, as the third young master of the Yang family, kneeling before the young master of the Yi family would undoubtedly have dire consequences, dampening the morale of the Yang clan. Thus, the only viable course of action was to force Yi Chen to kneel, or at the very least, to compel him to bow his head. Resolute, Yang Hua's aura surged with newfound intensity. Yi family scion, if you kneel and bow your head now, I may spare your life. Otherwise, even as the young master of the Yi family, you shall not leave this beast arena. Before Yang Hua's words had fully echoed, several figures materialized, guarding the exits. Foundation establishment stage. All of these individuals possessed cultivation at the foundation establishment level. The Yang family was skilled in beast taming, and several demonic beasts were poised to strike. Each at least of second rank, boasting strength comparable to that of the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Evidently, if Chen refused to kneel as commanded by Yang Hua, the Yang family would resort to force. Surrounded from every angle, Chen's expression remained unyielding, his eyes scanning the crowd, a chilling malice radiating from them. The Yang family, alongside my Yi family, is one of the 4 prominent clans of Leyun City. I had anticipated honorable conduct, yet instead, I find a congregation of rats, resorting to underhanded tactics unworthy of the stage. Chen stepped forward, his aura coiling around him, directing a cold stare at the Yang family members. To renege publicly on a wager and then attempt to turn the tables, demanding my kneeling. Such audacity is truly astonishing. Chen's eyes flickered with cold fire, and in the next moment, his aura erupted forth as he charged toward Yang Xiao. Seeking death, the Yang family members attempted to intervene, but Chen's speed was unparalleled, and they were caught unprepared. No, Yang Xiao was filled with dread, striving to defend himself. Yet, he was merely at the body refining stage, when Chen's foot connected with Yang Xiao's knee. The sound of shattering bone echoed throughout the arena. Crack. The sharp sound of fractured bones reverberated, followed by Yang Xiao's anguished cry as he knelt on one knee. I warned you, should you resort to trickery, I would shatter your kneecap, ensuring you remain forever kneeling. No sooner had he spoken than another kick landed, and the other kneecap of Yang Xiao crumbled under the force. Cries of anguish filled the air as Chen's foot pressed down on Yang Xiao's back. Coldly surveying the Yang family members. I will kill you. Yang Hua fumed, his rage palpable. Boom, the ground trembled as several enormous beasts surged from beneath the beast arena, exuding an overwhelming force. 3 third-rank demonic beasts. Yet, the onslaught did not cease. Others manipulated the demonic beasts to charge forth, encircling Chen within. Alas, the young master of the Yi family was still too naive, lacking the cunning to navigate this treachery. With the situation escalating, would he truly be able to escape? On the spectator stands, the audience shook their heads in disapproval. In their eyes, the best course of action was to kneel and bow, to extricate themselves from this predicament. After all, they were on the Yang family's turf. Chen was isolated and vulnerable. Once outside, he could plot his revenge. However, having injured Yang Xiao, Chen had now found himself ensnared in a perilous trap. His fate seemingly sealed. As the scene unfolded, the onlookers expressed their scorn or disdain, while others shouted in excitement, eager for a bloody spectacle. The Yang family's blatant disregard for the wager, their attempt to exert pressure after losing, incited widespread disgust. Amidst it all, Chen's expression remained unchanged. Even as the demonic beast charged forth, his demeanor remained calm and unperturbed. Young man, today I shall reduce you to a mere puddle of blood. The demonic beast charged with remarkable speed, their intent clear, to trample Chen to death. Yang Hua's eyes gleamed with anticipation, as if he could already envision the blood splattering. The sight of Chen's dismembered limbs scattered about in a pitiful display. But just then, he suddenly clutched his head, agony etched across his face. Why? The slave mark I had imprinted within the demonic beasts has been forcibly erased. My soul power has been severely harmed. The 3 silver-backed monkeys surrounding Chen stood frozen, confusion evident in their eyes. Behind these 3 third-rank demonic beasts, second-rank beasts charged forth, roaring with the intent to shred Chen to pieces. Go, kill them. Chen's expression turned frigid, his soul power surging into the minds of the 3 silver-backed monkeys as he spoke in their tongue. Upon hearing Chen's command, the 3 silver-backed monkeys hesitated momentarily before unleashing a deafening roar and charging unhesitatingly toward the second-rank demonic beasts. No, stop! Yang Hua roared with fury, his eyes bloodshot as he attempted to thwart them. The 3 silver-backed monkeys were his tamed beasts, ones he had painstakingly subdued through immense effort and considerable resources. Yet now, they audaciously disregarded his commands, instead heeding the orders of Chen. Yang Hua's heart seethed with unbridled rage. His eyes glinted with malice as he unleashed the full power of his cultivation at the 4th level of the foundation establishment stage. Charging towards Chen, simultaneously, the 3 silver-backed monkeys clashed fiercely with over a dozen second-tier beasts. plunging the arena into chaos. The second-tier beasts were no match for the silver-backed monkeys, who effortlessly sent them flying with casual swipes, inflicting grievous injuries. However, the silver-backed monkeys were not faring well either. Their bodies bore numerous scars, besieged by the overwhelming numbers of second-tier beasts, their wounds multiplying. While Chen surveyed the scene with satisfaction, he could effortlessly command the silver-backed monkeys to wreak havoc on the battlefield. The sheer number of second-tier beasts posed no threat to him. Yet, he chose not to do so. My painstakingly nurtured third-tier beasts. No, I will kill you. Witnessing his beloved silver-backed monkeys suffer devastating blows, Yang Hua's heart bled. He charged towards Chen, accompanied by numerous formidable members of the Yang family. Roar! Chen scoffed coldly, and with a mere thought, the three silver-backed monkeys positioned themselves before Yang Hua and his entourage, preventing them from advancing. 3 heads, not one less. Otherwise, you shall perish here today. Chen raised his sword, pointing it at Yang Xiao. Please, do not kill me. I will bow to you. Yang Xiao, already terrified beyond measure, felt the sharpness of the sword pressing against his neck and, disregarding all dignity, scrambled to his feet to bow repeatedly before Chen. Very well, since you are so obedient, I shall spare your life. With a cold sneer, Chen chose not to further torment Yang Xiao, instead turning to face the advancing Yang Hua and his allies. You little beast, I will tear you limb from limb. The sight of Yang Xiao actually bowing before Chen ignited Yang Hua's fury to unprecedented levels. The Yang family's reputation had been utterly obliterated. Members of the Yang family, heed my command. Seal the arena. Chen, today I shall dismantle you piece by piece, sever your head, and use your blood to cleanse the shame of my Yang family. With Yang Hua's furious roar, the disciples of the Yang family sprang into action. Sealing the arena's entrance and surrounding it tightly, it was clear that the Yang family had resolved to eliminate Chen without leaving a trace. Is this all your Yang family is capable of? Such disgraceful tactics? Do you possess no sense of shame? Chen scoffed disdainfully. I advise you, Yang family, if you wish to avoid annihilation, obediently allow me to depart. Otherwise, witnessing Chen's calm demeanor ignited Yang Hua's fury, gripping his long blade with a desire to slay Chen immediately. You think we will let you go? A foolish dream. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, he could not save you. Yang Hua's roar echoed throughout the arena. Oh, I am quite curious to know who dares to lay a hand on the young patriarch of the Yi family, let alone kill him. Boom. The gates of the confined arena shattered inwardly, and several figures strode in with deliberate confidence. They were the elders of the Yi family. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Yi family's powerful figures, the crowd was struck with astonishment. The elders from the Yi family were among the most formidable of their generation. The imposing presence of the Yi family members caused the Yang family disciples, who had intended to surround Chen, to go pale and tremble in fear. They had not anticipated the Yi family would arrive so swiftly. Just as they prepared to attack Chen, the Yi family had appeared. Swallowing hard, Yang Hua, no longer exuding his earlier bravado, now cast a nervous glance at the Yi family. How dare you intrude upon my Yang family's arena? Do Yi family wish to declare war upon us? Do you truly believe you can act with impunity in Thundercloud City? Be cautious, or I shall report to the city lord and ensure your family faces annihilation. Yang Hua bellowed angrily, yet he discreetly retreated behind others, fearful of an immediate attack from the Yi family. Impudent! You claim we act with impunity? Eugene stepped forward from the Yi family ranks, fixing a cold gaze upon Yang Hua, a hint of disdain curling his lips. You, Yang family, openly defy a bet in front of so many witnesses, and now you seek to silence my family's young patriarch. You accuse us of acting with impunity, but it is your Yang family that is truly audacious. Do you think the crowd is blind to the disgraceful deeds you have committed? A peak second-tier beast battling a mere first-tier black snake? You should be ashamed to utter such words. Chen, as the young patriarch of the Yi family, held immense significance. Hence he was always accompanied by followers for protection. As soon as news of the bet between Chen and Yang Xiao reached the Yi family, members had rushed to the scene. They had refrained from intervening earlier, confident in Chen's ability to triumph over Yang Xiao. However, once Yang Hua and his cohorts attacked Chen, they could no longer stand idly by. Feeling the overwhelming presence of the Yi family's mighty warriors, a chill crept into Yang Hua's heart. Humph! This time my Yang family shall not hold you accountable. You may leave. Leave? How can this matter simply be dismissed? With that, Jin coldly smiled, striding through the crowd to stand before Chen, bowing respectfully. Young patriarch, These individuals have acted recklessly and nearly endangered your life. How would you like us to deal with them?" Upon hearing this, Chen surveyed the surroundings, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as his gaze swept over the prostrate Yang Xiao. It quickly moved on, ultimately settling on Yang Hua not far away. Although Yang Xiao was despicable, he had fulfilled the terms of the bet. Considering his obedient demeanor, Chen decided to spare his life. Yet Yang Hua, he must die. Members of the Yi family, execute. The crisp, icy command resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Your command. With a surge of energy, as soon as Chen issued the order, Jin lunged toward Yang Hua, his terrifying cultivation evident. Chen's voice echoed like a death knell, instilling profound dread in Yang Hua. He wished to flee, but how could he outrun Jin? Want to escape? You shall surely die today. The overwhelming aura surged as the peak golden core cultivator sought to slay a mere foundation establishment. It was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. "No, please don't kill me. If you dare to take my life, my Yang family will make you pay dearly. It will surely lead to a war between our families," Yang Hua cried out in a panic, attempting to leverage the Yang family to halt Jin's advance. Yet Jin remained unmoved. The young patriarch's command was to eliminate Yang Hua, and no amount of protest would change that. "What of a family war? My Yi family fears nothing," Jin declared defiantly. A mere foundation establishment insect dares to raise a hand against the young patriarch of the Yi family. Even if you had 9 lives, it would not suffice to spare you. Jin's speed was blinding, and in an instant, he appeared beside Yang Hua, his hand reaching out to claim Yang Hua's head. "Hold on. I, the head of the Yang family, am willing to pay any price, just hoping that you, Taoist Yi, will spare his life." Suddenly, a figure obstructed Jin's path, exuding a powerful aura that even he could not afford to dismiss. It was none other than Yang Dingshan, the head of the Yang family. Jin paused momentarily, but it was only for an instant before he continued his lethal advance toward Yang Hua. Realizing Jin's indifference, Yang Dingshan hurriedly pulled Yang Hua aside, simultaneously turning to face Chen's direction. "Young Patriarch Yi, this matter is a grave error on my Yang family's part that I implore you to consider the long-standing ties between the Yi and Yang families in Thundercloud City and grant him a chance for redemption. We are willing to make reparations. Whatever you request, we will strive to fulfill. Please, I beseech you, command Taoist Jin to halt." Yang Dingshan, astute as always, recognized that Chen was the crux of the matter. However, Chen had paid him no mind, and it was evident that Yang Dingshan had only just arrived at the arena. Having witnessed everything unfold, he had likely observed the overwhelming power of the Yi family members, prompting him to intervene. Had Yu Xiao not emerged victorious, he might have remained hidden, watching Chen endure humiliation and bowing in submission. This old fox had been lurking in the shadows from the outset, using the younger generation as pawns. "Young Patriarch, I too have just arrived. Had I known earlier, I would have intervened sooner. Rest assured, after this matter, I will prepare a substantial gift for you, and I shall impose severe punishment on Yang Hua." Yet, he feared that if this continued, he might not stand a chance against Jin, a Golden Core expert, and if he got too close, he would be slain. Moreover, several other Golden Core practitioners were watching his every move. "Is that so?" Chen let out a cold smile, fully aware that he could not trust a word of what was said. Yang Hua, audacious and reckless, knowing full well that Yang Xiao had already violated the bet, still sought to eliminate me and incite a war between our clans. Such a person should be dealt with swiftly by me, the young patriarch of the Yi clan. As Chen spoke, a chilling murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. This man must be eliminated. When Chen's words echoed throughout the surroundings, everyone present was deeply moved. Although Yang Hua wished to kill him to establish his authority, he ultimately failed, especially considering that Chen was a distinguished member of the Yang clan's middle generation, holding considerable status. The Yang clan was not a small family like the Wang clan. They were one of the 4 major families of Thundercloud City. Yet, now Chen spoke of killing without offering the Yang clan any face. "Young Patriarch of the Yi clan, please consider the long-term implications. Be wary of a potential war between the Yang and Yi clans, one that may end in mutual destruction." Yang Dingshan's expression grew increasingly grim. "The Yang clan, if they dare to oppose my Yi clan, I won't hesitate to reduce Thundercloud City to merely 3 major families." Chen retorted fearlessly, standing firm against Yang Dingshan. "Our Yi clan's formidable warriors are already poised and ready. Should anyone wish to test our clan's foundations, I would not mind demonstrating." With that, Chen turned his gaze towards Jin. That moment, Jin had already rushed to Yang Hua's side, repelling Yang Dingshan. and seized Yang Hua by the throat. Lifting him high, "Patriarch, save me! Please, help me!" Yang Hua cried out in terror, only to be met with 3 resounding slaps from Yi Jin. "Silence! Should you utter another word of nonsense, I shall end you right now." Yi Jin's voice was frigid, rendering Yang Hua mute with fear. "Yang Hua has been captured. I implore the young patriarch to decide his fate." Yi Jin disregarded Yang Dingshan's furious glare and directly addressed Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded, his fingers gently stroking the Chinquan ring. "Young patriarch, as the head of a clan, you must have a long-term vision, rather than focusing solely on the present." Yang Dingshan's eyes flickered with light. "It is commendable for the young to possess courage, but one must not allow it to transform into arrogance. Beware of a downfall. If you spare Yang Hua today, consider it a favor from my Yang clan to you. And in the future, we shall repay this debt handsomely. It is far better to have an ally than an enemy. Moreover, given that the Yi clan is currently strong, who can guarantee that it will remain so indefinitely?" Yang Dingshan was still unwilling to relinquish Yang Hua, not because of Yang Hua's importance, but because if Yang Hua were to be killed today, the Yang clan would undoubtedly lose face. "Kill," with a slight wave of his hand. Yang Dingshan's words had no effect. "Very well, Yi Chen, you are indeed impressive." Witnessing Yi Chen's unwavering resolve to kill Yang Hua, Yang Dingshan's fury reached its peak. As you wish. Without hesitation, Yi Jin exerted tremendous force. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bones echoed as Yang Hua's spine was shattered, and his head was violently severed. Yang Hua was dead. Was the young patriarch of the Yi clan satisfied? Yang Dingshan glared fiercely at Yi Chen. "Not yet. You still owe me something." Yi Chen replied coolly, pointing at the small tiger in the distance. 300,000 spirit stones, in this little tiger. These were lost to me by Yang Xiao, and I intend to take them. Yang Xiao turned around to see a feeble little tiger in a cage, feeling relieved. Such a first-tier spirit beast was quite ordinary, and the Yang clan had plenty of them. As for the 300,000 spirit stones, although it was a considerable sum, it was insignificant for the Yang clan. Since it was won by the young patriarch, it naturally belonged to the Yi clan. Yang Dingshan said, tossing a storage ring. Yi Chen smiled, accepting the storage ring, while simultaneously exerting his formidable soul force, overwhelming the little tiger, rendering it motionless, having absorbed the soul force of the blood jade mantis. Yi Chen's own soul force had significantly increased, allowing him to easily suppress such a first-tier spirit beast. The gambling match has concluded. It is time for us to depart, as this is the territory of the Yang clan. Who knows if they might decide to unleash their wrath and keep us all here. Yi Chen expressed his desire to leave promptly, as he was most eager to uncover the additional bloodlines within the little tiger. With the little tiger secured and the 300,000 spirit stones acquired, he had sufficient resources for the time being. "Take care. We will not see you off." Yang Dingshan coldly scoffed, his expression sour. Just as Yi Chen and the Yi clan members were about to exit the beast arena, a frigid voice rang out. "Young patriarch, your arrogance today is noted. I hope you can maintain it in the future. Should you ever find yourself in decline, many might be eager to trample upon you. Impudent. Bold." Hearing Yang Dingshan's words, the Yi clan members were infuriated and rebuked him. In response, Yi Chen merely smiled coldly. "The head of the Yang clan truly delights in unnecessary concerns. Even if my Yi clan were to fall, we are not a clan that you can trample upon." With that, Yi Chen led his group away with determined strides. "Humph." Yang Dingshan furiously waved his sleeve. "Patriarch, shall we simply let them go? The prominent families are watching. The repercussions for our Yang clan could be significant." An elder of the Yang clan remarked with a fierce glint in his eyes. "No need to rush. In a few days, someone will come to settle the score with them. Let us remember today's grievances, and when the Yi clan is on the brink of destruction, we shall take our time to settle the score." Chapter 30. The ancient Crimson Tiger. After leaving the beast arena, under the protection of Yi Jin and the others, the group swiftly returned to the Yi clan. Upon seeing Yi Chen safe and sound, Yi Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. After learning about Yi Chen's gambling match with Yang Xiao, he had wanted to rush over and spill blood, but was stopped by Yi Jin, who insisted that it was a trivial matter that did not warrant the patriarch's intervention. Once Yi Jin thoroughly checked and confirmed that Yi Chen was unharmed, he felt assured. "Thank goodness you have returned. Otherwise, I would have taken people to completely annihilate the Yang clan." As he spoke, a fierce killing intent flickered in Yi Jin's eyes, clearly indicating that he was not merely making empty threats. "Rest easy, grandfather. They cannot harm me. Look at my spoils from today. 300,000 spirit stones and a little demon tiger." Yi Chen smiled as he showcased the little tiger to Yi Jin. Yi Chen was delighted. and Yi Zhen shared in his joy, regarding the scrawny little tiger as inconsequential that it is merely a first-tier demon beast. After a brief exchange, Yi Chen eagerly returned to his chamber with the little tiger in tow. Once inside the Qianquan ring, he entered the Tai Tsung world, immediately activating the Divine Refinement Furnace. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the blood of a demon beast that could be sensed by the Divine Refinement Furnace. Undoubtedly of significant origin. If he could refine it for his own use, it would provide immense benefits. The little tiger was already gravely ill, barely clinging to life, and even without his intervention, it would soon perish. Yi Chen tossed the little tiger into the Divine Refinement Furnace, eagerly anticipating the mysteries contained within its bloodline. Moments later, intense flames roared, reducing the little tiger to ashes, and as the wind blew, all that remained was a single drop of bright red blood suspended within the Divine Refinement Furnace. What bloodline is this? Yi Chen focused intently, and in the next instant, a bolt of lightning struck through his mind, revealing a look of astonishment on his face. The blood of the ancient Crimson Tiger. The ancient Crimson Tiger, from the distant primordial epoch, was a being comparable to the 9 great doomsday ferocious beasts. If he could integrate its essence into his flesh, the benefits would be unimaginable. In the information left by the Linglong Empress, there was a detailed account of the ancient Crimson Tiger. Realizing this, Yi Chen's eyes shone with excitement, and his breath quickened. Even if the Divine Refinement Furnace held only a trace, it could elevate him to new heights. After a brief moment, Yi Chen collected his thoughts and adjusted his state to its pinnacle. His expression unusually serious. The ancient Crimson Tiger was on par with the 9 great doomsday beasts, a truly formidable creature. The blood of such a beast was not something an ordinary being could withstand. Even though his body had been tempered by the Divine Refinement Furnace, enduring this would still pose a challenge. This little tiger was likely ailing precisely because of this trace of ancient Crimson Tiger bloodline, which it could not bear. Yi Chen closed his eyes in contemplation, repeatedly simulating scenarios in his mind, until after a stick of incense had burned, he opened his eyes, taking a deep breath. The bloodline of the ancient Crimson Tiger could not be missed. It must be integrated into his being to aid in his ascent. Yi Chen leaped into the Divine Refinement Furnace, his entire being on high alert. Fortunately, having cultivated the ancient refinement divine art, he was adept at controlling the furnace. Crimson flames surged from all directions, enveloping that trace of ancient Crimson Tiger blood as it surged into Yi Chen's body. Hiss, pain, unimaginable pain, the moment the blood of the ancient Crimson Tiger entered him. Yi Chen nearly fainted from the agony. It felt as though a blood-red ferocious tiger had invaded his veins, tearing through his meridians and flesh. Hiss. Following that, an intense burning sensation overwhelmed him, awakening painful memories that doubled his suffering. Yi Chen looked down to see crimson flames engulfing the blood of the ancient Crimson Tiger as it coursed through his body. As the essence of the ancient Red Tiger completely merged with his body, Yi Chen could no longer suppress the excruciating pain and couldn't help but cry out in agony. This strand of the ancient Red Tiger's essence seemed to come alive, extending its sharp claws and incessantly carving into his flesh, rampaging through his body with wild abandon. Though on the surface it appeared as if nothing was amiss, terrifying scars emerged within, leaving him battered and bruised. This torment was utterly unbearable that he yearned to succumb to unconsciousness, yet found himself helplessly ensnared in the throes of agony. The intense suffering made him want to expel the essence of the ancient Red Tiger from his body. However, he refrained from doing so. The more unbearable the pain became, the more he resolved to endure, for this was the very moment that marked the beginning of his ascent to greater strength. It was a crucial time, and perseverance was the only path to victory. Otherwise, all would be for naught, leaving behind only a shattered body and endless suffering. Just as he hesitated, his meridians had already been torn asunder, leaving him with no path of retreat, only the option to march forward courageously. The crimson flames continued to burn fiercely. This was the result of Yi Chen refining the fire serpent's flame using the spirit refining furnace, resulting in flames of unprecedented strength, exponentially more powerful than before. Within the spirit refining furnace, the red flames incessantly scorched his body, making him feel as though he might be reduced to cinders. Simultaneously, as the flames raged on, the rampaging essence of the ancient Red Tiger began to grow increasingly restless. The essence possessed a spirit of its own, retaliating in its death throes. Yi Chen's internal injuries worsened, blood seeping from beneath his skin, creating a terrifying sight when faced with the fear of surrendering. Willpower would lead us to carve a path through adversity. Yi Chen resolutely shook his head, even as his face contorted in agony. Yet, even so, this was not a reason for him to concede. He refused to yield. With a furious roar, Chen summoned all his spiritual energy to suppress the impending turmoil of the ancient red tiger's essence. His foundation-building cultivation surged wildly into action. The red tiger, a fierce beast from ancient times, retained its terrifying essence and immense power. A rebellious will that transcended even distant epics. It was precisely because of this that this strand of the ancient red tiger's essence could not be easily absorbed. Only by thoroughly subduing and taming it could it be harnessed for his own use. Chen had little recourse but to grit his teeth and persist, channeling the spiritual energy within him to confront the essence of the ancient red tiger head-on. Even if he were to perish here today, he would not abandon his attempt to absorb the ancient red tiger's essence. This was an extraordinary opportunity to protect the Yi family and to reclaim his parents. He had to grow stronger. Furthermore, he had yet to subdue the purple dragon lineage that had usurped the Yi family's main lineage. He could not resign himself to such an end. As Chen's roars echoed. Time gradually passed. His cries shifted from fervent intensity to a gradual calm. This strand of the ancient red tiger's essence was slowly merging with Yi Chen's flesh, becoming a tremendous aid on his path to becoming a powerful being. Chapter 31. The Betrayal of Lu Ziyuan. After a considerable time, Yi Chen opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. The essence of the ancient red tiger gradually integrated into his body, aiding in the restoration of his physical form. The pain began to subside. At this moment, Yi Chen had truly emerged from the gates of death. The most arduous part had passed, leaving only the gradual process of refinement. That strand of the ancient red tiger's essence was divided into countless pieces, dispersing throughout his body, continuously enhancing the strength of his flesh and the breadth of his meridians. Time flew by. And under the nourishing influence of the ancient red tiger's essence, Yi Chen's injuries had long since healed, and his meridians, flesh, and bones underwent a dramatic transformation. Truly, the essence of the ancient red tiger was remarkable. Yi Chen had not anticipated that his physical form still had room for improvement. This was an unexpected delight. However, he quickly found peace with it. Initially, the Linglong Empress had merely refined his body within the spirit refining furnace. Although many divine objects had been introduced, they had all been utilized within his dantian and flesh, requiring him to continuously refine other rare treasures to unleash their potential. Feeling the robust vitality within him akin to a surging volcano, Yi Chen's heart raced with excitement. This was merely a strand of the ancient red tiger's essence. If he could capture an adult red tiger or slay one of the 9 great apocalyptic beasts, how terrifying would their essence be? The mere thought exhilarated Yi Chen. The 9 great apocalyptic beasts of the ancient world, having secured such a prominent status among countless ferocious creatures and becoming legendary through the ages, must possess essence of extraordinary efficacy that if he could obtain a trace of the bloodline from the ancient apocalyptic 9 beasts, it would be sufficient to grant his body a qualitative leap. Securing a complete bloodline from the ancient apocalyptic 9 beasts would enable him to soar to new heights. Soon, the final remnants of the ancient red tiger's essence were refined by Yi Chen, who leaped from the spirit refining furnace, fist clenched tightly. The enhancements from this refinement were astonishing, and Yi Chen's physical strength had noticeably increased, just as he was about to test his newfound strength. A knock on the door abruptly interrupted him. "Young master, the clan leader and the elders are looking for you. Something has happened at the Alchemy workshop." The Alchemy workshop? Yi Chen furrowed his brows, summoning all his belongings back into his Qianquan ring with a wave of his hand before heading out. "Let us go." The maid led Yi Chen swiftly to the conference hall, where all the middle-aged members of the Yi family were gathered. Not only these elders, but several managers from the Alchemy workshop had also arrived. What has transpired? After taking his seat, Yi Chen inquired of the managers. "Young master, that Master Lu, Lu Ziyuan, that ungrateful wretch, actually added poison to the batch of pills we refined in the Yi family. This entire batch has turned into waste pills. Our losses are simply too great. Without these pills, our Yi family's alchemy business may struggle to survive." The manager cursed loudly, while Yi Chen frowned. "Where is Lu Ziyuan now?" Anyone daring to poison the Yi family's pills could not be allowed to escape unscathed. He went to the Yuan family, claiming he wishes to serve them in the future, when our people went to retrieve him. Lu Ziyuan insisted that it was our Yi family's medicinal materials that were defective, and it had nothing to do with him. How dare he shift the blame? He was truly courting death. Several elders were enraged, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. This must have been a premeditated scheme to harm the Yi family. Enough, it has come to this. We should focus on how to resolve it. Yi Zhen's brow was tightly knit as he looked toward the elders present. "Please, clan leader, give the order." The Yuan family and Lu Zuan are in cahoots. Let me take people to annihilate the Yuan family. Yuzhen shook his head slightly. No, the situation is still unclear. If we were to wipe out the Yuan family just like that, the people of Thundercloud City would think our Yi family bullies the weak, which would greatly affect our reputation. We must avoid unnecessary bloodshed unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, since they dared to act this way, they must have confidence in dealing with us. This might even be a trap set up by several other families. We cannot be reckless. While Yi Zhen and the elders deliberated, Yi Chen stood up. The root of this matter lies with me. I will take responsibility for resolving it. Why? Yi Zhen waved his hand dismissively. Lu Ziyuan has become increasingly arrogant over the years, treating the alchemy workshop as his own possession. Even if you do not take action, I will deal with him. Do not feel overly responsible. Yi Chen shook his head. Grandfather and esteemed elders, rest assured, give me 3 days, and I will definitely resolve this matter. With that, Yi Chen bowed to the elders present. Clan leader, since Chen wishes to take action, let him proceed. Even if the sky were to fall, we will hold it up. Yi Yang, the sixth uncle, spoke up. Very well, in that case, this matter is entirely entrusted to you. Should you require anything, you may mobilize all the resources of the clan. Go forth with confidence. The entire Yi family stands as your support. Yi Zhen nodded with satisfaction, his heart reassured by Yi Chen's growth. With the backing of the elders, he believed the Yi family would surely thrive further. Exiting the family conference hall, Yi Chen made a beeline for the alchemy workshop. At this moment, within the alchemy workshop, several managers looked on despondently at the pile of pills, their faces filled with sorrow. This batch of pills totaled 3,000. They had been successfully refined, but during the final stages, poison had been deliberately introduced. Had it not been for the Yi family's routine checks, a catastrophe might have ensued. I said that Master Lu was not to be trifled with, and now look what's happened. Our Yi family's alchemy workshop is utterly ruined. One apprentice feigned sorrow as he spoke. This individual was another apprentice of Master Lu, remaining here to witness the Yi family's predicament and report back to Master Lu at any moment. Yang Xiao, instead of making snide remarks, why not think of a way to solve the problem? Supporting that beast Lu Ziyuan at a time like this, what are your true intentions? A steward from the Yi family pointed at the apprentice, angrily reprimanding him. Humph, what can we do? That is Master Lu, a first-tier alchemist. How could I possibly have a solution to his tricks? Besides, if it weren't for Yi Chen provoking Master Lu, he might have already accepted me as his disciple, and perhaps I could have helped the Yi family through this crisis. It is all that scoundrel Yi Chen's fault. As Liang Shui spoke, Yi Chen entered the room with his entourage. You insolent fool, seeking death. Upon hearing this, a steward hastily reprimanded Liang Shui in a loud voice. Do you have any objections to my decisions? Yi Chen approached Liang Shui, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded him. Upon realizing it was Yi Chen, a wave of panic surged within Liang Shui. Yet he quickly raised his head, adopting a defiant demeanor. Indeed, if it weren't for the young clan leader's arrogance and hubris, provoking Master Lu, our alchemy chamber would not have met such a fate. Before he could finish his words, Yi Chen struck him across the face with a resounding slap. Fool, you deserve to remain an apprentice for life. You, Liang Shui shouted at Yi Chen while covering his face. Does your Yi family's alchemy chamber not wish to continue operating? Master Lu has left, and without us apprentices holding the fort, your Yi family's alchemy chamber will surely collapse. Hearing this, a mocking glint flickered in Yi Chen's eyes, accompanied by a fleeting hint of murderous intent. Indeed, Yi Chen, I advise you to show us some respect. Without Master Lu, the entire Yi family's alchemy chamber will rely on us to sustain it. Otherwise, let us see how you fare. Several other apprentices stepped forward, joining forces to intimidate Yi Chen. In their view, without Master Lu's presence, the Yi family's alchemy chamber could only persist with their support. Kneel and apologize. Slap yourself 100 times, or we will never allow you to practice alchemy here. Prepare for your demise, Yi family. Liang Shui declared confidently, clearly believing he had seized the Yi family's lifeline. Very well. Splendid. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh, and before anyone could utter another word, the 8-edged Han sword appeared in his hand, swiftly severing the apprentice's head. Splurt. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth, instantly silencing the previously chaotic scene. Yi Chen, you dare to kill? Another apprentice cried out in terror, hoping to bring Yi Chen to his senses. Their greatest reliance lay in Master Lu's absence. If the Yi family wished to maintain the alchemy chamber's business, they had to depend on them for concocting pills. Yet now Yi Chen had the audacity to kill outright. Whoosh! Before the apprentice could finish his words, Yi Chen struck again with his sword. Thud! The head rolled away, the expression on the man's face still one of disbelief as he met his end. No, please don't kill us. We were wrong. We will surely refine the pills well. The remaining apprentices exclaimed in panic, but Chen paid them no heed, his sword rising and falling, ending their lives one by one. You think too highly of yourselves. Without you, our Yi family's alchemy chamber can still thrive. Chen snorted coldly, lightly shaking the sword, which gleamed as if brand new. Young clan leader, you've killed them all. Who will we find to refine pills now? It's too late to look for an alchemist. The steward said cautiously, fearful that Chen might turn his blade upon them as well. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. Send all the poison pills to the Tianzi alchemy chamber. And prepare a batch of spiritual herbs to be brought in. I shall handle this. After giving his instructions, Chen made his way to the alchemy chamber. Is it merely a bit of poison? The divine refining furnace can refine all things. Eliminating a little poison is but a trifling matter. Chapter 32. The emergence of the spirit refining pill. These toxins, formidable in the eyes of others, were a triviality in Chen's perspective. The divine refining furnace could refine all substances, effortlessly purging the toxins from within the pills. Grasping over 20 pills, Chen cast them all into the divine refining furnace. Soon, as flames surged, wisps of black smoke began to rise. This was the toxin from the pills. Chen manipulated the flames, gradually melting away the toxins and impurities from the pills. In just a short while, all the toxins were eliminated, rendering the pills safe for consumption. More than 3,000 pills were completely refined within an hour. Chen exhaled a breath of stale air and placed all the pills into his storage ring. Next, he needed to concoct some additional pills. Chen had mastered the art of alchemy to an exceptional degree. The only limitation he faced was his insufficient soul power. After all, his cultivation level was merely that of a foundation establishment practitioner. If he could elevate his realm or enhance his soul power, he would be able to create higher-grade pills. With the absorption of the blood jade manus's soul power, the variety of pills he could concoct had significantly increased. Now, to stabilize the Yi family and maintain the alchemy chamber's business, a superior pill was essential. Liu Yuan's betrayal of the Yi family and his alliance with the Yuan family had caught the Yi family off guard. It was too late to recruit alchemists anew, so he needed to personally craft pills to stabilize the situation. As long as Chen produced pills superior to those made by Liu Yuan, the current predicament would dissolve. Additionally, it would allow the Yi family to rally their strength. After all, if Chen became an alchemist, his value would undoubtedly soar. Based on this, he could deliver a resounding slap to the face of the Yuan family, demonstrating what it meant to be the foremost prodigy of Lei Yun City. Chen continuously perused the information left by the Linglong Empress in his mind, searching for pills he could refine. Soon, he discovered one among the myriad formulas, the spirit refining pill. As he examined this recipe in his mind, Chen could not help but take a deep breath. This recipe was also a first-grade pill. Yet its efficacy surpassed that of other pills. The sole challenge lay in the precise control of the flames required for its concoction, demanding utmost accuracy. This shall do. Controlling fire may be arduous for others, but for him, it was not a difficult task. With these pills at hand, he was confident that the alchemy chamber would remain unaffected by Liu Yuan's treachery. Instead, it would ascend to new heights. Even with 2 alchemists from the Yuan family assisting, they could be overwhelmed. With this thought in mind, Chen began to meticulously ponder the method of refining the spirit refining pill. The recipe for the spirit refining pill was not complicated. After a brief study, Chen grasped its essence. Once everything was clear in his mind, he commenced the alchemy process. Flames surged in the divine refining furnace as various spiritual herbs were tossed into the flames, their essence being refined and ultimately merging into one. In no time, a single pill was produced by Chen. Holding the pill, the fragrance of the medicine wafted through the air. Chen nodded in satisfaction and casually consumed the pill. As it entered his mouth, a surge of potent medicinal energy radiated forth. Torrential spiritual power coursed through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging in his dantian, continuously nourishing his body. Perfect. A gleam sparkled in Chen's eyes. For a period thereafter, he diligently repeated the process of refining the spirit refining pill. An hour later, Chen appeared before the numerous stewards of the alchemy establishment with 300 freshly concocted spirit refining pills. With these pills, the absence of Liu Yuan would bear little significance. Defeating the Yuan family was also within reach. Young clan leader, how is it? The stewards were skeptical of Chen's ability to refine pills, but they had no choice but to place their hopes in him. When this young clan leader takes action, success is assured. Chen grinned as he handed the storage ring filled with pills to several of them. Ah, just do your best, young clan leader. What? A chorus of gasps erupted. The stewards had never anticipated Chen's success. They had already devised plans to comfort him and manage the aftermath. But now, the toxins within the pills had vanished entirely. And this was accomplished by their own young clan leader. The stewards opened the storage ring, gazing in astonishment at the bountiful pills within. The shock they felt was beyond measure. These toxins had long since permeated the pills. Yet now they had all been extracted without damaging the Danyang. Moreover, the efficacy of these pills seemed even more concentrated, with a rich medicinal aroma pervading the air. This was the miraculous aspect of the divine refining furnace, which, under absolute control of the flames, refined the toxins from the pills while simultaneously purging the impurities. Thus, the efficacy of the pills was naturally enhanced. Ha ha ha, this is truly wonderful. Heaven has not forsaken the Yi family. With these pills, our alchemy chamber will not suffer from a lack of products to sell, preserving our reputation. One steward exclaimed excitedly. This is merely a small demonstration, esteemed stewards. I have more pills here that I would like you to examine. More pills, the stewards exclaimed, hurriedly surrounding Chen, eagerly accepting the pills from his hands. As they received the pills, a gleam of light sparkled in their eyes. After exchanging glances, they crushed the pills and each consumed a small portion. Yes, what potent efficacy! The stewards turned their gazes toward Chen, their eyes brimming with excitement. The quality of these pills was exceptional, far surpassing any pills the Yi family had ever sold. They had not anticipated Chen to possess such remarkable pills. Incredible, truly incredible. Young clan leader, where did these pills come from? We must find a way to invite the alchemist capable of producing such quality pills to join our Yi family. The shopkeeper present was incessantly questioning Chen. Indeed, if such an alchemist were to take residence in the Yi family, our alchemical chamber would not only be able to thoroughly suppress the Yuan family, but also expand our business into several other cities. At that point, we would hold a pivotal position in the realm of medicinal concoctions. The other shopkeepers began to envision the glorious future of the Yi family. Could it be that a sagacious shopkeeper had already discerned the underlying clues? Chen not only possessed the ability to refine the toxins from the elixirs, but had also recently taken away a multitude of medicinal herbs. Young master, may I inquire as to your current rank as an alchemist? Upon hearing this, the other shopkeepers were momentarily stunned, their eyes fixated on Chen with fervent anticipation. In response, Chen fell into a brief contemplation. I am uncertain of my exact rank. This is merely my third attempt at alchemy. I presume I must at least be a first-tier alchemist. Boom. The shopkeepers felt as though their minds had been struck by thunder. The inquiry had merely been a casual probe, yet they had received such astonishing news. If this were indeed the case, the Yi family would no longer need to worry about a shortage of elixirs, nor would they have to contend with an arrogant alchemist. Excellent. This time, our Yi family's alchemical chamber will surely surpass that of the Yuan family. And as for Lu Zhiyuan, that traitor, he will realize that without him, the Yi family will only flourish. Listening to Chen's nonchalant remarks, the shopkeepers were nearly overcome with excitement. With a formidable ally like Chen, they felt a renewed confidence in their ability to vanquish the Yuan family. Very well, I shall frequent our alchemical chamber in the coming days. You must spread the word to the surrounding cities, ensuring that the Yuan family sells not a single elixir. Chen snorted coldly. Did the Yuan family truly believe that by poaching one alchemist, they could annihilate the Yi family? Such a notion was a gross underestimation of Chen's capabilities. Chapter 33. A visit of gratitude. As the detoxified elixirs adorned the shelves of the alchemical shop, the Yi family's business experienced a smooth transition, showing no signs of adverse effects. In fact, it thrived. This was only to be expected. The elixirs produced in their chamber had been purified of toxins and impurities through the divine refining furnace, undoubtedly eclipsing the quality of those crafted by Lu Zhiyuan. Consequently, even though the Yuan family displayed Lu Zhiyuan's concoctions, the loyal customers of Yi family continued to flock to their establishment, even attracting a number of patrons from the Yuan family. This was merely the beginning. After extensive promotion, when the spirit refining elixirs made their debut in the Yi family's alchemical chamber, the Yuan family's business plummeted to an all-time low. The efficacy of the spirit refining elixirs was simply unparalleled, effectively siphoning off all of the Yuan family's clientele, leaving them utterly defenseless. Clap. Within the Yuan family, the patriarch, Yuan Tua, slammed his hand down upon the table, unable to contain his fury. Investigate. Find out where the Yi family procured their elixirs, or who is crafting them for them. As he spoke, Yuan Tuo's eyes blazed with a crimson hue, his face twisted in rage. Over the past few days, the Yi family's business had utterly crushed that of the Yuan family, nearly seizing all of their clientele. Previously, due to Lu Zhiyuan's involvement in alchemy and in conjunction with the fire flood dragon's flames, the Yi family had merely held a slight advantage. Yet now, despite having gone to great lengths to enlist Lu Zhiyuan, they found themselves gasping for breath beneath the weight of the Yi family's success. Was Lu Zhiyuan truly here to assist them, or to bring about the downfall of the Yuan family? Patriarch, Master Lu has arrived. At that moment, a maid approached to report. Let him in, Yuan Tua commanded. Soon after, Lu Zhiyuan strode in with purpose. Master Lu, is there something you wish to discuss? Yuan Tua forcibly suppressed his mounting anger, maintaining a facade of composure. Patriarch of the Yuan family, according to our previous agreement, this month I have been crafting elixirs for your family, and you are to compensate me with 3,000 spirit stones as remuneration. Now that the month has elapsed, when might I expect my payment, in order to secure Lu Zhiyuan's services? Yuan Tua had promised him a substantial sum, offering him a bonus for each batch of elixirs produced. Now that the elixirs were complete, Lu Zhiyuan had come to collect his due. Yuan Tua's expression darkened further. The Yuan family had scarcely sold any elixirs during this period, and Lu Zhiyuan was undeniably aware of this, yet still demanded his spirit stones. Yuan Tua was tempted to throw him out immediately. Nevertheless, he forcibly stifled such thoughts. Lu Zhiyuan still had his uses, and he needed to be retained for the time being. Master Lu, please do not be anxious. Grant me a few more days, and I assure you that I will have everything prepared for you, Yuan Tua said in a placating tone, while Lu Zhiyuan merely snorted dismissively and rose to his feet. Very well. I hope that the patriarch of the Yuan family will not continue to make excuses as you did last time. When I return next, I expect everything to be ready. With that, Lu Zhiyuan turned to leave. Humph, a mere opportunist. Yet he dares to act so arrogantly. Once our Yuan family's alchemist matures, he shall pay dearly for this insolence. Yuan Tuo's face was ashen with rage. Within the Yi family's alchemical chamber, Yi Chun gazed at the hundreds of spirit refining elixirs before him, exhaling a sigh of relief as he rubbed his slightly stiff arms, exiting the warehouse world. Over the past few days, in order to guarantee a sufficient supply of elixirs, he had devoted nearly every moment to crafting the spirit refining elixirs. Fortunately, the time flow within the warehouse world was different, allowing him ample time to recover his spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. All told, he had successfully produced over 1,000 elixirs. These are the spirit refining elixirs. Take them. With such an ample supply, we can undoubtedly obliterate the Yuan family's elixir business, Yi Chun said with a smile as he handed the elixirs to the shopkeeper. The young master is truly extraordinary. Not only is he immensely powerful, but he also possesses such remarkable skill in alchemy. He is indeed a blessing for our Yi family, the shopkeepers exclaimed with excitement, quickly departing with the elixirs. Younger master, what are your plans moving forward? The shopkeepers inquired of Yi Chun. First and foremost, we shall deal with that traitor, Lu Zhiyuan. Yi Chun's eyes glinted with a cold light. He held an intense disdain for traitors. Lu Zhiyuan had feasted at the table of the Yi family while attempting to undermine them. Such a person deserved no mercy. If he had chosen to part ways amicably, Yi Chun would have had no objections. However, the act of poisoning their elixirs was utterly intolerable. While seeking refuge with a more favorable family was within Lu Zhiyuan's rights, betraying the Yi family was something Yi Chun would never condone. Are we to launch? And he still exuded an air of arrogance. He had poisoned the elixir, undoubtedly causing Yecheng significant losses. Perhaps he had come today to seek reconciliation. He envisioned Yecheng kneeling before him, begging in a pitiful state. Thus, he gazed at Yecheng with a triumphant expression, utterly unafraid, with the Yuan clan shielding him. He felt emboldened. What could be the reason behind the sudden visit of the young clan leader Yecheng to our Yuan family? Yuan Tua inquired with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yecheng chuckled lightly, and then solemnly bowed to Lu Zhiyuan. I have come specifically to express my gratitude. Thank you, Master Lu. Were it not for your introduction of such an exceptional alchemist and your assistance in refining our elixir formulas, our alchemical business would not be thriving as it is now. With that, Yecheng once again offered a respectful bow. In an instant, both Yuan Tua and Lu Zhiyuan stood there, dumbfounded. What was happening? I had clearly poisoned the elixir to bring about the downfall of the Yecheng family. When did I ever introduce a remarkable alchemist to them or assist in refining their formulas? As he spoke, Yecheng presented the recipe for the spirit refining elixir to Lu Zhiyuan. Chapter 34. Killing two birds with one stone. What? What is going on? Yuan Tua looked at Yecheng in bewilderment. He had prepared himself for Yecheng to come seeking vengeance, even to wage war against the Yuan clan. However, he never anticipated that the visitor had indeed arrived. Not to cause trouble, but to express gratitude. This was utterly unexpected, my dear nephew. Is it possible that there has been a misunderstanding? No, I have indeed come to thank you, Yecheng replied with a smile, shaking his head as he produced a brocade box. A rich aura of spiritual energy emanated from it. Within lay over 1,000 spirit stones and a pill exuding a potent herbal fragrance. These gifts, along with the recipe for the spirit refining elixir, were sent by the esteemed master as a token of the agreement made between the two of us that I must once again express my gratitude to Master Lu for recommending such a remarkable alchemist to our Yecheng family, which has greatly benefited our business. May the friendship between us endure. Yuan Tuo's expression shifted slightly before returning to normal, though his gaze was fixed on the dazzling pill. Indeed, this pill was none other than the spirit refining elixir. When the Yecheng family had sold this spiritual medicine, they had already found ways to acquire and inspect it. Could it be that Lu Ziyuan's intention to ruin the Yecheng family was merely a pretext to stage a performance for us? And to simultaneously bring down the Yuan family? No, this must be a ploy to sow discord. Yuan Tuo sneered. Such trivial tactics dare to be employed against me, hoping that I would fall for them? Ridiculous. Since this is a gesture from the young clan leader Yecheng, then Master Lu should graciously accept it. With a wave of his hand, Yuan Tuo gestured for a maid to bring the brocade box along with the recipe to Lu Ziyuan's side. Lu Ziyuan had long been interested in the spirit refining elixir. He picked up the recipe and examined it closely, unable to tear his eyes away. After a thorough inspection, he nodded inwardly, excitement evident in his eyes. I shall accept the spirit stones and the recipe, but as for this so-called recommendation of other alchemists, I am not aware of it. After putting away the spirit stones and the recipe, Lu Ziyuan cleared his throat and felt compelled to clarify the matter in front of Yuan Tuo. There is no need for Master to be modest. Old Master Chen has praised your alchemical skills in my presence more than once, asserting that they far exceed his own. This time, having received the recipe for the spirit refining elixir, it was thanks to Master Lu's guidance that we have attained such success in our business. Furthermore, as for the previous elixirs, Master Chen has already remade them according to your method, yielding astonishing results, with their efficacy increased at least threefold. Yecheng produced a previously made gathering spirit pill and handed it to Yuan Tuo. Lu Ziyuan was well aware of the properties of the transformation spirit pill. As for whether this pill had any issues, he was confident that the poison could not have been refined out. However, examining the pill in Yecheng's hand, which was crystal clear and evidently of superior efficacy, he realized that the poison had vanished. What could this mean? Could it be that I unwittingly recommended another alchemist? Yuan Tuo accepted the gathering spirit pill, his heart sinking immediately, for he recognized that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Master Lu. Lu Ziyuan had explicitly informed him that all the transformation spirit pills made by the Yecheng family had been poisoned. So where did this pill come from? And the spirit refining elixir? How could they have even sent the recipe? Was it truly a prearranged agreement between him and the mysterious alchemist of the Yecheng family? Yuan Tuo scrutinized the gathering spirit pill, noting its abundant efficacy, even more potent than those produced by the Yuan family. As he looked around, his expression gradually darkened. This pill had certainly not been poisoned. Even if the Yecheng family found a new alchemist, each alchemist's methods would inevitably yield different results, and this pill was undoubtedly the work of Master Lu. He is lying. Bring it to me. At this point, Master Lu could no longer remain composed. He approached and examined the pill closely, his face instantly paling. Master Lu truly hid his capabilities well. Not only could he refine another type of pill, but he could also enhance the efficacy of the gathering spirit pill to an astonishing 90%. But why does he still produce pills for me with only 50% efficacy? Does Master Lu look down on the Yuan family? Yuan Tuo enunciated each word, his teeth grinding audibly. No, absolutely not. Lu Ziyuan quickly interjected, desperately defending himself, while simultaneously producing the spirit refining elixir and the gathering spirit pill he had just accepted. Yecheng, do not slander me. When have I ever recommended an alchemist to your Yecheng family or assisted in refining your pills? Seeing Lu Ziyuan clutching the pills, Yecheng felt resolute. I initially came to convey old Master Chen's intent. Since Master Lu is unwilling to acknowledge it, I shall consider it as if I have said nothing. To avoid affecting your relationship, I shall take back the spirit stones I just delivered. Yecheng sighed and shook his head, leaving the Yuan family with the spirit stones before Lu Ziyuan could react. Master, you must not believe him. Yecheng is cunning and full of schemes. Once Yecheng had departed, Lu Ziyuan hastily spoke, eager to distance himself from the Yecheng family. I know. I believe, Yuan Tuo replied expressionlessly, though the rage in his eyes was impossible to suppress, wishing he could immediately tear Lu Ziyuan to shreds. Master, that Yecheng seeks to incite discord, yet he did not anticipate my remarkable memory. Just give me some more time. I have already memorized the recipe for the spirit refining elixir, and I am certain I can refine it. At this point, Lu Ziyuan hurriedly expressed his loyalty, pretending as if he had seen through everything. Oh, if that is truly the case, then I shall preemptively wish Master Lu success in refining the spirit refining elixir. Yuan Tuo remarked, after which Lu Ziyuan left the hall in a somewhat flustered manner, making his way to the rear courtyard. After leaving the Yuan family, Yecheng glanced back at the Yuan clan, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. Since Lu Ziyuan had dared to tamper with the elixirs here, he would naturally repay him in kind. As for that recipe, even if I were to deliver it to you, you would not be able to refine it. The Yuan family dared to undermine the Yecheng family, scheming to harm us. Then the Yuan clan need not exist. Yecheng spoke coldly, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Meanwhile, within the Yuan family, Lu Ziyuan was wholeheartedly focused on refining the spirit refining elixir in the rear courtyard. Being a first-rate pill, he was certain he could produce it as well. He desperately needed to prove that he was not associated with the Yecheng family. However, after several rounds of attempts, he ended up with nothing but ashes, failing to produce a single elixir. This left Lu Ziyuan in a state of extreme agitation, accompanied by a looming sense of crisis. If he was unable to refine the spirit refining elixir, he feared he would not be able to leave the Yuan family alive. He had already prepared for both outcomes. If he succeeded, it would be splendid. If not, he would flee at once. Days passed, and an endless supply of spiritual herbs was delivered to the alchemy chamber, while Lu Ziyuan immersed himself in alchemical pursuits. On a particular day, he held the pill that Yecheng had initially brought to him. A frown etched on his face. It's over. It's over. Having wasted so many spiritual herbs from the Yuan family, I have produced nothing. I can no longer stay here. With that thought, he tossed the pill into his mouth to replenish the energy he had expended in recent days and hurriedly made his way to his quarters to pack his belongings. To ensure Lu Ziyuan's safety, the Yuan family had placed him in the rear courtyard. Apart from Master Lu, the only other inhabitants of the courtyard were some of the Yuan family's women. At that moment, Lu Ziyuan was in such a panic that he collided with a woman as he rushed out. Who dares to recklessly bump into this alchemist? Lu Ziyuan bellowed at the individual, his eyes aflame with anger. However, upon recognizing the person before him, a surge of inappropriate desire rushed to his head. This woman was the favored concubine of Yuan Tuo, who was rarely seen apart from him. This concubine was aware of Lu Ziyuan's standing and did not dare to reprimand him too harshly, merely frowning before walking away. Yet at that moment, Lu Ziyuan's vision, already clouded by agitation, found this already alluring woman even more captivating. Uncontrollable desire ignited within him. Wait, Lu Ziyuan called out, and upon hearing his words, the woman halted her steps. Just as she was about to inquire about the matter, she saw Lu Ziyuan lunging towards her. Help! Someone, quickly! Cried the terrified maid nearby. With bloodshot eyes, Lu Ziyuan seized the woman, intent on forcing himself upon her. Your Yuan family still owes me several hundred spirit stones, since I cannot obtain them. I shall take you as compensation. You seek death. The maid scream summoned Yuan Tuo. By the time he rushed over, it was already too late. Lu Ziyuan was preparing to leave, having adjusted his trousers. In a fit of rage, Yuan Tuo struck Lu Ziyuan with a powerful palm. Thud! Lu Ziyuan, merely a Dan master with cultivation, not even reaching the foundation establishment stage, was struck in the head, instantly causing blood to pour from his 7 orifices as he perished. Chapter 35, The Ambush. You vile beast. With a single strike, Yuan Tuo's anger had not yet abated. The murderous intent within him still surged. He had expended considerable effort and countless spirit stones to lure Lu Ziyuan from the Yi family. He had treated him exceptionally well, fulfilling all his requests, providing him with women and spirit stones in abundance. Now, not only was Lu Ziyuan secretly aiding the Yi family in their attempts to ruin the Yuan family, but he was also brazenly assaulting his own woman. The thought of this made Yuan Tuo wish to tear Lu Ziyuan's corpse to shreds. However, as his fury gradually subsided, he felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing that something was amiss. Wasn't Lu Ziyuan supposed to be refining pills? How did he end up here? There was something wrong. Yuan Tuo furrowed his brow. After dedicating so much time, how could Lu Ziyuan suddenly turn beastly? Could it be the Yi family? Pondering this, Yuan Tuo ordered his men to strip Lu Ziyuan of his belongings, only to discover a pill on him. It was the spirit-gathering pill that Yi Chun had sent him earlier. I recall there should have been another refined spirit pill as well. Could it be that he consumed the pill sent by Yi Chun? Realizing this, Yuan Tuo summoned a guard and commanded him to consume half of the pill. Soon, the guard's breathing became labored. His eyes reddened, and he exhibited strong reactions below. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Tuo could hardly comprehend the situation. The pill contained the enchanting poison. Who could possess such skill to blend the enchanting poison into a pill, rendering it undetectable to us? Damn that Yi Chen! He hurled the remaining half of the pill to the ground, crushing it with ferocity, his wrath rising sky high. It was entirely normal for Dan masters to consume pills. Typically, they would use such methods to deduce the refining techniques of others. Yi Chun had tampered with both pills he sent, simultaneously providing Lu Ziyuan with the formula for the refined spirit pill, allowing him to study it for an extended period. This would undoubtedly boost Lu Ziyuan's confidence, prompting him to attempt the refinement. However, after repeatedly failing to succeed, he would inevitably resort to consuming the pill. Hoping to find inspiration, you little wretch, such deep-seated scheming. His heart seethed with fury, but Yuan Tuo could only watch helplessly as Lu Ziyuan's body grew increasingly rigid on the ground. Patriarch. Something terrible has happened. What of Master Lu? Suddenly, a servant from the pill-refining chamber rushed in to report to Yuan Tuo. Yet, upon seeing the scene in the courtyard, his face turned ashen with fear. What is the matter? Patriarch, I just checked Master Lu's pill-refining chamber, and all the spiritual herbs have been completely consumed, yet no pills were produced, the servant said cautiously. What? In an instant, the anger Yuan Tuo had just calmed surged once more. At that moment, he seemed to grasp why Lu Ziyuan was here and why Yi Chen had benevolently sent the formula for the refined spirit pill. It was over, completely over. Pfff, a mouthful of blood spewed forth. And Yuan Tuo's entire demeanor instantly wilted, his face turning as pale as paper. Without Lu Ziyuan, the Yuan family, already at a disadvantage, would be utterly doomed. To ensure Lu Ziyuan could refine the refined spirit pill, the Yuan family had exhausted their last resources, only to end up with nothing. Quick. Dispatch my orders. Have Tian return swiftly. He has been studying the art of pill refinement outside for many years. Without him, the Yuan family may not escape this calamity. Yuan Tuo's second son, Yuan Tian, had been recognized for his talent in pill refinement a few years prior by a third-tier Dan master from the White Dragon City and taken there to study. Yuan Tuo was uncertain of his current level of expertise. Initially, he had not intended for him to return, but now that the Yuan family stood on the brink of survival, there was no other option. He was left with no choice but to summon his second son back. How infuriating. If that matter had gone smoothly, how could we have fallen to such depths? As he spoke, a surge of murderous intent welled up in his eyes, akin to a venomous serpent. Upon returning to the pill chamber, Yi Chun recounted all his actions to the members of the Yi family. Several uncles and aunts burst into hearty laughter upon hearing his account. The Yuan family went to great lengths to poach Lu Ziyuan, only to end up shooting themselves in the foot. Ha! If Chen's plan succeeds, won't it mean putting a green hat on that old fellow Yuan Tuo? The hall of the Yi family was filled with joyous chatter. Brother Chen, is it truly necessary to go through such trouble? With our Yi family's foundation and means, we could simply crush the Yuan family without a second thought. Why waste our efforts? The younger and middle-aged generations of the Yi family were brimming with talent. In their eyes, the Yuan family was merely a pill-refining clan, lacking any significant combat power. They could easily launch a campaign to annihilate them without needing to plot and scheme. Yang, you must understand that while our Yi family possesses the strength to sweep them aside, we cannot do so. Yi Chen shook his head. Yi Chen's approach was fundamentally rooted in righteousness. The reason he had dared to uproot the Wang family and obliterate them was that they had refused to repay debts and sought his life, an act of self-destruction on their part. In that case, engaging in direct action was justified, as the moral high ground was on his side. The same logic applied to the Yang family. After losing, they still sought to evade their responsibilities and even intended to act against Yi Chen. The Yi family's intervention was merely a form of self-defense aimed at ensuring the safety of their young patriarch. The reason they could not annihilate the Yuan family now was that it was Lu Ziyuan who had tampered with the Yi family's pills. They lacked evidence to prove any collusion between them and had not yet severed ties. Their interactions were merely standard business entanglements. Should the Yi family resort to exterminating an entire clan simply because they lost in business dealings? Who would dare to trade with them in Lei City? Even if they were the strongest, rules could not be broken. Violating them would lead them down a path of no return. It was quite possible that others would unite against them as a result. The Yi family was indeed the strongest clan in Lei City, but there were many formidable families in nearby cities, many of whom, like the Yi family, had intricate connections with the White Dragon sect and various prominent families in the capital. Thus, we must always act from a position of righteousness. Of course, if we find ourselves in a position lacking justification, we must find a way to create a rationale. This is the survival rule among the great families. It was for this reason that Chen did not agree to directly annihilate the Yuan family. They only needed to use the Yuan family as a tool to eliminate the traitor Lu Ziyuan. Upon hearing this, the elders present all nodded in agreement. Next, we shall promote the refined spirit pill across various cities. This pill, whether for healing or enhancing cultivation, is far more potent than the previous spirit gathering pill. In the following period, events unfolded smoothly in accordance with Yu Chen's plans. With the power of the refined spirit pill, the Yi family completely monopolized the pill market in Lei City. Now that Lu Ziyuan had been removed by the Yuan family, they had lost their ability to resist. This allowed Yi Chen to focus entirely on his cultivation. Huff! In the rear courtyard of the Yi family, Yi Chen wielded the eight-edged Han sword, repeatedly striking downward. The azure blade was unparalleled in sharpness and remarkably heavy. Each swing produced a resounding clang. The true dragon sword technique consists of 11 forms, yet Yi Chen had only learned the first 3. At that time, his physical strength had yet to reach its peak. He needed to continually enhance himself to master the dominance and ferocity of the true dragon sword technique. Of course, he was now capable of practicing the other forms as well. The blood of the ancient red tiger had greatly enhanced his physique. However, even with just 3 forms, Yi Chen could sense the formidable power of the true dragon sword technique. True dragon breaking dawn. The sword's shadow emerges. Spirit dragon leaping abyss. Sword dances shattering stars. Holy dragon chanting in the void. The sword's edge pierces the heavens. These are the names of the first 3 forms of the true dragon sword technique. Although these 3 forms are not the most powerful techniques within the true dragon sword technique, they are more than sufficient for him to contend with cultivators at the 8th or 9th layers of foundation establishment with his current cultivation. Moreover, with the boundless spiritual power from the Dan domain, he could easily battle peak foundation establishment cultivators, even though he was merely at the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. If others were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be utterly astonished. Yi Chen gripped the azure blade tightly, fully focused on his strikes, exerting himself with every swing. For an entire day, he remained engrossed in the same motion, striving to execute everything to perfection as per the requirements of the true dragon sword technique. His garments were soaked and dried, only to be drenched again with sweat. Yi Chen was completely immersed in the swordsmanship, unable to extricate himself, unaware of the passage of time. He only ceased his relentless swordplay when every last vestige of strength was utterly exhausted. With a thud, Yi Chen plunged into the prepared spiritual liquid, a concoction brimming with the essence of various mystical beasts and a multitude of medicinal herbs. A wave of stinging pain coursed through him, causing Yi Chen to furrow his brow. Throughout the 300 years in the Great Ruins, after each ordeal at the hands of the Linglong Empress, the Xuanji Empress would always prepare spiritual liquid for him to immerse himself in. Fortunately, it was this very liquid that had saved him. Without it, he would likely have been drained long ago. Reflecting on this, Yi Chen's heart tightened as he calculated that it wouldn't be long before she emerged from the Great Ruins to seek him out. After a brief moment of hesitation, he chose to remain in the bath, for enhancing his strength was paramount to surviving the coming year. The mystical beast essence and herbs in this bath had been procured for him by several elders of the Yi family. Ever since his return, he had been utilizing this method daily to fortify his physique. The medicinal potency of the bath was absorbed. Yi Chen could distinctly feel his corporeal form evolving. Each time his strength waned, both body and spirit were pushed to their limits, and only during such moments of depletion could soaking in the spiritual liquid yield optimal results, allowing his body to absorb fully and attain the greatest enhancement. However, few could endure such a method. On one hand, it required a continual extraction of one's physical potential, a feat impossible without unwavering resolve. On the other hand, immersing oneself in the spiritual liquid was a profound agony, as every minute brought forth a sensation akin to being pricked by countless needles. Thus, each increment of his enhancement was a testament to his relentless effort. Naturally, during his time in the Great Ruins, the Linglong Empress had infused his corporeal form with the essence of the Xian Wang, bringing his body perilously close to that of the heavens. enabling a cultivation speed unparalleled by ordinary practitioners. Lost in thought, Chen mused that if he could acquire more Xianwang essence, he might forge the Xianwang sacred body. The Xianwang sacred body, a legendary physique, innately aligned with the Tao, possessed a terrifying cultivation speed. Possessing it would undoubtedly set one on the path to invincibility. The only comparable physiques were the Yin-Yang Tao body, the Tyrant body, and the Divine body, all equally rare and extraordinary. Xianhuang essence, should he discover such a sacred substance, he could refine it within the divine refinement furnace and assimilate it into his being, granting him the chance to become the Xianhuang sacred body. Yet, the Xianhuang essence was exceedingly rare, nearly non-existent in the world. After all, it was a primordial force born at the genesis of the cosmos. Not to mention the Xianhuang essence, even a mere wisp of Xianhuang energy was the target of countless invincible figures. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, the spiritual liquid in the bath had become clear, its medicinal properties fully absorbed. The slight tremor of power coursed through him, and the droplets of water cascading from his body fell to the ground. After donning his attire, Chen prepared to resume his cultivation. Just then, a voice interrupted his actions. A bloodied member of the Yi family staggered into the courtyard. Supported by another young clan leader, trouble has arisen. The convoy transporting our spiritual herbs has been ambushed. All the herbs are lost, and only a few clan members managed to escape. Blood continued to flow from Yishan, clearly indicating he had endured a fierce battle. Chapter 36. Feinting an attack. The convoy was attacked. Just as I emerged from the herb garden, Chen furrowed his brow. It was evident that someone had set their sights on the Yi family's herb garden. Recently, the Yi family had been thriving, and with the substantial profits from their elixirs, envy was bound to arise. Oh, you know who is responsible. Chen's gaze turned fierce. How dare they target him? It was sheer folly that we do not know. The assailants were masked individuals clad in black, without any distinctive markings, making it impossible to discern their affiliations. Masked individuals? A surge of murderous intent welled up within Chen. Their unwillingness to reveal their identities suggested they were a force familiar with the Yi family, likely a clan from within Thundercloud City. If they were mere bandits, they would not have masked their faces. They were a group that thrived on clandestine dealings. I must ascertain their identities. Otherwise, they shall pay dearly for their transgressions. Chen spoke coldly. The most suspicious party in this matter was undoubtedly the Yuan family. As they were a clan of alchemists, currently reeling from the Yi family's dominance, they might resort to underhanded tactics. However, the Yuan family excelled in alchemy, and if they resorted to banditry, they risked being counterattacked by the Yi clan members. Thus, it was quite likely that other families were involved. Or perhaps, all the prominent families in Thundercloud City were colluding. After all, the Yi family was formidable, instilling fear in their hearts. With the Yi family controlling 99% of the elixirs in Thundercloud City, they had essentially seized a vital lifeline from the other families. How could they not be alarmed? The source of all medicinal herbs for the Yi family was the herb garden in the nearby mountains. If the Yi family's supply of herbs were cut off, it would severely hinder their development. After all, no matter how powerful the Yi family was, without spiritual herbs, they could not concoct elixirs. What is the current situation at the herb garden? The herb garden is crucial for the Yi family's ascent. It must not falter. The defenses at the herb garden are stringent. Uncle Wu and Uncle Qi are stationed there, so there should be no issues. Moreover, the area is protected by formations set by the Shen family, making it unlikely for anyone to breach it. Therefore, the primary concern now is how to transport the remaining herbs back. As these words were spoken, Chen frowned. The transportation of herbs was one of the Yi family's most critical undertakings, with a high level of confidentiality, yet now they had fallen into an ambush. Was there a traitor within the Yi family? Or had the area surrounding the herb garden been thoroughly monitored by various factions? After a moment of contemplation, Chen's gaze turned profound as he made his way toward the family council hall. At that moment, the atmosphere in the council hall was tense. These individuals could no longer contain their urge to strike against us. If we did not show them the consequences, they might escalate their actions further. Several elders of the Yi family spoke with fury. Those bandits dared to harm the Yi family members and seize their spiritual herbs. As members of the Yi family, we could not simply let this slide. In my opinion, it must be the Yuan family behind this. They lost to us in business, and now they are resorting to underhanded schemes. One elder declared, "We should annihilate the Yuan family and then slowly gather evidence." Indeed, I also support the eradication of the Yuan family. These vermin should not be allowed to listening to these words. Yi Zhen and the numerous clan elders present nodded in silent agreement, endorsing Yi Chen's perspective. Indeed, if the Yi family were to appear vulnerable in the city, it could potentially provide an opportunity for their adversaries to exploit. Fortunately, Chen has seen through their nefarious schemes. Otherwise, had we proceeded with the earlier plan, we might have fallen into their trap. The gathered individuals looked at Yi Chen with gratitude, their eyes brimming with admiration. However, we cannot neglect the situation at the medicine garden. The business of the pill workshop has only just begun to stabilize, and that is crucial for the Yi family's ascendance. Other clan elders expressed their concerns. If we allow this matter to go unchecked, it would undoubtedly inflict a significant blow to the Yi family's reputation and future development. This is precisely the cunning nature of this strategy. The medicine garden is vital to the Yi family. If we neglect it, our opponents will surely strike again, inflicting considerable damage upon us. Allow me to venture forth personally and retrieve the spiritual herbs. I shall not believe anyone would dare to harm me. Sixth uncle Yang stood up, volunteering for the task. Third uncle, along with the other clan elders, you should remain in the city. I have my own plans, Yi Chen stated confidently as he gazed at the members of the Yi family. Those present were the upper echelons of the Yi family, including Yi Zhen's siblings and uncles from the middle generation. They constituted the backbone of the clan, and the presence of traitors was unlikely. Oh, what plans do you have in mind? Hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue shone in Yi Zhen's eyes. Tomorrow, we shall spread the word that the patriarch of the Yi family will lead our strongest members out of the city to pursue those thieves. And we will publicly depart from Lian City. Subsequently, grandfather will stealthily guide the others to disperse among the various Yi family enterprises throughout Lian City, in case anyone attempts to take advantage of the situation. Seeing our people leave, those families will undoubtedly not remain idle. They will devise ways to destroy our enterprises and even harm our family members at that moment. It will be our chance to strike and eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Hearing this, the clan elders nodded in unison. A brilliant scheme within a scheme. This way, we not only uphold the moral high ground but can also catch them off guard. Ha ha ha. In the coming days, we can boldly escort the spiritual herbs into the city. As long as the adversaries are not foolish enough to act, they will not dare to attack the convoy. Listening to Yi Chen's series of strategies, the eyes of those present sparkled with excitement. If all goes smoothly, the Yi family's ascendance will be unstoppable. Yi Chen's smile radiated with brilliance. However, during this escort mission, it is essential to have a significant figure present. After all, the Yi family's spiritual herbs have just been stolen, and if we do not respond, some might become suspicious. As he spoke, Yi Chen rose to his feet, volunteering to oversee the transport of the medicinal materials. Chen, is this not a bit too reckless? Perhaps I should go instead. Sixth uncle Yang expressed concern for Yi Chen's safety, although it is highly likely that these individuals will not act against the convoy. Unforeseen circumstances cannot be ruled out. If they indeed decide to strike, Yi Chen will find himself in a perilous situation. Grandfather, rest assured, while my cultivation may not be exceedingly high, I am capable of protecting myself. After several days of training, Yi Chen's cultivation has reached the 4th layer of foundation establishment. Within him lies the golden pill domain, harboring spiritual energy several times more potent than that of the same level. There is no need to worry about depleting my spiritual energy. Furthermore, with the ancient divine refining technique and the true dragon sword technique at my disposal, my cultivation is already remarkable. Within the foundation establishment stage, Yi Chen can easily dominate. Even against cultivators at the 1st or 2nd layer of core formation, Yi Chen possesses the strength to contend. Very well. Since you have expressed your intentions, you shall be responsible for this matter. Seeing Yi Chen willingly take on family affairs, Yi Zhen felt great joy. The Yi Chen of 3 years ago was not like this at all, though he was hailed as the greatest genius of Lian City. He was merely a boy who played the lute and professed love, trailing behind Wang like a sycophant. Now, Yi Chen has truly matured, understanding the burdens of his family. Reflecting on this, Yi Zhen could not help but feel a wave of emotion. The group exchanged further details, while Yi Chen also needed to know the route and timing of the Yi family convoy's journey. Once all preparations were complete, Yi Chen set off without delay. Since we are to guard against ambushes, it is essential to depart early. After leaving Lian City, Yi Chen made his way towards the Tianqing mountain range in the southern region. Chapter 37. The ambush in Tianqing Mountain. The Tianqing mountain range is the largest mountain range near Lian City. Teeming with a vast number of demonic beasts, and there are often reports of individuals being attacked by these creatures. Consequently, this place is a forbidden zone for ordinary people, fraught with peril. Naturally, danger accompanies opportunity. Within Tianqing Mountain flourish various spiritual herbs, many of which are rare treasures, with some even being over 1,000 years old. Additionally, the flesh and inner cores of demonic beasts are invaluable materials for refining pills. Thus, every year, a multitude of cultivators enter the mountains to gather spiritual herbs and hunt demonic beasts. Yet only about 1 in 10 or 12 truly emerges alive. The Yi family had established a medicinal garden in the mountains long ago. Standing at the entrance to the mountain range, Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with cold determination. The reason he volunteered for this task was twofold: to assist his family in resolving their issues and to further his own cultivation. Firstly, concerning flames, if he wishes to become an alchemist, he must refine a flame that belongs solely to him, rather than relying on the divine refining furnace. Therefore, this journey into the mountains is an opportunity to seek an appropriate source of fire. However, he does not intend to search for the legendary high-tier heavenly fire seeds, as such things are exceedingly rare, and even if found, he would be unable to acquire them. Instead, he seeks the foundational heavenly fire seeds, which could be either earth-vein fire or a demonic beast capable of emitting flames. Either of these fire types would suffice for him. Both possess formidable power, adequate for pill refinement, but AS for crafting higher-tier pills in the future. He would then need to seek high-tier heavenly fire seeds. Another purpose of this journey is to collect the essence blood of demonic beasts. While the essence blood here may not be of high grade, its abundance is noteworthy. Provided there is sufficient quantity, it can significantly enhance his physical form and strength. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Of course, this journey is destined to be tumultuous. Should any unwitting fools cross his path, they might find themselves thrown into the divine refining furnace as a lesson. Yi Chun nodded slightly before striding boldly into Tianqing Mountain. As Yi Chun delved deeper into the mountains, several figures quietly emerged. "Have you all seen clearly?" the leader inquired. "We have seen clearly. It is Yi Chen. Judging by his direction, he is undoubtedly headed for the Yi family's medicinal garden. That's good, as long as the Yi family's internal experts are dispatched. This is our best opportunity to annihilate the Yi family." Upon hearing this, the others revealed excited smiles. "I will return to report this matter to the masters. You few follow closely behind and keep an eye on Yi Chun. If the opportunity arises, eliminate him." Understood. The group received their orders, splitting into two factions. One entered Leyun City, while the other pursued the direction Yi Chun had vanished in at this moment. Yi Chun continued to venture deeper into the heart of the mountain range. The surrounding spiritual energy began to intensify, growing denser the further he went. The divine refining furnace began to operate on its own, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and integrating it into Yi Chen's body. He could feel the spiritual energy accumulating within the pill domain. This ancient divine refining furnace truly possesses immense power. Wherever it goes, the spiritual energy is completely drained, feeling the spiritual energy surging into him. Yi Chun murmured excitedly to himself. Along the way, he occasionally spotted demonic beasts scurrying past. Perhaps sensing the terror of the divine refining furnace, these beasts dared not attack Yi Chun. Observing this, Yi Chun took the initiative to strike, slaying any demonic beasts he encountered and tossing them into his universe ring for later refinement of their essence blood. Thus, Yi Chun pressed onward at a brisk pace toward the heart of the mountain range. Roar, a leopard demon, having lain in wait for a long time, charged at Yi Chun the moment he approached. Its sharp teeth aimed straight for his throat. Yi Chun sneered, and, employing the true dragon sword technique, dispatched the oncoming beast in an instant. The true dragon sword technique is immensely powerful. Although he wields it with great proficiency, he is yet to engage in a true life-and-death battle, making these demonic beasts the perfect sharpening stone for him. Roar. Several more demonic beasts found themselves cornered by Yi Chun. Facing his relentless advance, they unleashed their ferocity and lunged at him. The azure edge of his sword cleaved through the air, producing a sound akin to the roar of dragons and tigers. Instantly slaying the beast before Yi Chun tossed them into his universe ring. Yi Chun sheathed his sword, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he turned coldly to look back. Despite the group's caution, Yi Chun sensed that he was being followed. For how long must they linger without making a move? Have they been intimidated by me, or are they simply a bunch of worthless fools? To send such lowly individuals to take my life is a grave underestimation of my capabilities. The few individuals who had been trailing Yi Chen initially intended to encircle and eliminate him. However, upon witnessing Yi Chen effortlessly slaying several second-tier beasts, an overwhelming sense of fear dawned upon them. In their estimation, Yi Chen's combat prowess was merely at the 4th level of foundation establishment. Yet, they sensed that his strength was at least equivalent to that of a 7th or 8th level practitioner. Faced with this realization, they dared not make a move against him. With their hesitation, Yi Chen also showed no interest in engaging them further and continued his journey deeper into the mountains. After all, his presence in the depths of Tianqing Mountain could mislead them into believing that the Yi family sought to pursue the bandits who had raided them. During this time, Yi Chen took the opportunity to rapidly enhance his combat capabilities. With a mere thought, he summoned the beast from his Qianquan ring into the Divine Refining Furnace. As the flames roared, the dense power infused itself within Yi Chen's body. He slayed the beasts and then cast them into the furnace, refining their essence for his own absorption. Although Yi Chen's Danyu could accommodate an immense amount of spiritual energy, many times that of an ordinary Dantian, he needed to absorb a significantly greater quantity of energy to elevate his realm. Relying solely on his daily meditation to cultivate spiritual power would consume an inordinate amount of time. Hence, he was left with no choice but to hunt beasts or consume vast quantities of elixirs, drawing upon their spiritual energy to enhance his own cultivation. Reflecting on this, Yi Chen sighed in resignation, knowing he must continue to hunt and absorb these beasts. Meanwhile, the group trailing Yi Chen watched in dread as he relentlessly hunted down the beast with brutal efficiency. Solidifying their fear of him, they preferred to maintain their distance, too frightened to draw closer. Ultimately, they could only gauge Yi Chen's location by the anguished cries of the beasts echoing through Tianqing Mountain. Should we not attempt to strike? We are many. What if we succeed? One among them voiced his concerns, evidently anxious about returning to Lei Yun City without satisfactory results, fearing dire consequences for themselves. Do not be hasty. Wait a moment longer. I have already notified the elder. Once he arrives, killing Yi Chen will be but a trifling task. He is merely a youth, incapable of challenging the might of the older generation. During this period, they had meticulously plotted to ensure that no high-ranking members of the Yi family escaped unscathed, intending to dismantle them one by one. Not long after, a masked elder arrived in haste, accompanied by several disciples. Is the boy Yi Chen still within? The elder's eyes glinted with malice. Elder Yangli, he is indeed inside. A disciple who had been tracking replied respectfully, but before he could finish, a flash of sword light appeared, intending to slay him. Fool! How many times have I warned you not to mention my name outside? Do you wish for Yi Chen to invade my Yang family? The elder's fierce demeanor signaled his intent that today's events must not reveal any connection to our family. Otherwise, we might face unforeseen troubles. Upon witnessing Elder Yang Li's ruthless actions, the others turned pale, nodding in agreement. With such a multitude following, must I still act? What a collection of uselessness. Remember, under no circumstances must Yi Chen leave this place alive. With a wave of his hand, Elder Yang Li led the group in pursuit of Yi Chen. Chapter 38. Battle and Foundation Establishment. Along his path, Yi Chen continued to slay beasts. The spiritual energy and essence within these creatures proved to be more abundant than he had anticipated. Throughout the journey, the Divine Refining Furnace persistently refined the beasts, integrating their essence into Yi Chen's Danyu. Thus, in the span of half a day, Yi Chen's cultivation ascended to the 5th level of Foundation Establishment. Kill! Yi Chen's eyes glinted with ferocity as he dispatched the final beast, sheathing his octagonal sword for a moment to exhale a breath of turbid air. He had already slain over 100 beasts, all at least of the 2nd tier, and such intensity of battle left him fatigued. His gaze swept the surroundings while he stretched his sore arms. Have they truly given up on pursuing me? They have not followed. Throughout his slaughter, Yi Chen remained vigilant for any sudden attacks from the group, yet they had yet to reveal themselves when he felt most vulnerable. As he scanned the area, his attention was suddenly drawn to his right, where he sensed a group moving towards him. They possess some wit after all, attempting to encircle me from the front. Alas, their intentions have been detected in advance. He had initially thought they had abandoned their pursuit, but the current situation revealed their unwavering desire to kill him, and their attempts to ensnare him would only lead to their demise. It was no wonder he had sensed nothing before. They had purposefully concealed their presence. It seemed prudent to remain cautious. Yi Chen was uncertain of the group's strength, but they were evidently not foolish enough to act recklessly, which might provide him with a bit of amusement. A cold smile crept upon his lips, and a glimmer of ferocity flickered in his eyes. since you wish to ambush me along my path, allow me to offer you a little surprise. Their scheme was not without merit. They simply underestimated Yi Chen's formidable soul power, which had already detected their movements. Moreover, they had also misjudged his strength. Since the divine refining furnace had refined his physique, his sensitivity to danger had sharpened significantly, coupled with the absorption of the soul power from the blood jade mantis and countless beasts. His mental acuity far surpassed that of his former self, even surpassing cultivators at the first or second levels of foundation establishment, attempting to encircle me. Then I shall dismantle you one by one. With this thought, Yi Chen drew his Qingfeng sword, selecting a direction, and transformed into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. Within moments, he spotted a group concealed among the underbrush. Most of these individuals were disciples at the first and second levels of foundation establishment, with the strongest among them barely at the 6th level, comparable to Yi Chen. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chen silently approached. As soon as the target became aware of his presence, shock washed over them. They realized they were no match for Yi Chen and sought to call for help. Yet, it was already too late. Clang! The Qingfeng sword sliced through the air with deadly silence, aimed straight for the target's throat. Splat! Blood erupted as the individual was decapitated without uttering a single cry. However, the sound of the blade slicing through bone alerted the others, who hastily converged on the scene, upon witnessing such a spectacle. The leader's heart raced in alarm. Just then, the Qingfeng sword appeared above him, and he hurriedly raised his blade in a desperate attempt to block the strike. However, he underestimated the might of the unadorned heavy sword and Yi Chen's prowess. Clang! As their weapons clashed, the leader unleashed his latent potential in a bid to fend off the blow. Just as he exhaled in relief, preparing to call for reinforcements, his long blade was abruptly cleaved in two. Crack! The Qingfeng sword loomed larger in his vision, pain coursing through him as he attempted to evade, but it was far too late. With a single cry, he was slain. Yi Chen had initiated the ambush. And moreover, his strength far surpassed that of his adversary. Flee! The surrounding individuals, witnessing the effortless slaying of their leader, were instantly engulfed in panic, losing all will to resist. Turning to escape, Yi Chen sneered, charging forward with his Qingfeng sword. Dispatching them one by one, severing their heads with precision, the divine refining furnace materialized, consuming their corpses entirely. Soon, several drops of primordial spiritual liquid were extracted. To think there would be so much primordial liquid, surpassing even the beasts, Yi Chen marveled. However, he quickly understood the reason. Humanity possessed an intellect far beyond that of beasts, making it easier to absorb the spiritual energy of the world, which accounted for the greater spiritual energy within humans compared to beasts. As the primordial liquid was absorbed, his strength surged rapidly. This was the accumulation of decades, if not longer, from these individuals, now becoming the foundation of Yi Chen's power. Feeling the surge of strength, Yi Chen was filled with exhilaration, and a murderous intent began to swell within him. It seems the ancient adage holds true. Killing and arson lead to wealth. Yi Chen flexed his muscles, and then turned his gaze toward another direction. Not a single one shall escape. With the Qingfeng sword in hand, Yi Chen charged forth once more. The situation mirrored that of before. Yi Chen expended minimal effort in dispatching the next group of foes. After absorbing their spiritual energy, Yi Chen's cultivation successfully ascended to the 6th level of foundation establishment. Subsequently, Yi Chen became a harbinger of death, leaving no one standing in his wake. Ultimately, only a final group remained, drawn by the cacophony of screams. Damn it! Yi Chen, you dare slay my clansmen. I shall make you pay. Yang Li's bloodshot eyes fixated on Yi Chen. Having heard the cries mere moments after Yi Chen struck, Yang Li rushed to the scene, only to find the ground littered with blood, devoid of even a single corpse, inciting both fury and astonishment within him. Old fool, if you wish to kill me, prepare to be slain in turn. Time and again, I have granted you opportunities, yet you prove utterly inept, surrounded only by the most worthless of individuals. Now, I shall send you to meet them. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yi Chen sprang into action. Boom! At this proclamation, Yang Li erupted in fury, his aura of the core formation stage surging forth in an instant. Sensing the formidable cultivation of the approaching foe, Yi Chen could not help but adopt a more cautious demeanor. The core formation stage far surpasses the foundation establishment stage in strength. This was his first encounter in battle against someone of a significantly higher realm. Today, I shall spill your blood to honor the fallen members of my clan. With a roar, A crimson jade scepter appeared in Yang Li's grasp. He let out a cold snort, as torrents of spiritual energy surged wildly into the jade scepter, and then, with a hand seal, he struck down towards Chen. The jade scepter descended with a thunderous crash, unleashing a terrifying force of spiritual power, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing sounds. As the spiritual pressure bore down, an overwhelming force emerged, rendering the air nearly unbreathable. Witnessing this scene, a fierce glint ignited in Chen's eyes. Gripping his azure sword tightly, he activated his entire reservoir of spiritual energy, channeling it into the blade. What of the core formation stage? Yang Li, as the leader among these individuals, and the most powerful of them all, would fall to his blade, making the rest inconsequential. That a mere foundation establishment cultivator dares to confront me. A core formation powerhouse, head-on, seeking death, are we? Seeing Chen not only refusing to flee but actively charging towards him, Yang Li let out a cold laugh, intensifying his assault, aiming to strike Chen down in a single blow. Radiant light erupted, casting a myriad of hues. The jade scepter, as it fell, created a phantasm that appeared to be a multitude of scepters descending upon Chen. A mid-grade magical artifact. Such an artifact, displaying this level of might, could only be classified as mid-grade. Its power far from negligible. Chen understood the gravity of the situation. With his azure sword, he unleashed a flurry of sword energy, producing a series of crisp and melodious clangs. Boom! The jade scepter and azure sword collided violently, and the two forces of spiritual energy erupted, sending a circular shockwave that propelled both combatants backward. Stumbling several steps back, Chen managed to regain his footing, feeling a numbing sensation in his hands that he could not help but marvel at the formidable prowess of a core formation cultivator. Shaking off the sensation, he turned to face Yang Li. Meanwhile, Yang Li's expression darkened. He too had retreated several steps, but unlike Chen, his hands were now bloodied, the flesh of his palm torn asunder. Moreover, the sleeve of his robe gripping the jade scepter had been entirely shattered and trembled violently. A renewed killing intent flickered in Chen's eyes as he charged once more towards Yang Li. Seizing the opportunity, how could this be? He is merely at the foundation establishment stage, yet his physical strength surpasses even my own. Despite Yang Li's cultivation having reached the core formation stage, his injuries were grievous. The only explanation was that Chen's physique was stronger than that of a core formation cultivator. What astonished him further was that Chen, though merely at the foundation establishment stage, had managed to achieve parity in their previous clash. This was simply unacceptable. Is this truly a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage? So terrifying. Insolent wretch, do not be so arrogant. Today, I shall show you what it means to be a core formation powerhouse. Observing Chen's advance rather than retreat, Yang Li's fury intensified, and he formed seals with his hands, channeling the Yang family's techniques to gather all his spiritual energy for an onslaught against Chen. This time, he intended to leave no room for Chen to evade, aiming to obliterate him in one fell swoop. You all, join in, attack him. Seeing the fierce battle between Chen and Yang Li, the other onlookers, though filled with trepidation, dared not defy Yang Li's command and immediately charged at Chen, seeking to overwhelm him through sheer numbers. The clash between Chen and Yang Li resumed, their azure sword and jade scepter emitting dazzling brilliance, engaging in battle for but a brief moment, exchanging hundreds of blows. Clang! The jade scepter and azure sword collided once more, and Chen let out a fierce roar. A surge of sword energy shooting skyward, accompanied by the sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls emanating from the sword. True dragon dawn, sword shadow cleaves. The azure sword unleashed an overwhelming radiance of sword energy, with a golden dragon silhouette racing along the blade. This is bad. Sensing the peril, Yang Li felt a sense of dread wash over him. Chen's current strike was immensely powerful, one that even an ordinary core formation cultivator might struggle to exhibit. If previously they were evenly matched, now, under this sword, Yang Li found himself with no choice but to defend desperately. Boom! The azure sword resonated with a mighty hum, overwhelming force surging forth, sending the jade scepter flying while maintaining its relentless momentum towards Yang Li's chest. In that moment, Yang Li's heart sank, dread flooding his being. He desperately retreated while hastily forming seals to summon the jade scepter back, attempting to fend off Chen's relentless assault. Yet, from the moment Chen unleashed the true dragon sword technique, Yang Li was destined for defeat. Once more, today, I shall sever you. Failing to land his initial strike, Yi Chen's sword intent shifted, a chilling glint in his eyes, determined to slay Yang Li right here. Spiritual dragon leaps the abyss, sword dance shatters the stars. The eight-sided sword transformed into a flowing dragon, its body entwined with starlight as it evaded the jade scepter's obstruction, piercing towards Yang Li's chest. Boldness! Yang Li was taken aback, frantically wielding the jade scepter in a desperate attempt to block this lethal strike. That Yi Chen's prowess undoubtedly concealed a great secret. Such exquisite swordsmanship could not possibly belong solely to the Yi family. Just these two techniques alone were extraordinary, far beyond what a family from a small place like Thundercloud City could possess. As this realization struck him, Yang Li seemed to grasp something that a year prior. Yi Chen had vanished in the Great Ruins, and upon his return a year later, his temperament had dramatically changed, having swiftly regained and even exponentially increased his cultivation. Most astonishing was the exquisite sword technique he displayed, which clearly surpassed all known tiers of swordsmanship. It was evident that Yi Chen had obtained extraordinary fortune within the Great Ruins. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to suppress Yang Li despite being at the foundation establishment stage. Yi Chen must possess an even greater secret. Chapter 39, The Spiritual Herb Garden. With this thought, Yang Li turned to flee. I must convey this news to the Li Yang family. We must spare no effort to capture Yi Chen and unearth all the secrets he harbors. Resolute in his decision, Yang Li abandoned his companions to fend off Yi Chen, hastily making his escape. The lives of the others mattered little to him as long as he could return with this information. It would be a monumental achievement. You wish to flee? Prepare to meet your demise. After such a prolonged battle, Yang Li's cowardice in attempting to escape ignited Yi Chen's resolve to deny him this chance. The third form of the true dragon sword technique was unleashed in an instant. Clang! The sound of the sword rang out melodiously, akin to a true dragon's roar, enveloping Yang Li in a maelstrom of murderous intent and overwhelming pressure. This is bad. Yang Li's face paled in terror as he hurriedly raised the jade scepter to block Yi Chen's strike. Clang! The jade scepter was sent flying, the azure sword slicing through Yang Li's arm. Crack! An arm fell to the ground. Though Yang Li was not decapitated in a single blow, he was rendered utterly incapacitated, devoid of any fighting strength. Spare me. Please, do not kill me. I beg you, save me. Pain engulfed his entire being, and Yang Li cried out in desperation, pleading for mercy from Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen was no merciful soul. The edge of the eight-sided sword gleamed menacingly in Yang Li's eyes. It grew ever larger until ultimately, everything faded into darkness. Why did I provoke such a harbinger of death? In those final moments, a singular thought consumed his mind. Splat! Blood sprayed forth as Yang Li's head was severed. Rolling away with a dull thud, before his soul energy could dissipate, Yi Chen raised his hand to extract it. Run! Witnessing Yang Li's demise, Yi Chen, drenched in blood and resembling a god of slaughter, sent the others into a panic, causing them to flee in terror. With elder Yang Li dead, the others were even less inclined to remain. Attempting to escape, it is far too late. Yi Chen snorted coldly, transforming into a fleeting shadow in pursuit. The strongest among them were merely at the 5th level of foundation establishment, and they were swiftly cut down by Yi Chen. No, please, do not kill me. I promise I will do anything if you spare my life. At this point, one individual fell to his knees before Yi Chen, repeatedly bowing in supplication. Speak. Which family do you belong to? Yi Chen inquired. His gaze icy. If I tell you, will you spare my life? The man cast a hopeful glance at Yi Chen. Yi Chen scoffed. No, but if you choose not to speak, I will ensure you understand the meaning of despair. As hopelessness washed over him, the man's face reflected his utter despair. Refuse to speak. I shall execute you with 1,008 cuts. Let us see how many you can endure. A chilling glint flickered in Yi Chen's eyes as he prepared to act. No, I will tell you. I will tell you. Before Yi Chen could make a move, the man hastily revealed, it was the city lord who sent us. The city lord? Yi Chen furrowed his brows, then broke into a cold smile. I see you are not one to learn from the dead, though the city lord's subordinates are few, each is a powerhouse. When did they ever include spineless individuals like you? You wish to redirect the wrath of the Yi family towards the city lord's manor, hoping to let your family sit back and watch the turmoil unfold. A truly clever scheme. A glimmering dagger appeared in Yi Chen's hand, and with a swift motion, a piece of flesh fell to the ground. No, no, I am not lying. It is not only the city lord, but several other families as well. The Yang family, the Yuan family, and the Chen family all participated, which is why there are so many people. Upon hearing this, the murderous intent in Yi Chen's eyes could no longer be concealed. Everything was indeed true. The Yang and Yuan families had grievances with the Yi family. It was only natural for them to take action. However, how did the Chen family become involved? It was the city lord, Jiang Bei, who had united these powerful families. Rumor had it that this was the directive from the Chen family of the White Dragon sect. At this revelation, Yi Chen's expression turned ominously dark. If the Chen family truly had a hand in this, it might indeed enable the other three families to join forces. A mere city lord like Jiang Bei lacked the power to rally three major clans against the Yi family. Especially since the Yi family had always been inscrutable, they dared not strike too easily. But if the Chen family was orchestrating things from behind the scenes, the other families would have far fewer reservations. This time, the Chen family sought to eradicate the Yi family from Lei city completely. Thus, the three families were likely divided into two factions. One was merely there to eliminate the unexpected obstacle of Yi Chen, while the majority would divert the Yi family's main forces, with the second group preparing to annihilate the Yi family in Lei city. What a sinister plan! As this individual slowly revealed the scheme, an intense rage surged within Yi Chen. These despicable creatures sought to exterminate the entire Yi family. Suddenly, a thought struck Yi Chen. The three families near the mountains might not be aiming to eliminate the Yi family's main forces at all. Their true objective could be the Yi family's medicinal garden. It was highly probable that after seizing the garden, they would then turn to ambush the Yi family's main forces. The medicinal garden was protected by the Chen family's formations. However, since it was set up by the Chen family, if they truly intended to leave some traps behind, wouldn't the formations be relatively easy to breach? The Chen family would certainly act covertly. Even if Yi Chen were to design a grand formation for other families, he would also leave behind some hidden tricks, just in case. Since you seem somewhat honest, I shall grant you a swift end. After dispatching the opponent with a single stroke, Yi Chen disposed of these individuals into the spirit refining furnace, transforming them into primordial spiritual liquid. This jade rui is a treasure. That why Yi Chen toyed with Yang Li's jade rui for a moment, contemplating how he could eventually refine it into his Qing Feng sword. At that time, it would undoubtedly enhance its power significantly. 3 mid-grade magical artifacts could be refined into superior grade ones within the spirit refining furnace. Yet, he would need to acquire another mid-grade artifact. Yi Chen stroked his chin, pondering strategies. This time, with the three major families acting together, they must possess a considerable number of quality magical artifacts. Mid-grade artifacts would surely be among them. It was a perfect opportunity to procure a few. Heading to the medicinal garden, he hoped that everything remained intact there. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen hastened towards the direction of the garden. The medicinal garden was of utmost importance to the Yi family. It was the cornerstone for their future rise, as well as the foundation for his own path in alchemy. He needed a vast quantity of medicinal materials to practice and refine his alchemical skills. Therefore, securing the medicinal garden was imperative. The medicinal spirit cave. This was a peculiar location within the Tianqing mountain range, rich in spiritual energy and difficult to attack, making it a rare site for cultivating spiritual herbs. Since its discovery by the Yi family's ancestors, it had been utilized for growing medicinal plants, establishing the foundation for the Yi family's medicinal garden. Due to the immense profits from alchemy, the Yi family poured considerable effort into fortifying the garden and invested vast amounts of spirit stones. It was said that to monopolize this precious land, the Yi family had previously clashed with the three major families, but under the invincible combat prowess of Yi Zhen during his nascent soul stage, they were forced to relinquish their claims. This move not only brought fame to Lei city, but also instilled fear in other families, allowing the Yi family to completely secure the spirit herb cave. The medicinal garden lay at the heart of the spirit herb cave. In the past, due to the Yi family's reputation, few dared to cause trouble there. After all, the Yi family was not a mere small clan, and they had a formidable golden core expert stationed there year-round. However, recently, the atmosphere around the medicinal garden had grown tense. The reason was simple. The team responsible for transporting herbs had been attacked, with only 2 members managing to escape. This left the entire staff within the medicinal garden in a state of anxiety, fearing that those bandits were lying in wait outside the spirit herb garden to ambush them. Just yesterday, The family sent word that the patriarch would arrive with reinforcements to eradicate those intruders and protect the herbs. Upon hearing this news, the personnel within the garden felt a wave of relief. After all, the Yi family produced exceptional talents, and as long as the Yi family wished, those mere bandits could not pose a threat. Eliminating them would be a simple task. Meanwhile, within the Yi family's medicinal garden, I still fear that this matter is not as simple as it seems. In the medicinal garden, as the sun dipped lower in the sky, Yi Xiao, the fourth son of the Yi family, wore a furrowed brow. Beside him stood an elderly man with graying hair. The elder's demeanor was calm, exuding an air of otherworldliness. You are too worried. These people only dare to engage in underhanded, despicable acts. They are ultimately just a rabble. To shake the very foundation of the Yi family is impossible. The elder shook his head dismissively, exhibiting a great deal of confidence. Yet, Yi Xiao remained troubled, his unease palpable. Elder Shun, I still sense something amiss. There is an unsettling feeling in my heart that I cannot shake off. If they know about the convoy transporting the spiritual herbs, it suggests they are likely very familiar with the Yi family's medicinal garden. If they shift their focus from robbing the merchant convoy to attacking the garden, we might not be able to defend it. But they only ambushed the merchant convoy, and 2 survivors returned to Lei Yun City and the medicinal garden. This is practically a blatant announcement of their presence, he continued. In my view, this must have been intentional on their part. But what could their true purpose be? I have yet to ascertain that. Upon hearing this, Elder Shin's expression shifted slightly, though he quickly regained his composure. You worry too much. The Yi family's strength is formidable. Who would dare to poke a tiger's backside? Moreover, we only need to secure this location. As for other matters, we shall leave them to Patriarch Yi Zhen to address upon his arrival. Listening to the elder's words, Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. Elder Shun, we owe a great debt of gratitude to your Shun family's formations. Without these formations, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to defend the medicinal garden. The elder smiled broadly, his eyes glinting with intelligence. We have known each other for over a decade. There is no need for such formality. Furthermore, the Yi family and the Shun family have always maintained a good relationship. In times of crisis, it is only right to lend a hand. By the way, aside from Yi Zhen, who else is coming to support the Yi family this time? Elder Shen inquired curiously. I am not entirely certain. Since the patriarch is personally taking action, it is bound to be a grand affair. Perhaps even the second and third brothers will come along. Just as the two conversed, Yi Chun had already arrived near the medicinal garden. Observing the enormous protective formation shrouding the medicinal valley, he let out a sigh of relief as long as the formation was intact. It meant the garden was temporarily safe. However, upon a brief inspection, he discovered numerous vulnerabilities within the formation. As for the prowess of this formation, beyond its sheer size, it possessed no other merits. Shaking his head, Yi Chun expressed his disapproval of the Shun family's formation skills. During his 3 centuries in the Great Market, after each endeavor, he would return to the Taitsong world, where the Xianyuan Empress would ensure he learned various forms of knowledge. Since you have become my man, you cannot be a talentless fool. You must learn everything. Thus, over these 3 centuries, although his cultivation had not progressed, he had acquired significant knowledge in alchemy, formations, beast taming, and other diverse skills. This was an invaluable inheritance from the upper realm, far surpassing the meager teachings from this lower realm. Consequently, his expertise in formations was exceedingly high. Just as Yi Chun prepared to meticulously examine the medicinal garden's formation, a shadow suddenly darted past from not far away. Upon hearing that Yi Chun had arrived, Yi Xiaoyang was filled with a sense of bewilderment, while the elderly Shun beside him exhibited a flicker of unusual emotion in his eyes, as if he were somewhat indecisive. The information we received did not indicate the arrival of the young clan leader, but rather that of Yi Chun, the clan leader himself, correct? Listening to Shun's words, Yi Xiaoyang shared the same doubts within his heart. Could it be that among the reinforcements that had come, there was indeed Chen'er? Did he arrive ahead of the others? Without delaying further, Yi Xiaoyang hurried toward that direction. He wished to ascertain whether the newcomer was truly the young clan leader. Recently, the family had conveyed news that Chen'er had narrowly escaped a great calamity and undergone a significant transformation in character. It had been quite some time since he had last seen him. Yi Chun had once been the most outstanding talent in Thundercloud City, yet he was also infamously known as the most devoted admirer in the entire city. which Yi Xiaoyang was well aware of regarding Yi Chen's unrestrained admiration for Wang Rongrong. Now that Yi Chen had arrived, was it not a perfect opportunity to meet him? Upon reaching the edge of the formation and confirming that it was indeed Yi Chen, Yi Xiaoyang immediately issued orders for him to be allowed entry. As he stepped into the medicinal garden, a rich aroma of herbs and spiritual energy enveloped him, intoxicatingly delightful. This was indeed a place coveted by the three families. And it was nothing short of extraordinary. Chenner, what brings you here? I saw in the letter from the clan leader that the family would be dispatching some experts to assist us. Upon realizing that the visitor was Yu Chen, a trace of disappointment flickered across Yi Xiaoyang's face. The disparity between his expectations and reality was too great. Although Yi Chen was hailed as the foremost genius of Thundercloud City, he was still merely a young lad who had yet to mature fully. In such times, it would be more appropriate to send forth several seasoned middle-aged stalwarts. Indeed, did clan leader Yi truly only send the young clan leader to come here? Shun, the elder, hastily stepped forward to inquire. His expression was fraught with anxiety. If the only reinforcement from the Yi family was Yi Chen alone, their strategy would undoubtedly falter. Yi Xiaoyang noticed Yi Chen's confusion and quickly provided an explanation. Young clan leader, this is my dear friend Xin Yanfei, sent by the Shun family this year to assist us in guarding the formation. This formation was laid out by the Shun family for our benefit, and they send someone each year to help us maintain it. With his presence, we can confidently say that our medicinal garden is devoid of vulnerabilities. You may address him as Elder Shun. Hearing this, a flicker of fierce light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Although he maintained a warm smile on his face, it is the esteemed Elder Shun, a pleasure to finally meet you. With your assistance, the nefarious elements shall surely think twice before harboring ill intentions toward the Yi family's medicinal garden. Upon hearing this, Xin Yanfei forced a smile. Young clan leader, you flatter me. The Yi and Shin families have been long-standing allies. And since this formation was set up by our family, it is our duty to assist the Yi family in guarding the medicinal garden. The three engaged in light conversation, yet Xin Yanfei could no longer contain his curiosity and tentatively inquired of Yi Chen. The adversaries are approaching with great intensity. Without the aid of the Yi family's powerful figures, should those individuals decide to attack, we would undoubtedly pay a grave price to defend the medicinal garden. Yi Chen inwardly scoffed, fully aware of the probing nature of Shun Yanfei's words. This individual undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives, having subtly sought to ascertain which formidable warriors accompanied the reinforcements. Rest assured, Elder Shun, there are those who would dare to act against the Yi family. My grandfather is incensed. Upon learning of this, he will bring the elite forces of the Yi family here to eradicate those vermin. The reason I am here alone is that my grandfather is escorting the others with the supply convoy and will only arrive here after ensuring its safe return to Thundercloud City. Observing Yi Chen's naive demeanor, Yi Xiaoyang could not help but shake his head slightly. Chenner is still too young. Meanwhile, Shen Linming's face radiated with delight. Excellent. With clan leader Ye's intervention, no matter who comes, we can annihilate them all. What a bunch of fools. A mere inexperienced child has managed to turn the tables on them, Shen Yanfei thought, dismissing Yi Chen entirely. After exchanging pleasantries for a brief moment, Yi Xiaoyang, though still concerned, felt somewhat reassured upon learning that the clan leader had made the decision to send reinforcements to Chenner. This place is nothing like the comforts of Thundercloud City that I understand, fifth uncle. After arranging a room for Yi Chen, Yi Xiaoyang departed with the others that it was likely that the traitor had already scoped out the medicinal garden thoroughly. Otherwise, they would not possess such detailed knowledge of the supply convoy's information en route. Once the others had left, Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he gazed outside. This Shen Linming must be kept under close watch. From the very beginning, he had deliberately sought to probe the situation on the Yi family's side. And Yi Chen had played along, allowing them to believe that the Yi family was vulnerable. Moreover, he had feigned ignorance. After all, one must mix truth with deception to make the falsehood seem real. People are naturally skeptical of information obtained directly from them, but what they hear through cunning means is often taken as gospel. Once this information is relayed, and my grandfather takes a leisurely stroll, they will all be convinced. With a cold smile, Yi Chen clenched his fist. If you wish to act as a traitor, then I shall oblige you, using your treachery to lead them to their demise. Since the Shun family had already betrayed the Yi family, the defenses here were certainly not as solid as they appeared. Looking around, Yi Chen's mind stirred. and he strode purposefully out of the room. Previously, he had merely glanced over the formation and discovered numerous flaws. Initially, he had thought the Chen family lacked expertise in the intricacies of formations, but it seemed they had intentionally left these vulnerabilities to facilitate an easy invasion of the medicinal garden. Chen fell into deep contemplation. Humph, if you believe that the formation's flaws can be easily exploited, then I shall ensure you do not succeed. With this thought, Chen rose to his feet. He needed to inspect the medicinal garden's formation and make the necessary repairs. After informing the others of the Yi family, Chen began to examine the formation laid out by the Shen family in the medicinal valley. An hour later, Chen's expression turned exceedingly grim. The formation set by the Shen family was riddled with weaknesses, and it even had the capacity to control the formation to eliminate powerful figures within it. This was not a defensive formation. It was a confinement array, and even more so, a killing array. The Shen family was indeed driven by ulterior motives, continuously plotting against the Yi family. Chen spoke with a sharp glint in his eyes. Had I not been well versed in the ways of formations, the Yi family would have inevitably paid a heavy price when faced with an attack on the medicinal garden. Since you dare to strike against the Yi family, I shall ensure you learn the true meaning of the path to your demise. Chen immediately set about repairing the formation. Simultaneously, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. If certain individuals intended to use the medicinal garden's formation against them, then he would turn the tables and use the formation to retaliate. The Shen family's deliberate sabotage of the formation would be their undoing. He would secretly alter the formation to make them believe it posed no threat. However, once they entered the formation, he would unleash its power against them. The thought of their astonished expressions upon discovering the formation's true nature made him chuckle. Using their own tactics against them, those who dare to strike at the Yi family shall find themselves meeting their end here. They believed their plans were flawless, intending to eradicate the Yi family from this world entirely. Today, they would learn pain, despair, and the undeniable truth that the Yi family is not to be trifled with. As for the Shen family, after this incident, he could just as easily proclaim the profoundness of the Shen family's formation. Asserting that no one could breach it. Chen pondered with malicious intent, a torrent of murderous energy swirling within him. But by doing so, the Yi family need not lift a finger. Other families would be more than willing to annihilate the Shen family. Perhaps he could even seize the opportunity to extort the Shen family once more. After all, traitors are universally despised. If one day the entire Shen family were eradicated, he could cloak his actions under the guise of avenging their clan, eliminating the families that dared to act against them, and others would commend him for his loyalty. Dealing with a family like the Shens, who feasted at the table and plotted against their hosts, deserved nothing less than total annihilation from this world. Chen swiftly completed the formation. All right, the new formation has been established. From the outside, it appears unchanged. However, when I activate it, everything will fall under my control. And that traitor will suffer the backlash of the formation, sustaining at least severe injuries. By turning their own scheme against them, no matter how formidable they may be, they shall meet their demise within the formation. At this moment, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the night enveloped the land entirely. The sounds of insects and beasts gradually filled the surroundings. The heavy atmosphere began to settle within the medicinal garden, as everyone vaguely sensed the impending storm. Chapter 41. The beast assault. It is impossible. He cannot have leaked any information. Chen and I have been old friends for over a decade. He would never betray me or engage in such treachery. In the medicinal garden, Xiaoyang's eyes were swollen and red with rage as he glared at Chen before him. After arranging the formation, Chen seized the opportunity to inform Xiaolong, in solitude, of the possibility that Shen Yinfei was a traitor. Upon hearing Chen's words, Xiaoyang's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. Shen Yinfei shared a close bond with him. There was simply no reason for him to act in such a manner. In terms of both sentiment and logic, Xiaoyang could not accept the notion that Shen Yinfei was an insider. Moreover, the relationship between the Shen family and the Yi family had never encountered any conflict. There was no competition between the two clans. Thus, at that moment, Xiaoyang could not bring himself to believe Chen, even going so far as to think that Chen was merely being foolish. Chener, one must not make baseless accusations without evidence. The Yi family is currently in turmoil, and so is the medicinal garden. We desperately need someone like Elder Shen's assistance. It is impossible for him to be a traitor. Xiaoyang said gravely to Chen. Naturally, Yi Chun understood his fifth uncle's character. Once he had faith in someone, he would trust them unconditionally. Yi Chun merely smiled faintly in response. Since you do not believe me, I have a splendid method to ascertain this person's innocence. Would you care to wager with me, fifth uncle? Upon hearing Yi Chun's proposal, Yi Xiaoyong nodded without hesitation. After a short while, Shen Yinfei was summoned to the conference hall of the medicinal garden. What has transpired that you have summoned me at such a late hour? Have you discovered something amiss? Yi Xiaoyong remained silent, while Yi Chun smiled and took the initiative to explain. Elder Shen, we have just received news from the family that the clan leader is unable to preside over the medicinal garden today due to prior engagements, so we shall have to rely on ourselves to navigate through this crisis. What? Clan leader Yi Zhen is not coming to the medicinal garden. What are we to do? Upon hearing this, Shen Yinfei's expression changed drastically. Panic clearly etched on his face. For Yi Zhen to leave Thundercloud City was a pivotal step in their plans. If Yi Zhen remained, even the three prominent families would not dare to act against the Yi family. Shen Yinfei, seasoned in experience, quickly managed to regain his composure, restoring his calm demeanor as if nothing had occurred. This is monumental news. No, I cannot feel secure without clan leader Yi Zhen's presence. I must reassess the formation. There can be no room for error. Yi Chun did not impede him. Apologies for the trouble. Elder Shen, at such a late hour, Yi Chun remarked as Shen Yinfei departed. Turning to his side, he addressed Yi Xiaoyong. Fifth uncle, let us discreetly follow him and observe whether Elder Shen will take this opportunity to relay information outside. This will serve as sufficient evidence of his treachery. As Yi Chun spoke, the two stealthily trailed Shen Yinfei from a distance, after circling the medicinal garden several times without discovering any irregularities. Shen Yinfei finally found a shadowy corner that he hastily left behind a small note, retrieved a jade box, and took out a green dragonfly. The dragonfly, carrying the note, ascended slowly, preparing to vanish into the night. However, at that moment, members of the Yi family, concealed in the shadows, surged forward, encircling him completely. As for the dragonfly, Yi Chun seized it in his grasp, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy that rendered the creature incapable of escape. Who is it? It's you, Shen Yinfei exclaimed, his face drained of color. Realizing his exposure, he attempted to break free, but at that moment, Yi Xiaoyong emerged with a grim expression. Elder Shen, why? Why would you betray our Yi family as a traitor? Yi Xiaoyong's gaze turned to Shen Yinfei with disappointment. Just moments ago, he had confidently asserted that Shen Yinfei could not possibly be at fault, willing to stake his life on it. Yet, he never anticipated that the man he had trusted would have long since betrayed the Yi family. No need for such words. I am, and always have been, a member of the Shen family, loyal only to them. How can I be deemed a traitor? Shen Yinfei did not meet Yi Xiaoyong's eyes. A flicker of regret passed through him before he turned his fierce gaze upon Yi Chun. Yi Chun, do not rejoice too soon. This time, I failed to perceive your trap. I concede this round. Today, I die without regret, but you shall not live long in this world. Though you may not be able to eradicate the entire Yi family, every one of you present shall accompany me to the grave. Accompany you to the grave? You are overly confident, Yi Chun retorted. None of us here will come to harm today. Very well. Let us wait and see. Yi Chun was fully aware of Shen Yinfei's confidence and chose not to engage in further banter. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing behind Shen Yinfei and delivering a swift blow to render him unconscious. Everyone, remain vigilant. An ambush is highly probable today, Yi Chun instructed. After issuing his orders, he took Shen Yinfei away. Upon returning to his room, Yi Chun employed the soul forging technique to absorb Shen Yinfei's soul power. Although Shen Yinfei's cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage. As a formation master, his daily study of formations significantly contributed to the enhancement of his soul power. Consuming his soul power would undoubtedly benefit Yi Chun immensely. Soul power is classified into 9 levels, with ordinary individuals possessing none, while a first-level soul power practitioner has attained the foundational level necessary to become a first-tier alchemist. Yi Chun had long been capable of refining first-tier elixirs. Originally possessing first-level soul power a few days prior, he had absorbed the soul power of a man-faced demon spider and over 100 magical beasts, already reaching the pinnacle of first-level soul power. By absorbing Shen Yinfei's soul power, he would undoubtedly step into the second level. The greater the soul power, the more advantageous it would be for alchemy, a path Yi Chun was determined to pursue. With this thought in mind, he wasted no time in devouring Shen Yinfei's entire soul power. As he absorbed Shen Yinfei's spiritual energy, a searing pain surged through his mind, as if something were struggling to break free. Ah! Yi Chun cried out, the agony of his soul eclipsing that of his body 100-fold. Clutching his head, he struggled to sit cross-legged, continuing to operate the soul-forging technique. The surging soul power was overwhelming. True to its name, the soul-forging technique swiftly alleviated the excruciating pain. After a short while, Yi Chun exhaled, his mind now clear. All of Shen Yinfei's soul power had been completely absorbed, and he had successfully broken through to the second level of soul power. With this breakthrough, Yi Chun felt a profound sense of clarity, as if a veil had been lifted. Moreover, his 5 senses had been greatly heightened. Everything before his eyes became strikingly vivid, and even the faintest rustle hundreds of meters away was crystal clear. This was the benefit bestowed by the enhancement of soul power. Yi Chun felt an exhilarating rush, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Yet, it was not long before the light in his eyes dimmed, replaced by a sharp killing intent that a large number of powerful beings were approaching the medicinal garden. As expected, they were indeed courting death. With a cold snort, Yi Chun swiftly sought out Yi Xiaoyang to relay the urgent news. The formation in the medicinal garden has undoubtedly been tampered with by Shen Yinfei. We must exercise caution when the confrontation begins, Yi Chun advised. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyang's fury ignited, his fists clenched in anger. This wretch, what shall we do now? Chun'er, perhaps you should escape through the secret passage at the back. Yi Chun smiled and shook his head. With so many clan members here, as the young clan leader, how could I flee in the face of danger? Do not worry, fifth uncle. While the previous formation may have been inadequate, the one I have reconfigured will certainly hold. Now we need only wait for them to breach our defenses. And then we shall ensnare them. Yi Chun chuckled coldly. Seeing that Yi Chun had everything prepared, Yi Xiaoyang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thanks to you, Chun'er, if it were not for your efforts. The medicinal garden may have faced a dire crisis, and we might have lost it entirely. Yi Xiaoyang spoke with gratitude. Initially, when he saw only Yi Chun arrive, he had been somewhat dismissive, even slightly disdainful. After all, he thought Yi Chun was still too young, and had previously committed acts that anyone would scoff at. A sycophant could possess no real means. How could such a person inherit the position of clan leader and guide the Yi family towards continued prosperity? However, it was now evident that the young clan leader had undergone a profound transformation. Yi Chun now possessed the potential to become the clan leader of the Yi family, and the future of the Yi clan could be entrusted to him. An hour later, as the ground trembled, all members of the Yi family sensed the impending anomaly. All members, heed my command. Retreat to the formation for defense. Do not engage unless ordered. Yi Xiaoyang bellowed, and the Yi family promptly complied. After a moment, the faces of all the Yi family members turned pale, despair flickering in their eyes. Outside the medicinal garden, they were encircled by over 100 second-level magical beasts, with several third-level beasts leading the pack. How could so many magical beasts suddenly appear? Amidst the crowd, all the magical beasts abruptly halted, parting to reveal a path that a snow-white third-level magical tiger emerged, atop which sat a masked figure, fixated on the Yi family's medicinal garden. Listen well, Yi family, surrender immediately, and you may be spared. Should you dare to resist, you will face annihilation. Chapter 42. All blame on the Shen family. The words of the masked figure reverberated throughout the Valley of Medicine. Witnessing the masked individual leading such a formidable horde of demonic beasts, many members of the Yi family could not help but swallow hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. With so many second-tier demonic beasts, should they all charge at once, their defenses would surely crumble. Fortunately, the formation remained intact, offering a glimmer of hope. With the array in place, they could at least withstand the assault for a time, awaiting reinforcements from the Yi family. Yet, uncertainty loomed regarding the duration of the formation's resilience, especially with such a multitude of beasts before them. Behind the leading demonic tiger, several masked figures sat astride various demonic creatures, their bodies slightly stiff, as if unaccustomed to riding, betraying their trepidation. Beast taming. This was indeed the Yang family's forte, and from the looks of it, they had spared no effort in their endeavor to confront the Yi family. Within the formation, Yi Xiaoyang observed the masked figure seated upon the tiger's back, his expression heavy with concern. Generally, while one could rally first and second-tier demonic beasts from the mountains, Subduing a third-tier beast required an unimaginable amount of manpower and resources. Not to mention, merely being able to ride atop the demonic tiger necessitated formidable cultivation and months of rigorous training. Otherwise, even walking would pose a challenge. The Yang family had concealed their capabilities well. The Yi family had kept a vigilant eye on the count of third-tier demonic beasts under the Yang family's command. Yet this particular tiger had not been recorded. It seemed the Yang family possessed their own beast-taming ground within the Tianqing mountain range, likely to engage in some unsavory dealings or to keep as a trump card. Now that the Yang family had revealed their hand, it appeared they intended to annihilate them entirely. Yi Xiaoyang's countenance darkened considerably. The Yang family had evidently prepared extensively for this confrontation, clearly not a matter of mere days. Yet the Yi family had received no tidings whatsoever. Look at those individuals behind. One of them is from the Chen family. They actually ventured into the medicine garden. The Chen family must play a pivotal role here. At it seems they are poised to attack the formation. Should we resist with all our might, they will use the formation against us. Yi Chun responded coolly. The formation was set by the Chen family, and they understand its flaws and weaknesses all too well. With the major families uniting against the Yi family, it was evident that they had an abundance of strategies at their disposal. Yi Xiaoyang, will you surrender or not? The leading masked figure bellowed once more. You have 3 breaths of time. Should you fail to emerge and submit, once we breach the formation, every last one of you shall perish. None shall remain. Listening to the threats, Yi Xiaoyang's expression grew increasingly grim. He yearned to charge forth and settle the matter with them once and for all. Do not act impulsively. Now is not the time. Allow me to confront them first, Yi Chun remarked with a cold smirk, signaling to El not to act recklessly. The formation had been set. If it was to be utilized, it must ensnare even more lives. Concealed and exposed. Do you think that because you wear black robes, I cannot see the turtle shell upon your back? Just days ago, I had Yang Xiao kneel before me in the Yang family's beast arena. Now, do you also wish to kneel and bow before me? Yi Chen's mocking voice rang out at Yi Chun. I never expected that little brat to be here. Truly, heaven has favored me, allowing me to slay you. Upon hearing Yi Chen's voice, the masked figure first erupted in fury, then quickly transformed into elation. Once I annihilate the Yi family's medicine garden, I shall bring your heads to construct a tower to besiege that old cur. Yi Zhan, let us see how much power he can wield. As for you, I shall employ every means at my disposal to ensure you suffer endlessly, until you can bear it no longer. At which point I will grant you death to relieve my lingering resentment. Behind the demonic tiger, another masked figure erupted in a furious tirade upon hearing Yi Chen's words. Though, so you members of the Wang family are also involved? Surviving after being sold to the spirit stone mines, it appears I have been too merciful toward you. Yi Chen immediately recognized this individual as Wang Liang, the brother of Wang Tuesday. You speak nonsense. What Wang family? I know nothing of it. The moment this individual realized Yi Chen had discerned his identity, panic washed over him. The Yuan family, the Wang family, and the Yang family, those who should come have all arrived. Humph, your Yi Chen is here. You turtles hiding in your shells, if you have the capability, come forth and engage your grandfather in a few exchanges. Within the formation, Yi Chen's derisive laughter echoed far and wide. Hearing Yi Chen's scornful taunts, the others were consumed with rage. You little wretch, even when death is imminent, you dare to insult us. I shall take pleasure in personally slaying you to bolster our morale. The leading figure roared, immediately issuing commands. Everyone, attack together. Leave not a single living soul in the medicine garden. As for Yi Chun, he must be kept alive. I intend to dismember him. As his words fell, the surrounding demonic beasts erupted into a frenzy, roaring as they charged toward the valley of medicine. It's over. They're beginning their assault. What should we do? What should we do? Many members of the Yi family looked on in alarm at the approaching demonic beasts. Uncertainty gripping them. Do not stand there dazed. According to our rehearsals, form the battle array. If they breach the formation, we shall fight to the death. Yi Xiaoyang shouted fiercely as his commands rang out. The previously chaotic scene began to stabilize. Formation? Yi Xiaoyang, do you think we brought the Shun family merely to observe? Truly the height of foolishness. The leading masked figure roared, laughing maniacally, his eyes glinting with excitement. Shun, this formation is now in your hands. As his words fell, another masked figure behind the leader let out a low, cold chuckle. You fools of the Yi family, This formation is ours. For us, entering is as simple as can be. With that, the Chen family member rode a demonic beast, leading the charge toward the formation, waving his hand as several formation flags were launched. A few points of light swiftly pierced into the formation. And in an instant, the array that had enveloped the medicine garden began to crack, and within mere breaths, the formation vanished entirely. You Chen family members are truly the epitome of shamelessness, Yi Xiaoyang roared. His fury palpable. Yi Chen's countenance also displayed a trace of panic. What is happening? Why has the formation failed? Witnessing Yi Xiaoyang's impotent rage and Yi Chen's flustered demeanor, the leading Yang family member erupted into laughter. Reveling in their triumph, the Yi family is nothing but a shadow of its former self. After today, the Yi family shall cease to exist. Hundreds of demonic beasts and those masked figures surged into the formation. Position yourselves correctly, heed the commands, and ensure their schemes do not come to fruition, Yi Xiaoyang bellowed. Hearing this, the Yi family members promptly prepared themselves according to their rehearsed plans. It was only when they observed these masked figures and demonic beasts charging into the formation that Yi Chen's expression of astonishment and rage suddenly subsided. Beside him, Yi Xiaoyang fixed a steady gaze upon Yi Chen, his heart racing. Chener, is everything all right? Listening to Yi Xiaoyang's words, Yi Chen smiled, his eyes glimmering with a sharp brilliance. Uncle Wu, do not fret. It is now time for them to pay the price. As Yi Chen spoke, he formed hand seals, causing spirit stones etched with formation patterns to be infused into the array. With a thunderous roar, an ominous rumble echoed, and boundless radiance illuminated the surroundings. Upon the foundation of the original formation, a new array enveloped the area. Shenhui, what is the meaning of this? Observing the newly illuminated formation that ensnared their group, the leading Yang family member instinctively sensed a threat. This is... The Chen family member wore a bewildered expression. The defensive formation of the Yi family had been set by them. They understood the intricacies better than anyone. Initially, the formation had indeed been breached as anticipated. Yet now, the situation had transformed entirely. Another, far more powerful array lay concealed within. Glancing around, he realized he could not comprehend the formation before him. This formation, I have never seen before. Slap. Upon hearing this, the leader struck Shen Hui across the face. Damn it! What use are you, such a bunch of useless fools, unable to handle even this? Beasts, charge. It's merely a ragged formation. Rush forward and slaughter every last Yi family member. He then took the lead in the charge. However, after only a few steps, the array overhead began to exert its oppressive force. Simultaneously, the spirit stones supplying energy to the grand formation erupted with immense power, augmenting the array's capacity to eliminate formidable foes. In the next moment, boom, the area enveloped by the formation erupted with beams of lethal light that descended like raindrops. Quickly, evade, curses and cries of agony filled the air as chaos ensued. This is not enough. Continue. Yi Chen let out a cold chuckle, waving his hand as thousands of spirit stones soared into the formation. The murderous radiance within the array grew increasingly formidable, piercing through the hides of the beasts and creating gaping wounds in the bodies of the cultivators. At this moment, the members of the Yi family stood in stunned silence, their despair having long since dissipated, replaced instead by a sense of astonished relief at having survived the calamity, this formation. The only safe place is where we stand, intentionally left open. Every other area is marked as a target for annihilation, designed to lure these wretches into the trap. If the first layer of the formation is not breached, how could they possibly feel secure enough to venture into the pit I have dug? Yi Chen spoke casually, listening to the anguished cries of the family members and the wails of the dying beasts. His expression remaining composed. Boom! Countless beams of light descended, and in mere moments, hundreds of beasts lay slain, leaving only a few scattered survivors. The masked individuals were down to just a handful. These remaining few were at the peak of the foundation establishment stage or the core formation stage, barely able to withstand the onslaught of the formation's light. Yet, even so, they were all grievously injured. Having lost any chance of resistance, we must flee. We cannot allow the Yi family to annihilate us here. Someone must carry the message back. The Yi family has seen through our plan. We must warn them not to attack. The leader of the masked figure shouted, signaling the others to rush out. And what about you? The others inquired, worry etched on their faces. Today we have suffered tremendous losses, with so many dead. Someone must bear the burden, and I cannot return in disgrace. Yang Jia's representative roared. His eyes filled with ferocity. Just as the others attempted to escape, a fierce tiger suddenly lunged, severing the head of one masked man. Yang Ji, what are you doing? Why attack him? We might be in the same boat. In the same boat? Spare me your nonsense. You of the Chen family are fickle. None of you will escape this time. You will all perish here. At this moment, the elder from the Yang family was consumed by rage. Charging forward and attacking amidst the surrounding light, systematically slaughtering all the members of the Chen family. You must hurry back and inform the clan leader that the Chen family cannot be trusted. They are merely dogs planted by the Yi family among us. If they had not deceived us into believing the formation posed no threat, we would not be in this predicament. The Chen family must pay the price for this. It is all their fault. Chapter 43. Strength of fist is the true path. After exterminating all the members of the Chen family, Yang Yi charged recklessly towards Yi Chun, accompanied by the fierce tiger. The remaining few, witnessing this, fled without hesitation. Fifth uncle, let me deal with this one, Yi Chun said with a cold smile, eyeing the approaching Yang Yi and the tiger. Chinner, this is a third-tier beast. Are you certain you can handle it alone? Yi Xiaoyang asked, concern etched across his face. Yi Chun nodded confidently. By the way, fifth uncle, remember, do not kill them all. Allow one or two to escape, so that the Chen family will naturally have someone to deal with them for us. Yi Chen's smile radiated warmth. I understand. As he regarded Yi Chen's smile, Yi Xiaoyang felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest, hurriedly nodding as he led the Yi family members to pursue the fleeing figures. You little brat, still wish to face me alone. You truly do not know the meaning of danger. This tiger of mine is a third-tier beast, Yang Yi exclaimed, his eyes glinting with murderous intent and mockery as he beheld Yi Chen's audacity. They had failed this time, but if they could eliminate Yi Chun in the end, it would still be a significant victory. After all, Yi Chun was the young master of the Yi family. Oh, a third-tier beast? Is that truly impressive? Yi Chun replied with a cold smile, striding fearlessly towards his opponent. Kill this little wretch, Yang Yi commanded as he leaped off the tiger's back, directing it to attack Yi Chun. Some members of the Yi family attempted to assist, but Yi Chun declined their help. Yang family beast tamers? Utterly worthless. A tamer like you pales in comparison to the previous Yang family member. Stepping in personally would only add to my amusement. Yi Chun sneered, drawing forth the jade rui he had previously acquired. Elder Yang Li's jade rui. You killed him. Upon seeing the jade rui in Yi Chen's hand, Yang Yi felt a chill run down his spine, a surge of panic urging him to flee. Elder Yang Li's cultivation was formidable, far beyond his capability to contend with, even with the tiger. He was bound for death. Yet now, to discover that Yi Chun had slain him instilled a deep fear within him. Just a junior, yet possesses such terrifying combat prowess. Do not be hasty. I will send you down to accompany him. Yi Chun taunted, a cold smile gracing his lips as he brandished the eight-sided Han's sword and charged at the tiger. Roar! The tiger let out a deafening roar, its imposing presence belied by its dwindling strength. Having endured a torrent of attacks to protect Yang Yi, struggled even to stand. Clang! The sound of the sword rang out melodiously as Yi Chen's blade descended, its gleaming edge reflecting cold light and an overwhelming aura of murder. Faced with Yi Chen's thunderous assault, the tiger instinctively dodged, unwilling to take the strike head-on, but this only placed it at a disadvantage. Another. Yi Chen's blade fell like a torrential downpour, one strike following another. Screech! The tiger howled in agony, a deep gash carved into its flesh by the azure blade. Its hide is quite remarkable, very sturdy. Yi Chen laughed heartily, his figure transforming into an afterimage as he reappeared beside the tiger. Roar! Faced with the imminent threat of death, the tiger let out a desperate roar, the royal symbol on its forehead glowing a blood-red hue, its power surging uncontrollably, burning its bloodline. Could this be yet another exotic beast? Yi Chun gasped in astonishment. The tiger possessed a formidable bloodline heritage, enabling it to wield such abilities. No wonder the Yang family kept this tiger as a trump card. Had it not been for the formation severely wounding it this time, Yi Chun would truly have struggled to subdue it. Buzz! As the azure blade came crashing down, the tiger, having ignited its blood, managed to block the strike with its paw, launching a counterattack against Yi Chun. Yet, Yi Chun would not relent. Waves of sword energy rained down upon the tiger, carrying immense force. Die! A thunderous shout rang out as Yang stealthily approached, poised to strike, unaware of your impending doom. Chen's soul force was extraordinary, sharpened countless times over. Facing Yang merely at the foundation establishment stage, he had already discerned his ploy. The sword light swept across, the azure blade displaying its fierce and tyrannical might. PFF, having long forgotten the nuances of direct combat from years of beast taming, Yang stood no chance against Chen's strike. A pained scream echoed as Yang was cleaved in two by the blade. Is this all there is? Chen chided, raising the azure blade high, ready to deliver the final blow to Yang. Yet, at that moment, the tiger lunged forward, placing itself between Yang and the blade. Taking the hit in his stead, PFF, after igniting its bloodline, the tiger's strength had multiplied many times over. But even so, it was grievously wounded by Chen's fierce strike. The tiger collapsed, struggling for breath. Its time rapidly running out. Tiger, seeing his beloved beast injured, Yang immediately wailed in grief, cradling the tiger and weeping bitterly. Witnessing this scene, Chen's descending sword halted in midair. Beasts possessed deeper emotions than humans. Chen mused, feeling a pang of sentiment. Such a selfless act had not graced his sight in ages. He was astonished that a beast could go to such lengths to secure a glimmer of hope for its master. At that moment, Chen inexplicably recalled Wang Rongrong. This tiger was indeed loyal and valiant. With that in mind, I shall grant you a swift end. Without further ado, Chen executed both Yang and the tiger. After resolving the matter, Chen tossed their corpses into the spirit refining furnace. In death, you may find solace in being reduced to ash together, a form of trust, as the flames within the furnace blazed. Moments later, 3 to 4 drops of primal spirit medicine flew out and merged into Chen's body. Boom! His cultivation surged, allowing him to successfully reach the 6th layer of foundation establishment, feeling the robust spirit energy coursing through him. Chen nodded in satisfaction. The 5th layer of foundation establishment. He had already been able to contend with cultivators at the 1st layer of core formation. Now, having elevated his cultivation by 2 minor realms, his combat strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Yet, this was merely a 3rd-tier beast, and this man's cultivation was at the peak of foundation establishment. After refining them, I have only gained a mere 2 minor realms? Chen furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the reason behind this perplexity. Normally, such formidable demon beasts and human strongholds would possess a substantial amount of primordial spiritual liquid, which ought to elevate them by at least 3 levels. After a moment of contemplation, Chen suddenly realized the truth within himself. What resided in his body was not merely a dantian, but rather a danyu, which had a capacity several times greater than that of an ordinary dantian. Furthermore, as his cultivation progressed, his danyu would continue to expand. Consequently, the spiritual energy required to advance even a minor realm would be unimaginably vast. Moreover, his danyu was of the golden variety, which meant the quality of spiritual energy was significantly richer. Given this, the amount of spiritual energy needed for each minor elevation would be staggering. Reflecting on this, Chen felt a mix of joy and concern. He was elated that his body could accommodate such immense spiritual power, which would correspondingly enhance his combat prowess to terrifying levels. However, he was apprehensive that advancing his cultivation would prove to be an exceedingly arduous task, as it would demand an ocean of spiritual energy. After eliminating Yang and these spirit beasts, the ensuing slaughter was overwhelmingly one-sided. Time flew by, and the disciples of the Yi clan who had participated in the pursuit returned, as the dawn began to illuminate the horizon. Gazing at the multitude of demon beast corpses and the bodies of the masked assailants, everyone felt their legs weaken, and their eyes, upon looking at Chen, were filled with reverence, had it not been for Chen's intervention. Single-handedly suppressing such a multitude of demon beasts that would likely have perished by now. It could be said that Chen was the sole factor in neutralizing the combined assault on the medicinal garden by the 3 major families. With this realization, the Yi clan members present were genuinely in awe of Chen. Accompanying such a young clan leader would undoubtedly lead to the Yi family's greater prosperity. What now? Upon hearing Chen's inquiry, Xiaoyang waved his hand, and soon after, several individuals were brought forward, held captive by the Yi clan members. Kneel. With a swift kick, Xiaoyang knocked them to the ground and coldly interrogated, "Speak. Who sent you?" Although Chen already had an inkling, He needed these individuals to confess with their own lips, and no one sent us. Upon hearing this, Chen gestured, and someone quickly removed their masks. Look closely and see if you recognize any of them. The numerous guards of the Yi clan stepped forward to identify the intruders as the masks were torn away. Chen was taken aback. The faces of these individuals were smeared with paint, and some bore scars, rendering them nearly unrecognizable. It appeared that these family members had prepared meticulously before their actions, disfiguring themselves in advance, so that even if the Yi clan sought retribution later, it would be impossible. What a cunning strategy! What a ruthless heart! Chen gritted his teeth, his expression turning ashen. Chinner, these individuals deserve death. We should eliminate them now, as they are an eyesore. Yi Xiaoyang was equally furious. Haha, those with the surname Yi think to use us as witnesses for revenge. Such foolish delusions. Upon hearing this, a murderous intent flickered in Chen's. Chen instructed someone to move the stone slab, and a wave of scorching heat immediately surged towards him. Behind the stone door lay a downward sloping passage. This is wonderful. There must be a fire vein connected below, Chen exclaimed with excitement. Taking a deep breath, he and Yi Xiaoyang proceeded down the passage. As they advanced, the surrounding temperature began to rise significantly. After the duration of an incense stick, the passage started to narrow, and the rock walls began to glow faintly red. Observing the now reddened walls, Chen couldn't help but marvel. The fire vein below must be exceedingly powerful. Otherwise, it would not be able to heat the walls to such a brilliant hue from this distance. After a moment, the two halted. Before them stood a massive crimson door, radiating intense heat. The red door was enveloped in a formation. Chen felt a surge of astonishment at the sight of this ancient-looking door. This structure appeared rather extraordinary and somewhat peculiar. Such a grand door could not possibly have been arranged by a small city like Thundercloud City. The imposing crimson door exuded an aura that inspired reverence. Imbued with the essence of antiquity, it was evidently a relic from a time long past. Clearly, they were not the first to discover this place. Someone must have known of the fire vein's existence long ago and sealed it with this formation and the crimson door. The treasures within must be remarkable. Let us venture inside, Yi Xiaoyang remarked in awe. The bronze door was sealed with a formation, but with Chen's expertise in formations, breaking it was a mere formality. In no time, Chen unraveled the formation and pressed his sword against the door to push it open and stepped inside. Boom! The moment the door swung open, a fierce wave of heat rushed towards Chen. A crimson light enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the view of what lay within. After a brief moment of adaptation, Chen looked ahead and was immediately struck dumb. Before him sprawled an immense lake of lava that seemed to stretch into infinity. Within the lake, flames and molten rocks surged and swirled, waves of heat visibly rising to the fire vein. Even after enduring the refining of the divine furnace, Chen found himself drenched in sweat. Feeling as though with another step forward, he might be incinerated by the searing heat. The convergence of 5 types of fire veins was an extraordinary phenomenon. Such a place truly exemplified the wonders of the world. Chen marveled. In the molten rock, he spotted a red flower, a sprig of green grass, a small brown tree, a massive golden stone, and a little blue fish, all bobbing up and down in the lava. How could such miraculous entities exist in a place as treacherous as this molten expanse? Chen gazed down in astonishment. Given the extreme temperatures, how could the flower, grass, tree, stone, and fish survive here? These spirit entities were likely manifestations of the Earth's fire. And these 5 represented the 5 types of earth fire. The surrounding lava was formed from the melting of these 5 fire veins. Typically, even earth fire is dispersed across various locations. How could so many fire veins converge here? Was this a natural formation of heaven and earth, or had some powerful being orchestrated such a phenomenon? If it was artificially created, Chen's gaze swept through the lava until it was suddenly captivated by an object radiating 5 colors of light. He soon discerned that it was a single white seed. What is that? Chen was unfamiliar with the object, yet the information left for him by the Linglong Empress sprang to mind. 5 elements fire seed, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Chapter 45. Rooting in the Dan domain. If one plants the flame seed within their body, they can continuously absorb flames from all realms to elevate the seed's level. This seed would become the foundation for future flame mastery, allowing one to seek out and consume various flames to nourish their seed. Over time, this seed would become one of their greatest trump cards. Currently, the convergence of these 5 earth fire veins constituted this seed, and consuming it might ultimately allow one to absorb the other fire veins, achieving a formidable existence. However, now that I am here, it shall empower me. Typically, cultivators would choose a single flame to refine, becoming their innate flame, which would grow stronger alongside their cultivation. Alchemists would seek out powerful flames to establish a more robust foundation. If they could not refine their own flame, they would resort to using external flames for alchemy. For instance, the previous Master Ru lacked his flame and thus relied on the Leaf Clan's Fire Flood Dragon Flame. However, such flames would never match the strength of one's own refined flame, nor could they enhance the flame's power, leading to stagnation in alchemical skills. Thus, refining a personal flame is the aspiration of all alchemists and a hallmark of high-grade alchemists. Now, if Chen could plant the fire seed within his Dan domain, he could subsequently rely on it to consume other flames and elevate its level. With this thought, Chen felt a surge of exhilaration. The information left by the Empress naturally contained the method for refining the fire seed. Yet, he faced the challenge of traversing the 5 earth fire veins to reach it. For a moment, he felt a sense of helplessness. This endeavor would undoubtedly not be as simple as it appeared. If it were that easy to subdue, the 5 earth fire veins would have long since consumed the fire seed, leaving no opportunity for him. These 5 earth fire veins seemed related to the 5 elements of heaven and earth. They appeared instinctual, yet lacked intelligence. It seemed he would need the divine furnace to seize them. As for how to ultimately refine them, given my physical strength and previous experience with the divine furnace, I possess a certain resistance to flames. While these earth fires are fierce, there may yet be a glimmer of opportunity. However, would the pain of drawing the fire into my body be unbearable? After pondering for a while, Chen silently lamented. He did not wish to endure the agony of the divine furnace's refining process again. Yet, with the 5 elements fire seed so close at hand, such a treasure from heaven and earth was not something he could let slip away. After hesitating for a moment, Chen resolved to take action. He must refine the 5 elements fire seed. Otherwise, he would never be at peace. First, he would enter the divine furnace and let it transport him closer. However, with the 5 earth fire veins guarding the area, approaching the fire seed would undoubtedly be a challenge. These 5 earth fire veins had likely been stationed beside the 5 elements fire seed for countless ages. Although they lacked intelligence, they would instinctively attack if he drew near. Buzz. After a resonant hum, the divine furnace flew out from the Qianquan ring, and at the same time, an overwhelming and majestic aura spread in all directions, filling the mountain's belly. Chen leapt inside, formed seals with his hands, and swiftly maneuvered the divine furnace closer to the 5 elements fire seed. The 5 spirit fires evidently sensed the approaching presence, yet under the ancient aura of the divine furnace, they did not dare to act at a perfect opportunity. The divine furnace soared above the fire seed, and flames erupted from within, enveloping Chen. With a deep breath, Chen leapt into the lava, thanks to the flames of the divine furnace surrounding him. The molten rock did not harm him, yet he could still feel the unbearable heat waves crashing against him. The flames of the divine furnace were limited by the Empress's constraints, causing the flames encasing Chen to weaken. He needed to act quickly to obtain the 5 elements fire seed. Chen hastily swam through the lava, rushing toward the seed. The radiant fire seed sensed the impending danger and prepared to transform into a brilliant flash to escape. Trying to flee, Chen shouted, hastening his pace to catch up with the seed. Forming seals with his hands to grasp it firmly, Chen quickly activated the ancient divine refinement technique, controlling the divine furnace to fly out. Collect, Chen shouted, casting a series of spells that merged into the divine furnace, which then descended to encompass both Chen and the fire seed within it. Gazing at the shimmering, multicolored fire seed within the divine furnace, Chen felt an undeniable surge of excitement. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his racing heart. The method left to him by the Empress clearly stated that he must plant the fire seed within his body, accompanied by the fire control technique. This way, his body could accommodate the flames of the 5 elements fire seed and absorb and consume various flames. The process required enveloping the fire seed with his own spiritual power, gradually integrating it into his Dan domain. However, the thought of enduring the searing pain of the flames made Chen hesitate. The Dan domain was the foundation of a cultivator's practice. A misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Additionally, with the 5 elements fire seed being so intensely scorching, if it were to destroy his Dan domain again, The Dan domain represented the cornerstone of his cultivation, the very beginning of all things. If he planted the fire seed within it, there was a significant risk of obliterating his Dan domain. Chen found himself at a loss for how to proceed, after all his efforts to restore his cultivation. If this led to the destruction of his Dan domain, it would be a formidable setback. This situation was far too perilous. It is inconceivable to relinquish an opportunity so readily at hand. It would be as if struck by lightning. The 5 elements fire seed, a miraculous entity enabling cultivators to enhance their flame level through the consumption of fire, demands a commensurate risk for its refinement. Yet, the peril associated with this item is nothing short of extraordinary. Should I absorb this 5 elements fire seed? Chen pondered, his countenance marred by an expression of turmoil. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he exhaled in resignation. Having reached this juncture, how could he possibly abandon the endeavor? Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze resolutely upon the 5 elements fire seed. This seed holds the key to his future cultivation path. Possessing it would open the door to limitless possibilities. At worst, he might suffer for another 300 years, or perhaps not. The unbearable pain is too much to contemplate. The mere thought of that woman caused Chen's legs to weaken, compelling him to shake his head vigorously. To enter once more would be tantamount to inviting disaster. No. Yet, the 5 elements fire seed is something he must possess. After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and resolved to focus entirely on the seed before him, enveloping it completely with his spiritual energy. The heat, an unimaginable scorching intensity. The moment his spiritual energy made contact with the seed, a torrent of heat surged forth, sweeping into his dantian. Hiss! Chen inhaled sharply. At that moment, his dantian felt as if countless streams of spiritual energy were boiling like water. The searing sensation radiated throughout his dantian, then spread through his meridians, with each wave of agony that engulfed him. Chen longed to sever the connection between his spiritual energy and the 5 elements fire seed. However, at this juncture, the seed had already been drawn to his golden spiritual energy, and his sole task was to maneuver the seed into his dantian. Enduring the excruciating pain, Chen formed chains of spiritual energy. These chains, carrying the 5 elements fire seed, gradually moved toward his dantian. The pain intensified with each inch closer. Gritting his teeth, he persevered. And after an hour, the seed finally settled within his dantian. Zing! The moment the seed made contact with the dantian, a fierce burning sensation overwhelmed him, permeating his entire being. At this point, the spiritual energy within his dantian had boiled over. Countless streams of energy surged like boiling water, ceaselessly churning. Waves of boiling spiritual energy flowed into his meridians, subjecting him to the relentless agony of fiery torment. There was no alternative. This was the 5 elements fire seed, one of the most precious entities in existence. To obtain it, one must pay the price. This price began with his dantian, engulfing his entire being in suffering. Yet he understood that he must grit his teeth and endure. With the finish line in sight, failure would mean certain doom. If he did not press on now, everything would be lost. Chen formed hand seals, controlling the 5 elements fire seed to rise and fall within his dantian. Using his essence blood to nourish the seed, employing the fire control divine art to merge the seed with his dantian. Chapter 46. Refining the 5 elements fire seed. The subsequent challenge lay in completely integrating the 5 elements fire seed with his dantian. For only then could he wield it with precision. That he aimed to anchor the seed deep within his dantian and fuse it with his energy to ignite his spiritual power, thereby birthing his own flame. This was the most perilous step. A moment's carelessness could reduce his dantian to ashes. However, Chen was not overly fearful. His body had been tempered in the divine refining furnace, forged from the essence of the sun as flesh. The Xinhuang is bone, and imbued with a trace of the ancient red tiger's blood, rendering his physique vastly stronger than that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, with the fire-controlled divine art bestowed upon him by the Linglong empress, he was well equipped to withstand any challenge. Even if the 5 elements fire seed were to rage uncontrollably, it would find it exceedingly difficult to obliterate his dantian. Likewise, the seed would face considerable challenges in merging with Chen's dantian. Chen steeled himself, guiding the 5 elements fire seed to descend into the depths of his dantian, merging it with his spiritual energy. The 5 elements fire seed radiated divine light, exuding an unbearable heat that seared his spiritual energy. Scorching his flesh. Chen let out a pained cry. This was excruciating. Ignoring everything else, he summoned his vibrant crimson blood, pouring it forth to nourish the 5 elements fire seed. The searing sensation eased slightly. Indeed, it was effective. Chen rejoiced, hastily pouring more of his essence blood into the seed, while continuously employing the fire-controlled divine art. Soon, the burning agony dissipated, yet the 5 elements fire seed showed no signs of merging with his dantian. His dantian was larger than most, making the task of rooting the seed within it significantly more challenging. Chen furrowed his brow, gathering the last remnants of the ancient red tiger's blood that had not yet been entirely refined. Forcefully infusing it into the 5 elements fire seed. Boom! The seed suddenly erupted in brilliance, and under such power, it finally fused with his dantian. Moments later, countless tendrils resembling roots firmly anchored themselves within Chen's dantian. The tiny seed of the 5 elements fire seed began to sprout rapidly. It was now merging with his dantian, and all that remained was to await its growth. Chen watched intently as the activity unfolded within his dantian. The 5 elements fire seed swiftly grew taller, blossoming into a seedling radiating 5 colors of divine light within mere breaths. Astonishingly, amidst the 5-colored brilliance, flames flickered vigorously. Yet, these flames were nearly transparent, devoid of any color. At this moment, due to the 5 elements fire seed taking root, the previously agitated spiritual energy in his dantian gradually returned to normal, and the searing pain vanished. The 5 elements fire seed, having just come into existence, had yet to consume any flames, hence its transparency. Chen's gaze fell upon the 5 veins of earth fire, stirring within him. The might of these 5 veins was awe-inspiring. Yet he remained confident in his ability to absorb them. Resolute, Chen charged toward the 5 veins of earth fire, the divine refining furnace hovering above him, casting a protective aura, with the pressure of the divine refining furnace bearing down. The 5 veins of earth fire dared not unleash their violent energy. Employing the fire-controlled divine art, Chen formed a chain of flames, easily capturing the red flower-shaped earth fire. He drew the earth fire into his dantian, prompting the seedling of the 5 elements fire seed to quiver as it fully absorbed the earth fire. Following the absorption of this vein of earth fire, the 5 elements fire seed grew slightly taller. Though it remained nearly transparent, the power of a single vein of fire was insufficient. Chen stroked his chin, having anticipated that the 5 elements fire seed would undergo a significant transformation, perhaps even gaining a new hue. Such an outcome was beyond his expectations. However, he was not overly concerned. The more peculiar the 5 elements fire seed remained, the more it would demonstrate its uniqueness, destined to reveal an even stronger aspect in the future. Subsequently, Chen replicated the process, refining the remaining 4 veins of fire. After completely absorbing the 5 veins of earth fire, the 5 elements fire seed finally bore a faint golden hue. Its flames now much more vigorous than before. To expedite the growth of this seedling, it required an abundance of flames, not mere mundane fire, but at least the caliber of fundamental heavenly fire. Only then could it promote its evolution. Chen contemplated the information left by the Linglong Empress. Meanwhile, as the 5 veins of earth fire were absorbed, the surrounding heat began to dissipate. He then directed his gaze toward the depths beneath the lava. Here, 5 veins of earth fire surged with intense fire attributes. It was reasonable to assume that fire attribute crystals resided below. Fire attribute crystals are pure stones composed entirely of fire attribute energy, containing an abundance of fiery essence. These are essential items for numerous alchemists and hold considerable value. A single fire crystal can fetch at least 100 high-grade spirit stones in larger shops or auction houses. The dowry of 100,000 spirit stones given by the Yi family to the Wang family consisted solely of low-grade spirit stones. 0.1 high-grade spirit stone equates to 100 medium-grade spirit stones, and 1 medium-grade spirit stone equals 100 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, the dowry given by the Yi family amounted to less than 1/10 of a single fire crystal. Contemplating this, Chen could not help but feel a surge of excitement. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones would be a monumental sum in Thundercloud City. Yet, in a major city, one could scarcely procure even a single fire crystal. With this thought, Chen fixed his gaze intently upon the lava below, preparing for his next course of action. However, despite the disappearance of the earth fire, the depths of the lava remained exceedingly scorching. But he could harness the power of the 5 elements fire seed. Although merely a flicker, it had absorbed 5 veins of fire, and its strength far surpassed that of these veins. With this in mind, he attempted to envelop himself in the essence of the 5 elements fire seed, rendering the lava incapable of harming him in the slightest. Chen controlled the golden flames, shrouding himself in fire before plunging unhesitatingly into the lava, with the protection of the golden flames. The surrounding lava posed virtually no threat to him. Thus, Chen could traverse the lava with abandon, descending deeper. After a short while, he still had yet to glimpse the bottom of the lava. Doubt crept into Chen's mind. Where could the 5 veins of earth fire possibly originate, capable of melting the earth to such depths? He had descended to such depths yet still had not reached the bottom. After another hour of diving, Chen finally arrived at the molten rock's base. Indeed, there were flame crystal stones. Upon seeing this, Chen was overjoyed. At the very bottom of the magma, the ground was astonishingly covered with a profusion of fiery red crystals. Fortune had smiled upon him. These flame crystals surpassed the entirety of the Yi family's wealth. Gazing at the multitude of flame crystals adorning the magma's floor, Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. His smile stretching from ear to ear. One flame crystal was equivalent to 100 top-grade spirit stones, and here lay at least 1,000 flame crystals. This meant that the value of the flame crystals alone amounted to a staggering 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. This was indeed a fortune. Chen hurriedly rushed forward to collect the flame crystals. Before long, he had gathered all of them, but a total of 1,600 flame crystals. Ha! I've struck it rich. Chen's heart brimmed with elation. This was truly a bountiful harvest. In the past few days spent in the mountains, he had not only enhanced his strength by slaying demon beasts, but had now also acquired the 5 elements fire seed and flame crystals. What an abundant yield! Out of the corner of his eye, Chen caught sight of something unusual at the magma's bottom and couldn't help but exclaim softly. It seemed that strange patterns were etched into the magma's base. What could these be? Observing these markings, Chen instinctively sensed something was amiss. They bore a striking resemblance to formation patterns, albeit of a more advanced nature. For some reason, Chen felt as though he had stepped into a chess game orchestrated by an unfathomable being. Chapter 47. The dust settles. After staring at the patterns for a long while, Chen suddenly came to a realization. These were the Xiantian formation patterns. The so-called Xiantian formation patterns are, in fact, a more profound form of formation, unlike others, which require formation flags for deployment and spirit stones to activate. The formations Chen had constructed last night by slaughtering spirit beasts utilized the Shun family's formation flags. However, Xiantian formation patterns are different. They are a type of celestial law inscribed by formation masters when setting up formations. These patterns can autonomously harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as the power of celestial laws. They are exponentially more powerful than using flags. Therefore, even without spirit stones to sustain them, they can operate for hundreds, even thousands of years, and some ancient Xiantian formation patterns can still function autonomously from the primordial and ancient eras. To inscribe such patterns requires unimaginably formidable strength and profound mastery of formations. Although Chen was not well versed in Xiantian formation patterns, he had gleaned some knowledge over the past 300 years. And if he was not mistaken, these patterns had likely been inscribed by a powerful entity hundreds of years ago. Their purpose was to gather the surrounding fire attribute energy and to summon 3 flames, aiming to utilize the ultimate fire attribute to cultivate the fire seed. In other words, Chen's expression turned quite dramatic as his earlier speculation was confirmed. He had plucked the fruit that others had prepared for hundreds of years. If this great figure were to find out, how could he possibly let Chen off the hook? This individual had deliberately chosen a remote border town to avoid drawing attention, yet even so, Chen had managed to seize it. If this person were to discover it, he would undoubtedly face endless retribution. The thought of this, beads of cold sweat began to form on Chen's forehead. However, the fire seed had already been refined by him. There was no returning it, unless he were to pierce through his own Dan realm and forcibly extract the fire seed, returning it to its rightful place. Perhaps he could avoid trouble, but doing so would not only render him powerless once more, but could also result in him being burned alive by the 5 elements fire seed. How could he possibly do such a thing? He would never allow that to happen. Chen's head throbbed. His previously joyful mood had turned into one fraught with peril. No. Upon returning, he must enter seclusion to cultivate. Chen resolved firmly. Although he was unaware of the opponent's strength, he could tell that he was no match for such an existence at present. with a helpless shake of his head. Yi Chen hurriedly left the area. Strengthening himself was the key. He needed to be prepared before the adversary arrived, lest he be completely defenseless. Emerging from the magma, Yi Chen returned to the underground and made his way back to the medicinal garden. At that moment, the sun hung high in the sky, marking noon. Chener, you have finally returned. Your sixth uncle has been waiting for quite some time. Sixth uncle has come. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's heart surged with joy. Since sixth uncle Yi Yang had arrived, it meant that the Yi family must have remained safe and sound last night. Yi Chen hastened into the conference hall. As soon as Yi Yang saw Yi Chen enter, he quickly bowed in greeting. Second uncle, how did things fare in the clan last night? Hearing Yi Chen's inquiry, Yi Yang nodded with a smile. Chener, you truly have foresight. There were indeed a few unsavory characters who attempted to make a move against our Yi family last night. However, since we were prepared, they have all been eliminated. Yi Chen finally relaxed, but soon his brow furrowed again, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. What about the city lord, Jiang Bei? Did he take any action? In the entirety of Thundercloud City, the only one who could somewhat restrain the Yi family was the city lord, Jiang Bei, whose Yuan-Ing level cultivation was terrifying. If Jiang Bei were to be eliminated this time, it would be most fortuitous. No, this fellow had indeed planned well, organizing his people to act, yet at the crucial moment, he chose to remain in the shadows while letting others charge to their doom. Yi Yang sneered. From a few captured survivors, it was learned that the attack had been initiated by the city lord's residence, yet when it came time to strike, Jiang Bei had hidden in the dark and refrained from intervening. When the other families led the charge against the Yi family, he came forward under the pretense of protecting the Yi family, feigning ignorance. After all, he was sent by the dynasty and was the lord of a city. Without concrete evidence, even Yi Chen's grandfather would find it difficult to act against him. Yi Chen nodded. Only with witnesses and physical evidence can we avert great calamity. Otherwise, the repercussions would be endless. Since Jiang Bei had not been apprehended on the spot, the Yi family could not move against him directly. Those captured had died shortly after, and if alive, they would have bitten through their poison sacs. Yi Yang expressed his regret, noting that if Jiang Bei could have been eliminated alongside the others, no one would dare harbor ill intentions towards the Yi family in the future. However, following last night's incident, the other families had become considerably more subdued, and for the time being, they should not dare to stir up trouble again. Yi Yang continued conversing with Yi Chen. It's just a matter of laying low for a while. As long as my Yi family stands, they will find no peace. However, the Shen family must not be spared. Soon, Yi Chen recounted the Shen family's attempt to activate the formation and annihilate everyone in the medicinal garden to his sixth uncle, Yi Yang. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang's fury ignited. The audacity of the Shen family. Over the years, they have reaped countless benefits, using the Yi family's name to transform into one of the four great families of Thundercloud City. Yet these scoundrels dare to bite the hand that feeds them. This time, the Shen family must be eradicated. Any dog that dares to bite its master must be put down. The Shen family's actions were even more contemptible than those of the Yang and Yuan families. Sixth uncle, do not be angry. We need not take action ourselves this time. The other families will not let the Shen family off lightly either. Just then, Yi Hu informed Yi Yang about Yi Chen's scheme from the previous night. Upon hearing how Yi Chen had used formations to decisively defeat dozens of the three families and over 100 demon beasts, Yi Yang clapped his hands in delight. The losses inflicted upon these families, now enemies of the Yi family, were indeed a most fortunate occurrence. Yi Yang's excitement was palpable, and his gaze towards Yi Chen grew increasingly appreciative and even reverent. He now fully acknowledged Yi Chen. This young clan leader not only discerned the enemy's plans but also understood how to set formations. Had Yi Chen not discovered the flaws in the formation, the medicinal garden would likely have been destroyed, and the clan members slaughtered. Even if the Yi family achieved great victory in Thundercloud City, the losses incurred here would have left them suffering for a long time. I never expected that you also have knowledge of formations. Chener. Yi Yang's eyes sparkled with admiration. It's nothing but a minor skill. Yi Chen humbly replied, by the way, what plans does grandfather have next? Although those people committed suicide with poison, the corpses can still serve as evidence. Yi Chen shifted the topic to inquire about Yi Yang's plans. These individuals had dared to act so boldly against the Yi family. Even if they were now dead, the Yi family could not simply turn a blind eye. Hearing this, a cold glimmer flashed across Yi Yang's face. Do not worry. Chen, before I arrived, the clan leader had already sent people to retrieve the corpses. This time, we will not let them off easily. They must pay a price. Yang spoke coldly. If these people believed they could manipulate the Yi family at will, they were gravely mistaken, even if the major families sought to distance themselves from these individuals. The Yi family would not acquiesce. With grandfather here, along with those corpses, they cannot refuse to acknowledge their actions. Chen nodded. Since grandfather had said so, the Yi family would soon demonstrate the strength of a premier family, forcing them to accept their fate. The few of them continued to discuss various matters. Given the recent upheaval, the defenses of the medicinal garden still had vulnerabilities. They needed to prepare more thoroughly. The other individuals naturally acquiesced. It was only due to Chen's presence that they were able to withstand the onslaught of the demonic beasts. The next encounter might not be so fortunate. Now that Chen had decided to reinforce the defenses, his two uncles had no objections, as such fortifications would indeed be beneficial for them. Having clarified matters with these individuals, Chen proceeded to instruct them on how to arrange a brand new formation. The Yi family was not well versed in formations. Thus, Chen simultaneously set up the array while selecting a few clan members with some foundational knowledge of formations to impart the essential principles to them. Once the new formation was completed, the convoy responsible for transporting medicinal herbs had also arrived at the location. Throughout their journey, the members of the convoy appeared visibly tense, frequently stopping to check their surroundings, on high alert for any signs of an ambush, as they perceived every rustle as a potential attack. After all, their convoy had previously been raided, resulting in numerous casualties. Yet, this time, not a single issue occurred. Just as they arrived at the medicinal garden in high spirits, they discovered it was littered with the corpses of demonic beasts. Were it not for the presence of the Yi family guards, they would have assumed that the Yi family had been overwhelmed by a horde of beasts. Was it once again the young clan leader who acted single-handedly to avert disaster? The captains of the convoy listened to this news with incredulity. Initially, the clan leader had intended for the young clan leader to accompany them into the mountains, but Chen merely provided them with a few instructions before departing alone. Many among them had thought the young clan leader was shirking responsibility, deeming him unreliable. However, it was now evident that he had meticulously planned everything in advance, with all events falling within his strategy. At this moment, the convoy leaders averted their gazes, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Chen merely chuckled at their reaction. Seeing that the medicinal garden was safe and sound, Yang returned with the convoy. Upon arriving at Thundercloud City, Chen immediately chose a secluded chamber to enter seclusion. Next, he would attempt to refine a second-tier elixir. Chapter 48. The Chen family's arrangement. Chen prepared the medicinal materials and began the continuous process of refining elixirs. Bang! Chen pushed open the door. After 3 entire days, he emerged from the chamber, elated, holding a second-tier elixir. I did it. After 3 days of effort, he had finally succeeded in refining the second-tier elixir. It was not that refining second-tier elixirs was particularly difficult. Rather, Chen was still getting accustomed to the 5-element fire seed, resulting in several failed attempts. Successfully refining the second-tier elixir brought him a sense of relief, particularly since the Yi family currently lacked an alchemist, and the supply of elixirs from the family's alchemy room relied solely on him. Reflecting on this, Chen felt a twinge of gratitude towards the Linglong empress. Were it not for her over 300 years of hands-on guidance, his proficiency in elixirs would not have reached such heights. Although it was primarily the empress who refined elixirs in the grand market, even her few words of wisdom were invaluable, allowing him to pursue alchemy without any constraints. Stowing the elixir away, Chen focused his thoughts that a flame materialized in the palm of his hand. After days of experimentation, he had become adept at controlling these flames with ease. It was time to return. Chen clenched his fist. There must have been numerous occurrences in Thundercloud City over the past few days, and he was keen not to miss any of them. After giving some instructions in the alchemy room, Chen hurried back to the clan. What use are you? In the Lord's Manor of Thundercloud City, Jiang Bei slammed the table, his face contorted with rage. He could hardly believe that the meticulously planned scheme had unraveled in such a manner. That day, he had anticipated everything. All he needed to do was lure Yi Jin out and eliminate the Yi family. Once the Yi family was eradicated, it would simply be a matter of besieging Yi Jin. Yet, he had returned with such a disastrous defeat. Not only had Yi Jin not been lured out, but he had instead set a trap for them to spring. Were it not for his caution and instinctive awareness of the anomaly, he too would have become a lifeless corpse by now. Reflecting on this, Jiang Bei was consumed with an overwhelming fury. Over the past few days, the Yi family had been demanding an explanation from various clans regarding the corpses. Although the other families insisted that these actions were merely the personal endeavors of individuals, the Yi family remained unyielding, leveraging threats to extract concessions. Already in a precarious position, the families, under the Yi family's relentless pressure, had no choice but to concede that, of course, mere capitulation would not suffice. Under the Yi family's coercion, each clan had to contribute a substantial sum of spirit stones to quell their anger. Some families had even approached Jiang Bei, the ringleader, hoping he would intervene to resolve the matter. But Jiang Bei had no intention of showing his face at this moment. That it was fortunate enough that the Yi family was not seeking trouble with him. He had no desire to draw attention to himself. Why would he voluntarily invite discord? However, if he chose to ignore it, his reputation would ultimately suffer. After all, several families had sustained significant losses, and the orchestrator of it all was none other than the city lord. Jiang Bei doubted if he failed to step forward, who would be willing to serve him in the future. Contemplating this, Jiang Bei felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Regardless of the outcome, he was destined to incur losses. Jiang Bei, city lord, truly lacked composure. Just then, a deep voice resonated from within the lord's manor, prompting Jiang Bei to turn swiftly. Master Chen, the situation has escalated to this point, and your Chen family merely stands by idly? Everything I have done is according to your instructions. As Jiang Bei spoke, a middle-aged man emerged from behind a screen, adorned with an embroidered Chen character on his sleeve. The White Dragon City comprises 4 prominent families, and our Chen family is merely one of them. There are certain matters where we cannot afford to act rashly, as it may attract the attention of the other families. Moreover, it appears that this Yi family has some ties to the Yi family in the capital, which further complicates our involvement. As the middle-aged man spoke, he turned his gaze towards Jiang Bei. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bei scoffed. So, your Chen family wants me to take the lead and rally the other families against you, Chen. Intending to use me as a pawn, the middle-aged man smiled and did not deny it. Although young Master Chen Shaolong is the weakest among the 9 branches of the Chen family, as long as he bears the blood of the Chen family, no one is permitted to show him any disrespect, let alone harm him. The Yi family, in their ignorance, dared to take action against young Master Shaolong. They will ultimately meet their demise. Then why doesn't your Chen family take action? You are also a nascent soul cultivator. Surely you could eliminate him. Upon hearing this, the Chen family's middle-aged man shook his head slightly, clearly rejecting the suggestion that we cannot expose our Chen family in this matter. You must resolve it on your own. Of course, after this incident, our Chen family will not neglect your contributions. Rewards will be forthcoming, perhaps even facilitating your breakthrough to the divine transformation stage. After delivering his instruction, the middle-aged man turned to head towards the manor's rear courtyard. Do not continue with your empty promises. You fear that the Chen family might attract the attention of the Yi family in the capital and are unwilling to act. Yet you wish to eliminate the Yi family? Hearing this, the middle-aged man halted, turning back to face Jiang Bei. City Lord, do not be impatient. In a few days, several significant figures will pass through Thundercloud City. At that point, we can leverage their influence, and you merely need to follow the arrangements. Eliminating the Yi family will be a simple task. Significant figures? Jiang Bei frowned at this statement. What sort of significant figures would pass through a small place like Thundercloud City? It cannot be disclosed. Revealing it would alter the course of events. In any case, this time, the Yi family will undoubtedly meet a bloody end. Chapter 49. The Divine Sword Sect. When Yi Chen returned home, the Yi family was already adorned with festive decorations, and everyone had come out to welcome him. The glorious achievements of Yi Chen in the medicinal garden were well known among the Yi family members. Moreover, considering that he had previously uncovered the schemes of other families before his departure, the clan elders were now in high spirits, and the atmosphere was filled with joy and admiration for Yi Chen. Chen, we've heard from Lao Lu about the events in the medicinal garden. You've accomplished something significant. This is indeed a great merit, Yi Chen exclaimed, patting Yi Chen's shoulder with a look of satisfaction. Previously, he had been most concerned about Yi Chen's ability to succeed him as the clan leader, but now, seeing Yi Chen capable of standing on his own, he felt immense joy. By the way, when did you learn to arrange formations? We were completely unaware, Yi Chen inquired, puzzled. At this, Yi Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose. It was during that year in the Grand Market. I stumbled upon an ancient text on formations, which piqued my interest. However, I only scratched the surface. Haha, that's hardly just scratching the surface. You easily dismantled the Chen family's formation and even modified it. Such skill is truly impressive. Chener, you are being overly modest. Several clan elders chuckled heartily. At this moment, Chen suddenly recalled something. Speaking of the Chen family, what has become of them? Upon hearing this, Yuzhen's brow furrowed, a fierce light glinting in his eyes as an imposing aura emanated from him. You may not know, but those individuals resorted to ruthless measures. Just yesterday, an entire clan of the Chen family was brutally exterminated, leaving not a single soul behind, in the span of a single night. One of the four great families was completely obliterated. The elderly and the children alike were mercilessly slaughtered. Upon hearing this, Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in acknowledgement. He was not surprised by this turn of events. The Chen family had truly managed to offend the remaining two families to the core. First, they betrayed the Yi family, and then, through Yi Chen's cunning strategies, they severed ties with the other two families. It was inevitable that they would meet a grim fate. After all, without the protection of the Yi family, the Chen family could never have risen to be one of the four great families of Leyun City. Such a treacherous clan would evoke no sympathy from Yi Chen. These lawless individuals dared to commit such heinous acts. My bond with Brother Shun was profound, and now he has been viciously slain. I must avenge him, Yuzhen proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with determination. Immediately after the annihilation of the Chen family, the Yi family sprang into action, determined to uncover the identity of the perpetrators and seek justice for the Chen family. Who could have orchestrated such a heinous act? It could only have been those few prominent families, as only they possessed the motive and the strength to do so. What course of action do you propose? Yi Chen inquired, mimicking a gesture of decapitation. Upon hearing this, Yuzhen shook his head slightly. We must not act in haste. While their lives may hold little value, the lives of our Yi family members are exceedingly precious. To prevent them from resorting to desperate measures against us, we must bide our time. However, prior to that, they must pay a hefty price to satisfy our demands. Yuzhen already had a strategy in mind. He intended to methodically eliminate each family that posed a threat to the Yi family in Leyun City. Yi Chen nodded in agreement, discussing the finer details of their plan, observing Yi Chen's weary demeanor. Yuzhen felt a pang of concern. Chener, you have been overexerting yourself these past few days. It would be wise for you to return and rest. With me here, those malevolent spirits cannot stir up too much trouble. Heeding his words, Yuzhen acquiesced, leaving behind a few bottles of second-grade elixirs before retreating to his quarters. After a brief cleansing, Yuzhen remained in his room, simultaneously refining elixirs and honing his skills. Thus, after a day's labor, Yuzhen successfully concocted 30 second-grade elixirs and prepared hundreds of first-grade elixirs. With these elixirs in hand, the Yi family's alchemical workshop would not suffer from a lack of stock in the foreseeable future. However, Yuzhen also intended to quickly find a member of the Yi family to teach him the art of alchemy, ensuring that when the time came for him to leave Leyun City, the alchemical workshop would remain unaffected. After all, his future lay in broader horizons, not confined to this remote border town. The selection process for the Tianhua sect would soon reach Leyun City, and upon passing the preliminary selection, he would proceed to Qinglong City for the second round of evaluations. On the following day, after delivering the elixirs to the alchemical workshop, Chen began a regimen of cultivation and self-improvement. However, this routine lasted only a few days before a sensational piece of news spread throughout Leyun City. The Divine Sword sect's son and daughter would soon grace the city with their presence, and all prominent families must attend the banquet to welcome them. The Divine Sword sect was an entity even more formidable than the Tianhua sect. If the Tianhua sect ranks among the top 3 sects of the White Dragon cult, then the Divine Sword sect stands among the top 3 sects of the entire Qin Empire. The disparity in strength between the two was staggering. The arrival of such powerful figures, the son and daughter of the Divine Sword sect, to a modest place like Leyun City was nothing short of unimaginable glory. This event could be considered the grandest occasion in the city since the establishment of the Qin Empire thousands of years ago. The news of the son and daughter's visit was released by the city lord. Jiang Zhen furrowed his brow as he perused the invitation from the lord's manor. It was well known that Jiang Bei's lineage had some distant connection to the royal family. Though it was likely tenuous as the lord of Leyun City, it was only natural for him to handle such affairs. However, this development might not bode well for the Yi family. Yi Yang spoke with a furrowed brow. This could spell trouble for us. Yi Chen nodded in agreement, the Divine Sword sect was a major force within the Qin Empire. Any connection with such a sect could significantly bolster the status of a small city like Leiyun City. It was evident that Lord Yuan Hao held this perspective, as he disseminated invitations to alert the Yi family. How could the esteemed son and daughter of a grand sect come to a place like Leiyun City? They should be in White Dragon City instead. Chen remarked. White Dragon City was the foremost city of the White Dragon cult. A fitting venue for their status, the fact that the Divine Sword sect's son and daughter had arrived in Leiyun City seemed highly unusual, while we could not ascertain the specifics. There were whispers of a connection to the Chen family. This revelation, Yi Chen's brow furrowed with concern. The Chen family, one of the 4 great families of White Dragon City. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhen's expression turned grave. This situation appeared to be directed towards the Yi family. Do you suspect that this event is being orchestrated intentionally? Yi Zhen handed the invitation to Yi Chen. Both their names were inscribed on the invitation. Is it possible that Lord Zhang Bei intends to use this opportunity to eliminate us? Surely he cannot be so foolish. Yi Zhen pondered. That is unlikely. The son and daughter of the Divine Sword sect are not to be trifled with. Even if the Chen family holds a respectable position within the White Dragon cult, they would not provoke such esteemed figures. The strength of the White Dragon cult and the Divine Sword sect is fairly matched as for Lord Zhang Bei. Even if he is a distant royal relative, he wouldn't dare attempt anything reckless. Provided he hasn't lost his senses. Very well. We shall prepare for whatever may come. That we must remain vigilant and ready for any eventualities. That it is crucial that we do not harbor malicious intentions. But we must also guard against potential threats. Regardless, I believe we should be thoroughly prepared to prevent any catastrophic repercussions. Returning to his quarters, Yi Chen commenced his training while preparing additional elixirs. Given the high status of the attendees at the banquet, it was unlikely that anyone would act shamelessly. However, it was prudent to anticipate the possibility of poison or other underhanded tactics. With this in mind, Yi Chen prepared several antidotes in advance. 7 days later, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. During this period, he had forcefully elevated his cultivation to the 8th level of foundation establishment. Under immense pressure, his progress had been rapid. Although Yi Chen yearned to continue his cultivation, the son and daughter of the Divine Sword sect had already arrived in Leiyun City. After changing into fresh attire, Yi Chen made his way to the main hall, where the rest of the family had already gathered. Let us depart. If we delay, Lord Zhang Bei may seize the opportunity to cast aspersions upon us. Yi Zhen declared, and Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Patriarch, once you arrive, I will position family members near the banquet. Should there be any unusual activity from the Lord's manor, we will respond immediately, Yi Yang stated solemnly. In his view, there was undoubtedly a hidden scheme at play. Do not worry. They would not dare act excessively. The son and daughter of the Divine Sword sect would not allow themselves to be used as pawns. Moreover, we are not visiting the Lord's manor, but the Yang family. Yi Chen replied with a smile, shaking his head, upon the arrival of the Divine Sword sect's son and daughter in Leiyun City. The Yang family had extended an invitation for a banquet in their residence. The banquet would also feature a beast fighting performance for the esteemed guests. To this end, the Yang family had expended considerable effort and resources to ensure an impressive spectacle. Aiming to win the favor of the Divine Sword sect's son and daughter, the Yang family's actions were nothing short of blatant flattery. There is no need for concern. At least this banquet should proceed without issue. Yi Yang reassured, though it was understood that any potential problems would likely remain covert. As Yu Zhen and Yi Chen arrived, they found the Yang family adorned with festive decorations, welcoming a steady stream of guests. To properly host the esteemed visitors from the Divine Sword sect, the Yang family had spared no expense, showcasing the finest treasures within their clan to earn the admiration of the son and daughter of the Divine Sword sect. The arena for the beast fights had been expanded, and a meticulously crafted viewing platform had been constructed nearby, allowing the distinguished guests to enjoy both the feast and the spectacle. As they disembarked from the carriage, several maidens from the Yang family rushed forward to greet them. Ladies, this way please. Under the guidance of a maid, the grandfather and grandson made their way through the corridor and entered the arena, subsequently arriving at the banquet beside the grandstand. This grandstand, constructed from refined steel rock, appeared remarkably sturdy. The 2 chairs at the top were evidently prepared for the esteemed guests of the evening. Flanking them were members of the Yang family and others from Jiangbei. Below them were the seats designated for the prominent families of Thundercloud City, arranged into 3 tiers based on proximity. The area occupied by Yi Chen was indeed the most prestigious, with only a couple of individuals separating him from the host's seat. Surprisingly, the Yang family and Jiang Bei refrained from any underhanded tactics on this occasion. Yi Chun had anticipated that they might attempt to humiliate him, yet they chose not to do so. As the two entered, the previously lively crowd fell into an immediate hush. The prominent families present had all suffered at the hands of the Yi family, harboring both fear and resentment. However, given the formidable power of the Yi family, they dared not provoke them, opting instead for silence, fearful of attracting trouble should they be discovered. As for the smaller families, they understood that this banquet was laden with intrigue, and thus remained tight-lipped. Only Wang Rongrong from the Wang family, standing beside Yang Lai, glared at Yi Chun with fury, wishing to see him torn to shreds. Rongrong, do not be hasty. The main event is yet to come. Yang Lai cautioned her to temper her anger. Rest assured, someone will deal with them today. Just as Yi Chun and Yi Zhen were about to take their seats, several figures approached them. It is our honor that the clan leader Yi Zhen and young clan member Yi Chun have graced our Yang family with their presence, said Yang Dingshan, the head of the Yang family, accompanied by his second son Yang Tian and Yang Xiao. Since the head of the Yang family has extended an invitation, our Yi family shall certainly not miss this opportunity. That I wonder if there will be any powerful third-tier demon beasts to behold this time. I am eager to expand my knowledge, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Hearing this, Yang Dingshan's expression shifted slightly. He discerned the sarcasm embedded in Yi Chen's words, clearly a reference to the third-tier demon tiger that Yi Chun had slain and the subsequent defeat that followed. Yang Tian, youthful and impetuous, was about to reprimand Yi Chun but was halted by Yang Dingshan. Do not worry, young clan member. While my Yang family may lack in certain areas, we do possess a few third-tier demon beasts. This time, it will surely be a sight to behold for you. Yang Dingshan replied coldly. This, Yi Chun raised an eyebrow slightly. This Yang Dingshan indeed possessed a certain depth of character, managing to suppress his anger after suffering such significant losses without directly confronting him. Please, take your seats. The conversation had become strained, and after a few more polite exchanges, Yang Dingshan hurriedly departed. Chinner, what are you planning? Yi Zhen asked, puzzled. Yi Chun, wise beyond his years, would not engage in petty rivalries. It was evident that he had deliberately provoked Yang Dingshan. I wish to gauge what intentions they harbor today, that if he rebukes me on the spot, it would indicate that he lacks substantial cards up his sleeve. However, should he endure in silence, it would suggest that the Yang family has something significant in store. Yi Chen replied calmly, a glint of ferocity flickering in his eyes. The fact that Yang Dingshan could greet him with a smile despite such a major setback indicated that he was likely concocting a strategy against the Yi family, one that was undoubtedly linked to this banquet. Perhaps we should make an early exit. Whatever schemes they have will surely fail, Yi Zhen said, furrowing his brows. If the Yang family intended to act against them, remaining here would only expose them to greater peril, and returning to the Yi family would be a safer course. No, if we leave now, the Yi family and the city lord Jiang Bei will truly be able to speak ill of us before the sun and saintess. Yi Chen countered, the divine sword sect wields immense power. We must take heed. However, remaining in this passive stance, even a single misstep could plunge us into an irretrievable abyss, and such defensiveness would only serve to alienate those two. Yi Zhen's brow remained furrowed, his foremost concern being Yi Chen's safety, which motivated his desire to return to the Yi family. Grandfather, do not worry. I am curious to see what waves the Yang family can stir. After a cup of tea, all the prominent families of Thundercloud City had gathered and taken their seats, creating a vibrant atmosphere in the grandstand. Everyone awaited the arrival of the son and saintess of the Divine Sword sect. Just then, a voice, as soothing as a gentle stream, echoed from the side. Thank you for your patience. I am Lu Ruyan, the saintess of the Divine Sword sect, and it is a pleasure to meet you all. At the sound, every gaze turned toward her, filled with eager anticipation, for her voice alone revealed that she was a beauty unparalleled in the world. A woman draped in a light veil and clad in purple floated gracefully into view. Her skin radiantly luminous, her eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. Her slender form, perfectly sculpted, evoked endless fantasies, seemingly stepping on a path of lotus blooms, untouched by dust. Beside her walked a handsome youth, carrying a long sword, his demeanor cold and aloof as he gazed ahead, evidently indifferent to the crowd. This was the son of the Divine Sword sect, who displayed a clear disinterest in the attendees of Thundercloud City. The crowd, however, remained oblivious to any oddity, entranced by the enchanting Lu Ruyan. Yi Chen's eye swept over Lu Ruyan. Although it was merely a fleeting glance, it ignited a fervor within him, her image replaying in his mind, compelling him to steal another look. Such an exquisite beauty. If he could share a night with her, he would willingly trade his life without hesitation. This thought inexplicably crossed Yi Chen's mind. He found himself moving toward Lu Ruyan uncontrollably. Just then, the refining god furnace trembled slightly, a sound of flames rising breaking him from his reverie. Yi Chen quickly turned away, no longer gazing in Lu Ruyan's direction. Soul-snatching technique. A cold sweat broke out on Yi Chen's back as he surveyed the surroundings, only then realizing that nearly everyone around him was equally entranced by Lu Ruyan's breathtaking beauty. Such a formidable soul-snatching technique. Every smile and glance can ensnare one's heart, and even a casual word can captivate the minds of all present, he mused. Ahem, a light cough broke through to Yi Chen's ears. Only then did Yi Chen beside him come to his senses, a chill of apprehension washing over him as he quickly averted his gaze from Lu Ruyan. Truly, she is the saintess of the Divine Sword sect. Even I was nearly affected, Yi Chen remarked gravely. Her power must be nearing the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to fall under her spell at that moment. Yi Chen leaned closer to Yi Chen and whispered. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded slightly. Having been roused by the refining god furnace, he had formed a rough estimate of her strength. This woman was at least at the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Perhaps even on the brink of the nascent soul stage. The realization filled him with astonishment. This saintess of the Divine Sword sect was of a similar age to him, yet her cultivation had surpassed him by an entire major realm. However, Yi Chen quickly adjusted his mindset. He had been rendered powerless during the Great Market, and since his return, it had been less than 2 months, yet he had already reached this level of cultivation. Given some more time, surpassing her would be effortless. He then shifted his gaze toward the son of the Divine Sword sect. Compared to Lu Ruyan's breathtaking beauty, this son's prowess appeared somewhat lacking. Likely around the 6th layer of core formation. Yet, as a disciple of the Divine Sword sect, his strength was undoubtedly formidable, incomparable to that of ordinary individuals. Behind these two stood Jiangbei, the city lord of Thundercloud City, who was currently brimming with excitement as he flanked them, showering them with compliments. This way, please. Yang Dingshan promptly rose to welcome them, escorting them to the main seat. Esteemed friends, allow me to introduce these 2 esteemed guests from the Divine Sword sect. This is His Highness, Prince Tang Hu, and this is the Saintess, Lu Ruyan. They initially intended to visit White Dragon City, but fortuitously passed through Thundercloud City, and I shamelessly requested them to stay for a day to meet our city's talented youth. As he spoke, Jiangbei's gaze shifted downward. Let me inform you, one of the purposes of the Sun and Saintess's visit to White Dragon City is to select attendants, perform well, and if you catch their eye, you may have the opportunity to accompany them to the Divine Sword sect. The mention of the Divine Sword sect sent ripples of excitement through the crowd, many young disciples' eyes sparkling with eagerness. Ready to make their move, the Divine Sword sect, a power surpassing the Tianhua sect, rivaling the Bailong sect. Merely having the chance to join its ranks, even as the most junior disciple, was a prospect they would embrace wholeheartedly. Jiangbei's words stretched on, yet the multitude of disciples had already lost interest in what he was saying, their attention solely fixated on the prospect of joining the Divine Sword sect. Their fervent desire to become part of the Divine Sword sect burned brightly within them. The banquet soon commenced, with cups clinking and laughter filling the air, when suddenly, a disciple from an unknown family rose, holding a cup aloft. Yi Chen, I challenge you. Chapter 51. Turning the tide, the raucous sounds of the banquet abruptly ceased, as Yi Chen lifted his gaze towards the other party. The youth before him had ascended from the lowest tier of the platform, evidently a scion of a minor clan, his face alight with excitement as he fixated on Yi Chen, clearly intending to use him as a stepping stone. Is this the method of City Lord Jiangbei? Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. One would expect that such a minor clan's offspring would not appear on his chessboard. At the very least, it should be a formidable figure from one of the major families. After all, sending those from minor clans to contend with Yi Chen would only lead to self-inflicted humiliation. With a cold smile, Yi Chen was about to decline the challenge when Yang Tian, the second son of the Yang family, stepped forward. Lu Xiao, given your meager cultivation, you should refrain from embarrassing yourself, lest the Sun and Saintess mock us, thinking there is no one in Thundercloud City. Upon hearing this, the youth named Lu Xiao dared not defy. reluctantly retreating while holding his wine cup. Yang Xiao, however, did not return to his seat but instead cast a casual glance at Yi Chen. Young Master Yi, last time you wagered against my brother Yang Xiao in the beast arena, winning our Yang family's demon beast and compelling him to bow 3 times in submission. Yang Xiao's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears upon hearing the phrase 3 bows. Tang Hu and Lu Xiao Ruyan, seated at the head table, turned their attention, their expressions reflecting intrigue. Therefore, I would like to wager with you as well. What do you say? Another wager? What do you wish to bet on? Yi Chen frowned. Naturally, we shall wager on beast fights at my young family. To welcome our esteemed guests. We have specially prepared several beast fights. Why don't we each wager on one? At this, Yi Chen could not help but let out a cold laugh. The previous encounter with Yang Xiao had involved a wager on beast taming, which Yi Chen had emerged victorious from. Now, Yang Xiao sought to challenge him to another contest of beast taming? Oh, how do you propose we wager? Yang Xiao's eyes glimmered with a trace of pride upon hearing Yi Chen's response. His greatest concern had been that Yi Chen would shy away from the challenge. Now that Yi Chen seemed willing, he felt assured of victory. It's quite simple. We each place our bets and see whose chosen spirit beast emerges victorious. How does that sound? As for the stakes, spirit stones, weapons, techniques, all are acceptable. Of course, besides these, other items can be wagered as well. As he spoke, a fierce glint flickered in Yang Xiao's eyes. Since young Master Yi compelled my brother to kneel and bow, it would be fitting to wager on that as well. Hearing the two engage in such high stakes, the crowd erupted into murmurs, the banquet hall buzzing with excitement. Many present wore eager expressions. Detached from the conflict, having witnessed a thrilling spectacle previously, now, with the prospect of another public kneeling, they were keen to observe the unfolding drama once more. Not only them, but even the son and saintess of the Divine Path sect displayed interest. Keen to hear the outcome of this confrontation. Humph. Yi Chen let out a cold snort, the temperature in his gaze plummeting. Yang Xiao, in his ignorance, sought to use him as a stepping stone, unaware that he would face utter defeat. Very well, since young Master Yang has proposed it, I shall not refuse. Let us proceed as you wished. A faint smile graced Yi Chen's face. If he wished to kneel before him publicly, how could he refuse? Would he not be denying the other's aspirations? The beast-taming techniques of the upper realm were not to be compared with those of the Yang family. The disparity between the two was as stark as night and day. Soon, 2 demon beasts were brought forth, both 3rd tier, a testament to the Yang family's considerable resources. Observing the 2 3rd-tier demon beasts, many in attendance displayed excitement. They had not anticipated that the Yang family would go to such lengths to please the son and saintess of the Divine Path sect. These spirit beasts were their prized possessions, typically cared for with utmost diligence, rarely brought forth for public display. The giant rhinoceros and the 4-eared golden ape. Do tell, young Master Yi, which one do you wish to bet on? And what will your wager be? Yang Xiao grinned, his gaze fixed on Yi Chen. Casting a glance at the spirit beasts below, Yi Chen casually pointed to the rhinoceros-like creature. I shall choose this giant rhinoceros. As for the wager, Yi Chen contemplated for a moment before producing 3 low-grade spirit stones and tossing them aside. 3 low-grade spirit stones. Yang Xiao scoffed derisively at the young patriarch of the Yi family. How could you only muster 3 low-grade spirit stones? That is rather embarrassing for your family. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen let out a scoff. Too little. I fear you may not be able to afford it. You are not the heir of the Yang family. How many spirit stones do you possess? 3 low-grade spirit stones are a substantial sum for you. With a cold smile, Yi Chen then tossed a storage ring onto the table. Let us make it 100 high-grade spirit stones. 10 high-grade spirit stones equated to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. 100 high-grade spirit stones amounted to 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even for a family as affluent as the Yangs, parting with 100,000 low-grade spirit stones was no trivial matter. Now, Yi Chen boldly proposed a wager of 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Such audacity was nothing short of astonishing. Upon hearing Yi Chen's derision, Yang Xiao prepared to retort, but his face flushed crimson with anger. What's wrong? Can't afford the wager, yet still barking orders. Yi Chen's blatant mockery ignited a furious blaze in Yang Xiao's eyes, a murderous intent surfacing. Ultimately, however, he gritted his teeth and borrowed 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones to wager against Yi Chen. Dare to wager 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones? I am eager to see how many spirit stones your Yi family has at your disposal. Let the battle commence. In the beast arena, the giant rhinoceros and the four-eared golden ape began their fierce clash. Both were third-tier demon beasts, and the giant rhinoceros appeared to hold a slight advantage over the four-eared golden ape. Surely, Chen won't win again, will he? That remains to be seen. The Yang family would not have allowed Chen to choose the demon beasts if they were not prepared. The crowd buzzed with speculation, pondering what preparations the Yang family had in store to this. Chen merely chuckled coldly. Need it be said, since the Yang family dares to gamble with me, they must possess absolute confidence. Thus, they will surely resort to underhanded tactics to tilt the odds in their favor. However, I am unconcerned by their schemes. Even if they employ various tricks, I am confident I can counter them all. Indeed, the giant rhinoceros initially dominated the fight, but before long, the combat prowess of the four-eared golden ape surged dramatically, swiftly turning the tide against the giant rhinoceros. As the clashes continued, the injury sustained by the giant rhinoceros deepened, and defeat became a matter of time. At this moment, a difficult smile crept onto Yang Xiao's face. Chen, it seems your precious high-grade spirit stones are about to become mine. Of course, if you wish to kneel and bow before me. As a gesture of goodwill between our families, I might consider reducing the stakes. Listening to Yang Xiao's smug declarations, Chen merely responded with a cold smile. Thank you for your kind offer. Young Master Yang, the outcome remains undecided. Who can truly claim victory yet? Should I emerge victorious, it would be best for you to present the spirit stones. As for kneeling in apology, your heads are not worth that many spirit stones. Hearing Chen's words, Yang Xiao's fury ignited further. Very well. I look forward to seeing if you can pull off another miraculous reversal like last time. With that, Yang Xiao signaled to a member of the Yang family nearby. The individual understood and nodded before moving towards the arena. Suddenly, the giant rhinoceros, which had been barely holding its ground, was struck down, and the four-eared golden ape tore a massive gash into its side. Splurt, blood gushed forth. It seemed that Yang Xiao was on the verge of victory. In this dire situation, one could hardly imagine how Chen could possibly turn the tide. A solution? The demon beast was on the brink of death. What solution could there be but to resign oneself to pain? Would he genuinely kneel and bow? Last time the third son had to bow, it wouldn't be impossible for him to do so again. If they could extinguish the arrogance of the Yi family this time, it would be a worthy endeavor. The Yi family had been utterly unrestrained lately. They needed to be made to behave, to be brought down a peg. Many whispered among themselves. The vast majority present believed that Chen had no chance of winning. After all, the giant rhinoceros was too cumbersome and had sustained grievous injuries, rendering it incapable of victory. Previously, there had been some hope, but now, with such severe wounds, it faced only a dead end. Humph, you still dare to hope for victory? Do you truly think my Yang family lacks trump cards? Yang Xiao smirked as he observed the giant rhinoceros, which was nearing its demise. He was eager to see Chen's expression upon losing. Is that all your Yang family has to offer? It is utterly embarrassing. At that moment, Chen emitted a cold snort, then turned his gaze towards the giant rhinoceros beast and the four-eared golden monkey. The four-eared golden monkey was currently toying with the giant rhinoceros, utilizing its speed advantage to inflict numerous wounds upon it. The giant rhinoceros had fallen into an absolute disadvantage, poised to meet its demise beneath the claws of the four-eared golden monkey at any moment. Just then, Chen subtly moved his lips, conveying a message to the four-eared golden monkey. The raised claws of the four-eared golden monkey hesitated in midair as it looked towards Chen's direction with an expression of disbelief. The four-eared golden monkey had not anticipated that someone could communicate with it through soul power, causing it to instinctively pause, quickly take action, kill it, and continue the assault. Observing this, Yang Xiao felt a surge of fury within. He would not permit any unforeseen variables. Although victory seemed assured, as long as the giant rhinoceros remained alive, they could not relent. However, at the very instant his words fell, the giant rhinoceros suddenly moved, its massive body becoming extraordinarily agile as it lunged forward with its gaping maw aimed at the four-eared golden monkey's throat. The four-eared golden monkey appeared entranced by something, failing to notice the giant rhinoceros's ambush. And in the next moment, its neck was caught in a deadly bite. With a savage tear, the neck of the four-eared golden monkey was severed, and before it could make any further movements, blood erupted forth like a fountain, splattering everywhere. Chapter 52. The second contest. What on earth just happened? The onlookers were left stunned, unable to comprehend the sudden reversal of fortune. Yang Tian had actually been defeated. How could this be possible? Yang Tian abruptly stood up, his eyes vacant, for he had been certain of victory, yet now faced such an unexpected turn of events. He had calculated everything, anticipating that Yi Chun would beg for mercy. But instead, it was he who had lost. Just moments ago, he had been in the advantageous position, on the brink of triumph. How had it come to this? Filled with confusion, Yang Tian glared furiously at the deceased four-eared golden monkey. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth due to the intensity of his rage to control the outcome of the beast battles. The Yang family had implanted a death curse within both beasts before the match. It could be activated with specific techniques. The Yang family could manipulate the power of the death curse to control the beasts, determining the victor while ensuring that one beast would not kill the other. For years, the Yang family had operated the beast arena in this manner. However, he had not anticipated such a turn of events. Just moments ago, a member of the Yang family had covertly activated the death curse, causing the giant rhinoceros's strength to plummet, thereby ensuring the four-eared golden monkey's victory. If they could accomplish this, it would suffice, as they still had two third-tier beasts, incurring no losses while profiting immensely. Yet, the giant rhinoceros had suddenly erupted, breaking free from their control and killing the four-eared golden monkey, ruining their plan. He actually won. The holy maiden of the Divine Path sect, Lu Ruyan, was equally astonished. Young Master Yang, you have lost, Yi Chen remarked with a sidelong glance at Yang Tian. Upon hearing Yi Chen's voice, Yang Tian trembled. The situation had spiraled out of control. He had lost, and it was a complete defeat. The Yang family had suffered one third-tier spirit beast dead and another gravely injured, and he had also lost 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Thud, Yang Tian collapsed back into his seat, his expression blank. What have you done? Yi Chen feigned ignorance and shrugged. I did nothing at all. Stop pretending. The giant rhinoceros is gravely injured. Its defeat was inevitable. If you hadn't done something, how could it possibly win? Hearing this, Yi Chen chuckled softly. The beasts are provided by your Yang family, the arena is yours, and even the wager was orchestrated by you. Now you dare to utter such words. Do you not find your Yang family exceedingly shameless? Who can predict the outcome of a contest? Unless, of course, your Yang family had already determined who would win and who would lose. Young Master Yang, doesn't today's outcome exceed your expectations? Yi Chen's expression remained impassive, though a fierce glint flickered in his eyes, causing Yang Tian's countenance to shift dramatically, and he hastily shook his head. How could we possibly know such a thing? I was merely asking out of curiosity. The beast battles were the primary source of income for the Yang family. They could not admit to manipulating every match, or else their clan would be on the brink of extinction. Since you know nothing, then what further discussion is there? Pay up. Yi Chen fixed his gaze on Yang Tian, observing the latter's futile attempts to suppress his anger. How about this? Considering your Yang family's contributions of spirit stones to my Yi family, bow your head 10 times, and I'll consider it 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. After you finish, we shall owe each other nothing. Sighing, Yi Chen feigned benevolence. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. A common person might not earn that in a lifetime. Now, you can receive such a sum all at once. Truly, it is too generous of me. Yang Tian's fury surged. As the second son of the esteemed Yang family, how could he endure such humiliation? He was the second son of the Yang family, potentially the heir. How could he bow to another? Unwilling, are we? Then I shall simply take these spirit stones away. Yi Chen grinned as he retrieved Yang Tian's spirit stones into his universe ring. 1 million low-grade spirit stones represented an unbearable loss for the Yang family, accumulated over numerous years. Watching Yi Chen take the spirit stones, Yang Tian felt a pang of anguish, his face twisting in rage. Almost rushing forward to forcibly reclaim them. Casting a cold glance at Yi Chen, Yang Tian took a deep breath. Let us have another round. Another round. Do you have more spirit stones to gamble? Yi Chen mocked lightly as he toyed with his universe ring. Young Master Yang, do not lose heart. You will surely win. I'll lend you these spirit stones. Just then, Yuan Tuo approached, offering Yang Tian a storage ring. Inside, there are 400,000 low-grade spirit stones, as a token of trust in the younger generation. I also have some to lend you. At that moment, several clan leaders and elders from other families also stepped forward, eager to assist, presenting a united front alongside the Yang family. Clearly, these families had long harbored grievances against the Yi family and now sought to support Yang Tian in gathering spirit stones. Very well. Excellent. Observing these individuals, Yi Chen's gaze turned frigid as he produced a large number of spirit stones. Adding to all I had previously, that makes 3 million spirit stones in total. Such a substantial wager will allow you to recover your losses. Do you dare to play? 3 million spirit stones. Hearing such a staggering figure, Yang Xiao felt his head spin. Selling the Yang family would not yield such a sum. Yet, confronted with Yi Chen's disdainful gaze and the attention of the two divine sons and the holy maiden from the stands, Yang Xiao found himself with little choice. Young nephew, a small wager is merely for enjoyment. 3 million low-grade spirit stones is not excessive. How much more do you require? I will supplement your needs. At that moment, the city lord, Jiang Bei, approached and patted Yang Xiao on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao turned to Yuan Hao, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Jiang Bei nodded at him, his eyes revealing a glimmer of murderous intent and ferocity. This was an intention to support Yang Xiao. Very well, let us gamble. Understanding the light in the city lord Jiang Bei's eyes, Yang Xiao decisively nodded in agreement to the wager. This was a scheme to drain the Yi family's spirit stones and to humiliate them before the two great leaders, while also laying the groundwork for their upcoming actions. Let the contest commence. Bring forth the next beast battle immediately. Soon, 2 more third-tier spirit beasts were brought forth. The dragon lion? Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. The dragon lion was no ordinary beast. It was a top-tier third-tier beast. He was astonished that the Yang family had managed to capture such a creature, which was indeed a cause for concern. On the opposite side stood a fire-flame tiger, its body ablaze with flames, radiating a scorching aura that warped the very air around it. Clearly, this fire-flame tiger was not an ordinary third-tier beast, but a formidable creature capable of rivaling the dragon lion. Gazing at such beasts, Yi Chen's eyes lit up, recognizing that the flames enveloping the tiger were of the heavenly fire variety. Let the contest begin. I am sure everyone is eager to witness the final outcome. Yang Xiao fixed his glare on Yi Chen, his eyes filled with murderous intent. This time he felt exceptionally confident. Regardless of which beast Yi Chen chose, he was certain of victory. You Yang family have truly brought forth remarkable beasts. I had previously underestimated you, but do you think this guarantees your victory? You are still far from it. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Yang Xiao's lips curled into a self-assured smile. This is merely the tip of the iceberg of the Yang family's resources. What is wrong? Are you afraid? If you are, just say so. As long as you kneel and beg me, I can pretend this wager never occurred. That I in response to this, Yi Chen chuckled and shook his head. Have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe those underhanded tactics will prove effective? With a smile, Yi Chen's icy gaze bore down on Yang Xiao. Today he intended to make those who dared to covet the Yi family pay dearly, teaching them that offending the Yi family and Yi Chen would only lead to failure and demise. Shall we begin? I will let you choose first. Haha, no need that I can win with whatever I choose. You go ahead and pick first to avoid any excuses. Why Yi Chen remained unfazed. Very well then. I shall not be polite. I choose the dragon lion. Chapter 53. Suicide by disembowelment. Yang Xiao spoke with a smile, clearly exuding confidence in his dragon lion's ability to defeat Yi Chen. Why Yi Chen chuckled lightly and nodded nonchalantly. That suits me perfectly. Since we have both chosen our respective beasts, let the wager commence. As he spoke, Yi Chen produced a pile of spirit stones from his storage ring, arranging them before him. The sight of the mound of spirit stones, resembling a small mountain, drew gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. A total of 3 million spirit stones glimmered with resplendent radiance, and losing such a sum would spell a tremendous loss for any family in the city. Let the battle begin, Yang Xiao declared triumphantly. And with a command, the fight commenced. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon the two beasts in the arena. Even the saintess of the Divine Sword sect watched intently, clearly intrigued by the contest. While 3 million low-grade spirit stones was not an insignificant amount, it was not a matter of grave concern either. However, the duel itself was undeniably captivating. With a fierce roar, the dragon lion lunged at the blazing tiger, which, refusing to back down, retaliated with its own ferocious assault, leading to a fierce clash between the two. Yet, it soon became evident that despite the blazing tiger's aggressive attacks, it could not strike at the dragon lion's vital points. As the golden mane encircling the dragon lion's neck thwarted every attempt, each assault proved fruitless, and the blazing tiger, growing increasingly agitated, unleashed a frenzy of attacks, desperate to vanquish its opponent. Meanwhile, the dragon lion inexplicably shifted its strategy, opting solely for defense without any counterattacks. To everyone's astonishment, the dragon lion's defenses were impenetrable, rendering the blazing tiger's frenzied assaults ineffective. Indeed, this is unexpected. The dragon lion, renowned for its offensive might, has demonstrated such exceptional defensive capabilities. Remarkable, a knowledgeable observer remarked. Initially favoring the blazing tiger for its aggression, they now perceived that, given the current state of the battle, the dragon lion had gained a subtle upper hand with its unyielding defense. As time passed without significant damage inflicted, the blazing tiger appeared increasingly ineffectual. In the stands, Jiang Bei watched with delight, reveling in the sight of the blazing tiger's inability to breach the dragon lion's defenses. Humph, the Yi family is not as formidable as they claim. Soon, it will be time for you to pay the price for defying my will. You have brought this upon yourselves, Jiang Bei mused. Lightly brushing his fingertips over his storage ring, a droplet of pale blue liquid clung to his fingertip, and seizing the opportunity while everyone's attention was diverted to the arena, he discreetly dripped the liquid into a nearby wine flask. The entire sequence of actions was executed so smoothly that none of the spectators noticed anything amiss. With a subtle gesture, a maid approached. "Come, deliver this wine to young Master Yi," he instructed, all the while maintaining a beaming smile directed at Yi Chen. Yet, beneath that facade, his eyes glinted with murderous intent. "This time, the Yi family shall not escape annihilation, and I shall ensure it." At that moment, all attention remained firmly fixed on the arena, oblivious to the unfolding machinations. Yi Chen, however, remained focused on the battle between the beasts. Although 300 high-grade spirit stones were of little concern to him, he had no intention of relinquishing them to his adversaries. These individuals frequently provoked the Yi family, and should they win such a substantial sum, it would embolden them to trample upon the Yi family. Such a clan must be kept firmly underfoot, ensuring they could never rise again. Crack. Following a series of unsuccessful assaults, the blazing tiger's temperament grew increasingly volatile, and its attacks on the dragon lion became more frantic. Yet, in the midst of its fervent assault, one of its claws suddenly exploded. The crowd gasped in shock. "What is happening?" they murmured, unable to fathom how the previously formidable blazing tiger had descended into such a state. As the blazing tiger sustained its injury, Yang Xiao's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He had been awaiting this moment. "Kill," he commanded, and under his direction, the dragon lion surged forward, its razor-sharp claws piercing into the blazing tiger's flesh. With a powerful thrust, 5 vibrant streaks of blood erupted, and a torrent of crimson flowed forth. The outcome seemed inevitable. Yet, the onlookers hesitated to draw conclusions, engaging in fervent discussion, pondering whether the blazing tiger might still have a chance to turn the tide. After all, previous battles had witnessed astonishing reversals. And perhaps Yi Chen could conjure a miracle once more. An incredible turnaround. "This time, let's see how you plan to play this," Yang Xiao muttered to himself. The rationale behind his choice of the dragon lion lay precisely in its thick mane, which shielded its throat from lethal strikes. Even under the blazing tiger's furious onslaught, it could only inflict minor wounds. For the dragon lion, while the blazing tiger's attacks were fierce, as long as it was not immediately slain, it would have a chance to deliver a fatal blow. Even without the recent incident of the blazing tiger's claw shattering, the tiger's relentless assaults would drain its stamina, while the dragon lion remained in peak condition, making victory an inevitability. With his meticulous orchestration, defeat seemed inconceivable. Observing Yang Xiao's smug expression, Yi Chen smiled, a glint of ferocity igniting in his eyes. "Enjoy your laughter while you can. Soon, it shall be extinguished." Just as Yi Chen's words fell, a deafening roar erupted. The dragon lion, in a sudden frenzy, unleashed a primal cry and, without hesitation, plunged its claws into its own soft underbelly. "What are you doing? Stop!" Yang Xiao shouted in alarm, desperate to halt the dragon lion's self-destructive act and compel it to obliterate the blazing tiger instead. But the dragon lion continued relentlessly, clawing at its vulnerable abdomen. The abdomen is a universal weak point among beasts, one that they instinctively guard to prevent exploitation. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed forth as the dragon lion disemboweled itself, its innards spilling onto the ground. With a final, mournful howl, the dragon lion collapsed, its heartbeat growing fainter as its body lay encased in blood, its entrails steaming. Despite its heart's continued rhythm, all present understood that the dragon lion had no chance of survival. Its death was unequivocal. "Curse you!" Yang Xiao erupted, rising to his feet in outrage that he had never anticipated such a turn of events. The dragon lion, in which he had placed such hope, had resorted to suicide. What madness is this? Yang Xiao spun around to face Chen, who remained composed and unflustered, his eyes betraying a profound malice. He yearned to charge forth and eliminate Chen instantly. In his view, Chen had been orchestrating this from the very beginning, and he was desperate to uncover the depths of the other's deceit. Chen furrowed his brow, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "That I truly overestimated your Yang family, mistaking a deranged third-tier beast for a treasure. The other beasts are equally unimpressive. Your family is nothing but a collection of failures, and yet you pride yourselves on being beast tamers." Yang Xiao's eyes nearly ignited with fury as he clenched his fists, yearning to strike down Chen. Yet, in the end, he restrained himself. "This doesn't count. The dragon lion committed suicide." Before he could finish, Chen scoffed. "Are you attempting to backtrack? We never stipulated that a beast's suicide would negate a victory. Now, with only the blazing tiger remaining alive in the arena, it is the victor of this contest. Do you wish to defy the pact established by your ancestors? What credibility and dignity would remain for your Yang family? To think a single statement could absolve you of your debt? How ludicrous! That dragon lion was clearly aware it could not best the blazing tiger, hence its self-inflicted demise. There is no other explanation. Is this not a victory for the blazing tiger?" Yang Xiao felt the urge to leap up and protest, appalled by Chen's audacity and shamelessness. 3 million low-grade spirit stones were at stake, and for the Yang family's finances, this would be a devastating blow. "No. We must have a rematch. This battle doesn't count. I will surely win," Yang Xiao declared, his expression twisted in rage, unwilling to let Chen walk away with the spirit stones. "Yang Xiao, a wager is a wager. One must accept the consequences, for it is but a trifling sum," Jiang Bei interjected calmly. Chen was taken aback by Jiang Bei's unexpected support, as he had anticipated him to argue against the legitimacy of the victory. To his surprise, Jiang Bei offered no further objections and even aided his cause. Seeing Jiang Bei's stance, Yang Xiao, despite his discontent, could only suppress his fury and retreat. Who would have thought that young Master Yi not only possessed formidable strength, but also remarkable discernment? Consistently choosing the victor, Jiang Bei spoke with a warm smile, waving his hand, and several maidens approached, elegantly holding wine cups. "Congratulations, young Master Yi, on your victory." Jiang Bei raised his cup towards Chen from a distance. Chen slowly lifted his own cup, a flicker of intensity crossing his gaze. That moment, the spirit refining furnace trembled slightly, as if attempting to jostle the wine cup from his grasp. "There is something amiss with this wine." A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Chen's eyes. "This old dog Jiang Bei is truly treacherous." Casting a sideways glance at Jiang Bei in the distance, Chen inwardly seethed with anger. How dare he poison the wine? Are they not afraid of retribution from the Divine Sword sect? Or have they already secured their plans? His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he examined the liquid in his cup, contemplating silently. Moments later, Chen let out a cold laugh. The wine contained Hahuan poison. This toxin is colorless and tasteless, derived from the juice of a spirit herb, while the herb itself appears unremarkable. Its juice is insidious, capable of inducing hallucinations and extreme agitation. That it compels the imbiber to act upon their most primal desires, particularly towards the nearest woman. Who is the nearest woman to Chen? Realizing this, he lifted his gaze towards Lu Rian above. Should Chen consume this wine, he would surely lose all reason in front of the holy maiden of the divine Dao sect. Chapter 54. Transformation Stage D. They wish to annihilate the entire Yi family. The thought ignited a blaze of fury within Chen's heart. Jiang Bei's wickedness knows no bounds. Simultaneously, he never anticipated that the adversary would dare to target the holy maiden Lu Rian. If Chen were to succumb to base instincts, the Divine Sword sect would undoubtedly unleash their wrath, sealing the fate of the Yi family to extinction, given the Divine Sword sect's stature in the Great Chain. Unless the Yi family intervenes to negotiate, Chen would face certain death. Not only Chen, but the entire Yi family would be ensnared. If he was not mistaken, there should be protectors safeguarding the Divine Son and Holy Maiden. Capable of traversing great distances, and merely being at the core formation stage is insufficient. Moreover, for a prestigious sect like the Divine Sword sect, the identities of the Divine Sun and Holy Maiden are revered, necessitating protectors to ensure their safe growth. Such protectors would possess formidable strength. Should Yi Chen exhibit even the slightest deviation in behavior, the Yi family would face annihilation, truly despicable. Yet if they believe they can doom the Yi family this easily, they are gravely mistaken. With the spirit refining furnace at his side, he harbored no fear of the Hahuan poison in the wine at the table. Zhang Bei fixated intently on the wine cup in Yi Chen's hand, eager to witness Yi Chen drink from it before he could feel at ease. Observing Zhang Bei's anxious demeanor, Yi Chen let out a cold chuckle before downing the wine in one gulp. As the liquid slid down his throat, the ancient spirit refining art within him activated autonomously, swiftly refining the Hahuan poison. He did not rush to transform the poison into ash. Instead, he sought to extract it, concealing it at his fingertips. Since they wished to use Hahuan poison against him, Yi Chen would return the favor. Meanwhile, upon seeing Yi Chen consume the wine, Zhang Bei felt a weight lift from his chest, and a triumphant smile graced his face as he raised his cup in celebration. The other members of the Yang family understood the implication and raised their cups in unison. Yang Tian, initially disheartened by a loss of 4 million spirit stones, also broke into a smile and approached with his cup in hand. Young Master Yi, you truly are a child of fortune today, having consecutively selected 2 monstrous beasts and emerged victorious. Even I, who pride myself on being a prodigy in beast taming, must concede this moment. Yang Tian had relaxed, now that Yi Chen had ingested the Hahuan poison. It would not be long before he succumbed to its effects. When that time came, should a powerful figure from the Divine Sword sect intervene, Yi Chen would stand no chance against these two, unable to even put up a fight. Thus, the threat posed by the Yi family would be effortlessly eradicated, allowing them to seize the opportunity to take down the Yi family. Dividing the Yi family's wealth would undoubtedly bolster their own family's influence tremendously. With this thought, Yang Tian regarded Yi Chen with a glint of mockery in his eyes that in his view, Yi Chen was already a dead man walking. Just luck, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, utilizing the spirit refining furnace. He concentrated the Hahuan poison at his fingertips, discreetly enveloping it in spiritual energy and slipping it into Yang Tian's wine cup while engaging in casual conversation. Young Master Yang, I toast to you. Yi Chen smiled warmly at Yang Tian. Excellent. Let us drink to this. Yi Chen maintained his smile as he watched Yang Tian drain his cup of fine wine. Yi Chen, I wonder how long you can continue to smile. Soon enough, your reputation will be in tatters, Yang Tian observed coldly, eager to witness Yi Chen's impending humiliation. Yet moments passed, and as they stood facing each other, Yi Chen appeared utterly unaffected, his infuriating smile as radiant as ever. It seemed the Hahuan poison had yet to take effect. Yang Tian thought inwardly, just then feeling a wave of heat wash over him, igniting a desire to shed his clothing. He vigorously wiped the redness from his flushed face, attempting to suppress the tumult within. Young Master Yang, are you unwell? Yi Chen feigned concern. Hearing this, Yang Tian forced a smile, insisting he was fine. I feel perfectly well. What of you? Do take care not to encounter any issues. As he spoke, he continued to wipe the sweat from his brow. This moment, it felt as if flames were raging inside him, leaving him parched and desperate. He could not help but glance back at the Divine Sword sect's Holy Maiden, Lu Ruian, in unparalleled beauty. Yang Tian swallowed hard, forcing himself to turn away, shaking his head vigorously. No, this woman is not someone I can covet. I must keep my distance. With this in mind, Yang Tian attempted to leave. However, his feet soon came to a halt, his head involuntarily turning back towards Lu Ruian. An irresistible allure seemed to emanate from her, ensnaring his gaze and making it impossible for him to look away. Tenor, what troubles you? On the other side, the head of the Yang family, Yang Dingshan, quickly noticed Yang Tian's unusual behavior and rushed over to inquire. Yet, as he took a few steps forward, he was met with a scene that filled him with despair. Yang Tian had inexplicably charged towards Lu Ruian. Tenor, no. Yang Dingshan's expression shifted dramatically. What level of existence is the Divine Sword sect? They are no less formidable than the White Dragon cult. How could my foolish son dare to provoke them? Today, they intended to use Holy Maiden Lu Ruian against the Yi family. Yet here was his son recklessly rushing forward. With that thought, Yang Dingshan understood precisely where the problem lay. Meanwhile, Witnessing Yang Tian's mad dash, Lu Rian's expression turned ashen as the holy maiden of the Divine Sword sect. Her status was exceedingly noble. How could she allow a mere scion of a small family to approach her in such a brazen manner? Furious at Yang Tian's reckless advance, a murderous intent began to surface in her heart. What is happening? The city lord, Zhang Bei, observed Yang Tian's infatuated countenance, momentarily perplexed. He had witnessed Yi Chen consume the poison wine. Yet Yi Chen remained unharmed while Yang Tian had succumbed to this state. Damn it, the Yang family was crucial to his future control over Thundercloud City. They could not be allowed to perish. Or how could he stand against the Yi family? He had to intervene. Young Master Yang, stop at once. Zhang Bei dashed forward, attempting to halt Yang Tian. But at that moment, Yi Zhen appeared unexpectedly before him, completely blocking his path. City Lord, do not go. Let us share another drink. Yi Zhen had swiftly conveyed all information to Yi Chen, his own anger rising as he obstructed Zhang Bei, recognizing this as a prime opportunity to undermine the Yang family. He would not allow Zhang Bei to have his way. Step aside, Zhang Bei roared, seeking to push Yi Zhen back. Yet, Yi Zhen stood firm, refusing to budge. Kill, just as Yang Tian closed in on Lu Rian, mere steps away. She coldly uttered a single word, kill. As her voice echoed, a rift in the void suddenly cracked open above her and a figure emerged from within. Simultaneously, a sword beam sliced down, infused with fierce sword energy. Descending upon Yang Tian. No, Yang Shan bellowed in a frenzy, yet his words went unheeded, falling on deaf ears. The sword light struck, and Yang Tian's head was severed, soaring momentarily before tumbling to the ground. Rolling several times before coming to a stop, a look of insatiable desire for Lu Rian still etched upon his visage. Witnessing this scene, Yi Zhen inhaled sharply. The transformation stage expert, the protectors of the Divine Sword sect are indeed formidable. Possessing the ability to traverse the void, such power is extraordinary. A single protector could obliterate everyone in Thundercloud City. At this moment, Yi Zhen finally comprehended the terrifying nature of the Divine Sword sect. This was a power far beyond what the Yi family could contend with, unless he achieved a breakthrough or awaited Yi Chen's growth to match it. Chapter 55. The Son of God? Merely a wastrel. No. Yang Dingshan's eyes widened in despair, filled with unbearable grief, as he charged forward in a frenzy, seemingly intent on battling to the death. His son, whom he had held such high hopes for, had been slain in such a manner. This was an outcome he could never have anticipated. Yang Tian had perished just like that. Dare to attack the Holy Maiden? Annihilation for the entire clan. The Guardian's eyes glinted with ferocity. In the next instant, before anyone else could speak, he wielded his long sword, relentlessly slashing down, mercilessly slaughtering all the Yang family members who had gathered. No one could withstand a single strike. As he witnessed the Guardian's ruthless killing spree, Zhang Bei stood frozen in shock, wanting to rise and intervene but lacking the courage. After all, he was merely at the nascent soul stage, while his opponent was a formidable being of the transformation stage. This absolute suppression of power left him utterly speechless. If the Guardian wished to kill him, it would require but a thought. The son of the Divine Sword sect and the Holy Maiden exchanged no words, merely observing this scene with expressionless faces, as if they had long grown accustomed to such brutality. Clearly, this Guardian was not inclined to end matters so easily that he advanced towards the remaining Yang family members, a fleeting shadow traversing the void, leaving those Yang family members who attempted to flee for their lives, with no avenue of escape. Their speed was far too sluggish. It was evident that the Guardian had not even exerted 1/10 of his strength. As the Guardian continued his relentless slaughter, it was not long before not a single member of the Yang family remained alive. This was a massacre that obliterated an entire clan, even though Yi Chen had foreseen such an outcome. Witnessing it unfold still left him profoundly shaken. The law of the jungle, the strong reigned supreme. At this moment, it appeared vividly true. The Yang family's legacy, built over decades, had been utterly extinguished. The Yang family was simply too weak. Thus, after offending the Divine Sword sect, this Guardian granted them no opportunity for explanation. In their eyes, Yang Tian was but an ant, and the entire Yang family a clan of ants, killed without a second thought. Their demise barely considered. Zhang Bei, though connected to the royal family, now dared not utter a word, for he understood he lacked the standing. The Zhang Bei of the royal family had lost even the right to speak. A swarm of insects, To be seated here is a blessing earned over generations. Yet you do not cherish it and wish to rebel. If I do not annihilate your entire lineage, will others think they can act wantonly before us? The Daozi of the Divine Path sect, Tang Hu, spoke coldly, his gaze disdainfully sweeping over the corpses of the Yang family, his expression unwavering throughout that a family like the Yangs was utterly beneath his notice. They were unworthy. Let them all die. Not a single one shall remain, in my view. The families of Huolian City are a collection of ungrateful wastes, unworthy of preservation. These words, the expressions of those present, changed dramatically. They had never, and Tang Hu's heart was gripped by a tumult of shock. He never anticipated that events would spiral beyond his control, that a mere young patriarch from a small family, whose cultivation was significantly inferior to his own, was now poised to subdue him. Chen possessed the essence of the Dan domain, which was aptly named for its abundant spiritual energy that far exceeded that of an ordinary Dantian. Coupled with the golden Dan Sea within him, he had already attained the strength to battle across realms. If Tang Hu's cultivation were to rise by 2 major levels, perhaps he could fully suppress Chen. However, with his current prowess, that was utterly unattainable at that moment, he felt a surge of panic. How could I bear such humiliation? To be defeated by someone as inconspicuous as Chen would be an utter disgrace, one he could not afford. Die! Tang Hu roared, his hands crashing down with fervor. Chapter 56. The follower? Tang Hu could no longer contain his fury, with the situation reaching this critical juncture, regardless of the angle from which he assessed it. He had to crush Chen. To firmly suppress him, he was the son of the Divine Sword sect. Even if he were the weakest among the 11 sons of the Divine Dao sect, he was still a son, not some insignificant nobody. That he could not tarnish the reputation of the Divine Sword sect. Today he must subdue Chen, rendering him unable to resist, and eliminate him here. Only then could he reclaim his lost dignity. This was his singular focus at this moment. Thus, he did not hesitate to employ both hands. Useless. Upon witnessing this, Chen could not help but snort disdainfully. Although Tang Hu had temporarily subdued him with both hands, Chen felt an odd sense of calm. Even if Tang Hu proved untrustworthy, it did not trouble him. After all, he possessed ample spiritual energy within him. Observing Tang Hu's face turning increasingly crimson, Chen offered a cold smile. Boom! In an instant, golden flames erupted from Chen's palm, swiftly spreading toward Tang Hu along the latter's spiritual energy. Spiritual fire? What is happening? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. They had never witnessed such spiritual fire before. After absorbing the 5 veins of earth fire, Chen had transformed it into spiritual fire, becoming the 5 elemental fire seed. Tang Hu was taken aback by this flame. Boom! As the 5 elemental fire seed made contact with Tang Hu's spiritual energy, it ignited it instantly. When Chen absorbed the fire seed, he had nourished it with his own blood and that of the ancient Crimson Tiger, merging it with himself. Thus, the fire seed caused him no harm, flowing as he willed. However, Tang Hu lacked spiritual fire within him. His spiritual energy could not withstand the combustion of the 5 elemental fire seed. Consequently, once the fire seed ignited his spiritual energy, Tang Hu found himself at a distinct disadvantage, helpless against the flames. This is bad. He cursed inwardly. In his attempt to suppress Chen, he had expended most of his spiritual energy. Yet once ignited, the greater the amount of spiritual energy, the more devastating the damage inflicted by the 5 elemental fire seed. By the time he regretted wanting to retract his energy, it was already too late. Not only that, attempting to withdraw his energy would only allow the 5 elemental fire seed to burn through his internal organs. Should he falter, the fire seed would inevitably enter his body, sealing his doom. At this juncture, Tang Hu finally felt a pang of fear. Stop! No! Kill him! Quickly kill him! Tang Hu shouted, and in the next moment, his protector vanished with a flash of his sword. This is bad. Chen's heart sank. He felt as if a primordial beast had locked onto him, his body stiffening, nearly immobilized. This was the oppressive aura emanating from a transformation realm expert. Chen, be careful. Just as Chen sought the protector, Chen shouted urgently. 3 feet behind Chen, the protector stood, sword poised at Chen's back. Chen was filled with despair. The might of a transformation realm was utterly terrifying. Wait! At this life and death moment, the usually silent Lu Rian intervened, halting the protector. The murderous intent dissipated instantaneously, and in the next moment, The protector returned to Lu Rian's side. Why did you stop? I command you to kill him. Now. Tang Hu bellowed, his eyes filled with dread as the 5 elemental fire seed inched closer. He was desperate to eliminate Yi Chun to avoid a disastrous outcome. Yet, the protector remained rooted, not moving an inch. Clearly, he heeded the saintess over the S-O-N.be silent. Lu Rian furrowed her brow, casting a glance at Tang Hu and the encroaching 5 elemental fire seed, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. I believe he has a point. Being bested by a foundation establishment cultivator while you are at the core formation stage is truly pathetic. Hearing Lu Rian's reprimand, Tang Hu's complexion turned ashen. Yet he dared not retort, "It is my lack of preparation. You little beast, if you have the ability, extinguish this flame, and let us fight again," he shouted. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian looked at him with even greater disdain. "If you lose, do not seek excuses. It only serves to amplify your embarrassment." As she spoke, Lu Rian waved her hands that a wave of cold air surged forth, extinguishing the 5 elemental fire seed before Tang Hu. Tang Hu, still unwilling to concede, considered charging forward, but Lu Rian shot him a glare, prompting him to retreat hastily. Very well. This flame is quite intriguing. Lu Rian's eyes glimmered with appreciation as she smiled and nodded. You should know that our purpose in coming to the White Dragon sect is to seek out prodigies. Thus, if you possess sufficient strength, you would be a candidate for our recruitment. Young Master Yi Chun. I wonder if you would be interested in joining our Divine Sword sect as my follower? Follower. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. Although this saintess was ostensibly recruiting talents for the Divine Sword sect, what she truly sought was to acquire her own followers. Saintess, that will not do. I intend to kill this brat. If you take him as a follower, how can I eliminate him? Before Tang Hu could finish, Lu Rian coldly shot him a glance. Are you instructing me on how to act? Upon hearing this, Tang Hu felt a chill run through him and quickly shook his head, falling silent. Meanwhile, Zhang Bei felt a twinge of anxiety at the implication of these words. It seemed that dealing with the Yi family would only become more challenging. However, Yi Chen shook his head. Thank you, Saintess, for your kind offer, but I have already made preparations to seek the Firegate sect, and I currently have no intention of joining another sect. A follower. Yi Chen internally scoffed repeatedly. To be a follower might seem like an opportunity to cultivate alongside the Saintess, yet in essence, it was merely a position slightly above that of a slave. There was no way he would become someone else's follower. You refuse. Should you become a follower, the resources you would receive from me would far surpass those of the core disciples in ordinary sections. Lu Rian, taken aback by Yi Chen's rejection, quickly responded. She believed Yi Chen was unaware of the immense opportunity that being her follower entailed. Yet Yi Chen resolutely shook his head. Since you do not wish to press the matter, I shall not insist. Lu Rian spoke, tossing Yi Chen a jade token. This is the entrance token for the Zhuke space exploration in a year's time. At that time, you may bring the token to the Divine Sword sect to find me. Receiving the token, Yi Chen contemplated declining. However, upon seeing the coldness hidden beneath Lu Rian's gaze, he still cupped his hands in gratitude. Life and death rested in the hands of others. He needed to secure at least it is not a request, but rather a demand. He took a deep breath and bowed slightly to the other party. Observing that Yi Chen did not refuse, Lu Ruyan's murderous intent gradually dissipated, and she felt quite satisfied with Yi Chen's performance. Since they had already selected their prodigy, they would not impose further. Lord of Jiangbei City, we shall take our leave. Lu Ruyan cast a profound glance at Jiangbei before gracefully departing. Witnessing this scene, Jiangbei dared not utter a single word. Tang Hu shot a venomous glare at Yi Chen, desperately wishing to take ruthless action against him. However, upon seeing the protector who had followed Lu Ruyan leave with her, he could only depart in frustration. Helplessly, his cultivation at the 6th level of the core formation stage might allow him to bully weaker cultivators. But here, disregarding Yi Chen, even the peculiar flame in Yi Chen's possession filled him with trepidation. Under such circumstances, regardless of his resentment, he dared not act, lest he face unforeseen consequences. You little brat, a year from now, I shall await you at the Divine Sword sect. Should you fail to appear, I will annihilate your Yi family. Before Tang Hu could finish his threat, Yi Chen had already transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing forth. Slap. Before Tang Hu could react, an unceremonious slap landed on his face. Not only that, but an 8-edged Han sword came crashing down towards his head. A burst of radiance flickered, and a white light erupted from Tang Hu's body, forming a protective barrier around him. Even so, the immense power contained within the Qingfeng sword still sent Tang Hu flying. Wow! Tang Hu spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal organs suffering injury from the overwhelming recoil, leaving him in a pitiful state. He was usually arrogant and domineering, with no one daring to provoke him. Typically, he was the one initiating attacks, and even those with higher cultivation levels could do little against him, often enduring his assaults passively. Yet this time, Yi Chun had brazenly attempted to take his life in front of so many witnesses. If it weren't for the protective artifact deflecting that sword strike, he feared he would have already lost his head. Consumed by a ferocious audacity, even more unexpectedly, that sword was merely the beginning. Before he could muster a counterattack, Yi Chun had already surged to his side once more. The heavy sword swung down towards him again. No! Tang Hu's heart sank in terror, attempting to evade the strike. However, the momentum Yi Chun had gathered for the sword swing was far too swift for him to dodge. The Qingfeng sword in Yi Chun's grasp possessed unparalleled sharpness. Imbued with formidable spiritual power, clang! A light sound resonated as the eight-edged Han sword collided violently with the shimmering barrier, the terrifying force causing Yi Chun's palm to go numb. The quality of this artifact was extraordinarily high. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to withstand each other's strikes. Protective Jade. Yi Chun's heart sank. Since the opponent was a disciple of the Divine Path sect, they would undoubtedly have numerous protective measures in place, ensuring that Yi Chun could not easily take their life. Witnessing this, Yi Chun discarded the Qingfeng sword and appeared before Tang Hu. He then raised his hand high, delivering a fierce slap to Tang Hu's face. Ah! Tang Hu cried out in agony as he was sent flying. Based on his knowledge of artifacts, as long as Tang Hu's life was not endangered, this protective jade would not manifest. Yi Chun's eyes gleamed with determination as he unleashed several more slaps upon Tang Hu. Smack! 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 After several blows, Tang Hu was left reeling, his head spinning and unable to retaliate. The so-called battles he usually engaged in required his opponents to consider his identity as a divine son, which meant no one dared to truly fight him with lethal intent. But Yi Chun had no such reservations. From the very beginning, Yi Chun intended to claim his life, were it not for the protective jade. Tang Hu would have met his demise several times over by now. Nonetheless, even in this situation, Yi Chun continued to rain slaps upon him. Though these strikes could not kill him, they would ensure that he remembered this humiliation whenever he encountered Yi Chun in the future. The esteemed divine son of the Divine Path sect had been reduced to a spectacle of slaps, losing all dignity. Even more humiliating for him was the fact that Lu Ru Yin merely stood at a distance, observing everything with cold indifference, showing no intention of intervening. Saintess, should we not? One of the protectors remarked, gazing at the battered Tang Hu, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Do not concern yourself with him. Simply observe. Lu Ru Yin replied coolly. He possesses a protective artifact. As long as his life is not in jeopardy, it will not activate. Look at him now, suffering such disgrace, yet still unwilling to fight back. Truly a complete waste. It is perfect. Let this opportunity teach him that without his status as a divine son, he is nothing. As she spoke, a glint of cold light flickered in Lu Ru Yan's eyes. Typically, he relied on the support of his sect, looking down upon everyone. Today, he would learn just how foolish he had been today. As she spoke, Lu Ru Yan turned her gaze towards Yi Chun, revealing an expression of admiration. This individual possesses commendable character. Although his cultivation level is significantly lower than Tang Hu's, his decisiveness and understanding of when to advance and retreat far surpassed Tang Hu's. Observing his combat techniques, one could tell he had received guidance from a master. Lu Ru Yin continued to assess him, growing increasingly satisfied at why Yi Chun's prowess in close combat was indeed formidable. During the 300 years in the heavenly tomb, lacking cultivation, he had to devise every possible means to escape the ravages of the Linglong empress. His only recourse was to engage in physical combat. From being effortlessly subdued by the Linglong empress at the start to ultimately dominating her in close quarters, he had no choice. A man's dignity could not be compromised, and he had to suppress his opponent. Naturally, after every time Yi Chun gained the upper hand, the empress would retaliate with overwhelming strength, suppressing Yi Chun in turn. Over the past 3 centuries, Yi Chun's combat abilities had grown exceptionally powerful. Even Lu Ru Yin might find herself challenged by him. Bang! After pummeling Tang Hu into a state of disarray, With half of his teeth knocked out, Chen kicked him aside. He truly wished to end Tang Hu's life. However, he understood that as long as the Protector and Lu Ruyan were present today, such an act would be impossible. Thus, he merely administered a thorough beating to Tang, who said, "I will not let you off. I will return to destroy you." Tang Hu, in a pitiful state, fled without daring to confront Chen again. Reaching the side of the Protector, he finally felt a semblance of safety. Have him killed. Tang Hu attempted to leverage his identity as a divine son to pressure the Protector. Yet, the Protector did not even spare him a glance. "You possess great cultivation, yet lack the wisdom to utilize it. Consider this a lesson. Now leave." Lu Ruyan spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, Tang Hu was filled with indignation, yet he understood that the Protector would not heed his commands and could only retreat begrudgingly. "Thank you, young Master Chen, for your intervention. We shall meet again in a year." Lu Ruyan smiled and bowed slightly to Chen before turning to leave. Despite his unwillingness, Tang Hu could only follow suit in resignation. After departing from Leyun City, Tang Hu finally could no longer contain his fury. "Saintess, although I am the weakest among the 9 disciples, how dare he strike me like that in your presence? It is an affront to the Divine Sword sect, an insult to you. Should this be disregarded?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan cast a cold glance at him. "You, a waste, still have the audacity to summon the Protector? You are at the core formation stage, a divine son of the Divine Sword sect, yet you cannot best a mere young master from a small family. If I were to allow the Protector to kill him, that would be the true disgrace of the Divine Sword sect." Lu Ruyan's face was icy. "Consider the implications if this matter were to spread." Upon hearing this, Tang Hu's complexion shifted to one of panic. "But that does not justify your refusal to let the Protector act. His actions today will equally shame the Divine Sword sect. How can we allow someone who dares to slap the face of a divine son to live? Would there be any respect left for the Divine Sword sect if he remains? Your Highness, even if you wish to remain uninvolved, you should at least consider the reputation of our sect. Or do you have some interest in that pretty boy?" Before Tang Hu could finish his sentence, Lu Ruyan swiftly delivered a resounding slap. "Utterly foolish. How did I ever agree to let a fool like you accompany me? Are you questioning me? Do you even understand your own position?" Lu Ruyan snorted coldly. "Before we enter the Vermilion Bird space, I forbid you to lay a hand on the Yi family or him. Once we leave the Vermilion Bird space, you may dispose of him as you wish. Even if you annihilate the Yi family, I will not concern myself with it." Upon hearing this, Tang Hu's expression finally brightened. Yet, he still struggled to comprehend why Lu Ruyan held Chen in such high regard. He was merely a disciple from a small family, lacking influence. Although he possessed some talent, there were countless others of the same age with higher cultivation levels. Was it truly necessary to treat him with such importance? Lu Ruyan's contempt deepened. "You are utterly dim-witted. Did you not notice when you fought him that the flames he wielded were distinctly different from ordinary flames?" "Different?" Tang Hu furrowed his brow, realizing he had indeed overlooked this detail that in his perspective, although Chen's recent move was formidable, he believed he had the means to counter it. He had merely been caught off guard. "Fool, that flame is the azure sky fire," Lu Ruyan coldly remarked. The entity within the Vermilion Bird space required the azure sky fire to be obtained. "Over the past few years, I have searched extensively in this great Chen. Yet I have still not found a suitable flame. While there were several extraordinary flames refined by alchemists, their combat capabilities were significantly lacking, and their flames were merely of the mundane variety, lacking even the foundational heavenly fire seeds. However, the flame in his possession was undeniably the azure sky fire, at the very least a foundational heavenly fire seed. If I am not mistaken, this azure sky fire has already been refined by him, making it impossible to seize. That is why I gave him the token, instructing him to seek me out after a year." Chapter 58. Must die at this moment. Tang Hu finally grasped Lu Ruyan's intentions. He nodded slightly and respectfully stepped aside. Casting a glance back at the gradually receding Leyun city, a fierce light flickered in his eyes, accompanied by a chilling murderous intent. Despite Lu Ruyan's warning, he still gritted his teeth in hatred. This moment in the Yang family beast fighting arena. All the families present rose, lamenting the scene before them. They had initially intended to curry favor with the divine son and daughter from the Divine Sword sect. Yet now, they found themselves humiliated by these very figures, nearly facing annihilation. This incited immense fury within them. However, Upon witnessing the complete slaughter of the Yang family, with no survivors, their anger was forced down. "Jiang Bei, is this the opportunity you have prepared for us all?" Yi Zhen coldly stated, his gaze piercing toward Jiang Bei. His dissatisfaction with Jiang Bei had reached its zenith, hearing Yi Zhen's words. Jiang Bei wished to defend himself, but the words caught in his throat, leaving him only to bow apologetically to the assembly. "The Yang family has been eradicated. I cannot absolve myself of blame." Yet does the Yi family not share equal responsibility? Jiang Bei suppressed his rage, his hand gripping the wine cup trembling uncontrollably. He had never envisioned the situation spiraling to such an extent. Far beyond his original plans. Initially, he had anticipated Yi Chun would become enraged and charge at Lu Ruyan, only to be slain by her protector. Then, he would lead the others to annihilate the entire Yi family. Pacifying the Saintess's wrath. At that point, should the capital's Yi family seek retribution, it would hold no relation to him, as it would have been done under the pressure of the Divine Sword sect. Yet he had not anticipated that poison would find its way into Yang Tian's wine, resulting in the death of the entire Yang family. Moreover, Yi Chun had received the jade token bestowed by the Saintess of the Divine Sword sect, temporarily granting him her protection. This outcome was intolerable to him. What wrong has the Yi family committed? They merely came here to attend a banquet, a gathering you and the Yang family arranged. Having no connection to us, Yi Zhen coldly asserted, his gaze icy as it fell upon Jiang Bei. "If your city lord's mansion does not provide us with an explanation, this matter shall remain unresolved." "What?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Bei's fury surged, and he contemplated charging forth to slay both Yi Chun and Yi Zhen right there. Yet, he ultimately found himself unable to act. Very well. The Yang family's remaining assets are considerable. Let them serve as compensation to your Yi family. Will that suffice? Jiang Bei stated, waving his sleeve as he departed. Watching Jiang Bei's retreating figure, Yi Chen's expression gradually hardened. This old man Jiang Bei could no longer be allowed to live. This time, I had uncovered his scheme, averting disaster. Yet we cannot remain on guard forever. After all, one cannot wade through the river without getting wet. Should he succeed in his machinations one day, Jiang Bei must die. Yi Chen contemplated deeply, his fists clenching slightly. After a moment, he relaxed his grip, a plan forming in his mind. Grandfather, let us return for now that we can deliberate on this matter later. Yi Zhen initially intended to say something, but upon meeting Yi Chen's gaze, he simply nodded. With the city lord and the entirety of the Yi family departing, the other families, despite their desire to seize a share from the Yang family, could only shake their heads and leave upon witnessing the tragic scene. This Jiang Bei must be eliminated. Upon returning home, Yi Chen spoke seriously to Yu Zhen. Hearing this, Yu Zhen nodded, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. He had long perceived something amiss. As this affair bore a certain relationship to Jiang Bei, it was highly probable that he was orchestrating events from the shadows. If Jiang Bei were not dealt with, he would undoubtedly haunt the Yi family, plotting further attacks. The selection period for the Flame Gate's entrance into Lei Yun City was fast approaching. If he were not eliminated, he might resort to some underhanded means. Thus he must be dealt with first, Yi Zhen said, exchanging a glance with Yi Chun. Delays breed change. Let us act tonight, Yi Zhen declared, to which Yi Chun nodded in agreement, summoning several elders of higher cultivation from the family. They quickly devised a plan to as night fell. Yi Zhen and Yi Chun, accompanied by the family elders, stealthily made their way to the city lord's mansion at this moment. Within the city lord's mansion, Jiang Bei was furiously glaring at the middle-aged man before him. Is this your Chen family's plan? To kill with borrowed knives, and yet you end up killing your own first. The Yang family had been annihilated, and the city lord's mansion had lost a capable dog. Chapter 59. Killing with borrowed knives. The middle-aged man from the Chen family appeared exasperated. How dare you question me? The plan was initially flawless, yet you managed to ruin it. This is not my fault. It is your incompetence that has led to this failure. Hearing the man's tirade, Jiang Bei felt a mix of rage and incredulity, staring incredulously at the middle-aged man, but he could hardly believe someone could be so shameless. Had you listened to me sooner and directly eradicated the Yi family, we would not be facing such complications. What does it matter if the capital's Yi family is offended? They would not wage war over a collateral branch. The middle-aged man sneered at Jiang Bei's words. Who told you this is merely a collateral branch of the capital's Yi family? Possessing the Qin Emperor's Jade Decree signifies the recognition of the founding ancestor of the Great Qin. That is the main lineage, though now fallen. it still warrants caution from the capital's Yi family. On the contrary, you, the Yi family, have fallen to such depths, suppressed, and struggling to survive. What use are you now? Previously, you had the Yang family supporting you. Now, without them, I wonder how you plan to confront the Yi family or overthrow them. However, that is in the past. I just received news that is favorable for both of us. What good news? Jiang Bei inquired, puzzled. Of course, it concerns the relationship between the Lei City Yi family and the capital's Yi family. The Lei City Yi family is the main lineage. But they have been driven out by the current capital's Yi family, leaving them severely weakened, reduced to surviving in this small city. In this way, many concerns are alleviated. The current main lineage of the Yi family is actively searching for this former main lineage, eager to eradicate them completely. If it were not for the fear of other branches gathering to cause trouble, they would have acted long ago. Nonetheless, over the years, the main lineage of the Yi family has frequently suppressed the branches here in the shadows. This means that as long as our Chen family does not go about destroying them ostentatiously, but rather quietly eliminates this Yi family, the capital's Yi family will only be grateful to us and will not pose any future threats. As he spoke, the middle-aged man's satisfaction grew. It seems you have devised a plan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bei's interest was piqued, and he eagerly pressed for details. The Yi family must be eradicated. Only then could he firmly establish his hold over Lei City. It won't be long before you witness the complete slaughter of the Yi family. Oh, you wish to exterminate my Yi family entirely? Unfortunately, it seems you may not live to see that. Before the two could finish speaking, a chilling voice resonated from the doorway. Who goes there? Both men swiftly turned to the entrance. So engrossed were they in their scheming that they had failed to notice someone had approached. With a resounding crash, the door was kicked open, and Yi Chun strode in, accompanied by the elders of the Yi family. Its members of the Yi family. We must flee. Jiang Bei, not a fool, immediately recognized the change in circumstances and attempted to escape with his companion. Flee? Do you think you can escape? Yi Chen scoffed, and simultaneously, several formidable auras surrounded them, encircling them completely. More figures of the Yi family elders appeared from various directions, sealing off all avenues of escape. Witnessing this scene, the middle-aged man and Jiang Bei's faces turned ashen. It was over. They had been surrounded. Since the Yi family dares to encircle them, the implications are naturally self-evident. Lord City Master, this friend of mine just claimed he would annihilate the Yi family. Would you be so kind as to introduce us? Yuzhen stepped forward, his gaze icy. This is merely a friend of mine, who was just speaking nonsense after a few drinks. You should not take it to heart. That said, I would like to inquire. This is the City Master's residence, and I am the City Master appointed by the court. How dare your Yi family, as a clan of Thundercloud City, intrude uninvited and surround my residence? Do you not hold the laws of the Great Qin in any regard? Withdraw at once, and I shall consider this a mere misunderstanding and refrain from pursuing the matter further. Listening to Jiang Bei's fierce yet cowardly words, Yi Zhen scoffed and shook his head at him. Ha! Lord City Master, you are mistaken. Tonight, it is not the Yi family that seeks to harm you, but rather we have come to save your life. Save me? Jiang Bei was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. Nonsense. This City Master does not require saving from anyone. Withdraw immediately, or do not blame me for reporting to the Great Qin. Jiang Bei wanted to say more, but the Yi family members merely sneered. Subsequently, they cleared a path, and a dozen second-tier demon beasts slowly entered from outside. What does this mean? Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Bei was left in a daze. He never anticipated that demon beasts would come here. Lord City Master, allow me to elucidate the forthcoming spectacle, so that you do not perish unjustly. Yi Chen stepped forward, speaking calmly. Tonight, the remnants of the Yang family, harboring resentment due to their family's annihilation, have come to attack the City Master's residence with demon beasts. Upon receiving the news, our Yi family rushed here to rescue you. But alas, we were a step too late. The City Master has already been devoured by the demon beasts. Thus, our Yi family has no choice but to slay these beasts to avenge you. Yi Chen spoke with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bei instantly realized the Yi family's intention to eliminate him and frame the Yang family. After all, the Yang family had already been exterminated. They could easily shift the blame. This filled him with immense rage, and his heart turned icy. These people not only sought to kill him, but brazenly discussed their plans for his demise in his presence. They were absolutely certain of their ability to kill him. Do you truly believe that such fabrications would be believed? If I were to die, the court's officials would undoubtedly come to investigate this matter and would not let you go. Jiang Bei retorted coldly. Of course, some would believe it. When those dozen demon beasts entered, many in Thundercloud City witnessed it clearly. Besides, the only beast-controlling families in Thundercloud City are the Yang family and our Yi family, which has no bearing on us. Our Yi family acted out of a desire to save you, but regrettably arrived too late, allowing you to be devoured by the demon beasts. This is quite reasonable, is it not? Speaking thus, Chen stepped forward. So, Lord City Master, do you intend to throw yourself into the jaws of the demon beasts, or shall we invite you in? Chen said with a smile, clearly having Jiang Bei firmly in his grasp. Utterly ridiculous. Do Yi family truly believe you have me cornered? You are gravely mistaken. Let me tell you, if I survive, I will undoubtedly eradicate your Yi family. Before he could finish, Yijin stepped forward, shaking his head coldly. That is, of course, if you survive to speak of it. For now, I must kindly request you both to embrace your demise. As he spoke, the elders of the Yi family began to advance on the two. Watching this scene, the expressions of the two men changed dramatically. Yi clan patriarch, I am an elder of the Chen family, acting on the orders of my family here. That if you dare to kill me, you will be openly opposing the Chen family. Are you certain you wish to take such action? If you kill me, you will have irrevocably declared war on the entire Chen family. Chapter 60. Jiang Bei die. Oppose the Chen family? You think you're worthy? As for thoroughly offending the Chen family, what of it? Yijin scoffed. Hardly paying this elder of the Chen family any mind. A mere elder of the Chen family dares to utter such threats of war. How laughable. As for being irrevocably enemies, that was already sealed the moment Chen killed Chen Shaolong. You, the middle-aged man, humiliated by Yijin, erupted in fury. Kill. To avoid any prolonged complications, Yijin issued the command, and everyone immediately began to attack. Run. Seeing the odds against him, Jiang Bei turned to flee. The Chen elder hurriedly followed. His cultivation was at the first stage of the nascent soul, and he stood no chance against the many elders of the Yi family. Kid, relying on your numbers, do you dare to face me in a duel? Let us see who survives. Even at this point, the man attempted a desperate struggle, shamelessly proposing a duel. He understood that since the Yi family dared to act, they would not leave him a path to survival. A duel? You are unworthy of such a fate. An elder of the Yi family mocked. Yi Chen is the young patriarch of the Yi family. How could he duel with a man destined to die? Such cowardice. The middle-aged man glared at Yi Chen with murderous intent, wishing to flay him alive. Yet, Yi Chen merely wore a cold smile, showing no concern. He was not afraid of battle, but would not be foolish enough to engage with a strong opponent at the nascent soul stage. Since this man was already doomed, there was no need to waste energy. Just a trivial elder of the Chen family. If he accepted challenges from every random person, it would set a precedent for anyone to challenge him in the future. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen spoke coldly. Act swiftly, leave no survivors. Upon hearing Yi Chen's orders, despair washed over the elder's face. He never imagined that Yi Chen, so young, would possess such cunning, leaving him no final chance. The Qin Emperor will not let you go. Under the onslaught, Jiang Bei was already severely injured, on the verge of collapse. Is that so? Yi Chen instantly advanced, raising his hand to drain Jiang Bei's energy completely. Ever since mastering the archaic refining god technique, he could manipulate the refining god furnace at will, directly extracting the energy from these individuals, after devouring Jiang Bei's soul power and energy. Yi Chen raised his sword and swiftly struck him down. Other elders moved to eliminate his nascent soul, just to be safe. Young patriarch, what should we do next? Uncle Eugene inquired. Yi Chen chuckled coldly, gesturing towards the demon beasts. Let the beasts consume all of this flesh. Our people should retreat and lure the members of other families here as witnesses. That way, no one can pin this on the Yi family. From the beginning, Yi Chen had prepared for this, intending for the Yang family to take the blame. Thus, he had orchestrated the arrival of these demon beasts. Under Yi Chen's control, the beasts swiftly tore Jiang Bei and the others to shreds and consumed them. Let us go. Next, we must bring in the other families. Yi Chen discarded Yang Xiao's corpse and led the Yi family members away quietly. After exiting, Yi Chen deliberately created some noise to attract attention. After a while, several family members nearby, alerted by the commotion, hurried over, only to witness this gruesome scene. The Yang family has killed the city master. The news spread like wildfire, causing a sensation throughout Thundercloud City. Soon, All the families in Thundercloud City gathered around the city master's residence. Feigning indifference, Yi Chun, accompanied by the elders of the Yi family, arrived leisurely, then declared indignantly that he would avenge city master Jiang Bei. Young patriarch, this matter may still have loopholes. After leaving the city master's residence, an elder of the Yi family expressed concern to Yi Chun that why Yi Chun understood. Are you suggesting that these ordinary demon beasts are simply incapable of defeating Jiang Bei? Second-tier demon beasts might possess some power, but they are insufficient to injure Jiang Bei. This is indeed a flaw. Yes, but if the court's officials investigate us because of this, how should we respond? Yi Chun shook his head slightly. There is no need to worry too much. Even if they discover a flaw, without solid evidence, they cannot act against us. Moreover, our actions have been meticulous. They can only harbor suspicions. The Yi family is the foremost clan in Thundercloud City. Even if they come from the capital, they cannot annihilate the Yi family without evidence. Furthermore, today, all the families in Thundercloud City witnessed that we arrived only afterward. They can all testify that we are innocent. Listening to these words, several elders of the Yi family nodded in agreement at this moment. The various families faced this unexpected situation, unsure of how to proceed. Among the four great families of Thundercloud City, only the Yi family and the Yuan family remained. These two families remained silent. The other families dared not speak further. We must detain these demon beasts. With the city master dead, the court's officials will inevitably come to investigate. We shall wait for their arrival before making any decisions, Yuan Tua suggested. Everyone nodded vigorously. Clearly, they understood that if these demon beasts were allowed to escape, none of their families would be able to clarify their positions. In such a scenario, they must do everything possible to detain these demon beasts. Then, Yuan Rue directed his gaze towards the members of the Yi family. To prevent anyone from attempting any underhanded schemes, Yuan Tuo's gaze pierced through the air like a blazing torch, his suspicions firmly directed at the Yi family. However, with so many demon beasts present, attributing all occurrences solely to the Yi family seemed rather implausible. After all, it was only the Yang family that excelled in beast taming. The other clans were significantly less proficient. Indeed, caution was warranted to prevent certain individuals from employing insidious tactics behind the scenes. Yi Chun, maintaining an air of nonchalance as if he were oblivious to the unfolding events, concluded his affairs at the city lord's residence before returning home. Although Jiang Bei held only a tenuous connection to the royal family, he was still nominally a member of it, and compounded by his position as city lord, it was unlikely that the capital would simply sweep the matter under the rug. Therefore, certain precautions needed to be taken in advance. Just in case. Yi Chen stated, and subsequently instructed his family to prepare over 100,000 spirit stones, which he intended to use to set up a formation, should the investigating team uncover any clues. He would need to devise a means to protect the Yi family. After all, should they turn hostile and resort to ruthless measures, he would show no mercy. Yi Chen had originally anticipated that the investigation team would take a considerable amount of time to arrive in Thundercloud City. Yet, to his surprise, merely 3 days after the news spread, the Jiang royal family, accompanied by representatives from several prominent families in the capital, had already made their presence known in Thundercloud City. Is there a member of the Yi family among this investigation team? Yuzhen's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Indeed, the team comprised members from the Jiang royal family as well as the Yi, Zhou, Shangguan, and Li families, indicating that this matter had escalated significantly. Hearing this, Yi Chen's brow tightened. The audacity of the Yi family to come here. They had once forced the main lineage into this predicament, and now they dared to return. This infuriated Yi Chen. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath and cast a calm glance at the steward of the Yi family. There is no need for concern. If they come, we shall adapt accordingly. Whatever schemes they may have, I, Yi Chen, shall counter them. Upon their arrival in Thundercloud City, the members of the inspectorate immediately proceeded to the city lord's residence. The Yi family had executed their plans with remarkable efficiency, quietly eliminating all personnel associated with the city lord's residence. What do you sense? Lord Jiang Hong, a member of the Jiang royal family, stood beside a demon beast. Intently focusing his senses, a middle-aged man inquired next to him. After a moment, Jiang Hong nodded slightly. The group had not attempted to conceal their actions. Indeed, it was these demon beasts that had devoured Jiang Bei. And such beasts deserved to be exterminated. Jiang Hong's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon the nearby demon beasts. Upon hearing this, the man beside him nodded in agreement. Reports from the various families in Thundercloud City had already been submitted. The Yang family was indeed the most adept at beast taming. Should such a multitude of demon beasts launch a surprise attack simultaneously, the possibility of a successful strike was certainly plausible. Before he could finish, an elder nearby scoffed derisively. A surprise attack? Do you truly believe they possess the ability to manipulate demon beasts for such an endeavor? I have investigated the Yang family, and the patriarch is merely a 9th-level foundation establishment cultivator, lacking any nascent soul experts. How could such a cultivation level succeed in assassinating a nascent soul cultivator through stealth? Based on my analysis, it must be a certain family within Thundercloud City that covertly murdered City Lord Jiang Bei and then framed the Yang family. That I believe the Yi family has both the motive and the requisite strength. The elder's eyes glinted with ferocity. Upon hearing this, the other individuals present displayed faint smiles. Yi-san, while I recognize your disdain for this branch of the Yi family, they were once the main lineage. You have already seized the position of the Yi family's head. Must you not afford this branch a single avenue for survival? The novel can be downloaded using the open-source, free Starcian downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through an alternative download method, and the merchant has not provided the software source code or open-source address, please request a refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyvoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https t.me fqtool chapter 61. The inspectorate. One of the individuals spoke with a smile, though his eyes held a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, the elder known as Yi-san's eyes glinted ominously. I am not here to suppress any branch. Rather, this entire situation raises significant concerns. How could a city lord of such stature be killed by a mere second-tier demon beast? It is worth noting that during the day, the Yang family was nearly annihilated by the sword sect's protectors. Even if a few managed to escape, it is implausible that they could have slain the city lord. Yi-san continued, while the others chose to remain silent. In light of your words, the greatest suspicion undoubtedly falls upon the Divine Sword Sect's son and saintess. Just then, another individual interjected. Previously, I dispatched several subordinates to investigate various families and ascertain the circumstances of that day. They reported that Yang Tian of the Yang family suddenly went berserk, attempting to assault the saintess Lu Rian, prompting the Divine Sword Sect's protectors to annihilate the entire Yang family. Furthermore, that banquet was organized jointly by the Yang family and Jiang Bei. He could not possibly extricate himself from this entanglement. Given the ruthless methods employed by the Divine Sword Sect, they would not allow such a blatant affront to go unpunished. It was likely they had covertly eliminated Jiang Bei to avoid direct conflict with the royal family. Resorting to subterfuge instead, the individual speculated, and the others nodded in tacit agreement. This reasoning held merit, especially considering that an attack on the Divine Sword Sect saintess had occurred that very day. A situation orchestrated by the Yang family and Jiang Bei. Who could believe that there was not some ulterior motive at play? Moreover, given Lu Rian's temperament, she likely had already uncovered some truths. Both the Yang family and Jiang Bei have brought this upon themselves. However, we cannot simply return without further investigation. We must delve deeper. The leader responsible for the investigation glanced at Jiang Hong, then at the others, before nodding in agreement. Upon arriving here, he had originally surmised that it could either be the Yi family or the Divine Sword Sect, employing such underhanded tactics to eliminate those they found displeasing. After all, the Divine Sword Sect would not wish to create misunderstandings with the royal family over trivial matters. Nevertheless, the necessary procedures must still be followed, and investigations must be conducted. Let us disperse and thoroughly investigate the various families here to ascertain whether they possess any pertinent information. Yi-san stated, his eagerness palpable. You are intent on forcing the blame onto the Yi family, aren't you? You members of the Yi family's main lineage are truly narrow-minded. The other prominent families from the capital shook their heads in unison. They were all representatives of the major lineages from the capital, fully aware that the current Yi family main lineage had seized the position from a branch lineage. Thus, their disdain was hardly surprising. After all, if everyone were to act as the Yi family had, the main lineages of their families might face annihilation in the future. They had occupied the main lineage position since the establishment of the Qin dynasty. Now, not only had the Yi family branch turned the tables, but they also sought to eliminate the original main lineage through such underhanded means. Be cautious. Your targeting of this branch may provoke the other branches of the Yi family to unite against your main lineage. The affairs of my Yi family do not require your meddling. Yi San indeed sought to pin the blame on the Yi family, but upon facing such opposition, he realized that his intentions were far too transparent. Inciting the displeasure of others, very well, let us part ways for our investigations. The Yi family branch here shall be scrutinized by others. Yi San, you shall investigate the other families. Jiang Hong was also unwilling to witness the machinations of framing and deceit unfold. Having reached a consensus, the individuals promptly set about their tasks. Shortly thereafter, a white-haired elder from the inspectorate arrived at the Yi family. I am Zhou Zhanling. You may address me as Elder Zhou. Upon his arrival, the elder greeted Yi Zhen and Yi Chun with warmth, seeing that he was not a member of the Yi family main lineage. Both men felt a sense of relief. If he were not from the main lineage, it indicated that the Yi family had not been placed under suspicion in this investigation. Elder Zhou, please take a seat. Is there anything the Yi family can assist you with? Yi Zhen promptly inquired. After some pleasantries, Elder Zhou commenced the formal inquiry. When the city lord Jiang Bei was attacked and killed, what was your Yi family's involvement at that time? Listening to this question, Yi Zhen and Yi Chun exchanged glances before responding in accordance with their prepared statements. Upon hearing their response, Elder Zhou nodded. This seems reasonable. However, while I may believe you, others may not, so do exercise caution. Elder Zhou's deliberate remark was thought-provoking. Upon hearing this, a cold light flickered in Yi Zhen's eyes as he perceived the underlying implication in the elder's words. Elder Zhou, please speak candidly. Elder Zhou nodded, extending his frail finger towards Yi Chen and Yi Zhen. If I am not mistaken, you were once part of the Yi family's main lineage, correct? Hearing this, Yi Zhen's heart skipped a beat, and he nodded in affirmation. Indeed, several generations ago, we were the main lineage of the Yi family. But, before Yi Zhen could finish, the elder raised his hand to halt his words. Have you considered returning to the capital to reclaim what once belonged to you? Yi Zhen's heart trembled, but he quickly regained his composure. Realizing that the other party intended to draw him into a confrontation with the Yi family of the capital. Indeed, it wasn't long before Zhou Zhanling pointed out the crux of the matter. This investigation was originally meant for others. Had it not been for my own inquiries, leading me to gain some understanding of your situation, I would not have taken the initiative to join this investigative team. Now, you likely cannot remain as nonchalant as you appear. The purpose of this journey is twofold. On one hand, it is to investigate the cause of the death of the Lord of Jiangbei. And on the other, it is to uphold justice, preventing certain individuals from resorting to unscrupulous tactics. Zhou's intentions were clear, and both Yi Zhen and Yi Chun understood whom he referred to. After all, within this supervisory team, there existed those of the so-called main lineage of the Yi family. With this group present, the branch family of the Yi clan would undoubtedly find it challenging, if not unbearable. However, with Zhou Zhanling involved, there were numerous variables at play. Yet, it was evident that he would not aid them without ulterior motives. There must be some calculation involved. Otherwise, he would not shield the Yi family from the scrutiny of the main lineage. Soon, Zhou Zhanling candidly expressed the purpose of this endeavor, looking intently at Yi Zhen and Yi Chun. That if you wish to return, our Zhou family can provide you with substantial assistance. Restoring the former prestige of the Yi family is merely a matter of words. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun and Yi Zhen were taken aback, quickly coming to a realization that it became clear that Zhou Zhanling sought to exploit this opportunity to sow discord between the branch and main lineages of the Yi family. Moreover, the Yi family could be utilized as a pawn against the main lineage. Indeed, as one of the four prominent families of the capital, conflicts and rivalries were bound to exist among them. If Zhou could incite internal strife within the Yi family, it would undoubtedly be fortuitous for his own clan. With this thought, Yi Chen's previously anxious heart settled. He had been concerned that the Yi family of the capital would insist that Yi Zhen and the others were responsible for the Lord's death and seek to eliminate them. However, now that discord existed among the families, the Yi clan was, ironically, safer. After all, the strength of these families was relatively balanced, mutually restraining one another, which would afford the Yi family a greater degree of security. For these great families, the death of a minor lord was inconsequential. The real focus was on leveraging this incident to secure the greatest advantage for their respective lineages. Yet, the other families would certainly not allow the Yi family to succeed without obstruction. Just as was the case now. However, it seemed that Zhou Zhanling's intentions extended beyond merely instigating internal conflict within the Yi family. He also wished to bring under his command the Yi family of Leyun City. How so? If the head of the Yi family is willing, Our Zhou family will certainly offer you our utmost support." Hearing these words, Yi Zhen's eyes flickered, and he seemed on the verge of nodding, clearly tempted. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he subtly shook his head. "I appreciate the good intentions of Elder Zhou, but our Yi family no longer harbors ambitions to vie for supremacy. We simply wish to live peacefully in this small locality." Upon hearing Yi Zhen's words, Zhou Zhanling's expression grew increasingly grim. After all, this simple statement from Yi Zhen thwarted his plans to incite discord within the Yi family and simultaneously rejected his overtures. Nevertheless, being a member of a prominent family, he refrained from openly breaking ties, and no matter, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Our Zhou family will undoubtedly lend our full support. Subsequently, Zhou Zhanling inquired further about the deceased lord's circumstances before taking his leave. "Humph, I offer you an opportunity, and you fail to seize it, truly a group of frogs at the bottom of the well." Zhou Zhanling felt a sense of dissatisfaction regarding the Yi family's rejection of his overtures. However, he would not conflate this matter with the situation surrounding the lord's estate and the Yi family of Lian City. On the contrary, he intended to assist the Yi family while distancing them from this incident. Only in this manner could he induce headaches for the Yi family of the capital, which was precisely what he wished to see. "Patriarch, why did you not accept his proposal? With the support of the Zhou family, our future endeavors would undoubtedly be much easier." A clan elder expressed his regret. Hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head. "I understand your thoughts, temporarily acquiescing to the other party's demands, and once we have reaped our benefits, we can find a way to sever ties with them. I am well aware of such expedient measures. However, have you considered that they are one of the 4 prominent families of the capital? Do you think we can take advantage of them without consequences? In the end, we would likely gain nothing and instead face a catastrophic retribution." Chapter 62. The Yi family of the capital. Yi Chen continued, and Yi Zhen nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had long desired to reclaim their rightful position within the main lineage, yet they were unwilling to jeopardize the current state of the Yi family. Furthermore, this matter ultimately revolved around internal strife within the Yi family. Family grievances should not be aired publicly, and there was no need for outsiders to intervene. Yi Zhen spoke calmly, his gaze resolute. The clan elders finally understood, nodding in agreement. After all, the Yi family would not become a vassal to others. Before long, another family from the 4 prominent families of the capital arrived at the Yi residence. "If the Yi family is willing to ally with my Li family, we can assist you in reclaiming your position within the main lineage." The elder from the Li family exuded arrogance, viewing this opportunity as a tremendous boon for the Yi family. After all, the Yi family of Lian City was currently quite weak. Their assistance would significantly bolster the Yi family's strength, a true blessing. Without hesitation, Yi Zhen outright declined the elder's proposal. After sending off the irate elder from the Li family, another family arrived. However, compared to the previous 2, the elder from the Shangwan family exhibited a much more favorable attitude. Not only that, upon seeing the Yi family's reluctance to become a vassal, he promptly changed his tone, expressing a desire to befriend them. It seems that the main lineage of the capital is not faring well. After bidding farewell to these visitors, Yi Chen chuckled. They may not wish to become the vassals of another clan, but the more families that harbor animosity towards the Yi family of the capital, the greater the opportunity for us to resolve the situation and take their place. Yi Zhen nodded in agreement. Although they lacked the support of these families, the conflicts and rivalries among them still presented numerous opportunities for exploitation, which would indirectly aid them without incurring any cost. It appeared that reclaiming their position within the main lineage was not an impossible feat. The members of the Yi family were filled with excitement. Just then, a clan member rushed in. "Patriarch, young patriarch, more people have arrived. Take your time. Today, our Yi family is destined for turmoil. There is no need to panic." Yi Chen furrowed his brow, instructing the member to catch his breath before elaborating. "Yes, it is a member of the Yi family. A member of the Yi family. Does a member of the Yi family still require an announcement? Are you out of your mind?" Before Yi Chen could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized. "The visitors are from the Yi family of the capital. We cannot allow them to enter," an elder whispered, his eyes glinting with malice. After all, these were the very individuals who had expelled the Yi family from the main lineage. How dare they come here now? "No, let them in." Yi Chen shook his head, then gestured for the clan member to allow them entry. Young patriarch, by doing this several clan elders appeared quite furious. After all, they harbored deep-seated resentment towards the Yi family of the capital. The loss of their status within the main lineage was due to their lack of strength if they wished to reclaim their position. They must learn to confront them once more. Otherwise, how could they hope to regain their former status? Waving his hand, Yi Chun and Yi Jin stepped forward, their expressions grave as they awaited the arrival of Yi San and the others. Moments later, Yi San entered the courtyard that I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it is just you, old fool. Upon seeing Yi San, a fierce glint flashed in Yi Jin's eyes. Hearing this, Yi San lifted his head and sneered. I thought it was someone noteworthy. Turns out it is merely a former subordinate. Your entire family was no match for the main lineage, and now you dare to make a comeback. At this, Yi Jin's fists clenched tightly. By the way, where is Yi Huang? Was he not boasting about defeating Long Air back then? As Yi San spoke, he derisively stared at Yi Jin. How dare you mention Huang Air? Hearing this, Yi Jin's rage flared, wishing he could rush over and eliminate Yi San on the spot. Back then, Yi Huang had attended the Yi family assembly, only to be defeated and rendered powerless by Yi Long. Since then, Yi Huang had vanished without a trace. Observing Yi San's aggressive demeanor, Yi Chen stepped forward, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. But why Yi Long? Is it? One day, I shall defeat him and make him experience the agony of being rendered powerless. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi San paused momentarily, then burst into a loud, arrogant laugh. What a grand joke. Are you trying to make me laugh? You wish to defeat Long Air. Do you think you are worthy? Let me tell you, Long Air is our clan's greatest talent. He has already reached the 9th level of the transformation stage. Give him some time, and he will step into the void refinement stage. You are merely at the foundation establishment stage, and you dare to claim you can defeat him. The mention of the 9th level of the transformation stage sent a shock through Yi Chen's heart. Although he had anticipated that the first talent of the Yi family of the capital would possess formidable strength, he had not expected Yi Long's prowess to reach such heights. The 9th level of the transformation stage meant that he could become a void refinement stage expert at any moment. Not to mention, the strongest among them, Yi Jin, had only reached the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, leaving a significant gap in their realms. Not only did Yi Chen's complexion darken, but Yi Jin's face also turned somewhat pale. Discussing so much with you is merely a waste of breath. I have come to inquire about a few matters. Yi San waved his sleeve. Speak frankly, does the murder of City Lord Jiangbei have any connection to you? Upon hearing this, Yi Jin let out a cold laugh that on the day the City Lord died, everyone witnessed a beast entering the city. This matter has nothing to do with our Yi family. Yi San regarded Yi Jin with a sneer and turned to leave. Humph, a second-tier beast thinks it can kill a Yuan Ing stage expert. Humph, do you truly believe we are fools? In Lei City, the only one capable of killing Jiangbei is you, yet you still attempt to deny it. However, this is of little concern to me. Since you have cleaned everything up so thoroughly, I have no desire to say more. But you must understand, those who frequently walk by the river seldom escape wet shoes. Engaging in such actions repeatedly, you will inevitably find yourselves caught. That time, do not expect the main branch to come to your aid. After taking a few steps, Yi San turned back to look at Yi Chen. This young man is your grandson, is he not? His cultivation is quite respectable. Will he be the one you send to the clan meeting 2 years from now? Before Yi Jin could speak, Yi San coldly shook his head. If this is truly what you believe, then I advise you to remain honest and obedient. Otherwise, you will only be seeking your own demise. We are now the main branch and will not grant you, the branch family, any opportunity for a comeback. Such a chance shall never arise in your lifetime. Chapter 63. Selection of the Flame Gate. Yi San spoke without reservation about the Yi family of Lei City. His gaze utterly indifferent. Had it not been for the attitude of the branches distributed throughout Chen, they would have long since eradicated this branch led by Yi Jin, a group of ungrateful scoundrels. Had it not been for the support of our ancestors, do you truly think the people of your branch could have ever risen? Yi Jin muttered under his breath, his eyes ablaze with fury. The reason they were relegated to the main branch position was that, a century ago, a genius youth emerged from Yi San's line. The main branch invested numerous resources to cultivate this talented individual, aiming to elevate him as Yi family's pinnacle figure. Yet, unexpectedly, once this individual matured, he turned against them, leading the Zilong branch to annihilate the main branch. To prevent internal strife within the Yi family. The then head of the main branch voluntarily relinquished the main branch position and resources, moving with his followers to a large city associated with the Bailong sect. Yet this individual remained unsatisfied, ultimately forcing Yi Jin's line into the small city of Lei Yun. devoid of resources. Before he ceased his pursuit, the victor takes all. If you refuse to comply, you face certain death. Yi San scoffed disdainfully. Such an approach, prioritizing the family's overall interests by nurturing talents from the branches, is something Yi San's lineage would never contemplate. All resources would be hoarded within their own branch, unwilling to share with others. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen clenched his fist and strode out of the crowd. Just a bunch of ingrates. I will attend the Yi family clan meeting in 2 years, and I am eager to see what you will do then. At this, Yi San burst into laughter, clapping his hands repeatedly. Excellent. Very well. Just be careful not to end up like your father, that worthless fool, and have your dantian pierced by a single blow. Hearing Yi San's mockery, both Yi Chen and Yi Zhen tightened their fists. What is the value of mere verbal sparring? This world is governed by strength. Without it, your words are but empty noise. With that, Yi San left the Yi family without a backward glance. That scoundrel. Several elders of the Yi family were on the verge of striking out. Yet they understood that now was not the time for action. Why Yi San was a member of the inspectorate. To act against him would be to provoke the inspectorate and challenge imperial authority, a fool's errand. The shame suffered at the clan meeting must be regained there. Speaking now would serve no purpose. Yi Zhen remarked coolly, observing the same dissatisfaction mirrored in Yi Chen's expression. While he felt a sense of pride, he was also deeply concerned. In the past, Yi Huang was considered a top-tier genius among the branches. However, upon reaching the main branch, he was defeated by Yi Long in 3 moves, rendering him incapable of further cultivation. This left him apprehensive for Yi Chen, fearing a repeat of history. Chener, you need not attend the clan meeting in 2 years. We must still amass our strength. Though he longed for Yi Chen to reclaim their lost honors, the foremost concern was Yi Chen's safety. Sacrificing his grandson's future for the sake of honor was simply not worth it. Grandfather, rest assured, I will undoubtedly reclaim what we lost all those years ago, Yi Chen declared, clenching his fists that a century ago, they were coerced into relinquishing the Yi family's main branch position. His father suffered a crippling injury to his dantian and vanished into the unknown. His fate still a mystery. How could a son not seek vengeance for his father? The wrongs perpetrated by the main branch would one day be repaid in full. So, have you all investigated thoroughly? Any results? Outside the ruins of the city lord's residence, Jiang Hong looked toward the other 4. In my view, based on the current clues, it seems the Yang family is responsible. For how Jiang Bei, a Yuaning stage expert, could be surrounded and killed by a horde of second-tier beasts, that remains unclear. Zhou Zhanling spoke up. Indeed, my thoughts align with yours. This incident appears to be the doing of the remnants of the Yang family. The city lord Jiang Bei lured in the members of the Divine Sword sect, leading to the Yang family's downfall, and they now harbor resentment and intent to retaliate. The Li family echoed this sentiment. While others expressed agreement, though Yi Zhen was reluctant to ally with them, they understood that to restrain the main branch of the Yi family, they must preserve this branch. Thus, they were all eager to exonerate them. They then turned their gaze to Yi San. Old Yi, this is your Yi family branch. What are your thoughts? Jiang Hong directed his attention toward Yi San. Taking a deep breath, Yi San replied, it should not be the Yang family's doing. They lack such capability. However, after my investigation, it appears that other families in the city also lack the strength to commit such an act. As for the Yi family, while they possess some power, there is no evidence to implicate them, so they should not be considered responsible. This. The others expressed mild surprise. It was quite rare for Yi San not to take the opportunity to kick someone while they were down, which was uncharacteristic of him. But if there is no evidence, then there is none. With the current chaos in Lei Yun City, during this time of the city lord's absence, the order must be maintained by local families like the Yi family. Therefore, we should not act against them just yet. After speaking, Jiang Hong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let us attribute this case to the Yang family. As for the Divine Sword sect, we can mention them slightly. After all, this incident is inextricably linked to them. Without the Divine Sword sect's involvement, the Yang family would not have suffered such a significant loss. Regrettably, the various clues within the city lord's residence were consumed by flames, making it impossible to uncover the full truth. Jiang Hong shook his head in disappointment. After eliminating Jiang Bei, the Yi family set fire to various locations within the city lord's residence to erase all traces of their involvement. Consequently, even if they wished to investigate, they would find nothing. It seems everything has proceeded according to plan. Let us depart. We must promptly return to report as for the affairs of the city until the new city lord arrives. The Yi family shall take responsibility. With the matter settled, the five quickly began organizing various city affairs before hastily departing. Once the inspectorate left, the Yi family finally felt a sense of relief. After all, should a thorough investigation ensue, many of their affairs would not withstand scrutiny. However, it was evident that among the five, Zhang Hong did not show much interest in Jiang Bei's death. His primary concern was the stability of Lei Yun City. Meanwhile, the others harbored their own intentions. Tio put it plainly, for them, the investigation was not about uncovering the truth, but rather about shaping a narrative that would benefit their side. This was the outcome they desired. Presently, a branch of the Yi family with immense potential was naturally the most advantageous for them. Observing the opposition from others against taking action against the Yi family, Yi Xin understood their true motives. But without concrete evidence, he saw no need to continue targeting the Yi family. Once everyone departed, the Yi family breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, the turbulence caused by their reckless elimination of Jiang Bei was far from over. As the city lord of a city, his sudden death caused considerable unrest among numerous families. Yet, under the Yi family's reassurance, these families began to stabilize. Although the atmosphere in the city had grown somewhat somber due to the city lord's demise, it was not long before Lei Yun City became vibrant once more. This was due to the impending selection of the Flamegate as one of the largest branch sects of the Bailong sect. The significance of the Flamegate within the Bailong sect is self-evident. Their selection was of paramount importance to Lei Yun City. Tell me, should I take care of this Chen this time? At this moment, within the Flame sect, a young man furrowed his brows as he gazed at the figure clad in black before him. How absurd! I am a direct disciple of the Flame sect. How could I possibly engage in such despicable acts? Hearing this, the black-clad man chuckled softly, offering him an exquisitely crafted jade box. This is a modest token of goodwill from the Chen family. I hope you, young master Lu Qian, will graciously accept it. Upon opening the jade box, Lu Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. However, his expression quickly darkened. Absolutely not. The Yi family is a prominent clan in Thundercloud City. Possessing considerable influence as an inner disciple, you cannot expect to buy my conscience with such trivial offerings. The black-clad man, taken aback by Lu Qian's refusal, was clearly surprised, for this was not the impression he had gathered. The individual was notoriously greedy. If I am to deal with this brat, I shall demand double. Chapter 64. Scheming at these words, the black-clad man's anxious heart finally settled. It seemed he had intended to increase the offer. As a member of the Chen family, he was eager to personally confront Yi Chen. However, since the city lord of Thundercloud City had been slain and the Yi family remained unharmed, the faction led by Chen Shaolong had developed a different perspective on the Yi family. Yet, their young clan leader had perished at the hands of Yi Chen, and if they did nothing, some individuals would undoubtedly seek retribution. In such circumstances, they aimed to employ underhanded methods to deal with the Yi family and Yi Chen. If I cannot confront you openly, can I not resort to covert tactics? The White Dragon sect encompasses hundreds of cities and numerous sects, forming one of the most formidable forces within the Great Qin. Thundercloud City lies within the jurisdiction of the Flame sect, and currently, it is the season for the Flame sect to select disciples in Thundercloud City. Thus, the Chen family set their sights on the Flame sect. If any member of the Flame sect is willing to lend assistance, it suffices that Yi Chen is not selected. As long as they can ensnare Yi Chen within Thundercloud City, they can gradually eliminate him. Should you extend your assistance, it will not merely be for such trifles. Once the task is accomplished, there will be further rewards. With this, the black-clad man smiled as he presented Lu Qian with a porcelain vial. Upon opening the vial, a rich and potent fragrance wafted forth, accompanied by a radiant glow. The moment he inhaled this aromatic scent, Lu Qian's eyes sparkled with delight. A pinnacle-grade third-tier elixir, excellent. Though he was an inner disciple of the Flame sect, he was not particularly renowned within the inner circle and often overlooked by his elders. His cultivation was merely at the second level of the core formation stage, making the third-tier elixir essential for his advancement. Then I shall graciously accept it. Lu Qian beamed as he accepted the two treasures. Observing Lu Qian accept the items, the black-clad man's face flickered with satisfaction. Then, I entrust the matters of Thundercloud City to you, young master Lu Qian. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian patted his chest, nodding repeatedly. Leave it to me. I am responsible for the selection alongside two outer elders, and I certainly possess the means to ensure his disqualification. Though this is merely a preliminary selection, with my presence, he shall not gain entrance to the Flame sect. Hearing this, The black-clad man hurriedly cupped his hands in gratitude after the black-clad man departed. Lu Qian glanced at the elixir in his hand, a glimmer of excitement crossing his face, swiftly replaced by a cold demeanor. "It is but a small family from Thundercloud City. It would be too easy to employ some underhanded tactics." With this thought, Qianfeng let out a cold laugh and strode away. 2 days later, outside Thundercloud City, the Yi family, accompanied by members of various clans, stood respectfully awaiting the arrival of the examiners from the Flames sect. The White Dragon City is home to 4 major families, deeply entrenched for millennia. However, above these families, various sects hold sway. Intertwined with these clans in countless ways, the true rulers of the White Dragon sect are the 5 major sections. The hundreds of cities within the White Dragon sect are under the control of these 5 powers, with numerous sects beneath them, resembling a pyramid structure, while the 5 factions maintain a facade of harmony. They are, in truth, engaged in constant rivalry and competition. Consequently, the hundreds of cities within the White Dragon sect appear to be governed by city lords dispatched by the court, yet in reality, they are all under the control of the 5 major sections. Thundercloud City is managed by the Flames sect. Thus, for the talented youths of the various clans in Thundercloud City, joining the Flames sect is the pinnacle of their family's pride. Therefore, when the examiners from the Flames sect arrived outside Thundercloud City, members of these families had been waiting eagerly. After all, to be chosen by the examiners is a tremendous opportunity. However, compared to previous years, this year's Thundercloud City appeared markedly desolate. Many families brought their offspring with varying levels of cultivation, some hardly worth a glance. This was solely due to the Yi family. The young talents of the Yang and Shun families had been entirely wiped out for various reasons at this moment. Although it seemed that the 4 major families still existed, only the Yi family and the Yuan family remained. The Yuan family specializes in alchemy, but their most talented alchemist, Yuan Tianlan, had accompanied a 3rd-tier alchemist to White Dragon City and was thus absent. Hence, in contrast, the Yi family possessed the most young talents, surpassing all other clans combined. Yi Chen's gaze swept over the crowd before finally resting on a solitary figure at the edge, a veiled woman standing alone. It was Wang Rongrong. Her journey had been fraught with twists and turns. When the Wang family was annihilated by Yi Chun, the men were conscripted to labor in mines, while the women were sold into brothels to learn the trade. However, due to her beauty, Wang Rongrong had been purchased ahead of time by Yang Lai of the Yang family. Wang Rongrong had originally thought to leverage the Yang family's power to eliminate Yi Chen and humiliate him profoundly. Yet, she never anticipated that the Yang family would also be destroyed by Yi Chun. Since then, Wang Rongrong had transformed, becoming reticent and donning a veil, seemingly ashamed to face others. This was partly due to the blow she suffered from Yi Chen's slaying of Chen Shaolong and the destruction of both the Wang and Yang families. Additionally, with the severance of ties between the Yi family and Wang Rongrong, the connections she had once prided herself on had all but vanished. She had believed her extensive network was due to her boundless charm, with members of various clans eagerly seeking to engage with her family. However, once the Yi family called off the engagement, those who had once admired her distanced themselves. Wang Rongrong's status plummeted. It was only then that she realized. In truth, the Wang family had always relied on the Yi family. Without the Yi family, the Wang family was nothing. Deprived of the Yi family's support, they could not even be considered a 3rd-rate family. Wang Rongrong, filled with pride, found herself powerless in the face of such a blow, allowing her disappointment to morph into hatred directed at Yi Chen. It is your unwillingness to grovel that has led me to this wretched state. They have arrived. Just then, a commotion erupted among the crowd as all eyes turned toward the distance. The colossal heavenly eagle, measuring a full 10 zhang in size, soared through the skies. On the back of the eagle were several small houses, not large enough to accommodate many people. Nevertheless, the sight of such houses atop the heavenly eagle elicited waves of admiration from the gathered families. Truly, the Flame sect is formidable. Such a massive heavenly eagle, with houses upon its back, speaks volumes of their strength. If only we could travel in such a manner to other cities, it would be quite impressive. However, beside him, Yi Zhen merely scoffed. What value does this hold? True strength lies in the use of flying vessels. This heavenly eagle's speed is far too slow, merely a spectacle for those who have never seen the world. From what he understood, the Flame sect encompassed a variety of disciplines: alchemy, formations, swordsmanship, talismans, beast mastery, and more, each remarkable in its own right. This heavenly eagle was merely a spirit beast raised by the flame sect and hardly worthy of regard. Soon, the heavenly eagle descended near Thundercloud City. And as it gently landed, 3 figures emerged from the crowd, esteemed seniors of the flame sect. I pay my respects. Before the Yi family could speak, Yuan Tuo rushed forward, humbly bowing to the 3 individuals atop the heavenly eagle. Chapter 65. The selection of the flame sect. Observing the obsequious Yuan Tuo, disdain flashed across the faces of those surrounding him. The 3 from the flame sect stepped down from the heavenly eagle, casting indifferent glances at the crowd of Thundercloud City, their eyes betraying a hint of contempt. Ultimately, this is a remote backwater, a gathering of bumpkins unacquainted with the world. Which family do you hail from? Lu Qian inquired directly, eyeing the fawning Yuan Tuo with satisfaction. I am Yuan Tuo, head of the Yuan family in Thundercloud City. It is an honor to meet you, young master, even at this moment. Yuan Tuo remained obsequious. The Yuan family? Excellent. Lu Qian feigned the demeanor of a sage, nodding at Yuan Tuo. Upon hearing this, members of the other families hastily crowded around, showering him with an array of flattering remarks. As if a torrential downpour had descended, observing this scene, Yizhen and the members of the Yi family could not help but chuckle derisively, though these individuals were examiners from the flame sect. It was hardly necessary to grovel so. Did they not know the worth of their own family members? Very well. Lu Qian, merely an ordinary inner disciple of the Flame Gate, had never before experienced such adulation from so many. With the multitude of sycophants now surrounding him, he felt somewhat lightheaded. Just as he basked in his newfound glory, his gaze abruptly landed upon a group from the Yi family. Initially, it might have been tolerable if the various noble families had refrained from flattering him. But with so many now bowing before him, the Yi family stood out conspicuously on the sidelines. Lu Qian furrowed his brow. How dare this group not grovel before him? Infuriating, the Yi family of Thundercloud City had encountered several examiners. Yizhen slightly inclined his hand in greeting. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian's expression darkened slightly, though the 2 elderly figures behind him stepped forward to return the gesture to Yizhen, the Yi family. At this realization, Lu Qian's mind raced. Was this not the Yi family that the Chen family had spoken of earlier? With this thought, Lu Qian's gaze swept over the Yi family members, finally resting on Yichen. Foundation establishment, 8th layer. Feeling Yichen's cultivation, Lu Qian was taken aback. Such an exceptional young talent could even emerge from a place like Thundercloud City. Yet, he soon exhaled in relief. Although this lad's cultivation far exceeded his expectations, he himself was at the 2nd layer of the core formation stage. In comparison, he still held a decisive advantage. With this in mind, Lu Qian scoffed internally and nonchalantly withdrew his gaze. The preliminary selection for the Flame Gate would officially commence tomorrow. Attracting the young elites from several surrounding cities, there would be only 5 slots available, so they must cherish this opportunity. After stating this, Lu Qian strode purposefully towards the Yuan family, with the city lord absent. Should he not visit the Yi family? The 2 outer elders trailing Lu Qian frowned. Lu Qian's overt favoritism towards the Yuan family was glaringly evident. This would only serve to portray us as benevolent. As Lu Qian continued on his path, the other 2 raised their eyebrows at his words, but refrained from voicing further objections. After all, with Lu Qian's status as an inner disciple, they found it difficult to contest his authority. Very well, the other 2 followed Lu Qian towards the Yuan family. The willingness of several examiners to visit our Yuan family truly brings us great honor, exclaimed an elder from the Yuan family, brimming with excitement. Subsequently, members from other families surrounded the 3 examiners, respectfully guiding them towards the Yuan residence. Patriarch, should we not? Several elders from the Yi family turned to Yizhen, pondering whether they should seek to curry favor with this examiner. Do not concern yourselves with him. Let the selection speak for itself based on strength, Yizhen replied, his expression darkening as he outright dismissed the suggestion. Lu Qian was clearly targeting the Yi family. With the preliminary selection set to begin tomorrow, it was evident that this examiner had deliberately sidestepped the most powerful Yi family in favor of others, the implications of which were unmistakable. How absurd. The Flame Gate seeks to select talent, yet this examiner dares to act with such arrogance. Humph. Is it not the fault of these families for their incessant flattery? This was an assessment. And even with their sycophancy, there were only 5 slots available. How could their mediocre talents possibly compete with our young clan leader? Yichen's prowess was undeniable, and aside from him, a few others from the Yi family were also exceptionally skilled. You are unaware of a crucial detail, interjected a nearby elder. Although there are only 5 slots, each examiner possesses a recommendation privilege. This privilege is quite simple, aside from assessing cultivation and combat abilities. Those disciples with special talents can directly enter the reselection phase. After all, not everyone excels in combat, formations, alchemy, or talismans. As long as one has a particular strength, they can advance directly. Upon hearing this, the others were enlightened. So that was their intention to no matter. I require no recommendations from them. With my strength, they are hardly my match, Chen stated calmly, prompting nods of agreement from the other elders. They were all too aware of the young clan leader's combat prowess. Let us depart. With Yuxin's command, the Yi family members promptly left the scene. Within the grand hall of the Yuan family, members from various clans respectfully gathered around the 3 examiners. They understood the immense power these examiners wielded. And this was precisely what they desired. Consequently, they were all exceedingly enthusiastic to this end. Yuan Rui had even invited the most renowned courtesan from the city to attend to the 3 examiners. After a few cups of wine, Chen felt as though he were soaring to the heavens. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. At the Flame Gate, he had always been the subject of reprimand from the elders and his seniors. Yet now, here, he truly savored the delight of being among the elite. This feeling was magnificent. Chen gazed dreamily at the scene before him. The Zhang family presents a southern frontier glass cup. Wishing the young master unparalleled combat prowess at that moment, the patriarch of a minor family shouted, sending a servant forward with a gift. Excellent. Chen accepted the offering without hesitation. Observing this, other families rushed forward to present various treasures. The Wang family offers a sprig of fragrant spirit grass, wishing the young master a significant enhancement in cultivation. Just then, someone hurriedly flattered. Spirit grass, such a lowly herb, how dare you present it? Chen's brow furrowed, revealing his displeasure. The other families had bestowed valuable items, yet this family offered something so trivial. With this thought, Chen's expression soured as he glanced forward. Then, his eyes brightened at the sight of a woman with a curvaceous figure and skin as pristine as fresh snow. I am Wang Rongrong, honored to meet young Master Lu. This tea has been treasured by my father for many years. Consuming it can enhance one's cultivation and strengthen the body. Wang Rongrong, veiled in a delicate sheer scarf, allowed glimpses of her enchanting beauty. This ethereal allure sparked Chen's curiosity, igniting a desire to uncover her true visage. Often, one could only glimpse their ideal self through a veil of mystery. Splendid, this spirit herb is quite wonderful. Chen, enraptured, could not tear his gaze away as Chen became increasingly entranced. Wang Rongrong personally served him tea before gracefully retreating. This tantalizing proximity, where he could glimpse yet not possess, was precisely the key. Indeed, upon witnessing Wang Rongrong's withdrawal, Chen felt an urgent desire to call her back, yet he refrained, not wanting to reveal his desperation, instead watching her retreat with longing. Observing Chen, now completely ensnared, Wang Rongrong felt a surge of confidence. Chen's recommendation slot was all but secured. With this thought, a glimmer of determination shone in Wang Rongrong's eyes. She vividly remembered the humiliation inflicted by the Yi family. This time, she, Wang Rongrong, must gain entry into the Flame Gate as for Chen. Given that this was a selection by the Flame Gate, she believed Chen would find a way to eliminate him. With this in mind, excitement flickered in Wang Rongrong's gaze. She aimed to leverage this opportunity to elevate her family's status. Having calculated the timing, Wang Rongrong approached again after a few moments. After several such encounters, Chen was completely under her spell. An inexperienced youth like him was easily maneuvered. You say Chen destroyed your Wang family. Chen's fury ignited at Wang Rongrong's words. That same Chen again. The Chen family had previously warned him that the Yi family was notorious for their heinous deeds, and now he learned that this Chen had even offended the Wang family. How could he tolerate this? Since the fair maiden was troubled, it was only right for him to assist her in resolving this matter. Moreover, he had come to Thundercloud City with the intent of ensuring Chen's exclusion from the Flame Gate. Now, it was all perfectly aligned. With a firm nod, he declared, "Rest assured, I will take action. I shall ensure the Yi family and Chen pay the price." In his eyes, they were merely a small family from Thundercloud City, easily dealt with. Accepting payment for his services while winning a beauty's heart was nothing short of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After uttering those words, she hurriedly departed to observe the trial grounds. Upon hearing this, Wang Rongrong's inner turmoil not only failed to dissipate but intensified. Lu Qian's statement felt akin to a last testament, leaving her in a state of unease. Regardless, it was merely a stepping stone. Her immediate goal was to enter the Flame Gate. Lu Qian was not her ultimate target. He was merely a means to an endto her. Lu Qian's abilities were still insufficient. With her beauty, she was confident she could effortlessly captivate those far more formidable. Once she secured her position, subduing Yi Chen would be a trivial matter. Wang Rongrong let out a cold laugh. She understood that relying solely on her strength would never allow her to defeat Yi Chen. However, for her, vanquishing an adversary did not necessarily require brute force. Often, beauty could outweigh one's own prowess, as long as she was strikingly attractive. A mere wave of her hand would summon a throng of admirers willing to brave any danger for her. Just like Yi Chen, the most talented individual in Thundercloud City, had once been her devoted follower. Beauty was her most powerful weapon, an integral part of her strength. Meanwhile, within the Yi family, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. Excitement coursing through him as he clenched his fists. He had reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment. After refining the essence of numerous demonic beasts and cultivators with the spirit refining furnace, his cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough. Subsequently, after refining all the spirit stones at hand, he finally ascended to the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Yet, after the initial joy, Yi Chen found himself engulfed in a sense of despair. Letting out a long sigh. Achieving the 9th layer of foundation establishment required an immense amount of spiritual energy, and to break through to the core formation stage, the energy required would be even more staggering. Glancing down at the spirit stones within his Chinkoan ring, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. The Yi family was still too impoverished. There simply weren't enough resources if only there were more spirit stones. At least he had yet to encounter a bottleneck in his cultivation. Spirit stones, medicinal pills, formations, and beast taming. He needed to get all these matters in order. Yi Chen pondered how to amass a fortune. He then glanced at the flame crystal stones in his Chinkoan ring. Unfortunately, using the flame crystal stones for absorption wouldn't significantly increase his spiritual power. Conversely, exchanging them for spirit stones was far more cost-effective. It seemed that once he passed the preliminary selection, he would need to find a chance to sell these flame crystal stones. Such a plethora of flame crystals would be enough to trade for a substantial quantity of spirit stones. However, the immediate priority was still to pass the preliminary selection. Remembering Lu Qian's prior attitude towards the Yi family, Yi Chen's gaze turned cold. This fellow harbored hostility towards the Yi family, which could prove troublesome for him. Humph. The preliminary selection evaluates one's own strength. I am eager to see how much capability you possess to obstruct me. Yi Chen scoffed. He held the examiner's supplementary test quota in utter contempt. With his strength, he had no need for such a quota. With this thought, Yi Chen resumed his rigorous training. The following morning, the entire Thundercloud City was abuzz with excitement. Nearly everyone had left their homes, flocking towards the square where the Yuan family had established the examination venue. This arrangement served a dual purpose: to accommodate trial participants from smaller towns and to showcase the Yuan family's prowess and capabilities. Since the city lord's assassination and the annihilation of the Chen and Yang families, the Yi family had become the undisputed rulers of Thundercloud City. The Yuan family could not allow this situation to persist. Hence, they sought to leverage this opportunity to demonstrate to others that besides the Yi family, they too remained resilient. As more individuals gathered around the square, it became increasingly lively. The offspring of various families arrived early, brimming with anticipation, eager to seize this rare opportunity for advancement. For them, such an occasion was incredibly precious. If they could enter the Flame Gate and become its disciples, their families would flourish, and their fortunes would rise alongside them. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Yi family, the younger generation followed Yi Chen with palpable excitement. Let us go meet those individuals and see what they are truly made of, Yi Chen declared. Glancing back at the other Yi family members, with the backing of their powerful family, these descendants were all of considerable strength. However, their cultivation was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, making them formidable within Thundercloud City but slightly lacking when compared to others. Let us go. Yi Chen waved, and the group promptly followed him towards the square. As they left their home, the golden rays of the rising sun cast a radiant glow upon them, as if adorning them in golden garments. Along the way, many onlookers turned their gaze towards Yi Chen, their eyes shimmering with admiration. It seemed that Thundercloud City still belonged to the Yi family. Young master, I heard that participants from other cities are coming to our Thundercloud city for the trials, one of the Yi family disciples said nervously. Indeed, but you need not worry too much. They are merely from several smaller towns beneath Thundercloud city. You are all the finest disciples of our Yi family and will surely succeed in the trials. Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. There were 5 preliminary selection quotas surrounding Thundercloud city. If the number of participants exceeded 5, they would have to compete against each other to secure one of the 5 spots. If there were fewer than 5, or exactly 5 participants, all would qualify to proceed to Bailong City for the final examination of the Flame Gate. In the past, when the 4 great families were present, they vied fiercely for these 5 preliminary quotas, and the Yi family disciples contended with others for them. However, with 2 of the 4 great families eliminated by the Yi family, it would be challenging for the Yuan family to compete with the Yi family members. Under these circumstances, it was highly likely that the Yi family members would pass the initial selection. Of course, passing the preliminary selection was merely the first step. Proceeding to Bailong City for the final examination was the crucial part. In previous years, many from the Yi family had successfully passed the preliminary selection, yet all were eliminated in the formal selection process. Yi Chen's father, Yi Huang, had once caught the attention of the Flame Gate. But he had always aspired to reclaim the family's primary position, which led him to decline the Flame Gate's invitation and instead attend the family conference in the capital. Afterward, when Yi Huang was crippled by Yi Long, he left Thundercloud City and never returned. According to the current plan, Yi Chun was the most likely candidate to join the Flame Gate. However, Yi Chen's brows furrowed slightly as he recalled Lu Qian's previous actions. He did not wish to provoke trouble, yet it always seemed to find him. This issue might not resolve itself easily. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen's lips curled into a hint of coldness. You think you can control him? How laughable. Well, I fear these people, he declared. Let us go meet those 3 examiners. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the Yi family disciples felt invigorated and followed him towards the square. Upon their arrival at the square, they discovered that members of other families had already gathered. Lu Qian, upon seeing Yi Chun and his entourage approach, let out a cold snort, his gaze filled with evident dissatisfaction towards the Yi family. The previous night, Wang Rongrong had once again employed her most adept tactic of feigned indifference, subsequently being exalted by the crowd, while Lu Qian had become somewhat arrogant, though he had not even touched her. Lu Qian now regarded himself as the rightful possessor of Wang Rongrong. Through casual conversations with Wang Rongrong and several other families, he had gleaned insights into Yi Chen's actions. Naturally, these discussions omitted the misdeeds of the Wang family from years past. According to Wang Rongrong, it was Yi Chun who relentlessly pursued her, only to be ruthlessly rebuffed, and in his frustration, he had resorted to exhuming the Wang family's ancestral grave, annihilating them to coerce her into submission. I once thought all men in the world were like this, but having met you, I realize not all men are as despicable as Yi Chen. Compared to you, he is nothing more than scum. A disgrace, utterly contemptible as for the matter of not returning the betrothal gifts. Wang Rongrong had never believed she had erred. Men should bow to women. They should pamper women. As her devoted admirer, how dare you resist? Truly beneath contempt. If you fade into obscurity, I, Wang Rongrong, would only feel my decision to abandon Yi Chen was wholly justified. But how could you not only regain your cultivation but become even stronger than before? It is simply unbearable. Rongrong, rest assured, I will teach him a severe lesson and strip him of all dignity, Lu Qian vowed, thumping his chest to assure Wang Rongrong. Yi Chen's gaze swept over the two, and he quickly grasped the situation. This Wang Rongrong was truly predictable, never contemplating the enhancement of her own strength, always relying on the powerful. It seemed his earlier punishment had been too lenient. It is indeed more appropriate to eliminate them outright. Yi Chen shook his head nonchalantly, then turned his gaze toward the other disciples participating in the assessment. The group of several dozen disciples directly in front of him were all from Leyun City, and Yi Chen observed that they were largely similar in appearance. After a cursory glance, he decided to disregard them entirely, for he was thoroughly aware of their capabilities. However, when his gaze shifted to the other side, Yi Chen's demeanor became more cautious. He had never encountered these few individuals before. They appeared to be offspring of the minor noble families affiliated with Leyun City. Beneath Leyun City, there existed several smaller cities. And although these cities were insignificant, they boasted a considerable number of family disciples. The cultivation levels of these individuals were rather average, Yet one particularly towering figure caught Chen's attention. That it was not merely the man's impressive musculature and robust stature that stood out. It was evident that his physical prowess was exceptional. Isn't it supposed to be a selection for young talents? Can this uncle also participate? A disciple from the Yi family spoke up. His voice was slightly too loud, attracting the attention of the burly man. Uncle, I am still a young man. Thank you very much. You are the uncle. Your entire family are uncles. The aging voice of the burly man stunned the Yi family disciple into silence. Enough, everyone, quiet down. At that moment, an elder responsible for the assessment from the Flame Gate stood up, signaling for all to be silent. Today marks the grand occasion of our preliminary selection for the Flame Gate in Leyyan City. First, I will explain the rules of this preliminary selection. However, before I proceed, I kindly ask all individuals over the age of 18 to leave the premises, lest they waste time in the forthcoming Bone Age assessment. Upon hearing this, most of the attendees directed their gazes toward the burly man. What are you looking at me for? I am not yet 18. The burly man glared with his large, round eyes at those around him. The elder overseeing the assessment cleared his throat. This young friend, Gua, is actually only 16 years old. He merely possesses the bloodline of the barbarian tribe, which accounts for his robust appearance. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in understanding. There was no issue, after all, as only individuals of barbarian lineage could exhibit such physicality. Barbarian tribe? Chen's interest peaked at this revelation. If he indeed carried the ancient bloodline of the barbarian tribe, it might be possible to extract and refine a portion of that bloodline into himself. However, after a moment's contemplation, Chen shook his head. Never mind. While the ancient barbarian bloodline is formidable, it pales in comparison to the bloodlines of those powerful demonic beasts. There is no need to go to such lengths to extract it for his own bone age. Chen had personally assessed it upon his return, discovering that his bone age had only increased by a single year. Despite having learned for over 300 years in the Taitsong space, in the end, his bone age had merely grown by a year. It appeared that bone age was calculated based on the time spent in this grand world, rather than the time within the Taitsong realm. The Taitsong world seemed to obstruct the rules of this world, allowing him to disregard the temporal constraints while in that space. Well, since everyone's age is under 18, let us commence the assessment officially. I will first convey the general requirements of the evaluation. At this point, the elder cleared his throat. This preliminary trial consists of 5 slots, and all participants must pass 3 trials. The subjects of these 3 trials will be determined by the 3 of us. Only those who successfully complete all 3 assessments will be deemed to have passed the preliminary selection. Upon finishing his statement, the elder fixed his gaze upon all the disciples present for the assessment. My first trial is quite simple. Only those who have reached the foundation establishment stage may remain. All others may leave. Following this declaration, a silence enveloped the area, which was soon shattered by an uproar. Are you joking? I am at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Why am I not allowed to participate in the assessment? Indeed, in previous years, even those at the 9th level of Qi refinement could participate. 10 years ago, there was even a 9th level Qi refinement disciple who emerged as the champion of that year's preliminary selection, surpassing several foundation establishment practitioners. Numerous disciples who had yet to reach the foundation establishment stage began to murmur in protest. Enough. At that moment, the outer gate elder shouted sternly, a wave of yawning stage cultivation descending upon the crowd, silencing them instantly. I will inform you that the foundation establishment stage is not merely a requirement set by the Flame Gate. It is the criterion for this first assessment. As he spoke, the elder's icy gaze swept over those disciples who had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage. All of you are nearly in your teenage years. Your age is not insignificant. If you cannot even attain the foundation establishment stage, it reflects poorly on your comprehension and foundational skills. If your foundation were sufficient or your luck favorable, you would at least be at the foundation establishment stage by now. Without talent or foundation, what use would it be to accept you? It would only waste resources. In this era, without adequate family support, achieving success in cultivation is exceedingly arduous. Upon hearing these words, the previously vocal crowd fell into a hushed silence. The disciples who had not reached the foundation establishment stage lowered their heads, their eyes filled with disappointment. In truth, they had realized long ago that individuals like them had no hope of becoming formidable experts. They had merely clung to a sliver of hope, now shattered by the elder's words. Chapter 68. The tiger falls in the plains? Enough. This matter leaves no room for negotiation. You may withdraw. with a wave of his sleeve. The examiner dismissed those below the foundation establishment stage, who left with a sense of helplessness, many murmuring in discontent. Chen was hardly surprised by this outcome. It was quite simple. This world has always revered the strong. To survive, one must either possess exceptional strength and rise to prominence, or have sufficient foundational support from their family. At the very least, one must possess extraordinary luck, be it saving an injured powerhouse in childhood or obtaining an ancient inheritance after falling off a cliff. Such feats could only be accomplished through remarkable fortune. One must possess at least one of luck, foundation, or strength to stand out. As these disciples exited, one disciple from a minor family suddenly halted, glaring fiercely at the outer gate elder of the flame gate. Just a mere flame gate dares to reject me at the door. This will be your greatest mistake. A dragon may swim in shallow waters, but a tiger may fall prey to dogs in the plains. One day, I will return to the flame gate and personally take down your sign, making you regret this day for eternity. Clang! Before the disciple could finish his threat, a flash of white light erupted with a piercing sword cry from the elders Dantian. In an instant, the white light severed the young man's head. The white light then returned to the elders Dantian. At that moment, Chen finally discerned that it was a flying sword of immense power. A tiger falls in the plains, threatening the flame gate. What are you, to dare to threaten me now? The elder sneered coldly. I know that a waste like you, who can only boast, poses no threat to the flame gate, but I have no intention of wasting words with you. I will not grant you any opportunity for future rise. It is better to eliminate you now. After speaking, the outer gate elder turned to the pale-faced Yuan Tua, who had been terrified by the earlier incident. What is the standing of this family? Yuan Tua hastily replied. It's an insignificant minor family. The strongest member has only reached the 6th level of foundation establishment. This boy is their family's greatest talent in 50 years. Hearing this, the elder chuckled coldly. Before descending the mountain today, I want to see the heads of everyone in their family. Leave no one alive. Even the eggs must be smashed. After finishing his words, the elder cast a disdainful glance at the corpse of the young man. Without capability and background, how dare you speak so arrogantly? You truly do not know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Just because you have a bit of talent, you think you are significant. At this, Chen could only shake his head in disbelief. This young man was indeed foolish, having read too many novels. How could he dare to utter such threats? This was a world of cultivation, where killing was a commonplace occurrence. A single ill-chosen word could lead to the annihilation of one's entire family. The strongest member of that family was merely at the foundation establishment stage, while an outer gate elder of the flame gate held Yuan Ing stage cultivation. What did this imply? The strength of the inner gate elders would only be more astonishing. This young man dared to speak of taking down the flame gate sign? Such youthful naivety. Following the earlier incident, Yuan Tua dared not defy the elders' wishes and hurriedly began arranging for the resolution of this family issue. Assuring that they would return before sunset, seeing the outer gate elder act with such decisiveness, those whose cultivation did not exceed the foundation establishment stage scurried away, not daring to utter a word. Once these individuals had departed, only a small fraction of the original crowd remained. Elder Zhao's first question was quite well posed. I too shall present a question. As the outer gate elder took his seat, another elder rose to his feet. This elder, a man of advanced years, wore a smile as he looked down at the remaining disciples, then raised his hand, channeling his energy to conjure 9 punches in the air. Boom! In an instant, the 9 fist imprints coalesced together, ultimately merging into a singular force that shattered a distant stone pillar. I had just unleashed 9 punches using the strength of the first layer of the foundation establishment stage. And upon stacking these 9 strikes, I released them in a heartbeat. What you all need to accomplish next is to execute these 9 punches within the span of a single hour. An hour's time? Upon hearing this, the remaining participants erupted into animated discussions. This was a test of the participants' comprehension. Everyone present was required to observe once and then discern for themselves how to execute the strikes. Chen stroked his chin, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. These 9 punches were indeed exquisite. It was not merely the power of the punches that was impressive, but rather the fact that the old man had executed them using only the strength of the first layer of foundation establishment. Simultaneously, the crux lay in the control of spiritual energy during the execution of the 9 punches. The speed of the first punch was slow, while each subsequent punch was delivered with increasing haste. Consequently, when the ninth punch was thrown, the spiritual energy from each successive strike would accumulate, resulting in a combined force equivalent to 9 times that of a single punch. Throughout this process, one must meticulously manage the speed and power of each punch so that they converge seamlessly. It is essential to understand that spiritual energy dissipates continuously. Thus, if the speed is too slow, by the time the ninth punch is delivered, the first strike would have completely dissipated. Neither too slow nor too fast would suffice. This is utterly impossible. The crowd exchanged wry smiles, devoid of hope for success. This was also the reason he established a time limit of a single incense stick. Only in this manner could truly exceptional talents be selected. Chapter 69. Guan Hu. With this thought, the second outer elder confidently stroked his beard. The mastery required for controlling spiritual energy in this punch is exceedingly high. To grasp it within the time frame of a single incense stick is nearly an impossible feat. If no one succeeds after an hour, he would grant some leniency, allowing the fastest learners to pass the assessment. This approach would not only highlight the strength of the flame sect, but also enable the selection of disciples with considerable potential. 2 birds with 1 stone. The members of the Yuan family ignited an incense stick, while the participating disciples had already buried themselves in study, contemplating how to manipulate their spiritual energy. The second outer elder surveyed the surroundings, his gaze quickly fixing on one individual among the crowd. Unlike the others, who were repeatedly experimenting with their punches, Chen stood with his eyes tightly closed. How naive. Does he think he can comprehend this technique solely through insight? Truly foolish. The elder scoffed internally, already convinced that this individual was merely a dreamer. Just as he was about to shift his gaze, he noticed the young man suddenly opening his eyes and striding confidently towards him. He slowly clenched his fist and raised his hand, seemingly practicing the punch technique. Not too foolish. He understands that constant experimentation is essential for grasping this move. There is still hope. The elder nodded slightly. However, he soon shook his head. This individual has no chance of comprehending this punch. Even he himself had taken 7 days to barely master it upon first encountering it. Even the prodigies of the Divine Sword sect required a day to achieve it. This illustrates how exceedingly difficult it is to fully grasp and execute it. The youth is ultimately too young. This challenge was never intended for them to master, merely to test their level of comprehension. Beside him, Lu Qian observed Yi Chen's demeanor and couldn't help but sneer, his eyes filled with disdain. Such a person, oblivious to his own limitations, deserves to be expelled from the trial. He has no grounding in reality. Truly believing himself to be a prodigy, a true dragon among men. While they conversed, the young man had approached the elder and prepared to throw a punch. Quickly, step aside. Do not practice your punches here. Lu Qian's expression was icy, and even the outer elder's countenance darkened, thoroughly irritated by this arrogant youth. Just moments ago, this individual was still in deep contemplation, and now he thought he could pass the examination after only a brief practice? Boom! In an instant, the 9 punches were unleashed, and the 9 fist imprints manifested in sequential order, only to overlap in the next moment. Boom! After the 9 punches converged, they created a substantial crater in the stone pillar ahead. The humiliation Lu Qian had intended to unleash was left unspoken. He had never anticipated that this young man would master the technique at such a rapid pace. Not only him, but the elder responsible for this round of assessment was equally astonished. He had never imagined that this individual would indeed succeed, and the resulting power was comparable to his own. The elder's gaze shifted to the side, where the incense stick had only just been lit for a brief moment. Good heavens, a genius, an unparalleled talent. This individual must be inducted into our flame sect, the outer elder exclaimed with excitement. He had already formulated a reprimand for this arrogant young man, awaiting Yi Chen's failure. Yet, the speed at which Yi Chen comprehended the technique was astonishing. He had actually succeeded. Even the core disciples of the flame sect could not achieve such a feat. You have passed, the elder said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen bowed respectfully and then stepped aside, observing the remaining incense stick. A satisfied smile crept upon his lips. His innate talent was commendable, and the ability to grasp the nuances of this technique in such a short time was largely attributed to the myriad insights left behind by the Linglong Empress. Since departing from the Great Market, Yi Chen had been contemplating its intricacies, integrating them into his own understanding, broadening his horizons, and significantly enhancing his comprehension ability. The more he exercised his mind, the sharper it became. With the Linglong Empress's insights into various techniques and spells as a foundation, Comprehending these 9 punches felt akin to receiving a personal demonstration from her, were it not for the fear of drawing too much attention by progressing too swiftly. He could have comprehended it even earlier. Nonetheless, even so, the outcome left everyone present deeply moved. Lu Qian, at this moment, was left speechless. Several times he attempted to claim Yi Chun had cheated, yet the gaping crater on the stone pillar before them rendered any excuse futile. After all, Yi Chun executed the technique in plain view of everyone. He could hardly assert that the outer elder had disclosed the problem to Yi Chun ahead of time and personally guided him. Could he? Though he was an inner sect disciple, he dared not offend an inner elder. The authority of a Yuanying stage expert is not to be trifled with. In this scenario, he could only hold his tongue. Seething with anger internally, damn Yi Chun. On the other side, Wang Rongrong clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze. She had long secured Lu Qian's re-examination slot, thus exempting herself from participating in this assessment. However, witnessing Yi Chun successfully pass the second round of trials soured her previously pleasant mood. This was the outcome she least desired. As long as Yi Chun was happy, she would be anything but. Yi Chun stepped aside, and the surrounding crowd regarded him with envious and astonished gazes. They sighed deeply. Yi Chun's performance was simply outstanding, placing all the pressure on them. In reality, it was not that they were inadequate, but rather that Yi Chun was formidable. Over half an hour passed. A second individual finally emerged to successfully complete the assessment. Boom! Yi Chun's gaze shifted toward the other side of the plaza, where Guan Hu, of barbarian lineage, was grinning foolishly. He was the second to master the technique. This revelation incited an urge to curse from everyone present. Generally speaking, the greatest strength of the barbarian race lies in their physicality. They possess a naturally robust constitution. However, correspondingly, their intellect is often lacking, typically on par with that of an average person. Most would assume that such delicate manipulation of spiritual energy would be beyond Guan Hu's capabilities. Ultimately, he should have relied on a re-examination slot to pass the trial. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Guan Hu's comprehension was remarkably high, allowing him to excel in manipulating spiritual energy, completing his learning in just over half an incense stick's time. This Guan Hu possesses considerable talent. Yi Chun mused inwardly. His physical prowess is formidable, and crucially, his comprehension is equally impressive. Yi Chun inhaled deeply. His rapid comprehension stemmed from his continuous engagement with the Linglong Empress's insights. However, Guan Hu had managed to achieve understanding in such a brief period. His talent for comprehension is undoubtedly exceptional. This prompted a shift in Yi Chun's preconceived notions about the barbarian race. Who would have thought that these seemingly simple-minded, brawny individuals could also possess such intelligence? It is worth noting that those of human descent with barbarian bloodlines are often brutish men who only know how to rely on brute force. Yet this brute before him was entirely different from those barbarians. After a wave of astonishment, others resumed their fervent studies. Hey, I've completed it too, but not as quickly as you. You really are impressive, Guan Hu spoke while reaching back to pat his own rear, appearing somewhat clumsy yet endearing. However, Yi Chun remained vigilant towards this individual. With such perceptiveness, it was impossible for him to be a fool. Those who underestimated him were the true simpletons. Your prowess is formidable, and you will undoubtedly pass the trials to reach White Dragon City. Since we both hail from Thundercloud City, shall we form an alliance? It would provide mutual support during the re-examination there. Guan Hu warmly invited Yi Chun. The Flame Gate is a significant sect within the White Dragon cult, and surely there would be many participants in the re-examination. Having an ally would be a prudent choice. Yi Chun felt tempted by this thought, ready to acquiesce. Yet, in the fleeting moment their eyes met, a flash of dark light flickered in Guan Hu's gaze. In that instant, Yi Chun was engulfed in darkness, losing control over his physical form. Buzz! Just then, the divine refining furnace within him trembled gently, jolting Yi Chun back to lucidity and regaining control of his body. His eyes brimmed with fierce light as he stepped forward, the eight-sided Han sword already in hand, ready to strike down his adversary. You wish to deceive me. You seek death. Yi Chun's heart seethed with murderous intent. The audacity of Guan Hu to lay a trap for him was infuriating. However, Guan Hu reacted more swiftly, abruptly retreating a few steps to hide behind an outer gate elder, feigning fear. Recognizing that striking down his opponent was no longer feasible, Yi Chun sheathed his Qing Feng sword and strode away. An alliance? I have no interest, Yi Chun declared coldly. I shall allow you to remain arrogant for a couple more days before extinguishing you. Guan Hu thought. the strange black light in his eyes flickering as he watched Chen depart. Chapter 70. The Rules of the Cultivator's World. Guan Hu roared silently within. Yet, in the next moment, his face reverted to its previous foolish demeanor. After walking a distance, Chen exhaled a breath of foul air. Just moments ago, Guan Hu had seemingly employed some treasure or secret technique to attempt to manipulate him through soul power, had it not been for the tremor of the divine refining furnace. Restoring his clarity of mind, he might have been in grave peril. This Guan Hu must harbor significant secrets. His earlier attempt to slay Guan Hu was twofold: to intimidate him and to gauge his strength. Yet, he had not anticipated that Guan Hu would deftly evade his strike by utilizing the Outer Gate Elders' presence, that Chen had not divulged this incident to the Flame Gate Elders. Everything that transpired felt as though it had never occurred, but as he was not yet a disciple of the Flame Gate. Even if he informed the three elders, they would not believe or concern themselves with it. Thus, Chen chose to observe the unfolding events while awaiting the conclusion of the second trial. An hour had passed, with little time remaining. Soon enough, the hour elapsed. Aside from Chen and Guan Hu, none of the others had mastered the art of the Nine Fists in unity within the allotted time. Nonetheless, the elders still selected some disciples with commendable talent from among the group. Young Master, several Li family disciples who had passed the assessment excitedly approached Chen. After 2 rounds of testing, although some Li family disciples had been eliminated, several had successfully passed the trials. Very well, the upcoming third and final round will be overseen by Lu Qian, an Inner Gate disciple of our Flame Gate. Within the White Dragon cult, disciples are categorized into Outer Gate, Inner Gate, and Core disciples. You must begin as Outer Gate disciples, only qualifying for Inner Gate status after passing the Outer Gate examination a year later. Of course, if you exhibit extraordinary talent during the selection, you may enter the Inner Gate early and even aspire to become direct disciples of the esteemed elders. The 2 Outer Gate elders remarked with smiles. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a proud glance at the assembly below. Despite his various grievances within the Flame Gate, here he could still exert his authority. Clearing his throat lightly, Lu Qian offered a few compliments to the 2 elders beside him, then cast a casual gaze over the numerous disciples participating in the assessment, filling his heart with an air of arrogance. This crowd of unsophisticated individuals, a bunch of country bumpkins, utterly unaware of the vastness beyond their limited horizons. Before them, I am nothing short of a divine being. With this thought, Lu Qian's arrogance intensified. His gaze then shifted to Chen, a sinister glint creeping across his lips. This brazen fellow dared to pursue Rong. Today, he would demonstrate the cost of offending her, akin to a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. The memory of Rong's subtle hints the previous night, suggesting a potential bed-sharing, fueled his fervor. If he dealt with Chen, he would have a chance to turn the tides. With this in mind, Lu Qian's gaze grew colder. He was merely a boy from a small town. Crushing him would be effortless. If he could win the lady's favor, eliminating Chen would be a trivial matter. Who could possibly retaliate? Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that throughout, Rong had not even allowed him to hold her hand. Before her, he was nothing more than an obedient dog. Simultaneously, Rong had already recognized how easily Lu Qian could be manipulated. Whether through wealth or beauty, she could control him at will. This was undoubtedly due to her masterful use of the honeyed trap technique, which allowed her to toy with Lu Qian as she pleased. Today, Rong intended to orchestrate Lu Qian to deal with Chen, seeking revenge for an old grievance. Although this is merely the preliminary selection, our White Dragon cult maintains rigorous standards for selecting disciples. Only those with sufficient strength shall gain entry. After a deliberate pause, Lu Qian's gaze swept over the remaining few in the square. Lingering momentarily on Chen, the first 2 elders assessed her cultivation and comprehension. Now, the final test will gauge your combat abilities. Some disciples may possess commendable cultivation and insight, yet if they lack combat prowess, they are deemed unworthy. Thus, such disciples will certainly not be accepted into our Flame Gate. This final trial would evaluate each disciple's combat capability. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the remaining disciples shifted. Some appeared delighted, while others showed hesitation. After all, combat prowess could be influenced by the circumstances of the moment, as it could not be directly measured and was only evident through the strength of one's opponent. Consequently, many variables would be beyond their control. Of course, you may worry about poor luck leading you to face a strong adversary, while others encounter weak ones, Lu Qian declared passionately, his eyes brimming with arrogance and dominance. To ensure fairness, all of you will face the same opponent. This. Lu Qian pointed to himself. I will be the evaluator for this final round. Only by battling me can we guarantee the utmost fairness and justice. Hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock. Not only was Lu Qian an inner gate disciple, but his cultivation had also reached the core formation stage. How could they possibly stand against an inner gate disciple? Not only the disciples, but the two elders also wore expressions of concern. You are an inner gate disciple. How can they possibly contend with you? In response, Lu Qian smiled and explained, that is of no concern. I will only employ the strength of the foundation establishment stage, and I do not require them to defeat me. As long as they can endure 10 moves against me, they shall pass. Upon hearing this, the disciples breathed a collective sigh of relief. It was impossible for them to defeat Lu Qian, but enduring 10 moves seemed feasible. As for fairness, Lu Qian was from the White Dragon cult and served as the examiner. That could not be altered. They could only hope he would not target them specifically. However, with this arrangement, Lu Qian could easily manipulate who passed and who failed, merely adjusting his strength as necessary. Yi Chun sneered softly, having seen through Lu Qian's intentions. What had begun as covert manipulation had now become blatant. Very well, let us commence. Lu Qian waved his hand, signaling the few individuals from that side to step forward. One disciple hesitated briefly but ultimately gritted his teeth and approached Lu Qian. Please, bestow your guidance. The disciple bowed to Lu Qian, then unleashed his techniques, charging toward him. Bang! Lu Qian merely waved his hand, sending the disciple flying. You have yet to grasp the essence. It would be best for you to return home and practice diligently for a year before attempting to participate in our Flame Gate selection again. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lu Qian continued to beckon the next individual forward. The subsequent challengers faced him one after another, yet the strongest among them could only endure 5 or 6 exchanges before being defeated. This left the onlookers feeling somewhat helpless, and even Lu Qian appeared somewhat disheartened. However, soon after, a disciple from the Yuan clan surprisingly managed to withstand 10 exchanges against Lu Qian, eliciting a gasp of astonishment from the crowd. Observing this scene, Yi Chun let out a cold laugh. Such blatant favoritism is utterly shameless. As a few more individuals stepped forward, ultimately only one succeeded in passing. Young master, we have succeeded. Several disciples from the Yi clan cupped their hands towards Yi Chun and approached Lu Qian. Witnessing these individuals bowing to Yi Chun, Lu Qian scoffed derisively. Bang! One disciple from the Yi clan had barely approached before Lu Qian kicked him away. Is this the level of strength that dares to stand before me? Yi Chun helped the fallen disciple up, whose blood stained Yi Chun's hands. That he had not anticipated Lu Qian's ruthless approach. A single kick had caused the disciple to spit blood. Thud. Following this, several more disciples from the Yi clan were similarly kicked down, all sustaining significant injuries. Yi Chun glared at Lu Qian, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Are you aware that you, as an examiner from the Flame Gate, are so merciless? Merciless? Lu Qian snorted dismissively, waving his sleeve with contempt. In the realm of cultivators, strength reigns supreme. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. They are so feeble that they deserve nothing but to be trampled. Even if I were to crush them, it would merely be a consequence of their ill fate. As he spoke, he fixed a menacing gaze upon Yi Chun. What? Do you have objections? Should you dare to step forward, I will show you what it means to respect the strong. After administering healing pills to the injured disciples, Yi Chun strode towards Lu Qian. Respect the strong? Prey upon the weak? Very well. Today I shall see what qualifications you have to utter such words. Chapter 71. A severe beating for Lu Qian. Humph. Do you truly believe that you, the so-called first prodigy of Thundercloud City, are formidable? You are but an ignorant insect. Lu Qian laughed coldly, utterly dismissing Yi Chun. He stood several minor realms above Yi Chun, with an additional major realm advantage. Under normal circumstances, this disparity would allow him to effortlessly crush Yi Chun. As Yi Chun approached, Lu Qian disdainfully beckoned him with a finger. Maintaining his condescending demeanor, Yi Chun, unwilling to waste words, suddenly exerted force beneath his feet and transformed into a blur, charging towards Lu Qian. Crack. The sound of shattering tiles echoed as Yi Chun's speed was astonishing. Reaching Lu Qian in mere breaths, raising his right fist to strike Lu Qian's face. Nonsense. Lu Qian had just begun to utter a few scornful words when he sensed something amiss. The power behind this strike was far beyond that of the previous challengers. With the fist carrying a fierce gale, Lu Qian, caught off guard, could only brace himself and throw a punch in response. Boom! Their fists collided, seemingly equal in strength. Crack! A sound of bones fracturing followed by Lu Qian's anguished scream pierced the air. His complexion turned pale as he staggered back several steps before halting. Upon inspecting his right hand, he found the bones shattered, his palm dripping with blood, presenting a truly pitiful sight, suppressing his excruciating pain. Lu Qian glanced at his arm. He had not anticipated Yi Chen's combat prowess to be so terrifying. They had barely begun exchanging blows, and he had already rendered Lu Qian's arm useless. Just then, a gust of wind rushed towards him, sending Lu Qian into a panic as he hurriedly looked up. The fist loomed larger before his eyes. You lack martial ethics, resorting to a sneak attack. Lu Qian's words were cut short as Yi Chen's fist landed squarely on his face. Pfft. Blood sprayed forth as Lu Qian's body crumpled to the ground like a discarded sack. A sneak attack? Is this even considered a sneak attack? In combat, one should focus on the opponent's attacks rather than fixate on existing injuries. How have you survived this long? Lu Qian clumsily rose, ready to hurl invectives at Yi Chen. But his expression shifted to one of fear before he could utter a word. Bang! Another powerful punch struck down, sending Lu Qian crashing back to the ground once more. Thud, thud, thud. Now is not the time to hold back, Yi Chen declared, offering no further words. The notion of standing idly by while the opponent recovered was utterly absurd. In the face of a life-threatening enemy, who would grant you the courtesy of standing up to prepare? They would only seize the opportunity to take your life? Enough, cease this. Just then, a sharp voice rang out from the side, after Yi Chen had thoroughly beaten Lu Qian for a considerable time. Two outer sect elders finally called for him to stop. Since these elders had intervened, Yi Chen certainly would not kill Lu Qian on the spot. After all, this was the domain of the Flame Gate. And should he truly kill a disciple of the Flame Gate, it would spell disaster. Don't go. I will kill you, I swear. Lu Qian, with the aid of disciples from the Yuan clan, managed to stand, pointing a relatively intact left hand at Yi Chen. Dare you point at me? Do you wish for another beating? Yi Chen snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian hurriedly lowered his hand, no longer daring to utter a single word. After their earlier confrontation, he had gained a profound understanding of Yi Chen's combat power. The strength of the individual before him was far superior, especially in terms of combat experience, even if his cultivation was lower. In a one-on-one fight, he would only be subjected to unilateral beatings. I believe I have yet to pass the trial. You step down. I wish to continue my trial. After all, he had to withstand 10 exchanges. And thus far, he had only managed to block one. Yi Chen pointed at the two disciples from the Yuan clan, preparing to charge in again. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian was struck with panic, hastily gesturing to retreat while repeatedly protesting. You've passed. You've passed. If this continued, he feared he might truly be killed. The others were also in an uproar. After just one exchange, Lu Qian's arm was broken. If this continued, how many bones would remain intact? With each punch landing with brutal force, it would be a miracle for Lu Qian to survive. Yi Chen, you have passed the trial. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced in this initial selection. The two outer sect elders regarded Yi Chen with satisfaction. There was no denying that this young master of the Yi clan possessed top-tier cultivation and comprehension, coupled with his recent performance against Lu Qian. A disciple of the inner sect, his combat prowess was truly astounding. Reflecting on this, the two elders turned their gazes towards Lu Qian. This individual, who fancied himself in control, had ultimately lost all dignity. It was truly laughable. The previous day, when Lu Qian had granted that retest spot to Wang Rongrong, the two elders had already recognized his foolishness. However, as an inner sect disciple, they had no authority to interfere, nor did they wish to. Now that Yi Chen had dealt with Lu Qian, they felt a sense of relief. Yi Chen nodded and strode away. Thank you, young master. Observing Lu Qian, who had been thoroughly beaten, the Yi clan members gathered around, respectfully bowing to Yi Chen. Just a small matter. Since this scoundrel dared to lay hands on our Yi clan members, I will ensure he finds himself searching for his teeth. Yi Chen spoke coldly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The audacity of bullying the Yi clan demanded a response from him as the young master. All right, next, an outer sect elder deliberately raised his voice, eyeing the pitiful Lu Qian. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian hastily retreated a few steps, looking towards the newcomer. It's my turn. When Lu Qian finally recognized the last challenger, his face turned pale. It was none other than Guan Hu. a descendant of the ancient barbarian bloodline. I know. Before Lu Qian could finish his words, Guan Hu had already launched his attack. Here I come. As the words fell, Guan Hu raised his massive fist, aiming directly for Lu Qian's face. No, you oaf. Lu Qian's protest was cut short as the punch landed squarely, sending him flying several meters away, unconscious. The crowd erupted in uproar, though Lu Qian had been left in a woeful state by Yi Chun. He had at least managed to remain standing. After all, he was an inner sect disciple of the Flame Gate, and under normal circumstances, he should have been able to withstand such encounters. Yet now, this inner sect disciple of the Flame Gate had been reduced to such a pitiful sight, which was truly unexpected, useless. The two elderly men exchanged a glance, disdain evident in their cold snorts. To seize control of the situation and to ascend to the beauty's bed, one must possess ample strength. Merely stirring trouble without the ability to resolve conflicts is tantamount to courting disaster. Lu Qian opened his mouth to chastise Yi Chun, only to be met with a devastating blow from him first. Now, he had been sent flying by Guan Hu, a spectacle that was nothing short of laughable. Ah, the youth's slumber is indeed blissful. Guan Hu scratched his head, maintaining a foolish demeanor. The two outer sect elders nearly burst into laughter. Just at this moment, should I awaken him? Guan Hu inquired, glancing at the two elders. Enough, enough, let him sleep a while longer. You have passed, the elders nodded, gazing at the somewhat silly Guan Hu, rendered speechless. However, at this moment, Yi Chen's wariness towards Guan Hu had reached its zenith. It was quite simple. This Guan Hu was far too adept at feigning ignorance, and his punch had proven exceedingly formidable. Guan Hu had always been characterized as a man of brawn over brains, burly and not particularly astute. This was clearly an act for the benefit of others. The surrounding individuals, influenced by the bloodline of the ancient barbarian tribes, readily accepted Guan Hu's facade. Yet it was evident that Guan Hu's intentions were far from straightforward. When he had sought to win over Yi Chun, he had employed certain underhanded methods, further solidifying Yi Chen's conviction that Guan Hu harbored secrets. Why would such a person choose to join the Flame Sect? Yi Chun pondered, stroking his chin. His reason for joining the Flame Sect lay in the fact that relying solely on the god refining furnace to plunder and kill could easily lead to dire repercussions. And the furnace was not something to be displayed lightly. Innocent men suffer for possessing treasures. He required the formidable backing of the Flame Sect. With it, even should he continue his rampage, he could do so with a sense of legitimacy. As for Guan Hu, there might be even greater secrets lurking behind him. Chapter 72. A Flower. A world with Lu Qian having succumbed to slumber, the trial of the Flame Sect came to an end. Apart from Yi Chen, all others from the Yi clan had been eliminated due to Lu Qian's ruthless actions. Young master, it is our lack of skill, lamented the disciples of the Yi clan. Their faces drawn with sorrow. Yet Yi Chen shook his head in response. This is not your fault. He came specifically for our Yi clan, and no matter how much you sought to appease him, he would not have allowed you to pass out. Why Yi Chen consoled them. Ultimately, this incident was not closely tied to their individual strength. It was purely Lu Qian's displeasure towards Yi Chen and the Yi clan's refusal to curry favor with him that had led to their misfortune. Young master, I have heard that after passing the preliminary selection, we must proceed to White Dragon City for a retest? One disciple inquired. Yi Chen nodded in affirmation. The Flame Sect had merely come to Thundercloud City for the preliminary selection. The retest in White Dragon City was the crucial juncture. Yes, therefore I shall depart from here today. From now on, the Yi clan will rely on you. Prior to his departure yesterday, Yi Zhen had specifically reminded him of various considerations. Thus, today he was merely reiterating his advice to these young disciples. Yi Chen then turned his gaze to the side. Among those who had passed the assessment were 5 individuals, including one from the Yuan clan and 2 from other minor families. Yet, Yi Chen did not pay them much heed. His primary concern rested with Guan Hu. This Guan Hu was indeed an enigma. He could assert with certainty that Guan Hu's displayed strength was less than half of his true capabilities. Although Yi Chen had not revealed his utmost fighting prowess either, among these individuals, Guan Hu remained his foremost rival. Subsequently, he shifted his gaze to the other side, where the 3 individuals who had secured retest slots stood. Poised to advance. One among them exhibited a certain proficiency in formations, while another demonstrated talent in crafting. These were the reasons for their attainment of retest opportunities. However, in stark contrast to these two, Wang, adorned with a veil, appeared exceedingly out of place. While the rest were formidable cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, she alone stood as an 8th-layer Qi refining cultivator. Others either possessed sufficient combat strength or extraordinary talents. What did Wang Rongrong possess? The ability to seduce. Among the onlookers, many who had been eliminated murmured discontentedly. Clearly, they were deeply dissatisfied with Wang Rongrong's acquisition of a retest slot. Their strength could easily overpower her. Yet Wang Rongrong had secured an opportunity that others could not obtain, merely by ingratiating herself with Lu Qian, without even breaking a sweat. There's still a retest ahead. I refuse to believe this woman, who relies solely on her charms, can pass. They fumed. Joining the Flame sect represented a rare opportunity to alter their fates. Naturally, they dared not speak ill of powerful figures like Yi Chun and Guan Hu, for both were formidable characters. However, Wang Rongrong was different. Lacking strength and familial support, they felt free to vent their frustrations. Listening to the derisive remarks surrounding her, Wang Rongrong's expression darkened considerably. She clenched her fists tightly, barely managing to suppress her fury. She was well aware of the implications behind their taunts regarding her seductive prowess. Nevertheless, she straightened her back and lifted her chin, directing her gaze towards Yi Chen's direction. Akin to a red plum standing proudly amidst the snow. Yi Chen, in turn, regarded Wang Rongrong. Observing her solitary stance, radiating an indomitable spirit, a chill flickered in his eyes. Did she truly believe that clinging to the powerful would allow her to act with impunity? How could one survive in this world of cultivation, dominated by the strong, relying solely on allure? All right, all disciples who have passed the preliminary selection, come forth. After tossing Lu Qian onto the back of the Sky Eagle, the 2 elderly men gestured for those who had succeeded in the assessment to step forward. The 5 successful candidates and the 3 recommended individuals all approached. You have all passed this preliminary selection. Next, you will proceed to White Dragon City for the retest. Only those who pass this retest will be recognized as disciples of our Flame sect. Should you excel, you may even qualify to become direct disciples of the inner sect elders, gaining your own cave dwelling and cultivation grounds upon entering the sect. The mention of having one's own cave dwelling stirred excitement within Yi Chen. Each cave was situated in areas rich in spiritual energy, akin to a paradise. If he could secure such a place, the resources he would acquire would far surpass those of ordinary disciples. The thrill of anticipation surged within him. Now, everyone, gather around. I will take you to White Dragon City. The outer sect elder waved his hand, signaling for the assembled crowd to mount the back of the Sky Eagle. Yi Chun turned back to his family, waving them farewell. Upon my return, tell my grandfather to await my visit after I become a disciple of the Flame sect. He then leapt onto the eagle's back, leading the way. The others exchanged glances before following suit. Leaping onto the Sky Eagle's back, Wang Rongrong floated up like a delicate butterfly, ethereal in her beauty. Several inexperienced disciples present were instantly captivated, their faces flushed. Aside from the 3 of us, there are 8 additional rooms. Each of you may choose one. In 2 days, we shall reach White Dragon City. The distance between White Dragon City and Thundercloud City spanned over 1,000 miles. If these disciples were to journey on foot, many would likely miss the time for the assessment or even face perils along the way. Thus, to ensure timely arrival for the final retest selection, everyone would mount the back of this spirit beast to travel to White Dragon City. Observing the few modest rooms before him, Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly. The wooden cabins on the spirit beast's back were not particularly spacious, and it seemed improbable that 8 individuals could comfortably fit within. Moreover, they would need to remain inside for 2 days. Were they expected to stand without sleep? Shaking his head slightly, Yi Chen still approached the cabins. Yi Chen and his companions entered the wooden cabin. A layer of array light flickered up around them.